Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Horikita Suzune understood what Wuye meant. He didn't believe the final exam papers in mid-July would be the same as previous years, but he wanted to use those past papers to gauge how well the students in Class C had been studying. "I'll bring the test papers you need tomorrow," she said calmly. "Thanks, I really appreciate it. See you tomorrow." As Wuye exited the student council office, he was surprised to see Suzune still waiting in the corridor, standing with her arms crossed, her expression unreadable. She hadn't left. Spotting him, she immediately approached, her voice quiet but urgent. "What did my brother say to you?" So she cared. Wuye smiled. He asked how his little sister has been doing. Her expression tensed, her composure shaken. "And what did you tell him?" "Smile for me, and I'll tell you," he teased playfully. Suzune froze for a moment, then scowled. The arrogant snow fox narrowed her eyes at him. "Just say it already." "Smile first." She pursed her lips, clearly conflicted. But curiosity won out. With great reluctance and a visible flush of embarrassment, she forced a smile, an awkward, stiff little thing that barely qualified. "Ugh, stop. That smile's painful to look at," Wuye grimaced. "Completely unnatural." Flustered, Suzune's breathing grew uneven. This guy. He made her smile just to mock it. Sensing her rising frustration, Wuye wisely shifted gears. All right. Let's walk and talk." Though her brother hadn't mentioned her at all, Wuye smoothly lied, spinning a tale that Suzune accepted without hesitation. Whether it was because he sounded convincing or because she trusted him too much, she didn't question a thing. "How many points do you have left?" Wuye asked as they walked. "Over 80,000, Suzune replied, surprised by the question. "Copying test papers costs points. Just making sure you have enough." "Don't worry about it. It won't cost much." "Even so, I'll reimburse you." "It's fine," she said. "Consider it my contribution to the class." Wuye smiled. "Still, you're good at saving. It's been 2 months and you've barely spent anything." "I've cut back on meals," she said simply. "I use the free ingredients from the supermarket to cook for myself." "Wait, you cook?" "Yes. Anyone can do it with a little reading." "You make it sound like building a nuclear bomb," Wuye laughed. Suzune rolled her eyes. "Cooking and bombs are not comparable." "Well, some people can't cook even with all the instructions." "Humph." Wuye glanced at her. "Didn't you say you wanted to earn 5 million points to return to your brother? With only 80,000, that's quite the gap." Her expression darkened. "I don't think I can do it." "What?" "I thought I could find a way." "I was naive." The longer she stayed at this school, the more she realized how ambitious, no, how absurd, her goal was. Most students struggled just to live comfortably. She glanced sideways at Wuye. He wasn't like the others. From day one, he'd understood the system, earned points effortlessly, made progress she could only envy. Even her brother hadn't achieved so much so fast. "Still, it's not like you to give up," Wuye said. "I'm not giving up," she said firmly. "I'll keep working toward that goal." "Good. By the way, if we both get full marks on the finals, who gets the scholarship?" "The system gives scholarships to everyone with a perfect score," Wuye replied. "Really?" Her eyes lit up. "That means I could earn 500,000 points just from scoring full marks on all subjects." "Yup. And don't forget the performance bonuses, 2,000 points for every point you improve compared to the midterms. Since you scored around 51 intentionally, and finals go up to 100. That's 49 points. 49 times 2, 000, that's 98,000 points. Exactly. You could earn close to 1 million in total." Her eyes sparkled. "Then I'll show you just how hard I can study." "Are you heading to the library now?" "I am." "What about you?" "I've got plans, going to see a movie with Kay." "I see. Enjoy then." "You should try enjoying campus life a little too. Go shopping, see a movie, grab a drink." She gave him a blank look. "Do you think I have any friends I can invite?" That was the sad truth, she didn't. The only person she was close to, was already taken. Wuye had a girlfriend.
3, in fact.
Well, there's always your brother, Wuye joked. As if I could ask him for something like that. He smiled, amused. At the fork in the path, they parted ways. Wuye turned toward Kiyaki Mall, while Susan watched him go for a long moment before heading to the library alone. Her life followed a strict routine: classroom, student council, dormitory. The only personal joy she allowed herself was reading literature in the library. If nothing changed, that's how all 3 years of high school would go. But then again, something had already changed. She had Wuye now. The next day after class, she went to the student council office. It was quiet. Most members, including Ichinose, had come and gone. Horikita Gaku was the last to arrive, carrying a familiar leather bag. Susan stood as he entered. "Big brother, I'm here to collect the final exam papers on Sikong's behalf." "Here you go," he said, handing her the bag. She hesitated, then said softly, "If you want to know how I'm doing, you can just ask me directly."
Horikita Gaku blinked.
"What are you talking about?" Clearly, he hadn't asked Wuye anything of the sort. Susan stood there, slightly flustered, her fingers tightening around the bag. And so, the lie lingered unchallenged. But the warmth it brought remained. Horikita Suzune's brows furrowed slightly as she looked at her brother, confusion plain on her face. "Didn't you ask Wuye about me yesterday, big brother?"
Horikita Gaku shook his head. "I didn't."
The silence that followed was heavy. Both siblings were intelligent enough to quickly realize the truth: Wuye had lied. Suzune's expression darkened, her breathing grew slightly ragged with frustration. Horikita Gaku adjusted his glasses and calmly remarked, "Why would Wuye lie to you?" "Because he's awful." Susan snapped, gritting her teeth. "That shameless guy tricked me, made me believe you asked about me, and now I look like a fool in front of you." Embarrassed and flustered, Susan quickly grabbed the leather bag and left the student council office in a hurry. Watching his sister leave in such a state, Horikita Gaku couldn't help but let out a rare smile, a mix of relief and amusement. This wasn't necessarily a bad thing. His sister, usually cold and emotionless, was finally showing a range of expressions.
It made her more human. "Wuye ha," he murmured to himself.
"Shame he's already taken." Elsewhere, Wuye was walking through the local market with Sakura Airi, shopping for ingredients. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a series of messages. He checked the screen and immediately recognized the sender, Horikita Suzune. Opening the chat, Wuye couldn't help but chuckle at the angry, flustered texts. Her irritation practically oozed from every word. He slipped the phone back into his pocket with a satisfied smile.
Airi glanced over.
"Why are you smiling like that?"
Was it Karuizawa? Or Kushida?
"Nope. It was Horikita Suzune," Wuye said, grinning.
Horikita.
Airi blinked. "Wait, did she become your girlfriend too?" Wuye pinched her cheek gently. "What are you saying? Horikita's just a good friend." Still, Airi had her doubts. After all, Karuizawa and Kushida were once just friends too. By that logic, practically half the school could end up as Wuye's girlfriend. Later that evening, Wuye returned home and prepared dinner with Chabashita Sae. His life at school was vibrant and full, a stark contrast to Horikita Suzune's lonely routine. Time passed quickly. It was now mid-July, only 7 days left until the final exam. After class, Wuye stood on the podium. "Everyone, stay for a moment. I have something to say." His calm voice was enough to stop everyone from packing up. All eyes turned toward him. Wuye had earned the class's respect. With one word they listened.
"Horikita, come up here," he said. Susan looked stunned.
What was he doing? Still, she stepped forward and joined him. "The finals are in 7 days. I plan to hold a mock exam tomorrow, on the weekend, using past papers to gauge our readiness." The class murmured in interest. Kikyo Kushida quickly chimed in, her voice bright. "Great idea. We've been working so hard, it'll help us see our progress." Karuizawa Megumi and Hirata Yosuke agreed, and soon, the rest of the class followed. The papers were obtained by Horikita, Wuye continued. "She requested them from her brother and paid to make 37 copies for all of you." Surprised whispers spread.
Wuye smiled.
"So let's thank her." He started clapping, and soon the classroom was filled with enthusiastic applause. Susan stood frozen, uncomfortable under the sudden praise. Even Kushida, clapping with a sweet smile, had a flicker of resentment in her eyes. When the applause died down, Susan stepped off the podium, only to be surrounded by classmates. Horikita-san, that was so thoughtful. I really misjudged you. Dizzy with the attention, Suzune scanned the room for Wuye, but he had already moved on. As he passed Kushida, she shot him a poisonous glare. Wuye chuckled and sent her a message. Is Kikyo angry?
I am. Why did you let Horikita take the spotlight?
You know I hate her. Because it was her effort. I won't take credit for someone else's work.
Still mad? Then come to my dorm tonight.
Let me make it up to you.
You better.
As he prepared to leave, Horikita Suzune blocked his path. Wuye, we agreed you wouldn't mention my name.
How could I not?
You got the papers.
You spent the points.
I can't steal credit. Karuizawa giggled beside him. Horikita-san, isn't it nice being appreciated?
Suzune sighed.
I'm not used to it.
You will be, Wuye said. I hope not.
Once is enough.
Wuye laughed.
Well, you did insist on paying for the copies. If you hadn't, I wouldn't have called you up. So it's my fault now? Did I say that? Karuizawa didn't mind their banter. Unlike Kushida or Ichinose, she saw no threat in Suzune. The three of them left for the student council office together. Meanwhile, news of Wuye's mock exam reached the other classes. Class A leaders Sakayanaji and Katsuragi didn't see the need to copy Class C's methods. Class D's Ryuan considered it, but ultimately rejected the idea. His influence wasn't strong enough to make his classmates show up on a weekend. Boss, should we get old test papers too?
Ishizaki asked. Pointless.
The finals won't be the same anyway, Ryuan snapped. He hadn't forgotten how his class flunked the midterms after trusting outdated papers. Saturday came. Despite it being a day off, Class C filled the classroom, ready for the mock exam. Onodera glanced at Kushida, who walked with a strange limp.
Kikyo-chan, are you okay?
Did you twist your ankle or something? No, I'm fine, Kushida replied, cheeks reddening slightly.
The cause?
Last night's apology from Wuye.
Then why does your walking posture seem to be twisted? Onodera Keikono asked in confusion. Kushida Kikyo, who was rubbing her waist with her palm, said embarrassedly, Wuye was going to take a test yesterday, so I studied hard in the dormitory last night. Because of working too hard, I didn't sleep well last night, so the walking posture is a bit strange. So it is. Well, that's it. Kushida Kikyo said very seriously. Kushida Kikyo has been studying hard in the dormitory last night. It's not a lie. It is also a kind of learning to learn the intimate sports postures between husband and wife with Wuye. After fooling Onodera Keikono for a while, Kushida Kikyo sat on her seat with sloppy feet, and she lay down on the desk to rest, her plump and upright heart pressed directly on the desk. If she didn't have to come here for a preliminary exam today, Kushida Kikyo really didn't want to get up and come to the classroom, she really wanted to sleep until the afternoon. At around 8:50, Wuye and Karuizawa Megumi stepped into the classroom of Class C with 5 heavy file bags in their arms, and they placed the file bags full of test papers at the front of the podium. Standing on the podium, Wuye looked around the whole class. The students in Class C are very obedient, and they have all come over. But there are still absences, that is Junji Lyasuk. That guy did not come to the classroom. It seems that Junji Lyasuk doesn't want to waste his time in the preliminary examination. Regarding the absence of Jun Temple's 6 assistants, Wuye had expected it. After all, that guy would do his own thing and would not obey the arrangements at all. It doesn't matter if Lyasuk of Jun Temple didn't come, anyway, that guy's academic performance is very good, so he doesn't need to take a preliminary test. Wuye pointed to the 5 document bags placed on the desk, and he said to everyone in the classroom, everyone, these are the test papers for our preliminary examination. Because this is just a preliminary test initiated by our students, so there is no teacher in charge of the test. I hope everyone can take it seriously, don't cheat, and earnestly get your real score. 593. Afterwards, everyone will conduct targeted learning based on the results of each subject. Wuye said. Don't worry, Sikong, we will take it seriously. That's right, we will not let down the wishes of Sikong and Horikita. Horikita Suzune pursed her lips. Can you not take her with you when you respond to Wuye? I feel uncomfortable. After reminding everyone not to cheat, Wuye looked at Kushida Kikyo, who was lying on the desk, and said with a smile, Kikyo, why are you lying on your stomach? Are you feeling unwell? Kushida Kikyo twitched her lips. Wuye knows why she is lying on her stomach, right? Kikyo-chan's body is not uncomfortable, she was just too tired from studying last night. Onodera Keikono replied instead of Kushida Kikyo. That's it. Kushida Kikyo smiled embarrassedly at everyone, because even if it's a test, I want to take it seriously. As expected of Bellflower Sauce, you are really serious. It turns out that I was too tired from studying last night. Wuye showed a meaningful smile to Kushida Kikyo. Isn't it just a preliminary exam, and it's not a formal exam, Kikyo, don't try too hard. Wuye's smile made Kushida Kikyo's waist inexplicably soft, and she secretly bit her silver teeth. Who did it? She begged for mercy so pitifully last night. This scoundrel didn't stop, kept rushing at her and bullying her? Kushida Kikyo said with flattened lips, I was wrong, I won't do it next time. Well, very good. Wuye nodded in satisfaction. He was not teasing Kushida Kikyo. He opened the document bag containing the test papers, and started the preliminary test. Because it was just a preliminary exam and not a formal final exam, even if there was no teacher proctoring the exam, the students in Class C did not choose to cheat, but took the exam seriously. But to everyone's surprise, their preliminary examination had just begun, and Sae Chabashita stepped into the classroom of Class C with awe-inspiring steps. Mr. Chabashita, why are you here? BC. Hirata Yasuk looked at Sae Chabashita in surprise and said. Seeing the students in Class C, Chabashita Sae showed a gratified smile, and she said with a smile, you students work so hard, and as a teacher, I can't take a break, so I'll come and help you correct the test papers. Wuye didn't have the idea of asking Chazu Sae to help correct the test papers. It was Chazu Sae who, after knowing that Wuye was going to take a test in the class, took the initiative to ask Wuye to help correct the test papers. As a head teacher, she can't just watch the students work hard and help them as much as she can. And Sae Chabashita didn't need to worry about his inability to correct test papers, because Sae Chabashita had already obtained Horikita Kikyo's final exam papers from Wuye, and those papers had written the correct answers. Therefore, Mr. Chabashita can quickly correct everyone's test papers based on the answers of Horikita's test papers. Sae Chabashita looked at everyone in Class C, she smiled lightly and said, don't worry about me, just continue with the exam. Oh. While everyone was concentrating on the exam, Sae Chabashita sat on the stool table on the podium. She raised her black silk jade legs and became the invigilator. Time was passing, and soon the time for the test papers of the first subject had passed. Everyone's test papers were collected, and Sae Chabashita graded the test papers directly at the podium. 10 minutes later, Uni began to take the second subject exam. At this moment, Sae Chabashita was correcting the test papers on the podium, and the students were filling in the test papers below. The rustling sound of the pen tip across the test papers filled the whole classroom with an extremely good learning atmosphere. Sae Chabashita has finished grading Wuye's test paper, and his test paper is full marks. Looking at Wuye's test paper with perfect marks, Yazoleji wondered if it was because he had read the test paper. After all, Wuye is in charge of the test papers for the basic test. It is normal for him to read the test papers in advance. But Chazu Sae quickly abandoned this idea, because that bad boy studies so well, it is normal to be able to get full marks in the exam. Sikong, a bad boy, was able to get full marks in the test, definitely not because he had read the test papers in advance. Chabashita Sae thought silently. When reviewing everyone's test papers, Sae Chabashita's pretty face gradually showed a slight smile, because everyone's scores were very high. Is the improvement in grades because everyone has witnessed that the school will force students to drop out of school, or is it affected by the scholarship established by Wuye? Chazu Sae murmured in a low voice. Chabashita Sae thinks it's all related. The crisis of dropping out of school and the desire for points are the reasons for everyone to study hard and improve their grades. The students in Class C are taking the exam, and Sae Chabashita is correcting the test paper. Correcting the test papers of 36 students by himself is quite a workload, and Sae Chabashita could not handle it alone. So even though Sae Chabashita corrected the test papers very quickly, when everyone finished the 5 subjects, she only finished correcting all the test papers of the 3 subjects. The test papers with no remaining 2 subjects were not graded. And after Sae Chabashita graded the test papers of 3 subjects, her right hand holding the anthurium was already trembling slightly. If Sakura Airi, Karuizawa Megumi, and Kushida Kikyo saw the condition of Chabashita Sae's right hand, they would definitely know that it was the cause of overhanding. Because they often shake like this when they are playing with Wuye on the bed. After all 5 subjects were over, Wuye came to the podium, and he said to the people below, everyone, the test is over, everyone can leave. As for the test papers, Mr. Chabashita and I will finish the corrections and send them out to everyone on Monday. Okay, then please take care of Chabashita-sensei and Sikong-san. The students in Class C left the classroom one after another. Wuye looked sideways at Sae Chabashita, whose right fingertips were shaking slightly, and said helplessly, Mister, we must distribute the test papers to everyone, and it's okay to correct them slowly. Wuye's caring words made Chazu Sae raise her eyebrows, and she said with a smile on her mature and pretty face, I'm happy. All right, as long as you are happy, but your hands are shaking like this, how can you prepare dinner for me tonight? Sae Chabashita's smile paused slightly, and she glared at Wuye beside her. You asked me to slow down because you were worried that I wouldn't be able to prepare dinner for you. How is it possible? Am I such a person? Wuye said sternly. That's what you are, bad boy. Wuye smiled at Chabashita Sae, who squinted her eyes. Don't worry, leave dinner tonight to me and Airi, and take it as our repayment to you. If it wasn't for Chabashita-sensei's help, we would still have to take responsibility. Correcting the test papers. It's not too bad. Chabashita Sae let out a soft snort. Wuye subtly saw the shadow of Horikita Suzune's tsundere snow fox from Sae Chabashita. Does this well-known beautiful head teacher also have the attribute of being arrogant? Karuizawa Megumi waved her white palm to Wuye, who was on the podium. Wuye, let's go to the coffee shop for a meeting. Well, here we come. Wuye responded to Karuizawa Megumi, and he said to Chabashira Sae, Chabashira-sensei, I'm leaving. Let's go. Chazu Sae waved his hand towards Wuye as if to repel flies. After Wuye and Megumi Karuizawa left the classroom, Sae Chabashira packed everyone's test papers and put the uncorrected test papers into the file bag. Chabashira Sae didn't plan to stay in the classroom to make corrections. She planned to go back to the teacher's dormitory, change into loose casual clothes and then mark the test papers. At this time, Sakura Airi came over, and she picked up the document bag that Chabashira Sae had packed up, and shared her burden. Sakura, what are you doing? Chabashira Sae looked at Sakura Airi, who had been acting as a little transparent in the class, in surprise. Sakura Airi replied obediently and shyly, Wuye told me this morning, Mr. Chabashira, you will help us correct the test papers, so he is going to prepare a sumptuous dinner for you tonight. Teacher Chabashira, come back to the apartment with me. Sikong planned to entertain me this morning. Yeah. Sakura Airi nodded her head, and Sae Chabashita, who raised her eyebrows, showed a slightly surprised expression. Just now she thought that the bad boy invited her to dinner on a whim. Then let's go. Sakura Airi and Chabashiro Sae, who were holding test paper bags, left the first-grade teaching building together, and the two of them started to go to the single-family apartment outside the school. I give that bad. The boy has made so many meals. It seems that this is the first time I have eaten the dishes he prepared for me. I don't know how good his cooking is. Chabashiro Sae, who was holding 3 file bags, thought in her heart. She turned her head to look at the well-behaved Sakura Airi. Sakura, Sikong, is he good at cooking? Very good, very good. Sakura Airi replied in a very positive tone. Really? Then I will look forward to it. In fact, Chabashira Sae didn't really believe Sakura Airi's answer, because this girl's whole heart was on Wuye, so no matter how unpalatable the food Wuye made, Sae Airi would also consider it a delicacy. But, even though Chabashira Sae has never seen Wuye cook, she has seen Wuye's chopping techniques, and he is very skilled in chopping vegetables, which proves that have cooking experience. Sae Chabashira thinks it doesn't matter if Wuye is not good at cooking, because Sakura Airi is there after all. Because Sakura Airi is determined to become Wuye's good wife, she has learned a lot of cooking skills from Chabashi Sae. Sakura Airi is already a person who can go out of the hall and into the kitchen. Beautiful cook. Since he had to be in charge of dinner tonight, Wuye didn't go out with Karuizawa Megumi for a long time, and he bid farewell to Karuizawa Megumi at about 4:30. Karuizawa Megumi was not very surprised, because she knew that Wuye was going to write Chabashira Sae and grade the test papers together. If Megumi Karuizawa hadn't been a little afraid of Chabashira Sae's glamorous teacher, she would have suggested to Wuye that she also go to help. Wuye, who bid farewell to Megumi Karuizawa, returned to the single-family apartment, but there was no one there, and Sakura Airi and Chabashiro Sae were not here. However, there are 5 test paper document bags placed on the desk in the living room, which means that both Sakura Airi and Chabashiro Sae have returned to the single-family apartment. Just when Wuye was going to contact Sakura Airi through the line, there was a sound of opening the door of the apartment, and Wuye stuck his head out from the living room to look over, and he saw the figures of Sakura Airi and Chabashiro Sae. At this time, Sakura Airi and Chabashiro Sae were holding plastic bags in their hands, which contained all kinds of fresh ingredients. Have you all gone to buy the ingredients? I plan to go back and buy them again, Wuye said with a smile. It's already too late when you come back. Chabashira Sae gave Wuye a blank look. Although I went to buy ingredients with Sakura, you will be the chef tonight. It's natural, isn't it? Already agreed, Mr. Chabashira, you and Airi just wait, I will take care of dinner tonight. Okay, Sakura said you're good at cooking, let me see if you're really good at it. Sakura Airi with a sweet smile said, Wuye, I will help you handle the ingredients. Good. Then I'll go back to the teacher's dormitory and change my clothes before coming here, Chabashira Sae said. Because Chabashira Sae came directly to the single-family apartment with Sakura Airi, she is still wearing a well-fitting lady's suit and seductive black silk, and has not changed into loose casual clothes. Afterwards, Chabashira Sae handed over the plastic bag of ingredients to Sakura Airi, and went to the living room, picked up the 5 paper bags placed on the guest table. Xiaoziuoji, what are you doing with them? Wuye asked. By the way, take the test paper back, otherwise how can I grade it? Leave the test paper, I will correct it with you tomorrow. Anyway, you will come over tomorrow to help us prepare 3 meals a day, won't you? Kaya said with a smile. Well, it's true. Chazu Sae was persuaded by Wuye, so she didn't bring the test paper bag back to her teacher's dormitory. After Chabashira Sae left the apartment, Wuye and Sakura Airi were processing ingredients in the kitchen, preparing to cook H's dinner tonight. About half an hour later, the doorbell of the single-family apartment rang, and Wuye, who was wearing an apron and cutting vegetables, glanced sideways at Sakura Airi, who was holding a digital camera to take pictures of him. Airi, it should be Mr. Chabashira who is here, you should go and see the door. Okay. Sakura Airi stopped to shoot contentedly, and she walked towards the door of the apartment with a digital camera. Through the apartment's video doorbell, Sakura Airi saw Chabashira Sae standing outside, and she opened the door directly. Sae Chabashita, who returned to the single-family apartment again, has already changed into casual clothes. Instead of wearing a lady's suit, she is a bit less awe-inspiring and heroic, and in casual clothes, she is a bit more feminine and gentle. Teacher Chazu, come in quickly, Wuye is about to start the garden. Yeah. Chabashira Sae, who raised her eyebrows, followed Sakura Airi into the apartment and walked towards the kitchen. Sae Chabashira saw Wuye who was busy in the kitchen. As the saying goes, a dedicated person will have a unique charm, and a dedicated person is also handsome. Then the charm of concentration will flourish upwards. Looking at Wuye who was wearing an apron and concentrating on stir-frying dishes, Chabashita Sae subtly felt like a husband at home, and his heart was itchy. Sakura Airi's reaction became more straightforward. She picked up the digital camera again with sparkling eyes, and continued to take pictures of Wuye. Chazu Sae felt that if she continued to look at Wuye who was concentrating on cooking, she would have some thoughts that she shouldn't have, so she left the kitchen door. More than half an hour passed. Wuye had already prepared the meal for tonight, and he looked at Sakura Airi who was standing at the door of the kitchen. Airi, where is Chabashira-sensei? I don't know, it should be in the living room. Go and set the table and chopsticks, I'll call teacher Chazu over for dinner. Okay. Sakura Airi got busy. Wuye who untied his apron left the kitchen, and he returned to the living room of the apartment, but Chabashira Sae was not here, and the test paper document bag that was originally placed on the adjacent table was gone. What's the situation? Surprised Wuye came to the gate, and he found that Sae Chabashira's shoes were still there, which means she didn't come to open this apartment. Teacher Chabashira, where are you? Wuye yelled in the apartment, and there was a reply from the guest room not far away. I'm here. Following Chabashira Sae's voice, Wuye entered the guest room. At this time, Chabashira Sae was correcting the test paper on the desk in the guest room. Even though Sae Chabashita has changed into slightly loose casual clothes, because her delicate body is too bumpy and mature and attractive, Sae Chabashita still outlines an extremely attractive female curve sitting on the seat. Wuye admired Chazu Sae's casual clothes, and he said, why are you correcting the test papers? Because I have nothing to do, so I found a room to correct the test papers. Sae Chabashira replied. There's no need to be so anxious, there's still time tomorrow, let's go, it's time for dinner. Chazu Sae put down the red pen in Yu's hand, and left the room with Wuye. Chazu Sae, who came to the dining room, looked at the 4 dishes on the table, and she was surprised by the complete appearance of color and fragrance. You made these yourself, Sikong? Yes. Wuye said with a smile. You are so good at cooking, why do you want me to be in charge of your cooking? Sae Chabashira said angrily. Because cooking is troublesome. This reason is so reasonable that Chabashira Sae couldn't refute it at all. Sae Chabashita had this sumptuous and delicious dinner with Wuye and Sakura Airi. She once again refreshed her influence on Wuye. This bad boy is not only good at studying, but also good at cooking. After dinner, Chabashira Sae and Sakura Airi were in charge of washing the dishes, and she said to Sakura Airi, Sakura, I thought you were joking before, but I didn't expect Sikong's cooking skills to be so good. Yeah, Wuye is good at everything, he is the most powerful person I have ever met. Sakura Airi's face showed a proud color of pride. Chabashira Sae smiled. She didn't feel that Sakura Airi was exaggerating, because Wuye was also the most powerful one among so many people she had met. While Chabashira Sae and Sakura Airi were washing the dishes, Wuye entered the bathroom. Because he was in charge of the dinner, his body was covered with the smell of food. In fact, it is for this reason that Wuye doesn't like to take the initiative to cook. While Wuye was taking a bath, Airi Sakura suggested to Sae Chabashira, Mr. Chabashira, why don't you stay with us tonight? 11. Live here with you. Chazu Sae showed surprise. Yes, Mr. Chabashira, don't you want to correct the test papers with Wuye tomorrow? Why don't you just stay here tonight? Anyway, the guest room in the apartment is always empty, and there are unused bedding, towels, and toothbrushes at home. Sakura Ai said eagerly. It seems that Sakura Airi has really treated Sae Chabashira as one of her own. She is shy and would take the initiative to invite Sae Chabashira to stay overnight. Chabashira Sae was a little moved by Sakura Airi's words, but when she thought of living together with Wuye, she felt a strange and unnatural feeling in her heart. Shy or embarrassed? Chabashira Sae didn't know, but she knew that she really couldn't stay here overnight, otherwise she would just think about it all night. Forget it, I don't have a change of clothes, I still have to go back to the teacher's dormitory. Chabashira Sae said. That's true. Sakura Airi glanced at Chabashira Sae's proudly standing chest. She blinked and said, but Chabashira-sensei, we seem to be about the same size, right? Why don't you wear my pajamas? Chabashira Sae glanced at Sakura Airi's chest. Hiss, the development of children these days is too good. For example, Hui is a bit older. You can provide the pajamas, what about the underwear? Sakura, are you going to let me wear your underwear too? Chazura Sae said with a smile. Asking for flowers. Ah, this is a bit. Sakura Airi's cheeks turned red. Although she was close to Chabashira Sae, she was still too shy to lend her underwear to wear. So I appreciate your kindness, I'd better go back to the teacher's dormitory tonight. Sakura Airi nodded her head. Wuye came out of the bathroom with a fresh body. Passing by the client, he looked in surprise at Sakura Eden and Chabashira Sabashi who were sitting together on the sofa. Are the two sitting a little close together? Although Wuye knew that Sakura Airi had a close relationship with Chabashira Sae, it was the first time he saw them sitting so close. It's like a pair of half-sisters. Sae Chabashira, who was sitting and watching TV with Sakura Airi, looked at Wuye, who came out of the bathroom. He changed into pajamas and was covered in moisture. That handsome face added a bit of softness and freshness, as if seeing the neighbor's little brother, kind and natural. Not only that, Tazu Sae also felt an indescribable abstinence from Wuye at this time. Chibaru Sae, whose heart was inexplicably itchy, looked away from Wuye's body, and stopped staring at this bad guy. Sometimes Chabashira Sae is really envious of Sakura Airi. At the youngest and most beautiful age, she met the boy she likes the most and loves the most. She is almost 30 years old. Fall in love with any man. 00. Although Sae Chabashita is almost 30 years old, she is so young and beautiful that people think she is at most 22 years old. Wuye, who wiped the water from his hair with a towel, came to the sofa in the living room, and sat down beside Sakura Airi. After Wuye sat up, Sakura Airi immediately stopped leaning on the T-pillar Sae on the right. She leaned towards Wuye, who was sitting on the left, and leaned on his soft shoulder. Chabashira Sae glanced at Sakura Airi, who was leaning against Wuye, and she said winkingly, "It's getting late, I should go back. I'll come back tomorrow morning to correct the test papers." "Okay, I'll see you off, Xiao Sae. I'll also send Chabashiro-sensei together." "No need." Chabashiro Sae, posing with jade hands, declined Wuye and Sakura Airi's farewell. She left the living room alone, and left the apartment filled with a warm and sweet atmosphere. After hearing the sound of closing the door, Sakura Airi also knew that Chabashira Sae had left the apartment. She became more courageous and no longer leaned against Wuye, but stepped forward with her slender legs, and straddled in a very girlish duck-sitting posture. "Sit." On his legs. Wuye felt the round and soft touch from his legs. He pinched Sakura Airi's smooth and tender face. "What's the matter? It's okay to act like a baby with you." Sakura Airi, who was showing a charming look, hugged Wuye's neck with both hands. "Of course, come and help me brush my hair." Sakura Airi showed a sweet smile, just like a little wife, gently wiped off the water left in Wuye's hair with a towel. After Wuye and Sakura Airi spent more than half an hour together sweetly, he hugged the flushed Sakura Airi and walked towards the room. "Wuye, I haven't showered yet." "It's okay, anyway, I'm going to take a shower when I come out of the room," Wuye said with a smile. Although Sakura Airi also knew that she needed to wash her body when she came out of the room, but she probably had no strength at that time. The Saturday night passed like this, and the morning came in a blink of an eye. Chabashira Sae came to the single-family apartment with 2 breakfasts. She called Sakura Airi. Because it is a weekend without classes, Chabashira Sae only needs to prepare breakfast for Wuye and Sakura Airi, and she will go shopping with Sakura Airi for lunch and dinner. Then do it together and eat it with Wuye. The outgoing call was connected. Chabashira Sae said, "Sakura, I'm here, come down and open the door." "All right, Mr. Chabashira, wait a moment and I'll come down right away." Sakura Airi's response was soft and slightly hoarse, with a provocative meaning. Listening to her voice, Chabashiro Sae knew that Sakura Airi and Wuye had S*X with some adults last night, doing things. However, Sae Chabashira's pretty face didn't show a strange expression, because she was used to it. After all, it wasn't the first time Sae Chabashita came to the single-family apartment on weekends. Because she had to open the door for Chabashira Sae, Sakura Airi endured the weakness of her waist, put on her underwear and nightgown, then left Wuye's room with small steps, and opened the door for Chabashira Sae. Chabashira Sae looked at Sakura Airi behind the door. There was a seductive blush on the girl's cheeks, the originally bright eyes had a hazy wink, and the fiery red hair behind her was a little messy. "Mr. Chabashira, good morning." Sakura Airi smiled shyly at Chabashira Sae. "Well, good morning." Sae Chabashira nodded her head lightly. She stepped into the single-family apartment, and changed into her pair of slippers at the shoe-changing place in the corridor. Chabashira Sae's skillful and natural appearance of changing shoes gave her a sense of déjà vu that she is the hostess of this house. To be honest, since Chazu Sae was pulled over by Wuye to be a nanny, she spent more time in the single-family apartment than in the teacher's dormitory, except for sleeping time. "Is Wuye still running in the morning?" Sae Chabashira asked casually after changing her slippers. "That's right, Mr. Chabashira, sit down for a while, I'll go wash up." "Well, let's go." Sakura Airi, who was rubbing her sore and limp waist, went to wash 200. Chabashiro Sae carried 2 breakfasts to the dining room. She put down her breakfast here. Instead of returning to the living room to sit, she went to the guest room, start grading the test papers. After washing, Sakura Airi passed by the guest room, and she saw Sae Chabashita, who was correcting the test papers, sitting inside. Sakura Airi didn't bother her, but went to the kitchen to make a cup of hot cocoa. After finishing his morning run, Wuye returned to the single-family apartment. He saw Sae Chabashira's ladies' high heels at the shoe-changing place. After changing his slippers, Wuye came to the guest room. He said with a smile to Sae Chabashira, who was sitting inside, "Xiaosazi, you started grading the test papers so early." Hearing Wuye's teasing voice, Sae Chabashira turned his head and glanced at him at the door, and said angrily, "Sikong, hurry up and have breakfast and come over to the correction circle." Okay, but Xiaozi Uoji, where is her lover?" Wuye asked with a smile. "Sakura made me a cup of hot cocoa and left." I don't know where she is. Chabashira Sae replied. In fact, Sae Chabashira probably knew that Sakura Airi was there. She should be resting in the room. Judging from Sakura Airi's vain footsteps and the way she rubbed her waist just now, Chabashira Sae knew that she was tired. But Sakura Airi is so tired. Wuye, who made her so tired, didn't feel tired at all, and even went for a morning jog. Is this bad boy so full of energy? Bah, what is she thinking about these inexplicable things? Chabashira Sae hurriedly put an end to her wild thoughts and focused on correcting the test papers, but her mind kept thinking about Sakura Airi's blushing cheeks and her improved figure. In high spirits, Wuye. Now Chazu Sae's whole heart was in a mess, and her chaotic thoughts continued until Wuye finished breakfast and entered the guest room. Chabashira Sae didn't know why. After Wuye stayed with her, she stopped thinking about it. It's just that Chabashira Sae's eyes moved to Wuye's side from time to time. With a subtle and strange feeling, Chabashira Sae was grading the test papers, and the time was gradually passing by. Sakura Airi left her room around 11 o'clock, and she recovered a lot of energy after a sweet sleep. Sakura Airi, who came to the guest room, said to Wuye and Sae Chabashira inside, "It's almost noon, I'm going to prepare lunch. Sakura, let me help too." Chabashiro Sae stretched his waist after saying this, stretching his delicate body that had become a little stiff because of correcting the test paper. Because Sae Chabashira's heart is too plump, her stretching has already bulgingly supported the loose casual clothes she was wearing, forming a breathtaking arc. "No, Chabashira-sensei, you and Wuye have been busy all morning, I will take care of today's lunch," Sakura Airi said seriously. "Then please Airi," Wuye said to Sakura Airi with a smile. Leave it to me," Sakura Airi responded to Wuye with a sweet and shy smile. Since Sakura Airi has said so, Chabashiro Sae will let her take care of lunch at noon today. Sakura Airi went to prepare lunch, and it just so happened that there were still some leftover ingredients from last night's shopping, so she didn't need to go out to buy ingredients and just use the leftover ingredients from last night. When Sakura Airi was preparing lunch, Wuye looked at Sae Chabashira, who was rubbing her shoulders. "Xiao Sae, your shoulders are sore." "Well, I've been grading the test papers all morning, Sikong, aren't your shoulders sore?" Chabashira Sae asked, rubbing his shoulders. "I'm fine, I don't feel anything, maybe it's because I'm young." Chabashira Sae glared at the smiling Wuye. "Are you saying I'm old, you bad boy? You are young, so your shoulders will not be sore after correcting the test papers all morning, but she is not young, so her shoulders will be sore?" "I didn't say that, and you are so old, Xiaoxida, you don't even know how young and beautiful you look. I think you and Airi are sisters 10 times. Wuye said jokingly. "You'd better tell Sakura this kind of thing in a glib tone." Chazura Sae gave Wuye a blank look, and then she pursed her lips to keep herself from smiling. Being praised by Wuye for being young and beautiful, Chabashira Sae felt an indescribable joy in his heart. Chabashira Sae now feels that there must be something wrong with her. She is so happy because of a boy's praise. To be precise, Chazu Sae would only be happy because of Wuye's praise, and she might feel nothing about other people's praise. "Xiao Ziuoji, would you like me to rub your shoulders for you?" Wuye said. "Can you help me rub my shoulders?" Sae Chabashira raised her eyebrows. "Yeah, after all, you took the initiative to help us grade these preliminary test papers, so I have to repay you, too," Wuye said with a smile. When Chazu Sae heard it, he thought it made sense. Besides, Chazu Sae has been serving as Wuye's babysitter and cooking for him. She thinks it's time for Wuye to serve her. "Then Sikong, come here and help me press my shoulder." Coming. Wuye came to Chazu Sae's side. He put his hands on her fragrant shoulders, and Chazu Sae, who was looking forward to it, immediately tightened his delicate body, because the palms on her shoulders were really it's too hot. The hot temperature from Wuye's hands was conveyed to the skin of her shoulders through the casual clothes Chabashira Sae was wearing. The scorching warmth felt by her shoulders made Sae Chabaruta tense her delicate body, and her breathing became a little short. She didn't expect that she would feel nervous and cramped after feeling the warmth of Wuye's palms. Because Chazu Sae tensed her delicate body, Wuye's hands felt her tensed shoulders. "Xiaosazi, take it easy, don't be tense, otherwise it will be difficult for me to give you a massage." "Oh." Chabashira Sae suppressed the tension and embarrassment in her heart, tried her best to control her delicate body, and let herself relax. With Chazu Sae's efforts, her tensed shoulders softened, and Wuye's hands began to rub her shoulders for Chabaru Sae. In fact, Wuye was quite willing to give Chazu Sae a massage. After all, this teacher was not only in charge of 3 meals a day for him and Sakura Airi, but also helped him a lot when ruling the class and solving troubles. Since July is hot Xiaotian, Chabashiro Sae wears very thin casual clothes, through which Wuye can clearly feel the touch of her smooth and tender skin. 0126020014 #1910403990. Wuye felt the touch of Chabashira Sae's smooth and tender skin, and she also felt the warmth of Wuye's fingertips. The comfort brought by the massage and the warmth of Wuye's fingertips made Chabashira Sae's heart slightly agitated. Chazu Sae has never been massaged by a man like this. Chabashira Sae, who was breathing gradually quickened, slightly closed her round, straight and slender legs, her delicate hands touched the edge of the casual clothes, her eyes were closed, and her intertwined eyelashes trembled slightly. Chazu Sae, who was rubbed by Wuye on both shoulders, felt both comfortable and tormented. About 5 or 6 minutes passed. Wuye asked Chazu Sae, "Now Xiao Sae, are your shoulders still sore?" "It's much better, thank you Sikong." "You're welcome." With a smile, Wuye withdrew his hands from Chazu Sae's fragrant shoulders. Chazu Sae felt a little reluctance in her heart because Wuye's palm left. She gently pressed her soft shoulder with her jade hand. I don't know if it was Chabashira Sae's illusion, but she felt that the warmth of that bad boy's palm still remained on her shoulder. The itchy Chazu Sae stood up, and she said to Wuye, "Sikong, go out and rest for a while, and continue to grade the test paper after lunch." "All right." Wuye nodded. Afterwards, Chazu Sae left the guest room with a slightly hasty pace. She felt that if she stayed alone in this room with Wuye again, she would definitely be thinking wildly. So Chabashira Sae wanted to leave the guest room and go outside to calm down. Seeing Chazu Sae who hastily left the guest room, Wuye's handsome face showed an unexpected expression. Xiao Sae is still unexpectedly innocent. Didn't you just massage her shoulders? Her face turned red. Sae Chabashira had always looked awe-inspiring and mature on the outside, but now she was only massaged by Wuye on her shoulders, and her mature pretty face was flushed with a charming blush. This is really pure love. Wuye was quite surprised. After leaving the guest room, the itch in Chazu Sae's heart faded a lot, and she heard the sound of cooking from the kitchen. Hearing these movements, Chabashira Sae suddenly felt guilty. Sakura Airi was busy in the kitchen, but she was moved to her boyfriend in the guest room. While eating lunch, Sakura Airi looked at Chabashira Sae in puzzlement. She felt that the teacher's eyes were twinkling, which seemed a little strange. "Teacher Chabashira, do you think I made lunch unpalatable?" "It's delicious, Sakura, why do you ask that?" "I just think that you are absent-minded, teacher, and I wonder if it's because I made the lunch unpalatable," Sakura Airi said with some embarrassment. "No. You think too much. It's not your problem, it's my problem." "Yes, it's not your 3.9 problem in Ailey, it's Xiaosazi's own problem." Wuye laughed. Said. Sae Chabashira glared at Wuye. "It's your problem. If it wasn't for you, a bad boy, to massage her shoulders, she wouldn't be thinking about it, and she wouldn't feel sorry for Sakura Airi?" In a slightly delicate atmosphere, the three of Wuye had lunch, and after a short rest, Wuye and Sae Chabashira continued to return to the guest room to correct the test papers. And Airi Sakura also joined Wuye and Sae Chabashiro in the correction work. Since there is Horikita Kikyo's test paper for reference, even Sakura Airi can correct the test paper, just correct the standard answer. With the company of Wuye and Sakura Airi, Chazuro quickly corrected everyone's test papers. Chabashira Sae exhaled with a happy and satisfied smile. She turned her head to look at Wuye. "Sikong, everyone's test scores are very good, I will correct you. None of the test papers scored less than 60 points. How about you?" Me too. Wuye and Sakura Airi answered Chabashira Sae. She smiled. "If everyone can get such a score in the final exam 3 days later, then there will be no learning." The student was forcibly expelled by the school. On Monday, Wuye took the corrected test papers to the Class C classroom and distributed them to everyone. The study meeting after school was to correct and understand the wrong questions in the test papers, let the students review specifically. In this way, the time came to the day of the final exam. The first subject is mathematics, and the teacher in charge of the examination is still Sae Chabashira. When the students in Class C received the final examination papers of the mathematics subject, they all stared wide-eyed and showed expressions of disbelief. Because the test paper of this final exam is exactly the same as the test paper Wuye gave them a few days ago for the preliminary test. Karuizawa Megumi showed a look of surprise. She asked Wuye, who was sitting in the back seat, "Wuye, what's going on? Why are the test papers exactly the same?" "I don't know, but it seems that this school will really use the previous test papers for the exam." Wuye sighed. Sae Chabashira, who was crossing her arms on the podium, noticed everyone's astonishment and whispering. She probably knew that everyone's final exam papers this time were exactly the same as Wuye's previous year's papers for the preliminary exam. Otherwise, why would almost everyone in Class C show such surprised expressions? Chabashira Sae said solemnly, "Keep quiet and take the exam." The words from the class teacher suppressed everyone's shock and dismay, and they happily started the exam. Since they have filled out this test paper before and reviewed it at the study meeting, the students in Class C roughly remember the content and answers on the test paper. The exam time for the first subject was over, and everyone handed over the math test papers to the students in front of them, and finally delivered them to Sae Chabashira's hands. As the invigilator, Sae Chabashita was responsible for sealing up the test papers, and then she left Class C classroom neatly. After Chazu Sae left the classroom, the students of Class C immediately surrounded Wuye in ecstasy, and Wuye, who had expected it for a long time, quickly walked onto the podium before they surrounded him. "Everyone, I know what you're excited about. It's nothing more than the fact that the math papers for this final exam are exactly the same as the previous year's papers we used for the preliminary exam." Wuye said. "That's right. It's really the same, even the order of the questions hasn't changed at all." Kushida Kikyo said happily and unexpectedly. "So this school will really use the test papers that have been tested in the past, so we are quite lucky. We happened to encounter this kind of thing. I think everyone still remembers the test papers we did a few days ago," Wuye said with a smile. "Still remember? Then I wish you all good grades in the exam. Oh. Everyone in Class C cheered. They had already done the test paper a few days ago, and now they still remember the answers to the test paper, so they can definitely get an excellent result in the test. Well, the premise is that the test papers for the following subjects are exactly the same as the test papers for Wuye's preliminary examination. Wuye, who was standing on the podium, went down, and the students in Class C looked through the test papers they had done before, and seized the time to get familiar with the test papers they had done a few days ago. After Wuye returned to his seat, Gao Yuanji Liasuk came over, and he said hello, yo, Sikong boy. Wuye looked at Gao Yuanji Liasuk who was showing a bold smile, raised his eyebrows and said, what are you doing? You should have the test paper with the basic test here, let me have a look. Megumi Karuizawa, who was sitting in front of Wuye, said to Gao Yuanji Liasuk with disdain, why did Wuye lend it to you? You didn't listen to Wuye's arrangement before, so come here for a test. If you have come to take the test, you will also have the test paper. All the students in Class C participated in the preliminary examination initiated by Wuye, but Gao Yuanji Liasuk did not participate, so he did not have those examination papers. Hui, stop talking. Wuye said to Karuizawa Hui. Megumi Karuizawa snorted at Kojinji Rokusuk, and then stopped targeting him. Even though Liasuk of Yuanji was bullied by Megumi Karuizawa, his face still didn't change. Wuye looked at him strangely, Yuanji, with your level of study, you shouldn't need test papers, right? Although Gao Yuanji's sixth assistant did not participate in the test, but he has the ability to get a good result in the test, so he doesn't need test papers at all. It's not wrong, as expected of Sikong's classmate boy, what a beautiful judgment. Then you ask me to borrow the test paper again. Because it saves time and effort, it is best to save time and effort. If I have standard answers for reference, I will be more relaxed. Kojinji Liasuk replied. I understand now, you can take the test paper. Wuye took out his preliminary test paper from the drawer and handed it to Jeyuan Temple Liasuk. Cheer up, Sikong boy. Remember, Jeyuan Temple, you owe me a favor. Fine. 27. Gao Yuanji Liasuk who was holding those test papers left just like that. Karuizawa Megumi turned around quickly. She said puzzledly, Wuye, why did you lend the test papers to this guy? He didn't follow your arrangement. Even if I don't lend him the test paper, he will go to Hirata to borrow the test paper, so I just lent him the test paper and let him owe me a favor. Wuye replied with a smile. Although most of the students in Class C don't like Gao Yuanji Liasuk who does his own way, and won't lend him his copy of the test paper, but Yo-Yo will definitely. After all, Hirata Yasuk is a bad guy. Even Yasuk Hirata may take the initiative to hand over the test paper to Kojinji Liasuk, so that Kojinji Liasuk who did not take the test can read the test paper. So if Wuye didn't borrow the test papers from Jeyuan Temple 6 assistants, he would get the test papers, so let him owe himself a favor. Goddess of Luck is favoring the students of Class C, because the next exam papers are really exactly the same as the test papers of the preliminary exam. With great joy, everyone in Class C passed the day of the final exam smoothly. After the final exam is over, it will be summer vacation time, but students like Wuye and the others have to come to the classroom 2 days later, because the results of the final exam will be announced at that time. Originally, everyone needed to worry about whether they would fail the exam or be expelled from the school. But it is not needed now, because everyone in Class C is confident that they will definitely get a good grade in the exam, so don't worry anymore, you can enjoy your summer vacation time with all your strength. Sikong, do you have any plans for the summer vacation? Horikita Suzune asked Wuye with her head turned. I don't have any plans, just live like this. Wuye replied casually. Karuizawa Megumi, who heard Horikita Suzune talking to Wuye, immediately handed her notebook to Wuye, and she said happily, I have a plan, and I have a lot of choices, you can take a look at it tonight. Huh. Some curious Wuye spread out Karuizawa Megumi's notebook, and the fine words written on it made him twitch the corners of his mouth. Megumi Karuizawa really has a lot of plans, and why? Why is it all related to shopping and playing, and not related to studying? Wuye said dumbfounded. Oh, it's summer vacation, so don't study. Karuizawa Megumi embraced Wuye's arm, and she said coquettishly, I hope Wuye can spend more time with me during summer vacation. Okay, if you want me, just send me a message, and I will definitely go to the appointment. Karuizawa Megumi showed a sweet smile, and Horikita Suzune packed her things expressionlessly. Can you two spread dog food in front of her eyes to show your affection? The students left the classroom one after another, and the whole school is filled with a relaxed atmosphere because of the summer vacation, but only the first grade students are completely happy. Because the students in the second and third grades all know that the school will conduct special exams during the summer vacation, so they will worry about the content of the special exams, and they cannot enjoy the summer vacation time without heart. Especially Nagamoya, Mizoaki, and Dianhe. After they were kicked out of the student union, they couldn't pass the power of the student union to know in advance the special exam during the summer vacation. In the past, they could know some wind news in advance through the student union. Although there is no way to know more intelligence information, that glimmer of wind is enough for them to make some preparations in advance. It's all the dem Sikong Wuye's fault. Nan Yunya said angrily. Mizoaki echoed. Dianhe sighed helplessly. They all hated that demon Sikong Wuye, but they couldn't do anything about that evil. Seeing Wuye's displeasure and being unable to kill Wuye made Nan Yunya and the others extremely aggrieved. It can only be said that they deserve it, who made them target Wuye inexplicably. If Nan Yunyo was more broad-minded, not so insidious and mean, and thought of using tricks to get Wuye to drop out of school, his relationship with Wuye would not be so hard to the point of life and death. It's a pity that there is no if, and there is no regret medicine. Wuye, who was resented by Nagamoya and the others, is having a sweet date with Karuizawa Megumi. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye, and it was the day when the final exam results were announced, so the students returned to their classrooms one after another, waiting for the class teacher to announce the final exam results. Since it is already summer vacation time, everyone does not need to wear school uniforms. Everyone in casual clothes adds a bit of youthful color to the campus. Most of the girls in Class C are wearing cool clothes, with their snow-white thighs exposed under the skirts, and the beautiful legs with fluttering skirts attract the attention of the boys. The only girl who is an exception is Horikita Suzune, who is still wearing her school uniform. Wuye looked sideways at Horikita Suzune, who was wearing a school uniform, and said subtly, "Aren't you hot, Horikita? It's summer vacation and you're still wearing your school uniform. Isn't there air conditioning in the classroom? I'm not hot at all." Horikita Suzune answered Wuye in a natural tone. The school uniform does not change according to the season. That is to say, there is no such thing as heavy season school uniforms and winter school uniforms. So the students wear the red blazer school uniform throughout the year. Xiaotian was wearing a school uniform with a suit jacket, and she felt extremely hot just thinking about it. But it doesn't actually feel hot. Because the whole school has perfect cooling and heating equipment, it doesn't matter how hot Xiaotian is. I have to say that this school is really friendly and considerate to students in some aspects. Still wearing a lady's suit, Sae Chabashita stepped into the classroom of Class C with the report card of 5 subjects. The students of Class C looked forward to the mature head teacher on the podium, expecting her to announce everyone's final exam score of 570 score. Chabashita Sae on the podium looked down at the students below. Her mature pretty face showed an expression of approval. Before announcing the results and scores of the final exam, I have to express my admiration for you. The results were really beyond my expectations. Your scores in all subjects are above 70, so no student fails, and no student will be forcibly expelled from school. Okay. The students in Class C immediately cheered, and their cheers were mixed with the words thanks to Sikong and Horikita. Because the final exam paper is exactly the same as the final exam paper, it is Wuye and Horikita Suzune. Yinlian and the other two got it for them. The reason why they were able to get such high scores was naturally thanks to Wuye and Horikita Suzune. Under the happy cheers of the students in Class C, Sae Chabashita, with a pretty face and a smile on his face, pasted all the report cards of the 5 subjects on the blackboard with magnets. After pasting all the subject report cards with magnets, Sae Chabashita walked aside and asked the students of Class C to calculate their final exam scores. As Chabashita Sae said just now, the grades of the 5 subjects of Class C students are not lower than 70%. Moreover, there are several students who got full marks in every subject. After everyone's joy had cooled down a bit, Sae Chabashita looked at Wuye, who was sitting in the corner. She lightly parted her cherry lips and said, "Sikong, now it's time for you to come up and tell everyone about the award of the scholarship." Okay. Wuye stood up and walked up to the podium. In addition to looking forward to their final exam results, the students in Class C are also looking forward to scholarships. Get lots of points. They have enough points to spend this summer vacation. When everyone was looking forward to it happily, Horikita Suzune frowned slightly, because she was keenly aware of a situation, that is, the 2 million scholarship may not be enough. The scholarship established by Wuye in the class, its way of obtaining is not only whoever gets a high score in the test will get a scholarship, there is also another way to earn scholarships. That's the difference between the scores of the midterm exam and the final exam. As long as the subject scores of the final exam are higher than the subject scores of the midterm exam, for every point higher, you will get 2,000 points. Now everyone in Class C has generally high scores because of the test papers of the preliminary exam, so 2 million scholarships are not enough points at all. Wuye, how does he plan to solve the scholarship problem? Is he going to pay it out of his own pocket? Or is there another way to solve it? Horikita Suzune whispered, and there was worry in her whisper. As a matter of fact, Wuye already knew about the problem of insufficient scholarship of 2 million yuan last night, because Sae Chabashita told Wuye the results of the final exam last night. At that time, Wuye already realized that the 2 million scholarship was not enough. Everyone, before awarding the scholarship, let me repeat the mechanism of the scholarship. Wuye said to the students of Class C below. The top 5 students in each subject will be rewarded with additional points. 100,000 points for the first place. Second place with 70,000 points. The third place has 50,000 points. The fourth place has 30,000 points. Fifth place with 10,000 points. The top 5 in each subject will occupy a total of 260,000 scholarship points, and there are 5 subjects in total, so a total of 1.3 million points. 1.3 million points are used to reward the top 5 students, and the remaining 700,000 points are used to reward everyone who has improved their academic performance. Wuye said. That's right, that's it. The students in Class C nodded repeatedly. But have you noticed that your test scores have increased too much, and 700,000 points are no longer enough? After Wuye's reminder, the students in Class C realized this problem. because the test papers of the basic test and the final test are exactly the same. The students who could only get 50 points in the test have already scored more than 90 points. It seems like this. Student Sikong, how do you plan to arrange the 2 million scholarship? One of the students asked Wuye weakly. Everyone knows why our final exam grades are so high, so I don't think scholarships should be awarded based on grades. Under the nervous eyes of the students in Class C, Wuye said slowly, so I propose to average the points and distribute the 2 million points to everyone. I agree. Kushida Kikyo immediately raised her arms to echo Wuye. She was full of energy and said to everyone, the scholarship was established by Wuye, the 2 million points were also paid by Wuye, and the test papers for the final exam were also given by Wuye. Got it for everyone. So I have absolutely no problem with Wuye's arrangement of scholarship average points. I have no objection either. Megumi Karuizawa said hastily, and then she gave Kushida Kikyo a veiled glance. Karuizawa Megumi is Wuye's girlfriend. How come you support Wuye faster than her? Some students who were not very satisfied with the average score scholarship thought it made sense when they heard Kikyo Kushida's words. After all, the scholarship was not awarded by the school, but by Wuye himself, and the reason why they were able to get such high scores was also thanks to the test papers that Wuye and Horikita Suzune got for them. So their dissatisfaction dissipated, and they all agreed to Wuye's proposal to share the scholarship equally. The rest of the students agreed, too, and they strongly agreed. Because they know that they are not very good at studying, and being able to take such a high score is not their true level. So it's good to have a scholarship. What they are most worried about is that Wuye doesn't plan to give out scholarships. After all, they all cheated on this final exam. Sakura Airi, who folded her arms on her chest, showed a satisfied smile. Sure enough, Sikong, a bad boy, did not disappoint her, and he has settled the scholarship issue well. Everyone in Class C obeyed Wuye's proposal and agreed to share the 2 million points on average. The 2 million scholarship is distributed to 37 students in Class C on average. If the numbers after the decimal point are erased, each student can get 54,005 points. Sae Chabashita began to transfer points to the students in Class C. At this time, Katsuragi Kahei from Class A of the first year led his Katsuragi faction out of the first grade teaching building. Katsuragi Kahei and his group came to the bulletin board of the first grade teaching building, and they planned to see how other classes had achieved in this final exam. Yahiko Tatsuka, who was looking at the bulletin board, cried out in astonishment as if he had seen a ghost. Damn it, how is it possible? Is it my eyesight? Why do those guys in Class C have such high marks in the final exam? Yahiko Tatsuka's astonished voice made the members of the Katsuragi faction shift their gazes to the final exam report card of Class C. When they saw Wuye's scores, they all widened their eyes and showed expressions of disbelief. What's the situation with the scores of Class C? Why are their scores so high? Apart from Sikong Wuye, there are quite a few guys with perfect scores. If it is said that Sikong Wuye is the only one who gets full marks in Class C, Katsuragi Kahei and the others can still accept it. After all, Wuye also got full marks in all subjects during the midterm exam. But what's the situation now? Why there are so many full marks in Class C, and the overall score is still relatively high? Class C scored higher than the students in Class A in the final exam? This unbelievable situation made the students of the Katsuragi school gasp, and Arisu Sakayanagi walked out of the first grade teaching building leaning on a cane. There were 3 people besides Sakayanagi Yuki. They were Masumi Kamuro with a dark face holding a parasol for her, and the 2 guards of Shiro Yanagi Yuki. Masayoshi Hashimoto, a flirtatious blonde man, and a boy wearing white gloves. This man is tall and has long hair. His face looks slightly hideous, which looks quite scary. If one sees this long-haired man in dim light, it may make people wonder whether they have seen a ghost. This long-haired man with a somewhat ferocious appearance is called Kito Falcon, and he is a member of the Sakayanagi faction. He is different from Hashimoto Masayoshi, who is good at scouting information, and the kind of people who deter. My lord princess, there seems to be some commotion at Katsuragi Kahei's side. Let me go over and eavesdrop. Masayoshi Hashimoto asked Sakayanagi Yuzo for instructions. No need, they probably couldn't accept the grades obtained by Class C in this final exam. Arisu Sakayanagi, who was leaning on a cane, said lightly. Compared with Katsuragi Kahei's Katsuragi faction, Sakayanagi Arisu's Sakayanagi faction has Masayoshi Hashimoto who is good at inquiring about news, so he has inquired about the previous year's test papers that Wuye used for the preliminary examination, which is the end of this year. The test paper used for the test. After inquiring about such a major event, Masayoshi Hashimoto immediately conveyed it to Yuzo Sakayanagi. At that time, Masayoshi Hashimoto wanted to suggest to Yuzo Sakayanagi to bring this matter to the school and ask the school to invalidate Class C's final exam results. However, Arisu Sakayanagi rejected Masayoshi Hashimoto's suggestion. It's not that Arisu Sakayanagi doesn't want to target Wuye and Wuye's class, she just knows that it's meaningless to do so, because this school will continue to use the exam papers from previous years, which has become a potential rule. And if this matter becomes serious, it will even affect the reputation of the school. Sakayanagi Yuzo's father is the chairman of the school, and she doesn't want to cause trouble for her father. However, Hashimoto, you should go over and take a photo of the final exam results of Class C and send it to me, Sakayanagi Yuzo said. Of order, my lord princess. Masayoshi Hashimoto responded frivolously to Yuzu Sakayanagi, and then he walked towards the bulletin board of the first-grade teaching building. Masayoshi Hashimoto abruptly squeezed into the members of the Katsuragi faction, and before the members of the Katsuragi faction had time to scold him, Masayoshi Hashimoto left lightly after taking the photo. Masayoshi Hashimoto BD. Furious, Yahiko Tatsuka planned to find fault with Masayoshi Hashimoto, but Katsuragi Kahei caught him right away. Yahiko, have you forgotten what I said before? Don't conflict with people from the Sakayanagi faction. But that guy offended us first. Hashimoto-san didn't offend us either, he just squeezed in to take a photo. Katsuragi Kahei said calmly, his style of acting is calm and conservative, so in some small things, he can bear it as much as he can. Although Katsuragi Kahei's behavior style gives people a very calm and reliable feeling, but because he often tolerates the Sakayanagi faction, Kurihiko and some members of the Katsuragi faction who are not good-tempered are somewhat dissatisfied. Now they are in this age group, when they are full of blood, they can't tolerate others' provocations to them. Otherwise, Class A would not have been deducted 300 class points when Class D was provocative and finding fault with Long Yuan Xiang. Due to Katsuragi Kahei's obstruction, there was no conflict between the Katsuragi faction and the Sakayanagi faction. The two forces in class adjust past each other peacefully. In the classroom, the students of Class C accepted the scholarship transferred by Chibashira SAE one by one. Wuye, who didn't really care about the scholarship, didn't join the others on the podium. Wuye looked sideways at his tablemate Horikita Suzune. Horikita, aren't you a little disappointed? My scores are all full, but because of the limited scholarship, I can only share the 2 million scholarship equally with everyone. In the case where the reward mechanism of the scholarship has changed to an average score, the biggest loss is Horikita Suzuki. During the midterm exam, Horikita Suzune deliberately controlled the score because Ike Kanji had obtained a test paper that was not useful, and controlled all her 5 subject scores to around 51. But now Horikita Suzune no longer needs to control the score in the final exam. She directly displayed her original strength, and directly scored full marks in 5 subjects. The score of each subject has soared by 49, so the total is 49 multiplied by 5 subjects, that is 245 points. According to the fact that 2,000 points can be obtained for each point increase, Horikita Suzune can finally obtain 490,000 points. In addition, Horikita Suzune's subjects are all full marks, and the ranking scholarship must be added, that is, 100,000 points multiplied by 5, a total of 500,000 points. The two add up, and then there are 990,000 points, almost half of the 2 million scholarship. But now because of the previous year's test papers obtained by Horikita Suzune and Wuye, everyone's scores are soaring, and the 2 million scholarship is not enough, so they have no choice but to average the scores. Therefore, Horikita Suzune, who should have received a scholarship of 990,000 yuan, could only receive a scholarship of more than 50,000 yuan. I'm not disappointed. Horikita Suzune replied with a still calm expression. Then Horikita Suzune glanced at Wuye, and she said softly, because the scholarship was set up by you and not officially by the school, I can accept any scholarship I can get. This is indeed Horikita Suzune's inner thoughts. Although she is a little regretful that she cannot get a generous scholarship, she is not yet disappointed and resentful. Horikita Suzune, who told her inner feelings, asked Wuye, on the contrary, Sikong, I want to know that you donated 2 million points to get this scholarship, won't your heart ache? That is to say, after all, 2 million points are not one. It's a small amount, don't, Wang Nyos, really feel heartbroken if you donate so many points to everyone? Megumi Karuizawa, who was sitting next to Wuye, nodded her head repeatedly. When she thought that Wuye's 2 million points were distributed to everyone, her heart ached. This 2 million scholarship is her boyfriend's personal points. Correction, I only gave out 1.33 million points, of which $70,000 was given by an enthusiastic and generous senior. Wuye replied solemnly. This kind of thing doesn't matter anymore, don't you really feel sorry for the 2 million points? What's the heartache? It's like you picked up a huge sum of money on the side of the road. Will you feel heartache after squandering it at will? No, because the huge sum of money is not yours at all. Hard-earned. Wuye said casually. The personal points in Wuye's student card have exceeded 20 million. And these points were all obtained by Wuye through gambling with others, and from people like Nanyunya. By the way, there are also Horikita Suzune's big brother Horikita Gaku's 5 million points. For Wuye, these points are picked up from the side of the road by himself, so no matter how he spends or wastes them, he doesn't feel any pain at all. Besides, I think the 2 million scholarship is worth it. The scholarship not only promotes everyone's enthusiasm for learning, but also cultivates the learning atmosphere in the class. Wuye said with a smile. So the 2 million scholarship is not wasted in vain, it has played a positive role in the class. Horikita Suzune looked at Wuye with some admiration, now she finally understood why her big brother asked her to learn from him. Because Wuye's structure and thinking are too advanced, others only see that he spent 2 million points in the class, but they don't see the positive effect of these 2 million points. Use crazy. The summer vacation has begun. Because the students in Class C have already obtained more than 50,000 points from the scholarship set up by Wuye, so they can say that they spent this summer vacation very happily. At least they don't need to hesitate when they want to buy a cup of milk tea, and they don't need to calculate whether their remaining points can last until the next month. And Wuye's summer vacation life is not only pleasant, but also very fulfilling and nourishing. Because of the summer vacation, Wuye, who is a student, doesn't need to go to school, so he spends more time with his girlfriends. Accompany Karuizawa Megumi today. Tomorrow I will accompany Kushida Kikyo. Accompany Sakura Airi every night. This is Wuye's fulfilling and enjoyable summer vacation life. Sometimes, Wuye, Ichinose Hoonami, Horikita Suzune and the others meet in the student council, and then go to inspect the campus together according to the student council routine. Go handles the student council blog. In a blink of an eye, half a month has passed since the fulfilling and happy summer vacation, and today is August 1st. This day is the day when the school gives the students personal points based on the class points, and it is also the time for the class teachers to announce the class points of the class to the students. So even during the hot summer vacation, students like Wuye return to the classroom of Class C one after another, waiting for Chabashita Sae to announce the class points to them. Wearing cool clothes, Kushida Kikyo is supporting Wuye's desk. She is overly mature and plump, showing a sweet smile. Kushida Kikyo said to Wuye in a pretty way. Wuye, the class points of our class have increased by 200. Yes. Wuye responded with a smile. Although Sae Chabashita has not come to announce the situation of class points, but since the school has assigned individual points to the students based on the class points of each class, everyone can use the increased class points to calculate the current class points of their own class. How many? On August 1st, the students of Class C received 32,200 personal points from the school, so it can be known that the current class point of Class C is 322. The original class points of Class C were 122, so Wuye and the others got 200 class points in the final exam. Then Kikyo, have you found out how many personal points other students in the class have gotten? Wuye said casually. I've already dialed 280. Kushida Kikyo replied with a sweet smile. Students in Class A have received 94,000 personal points. The individual points obtained by the students of Class B are 84,000. The individual points obtained by the students of Class D are 14,100. Kushida Kikyo told Wuye all the information he had found out. At this time, Chabashita Sae, who was wearing alluring black silk, stepped into the classroom of Class C solemnly. Teacher Chabashita is here. Kushida, hurry back to your seat. Megumi Karuizawa said dissatisfiedly to Kikyo. Kushida, this guy has been sticking out his chest towards Wuye. What is he trying to do? He is trying to seduce her man friends. Big breasts are amazing. Then Wuye, Karuizawa-san, we'll talk later. Kikyo. Kushida with a sweet smile on her face waved her palm and returned to her seat. Standing on the podium, Chabashita Sae looked at the students in Class C, and said with a smile on her pretty face, I haven't seen you for half a month, you seem to be quite energetic, and you seem to have a good time. Summer vacation life. That's right. How are you doing, Chabashita-sensei? Faced with this girl's enthusiastic inquiry, Sae Chabashita's lips twitched cryptically. How was her summer vacation for half a month? Just like that, still working as a nanny, Wuye and Sakura 3 meals a day in Airi. However, being a babysitter for Wuye and Sakura Airi can be regarded as adding a bit of beauty to Chabashita Sae's boring summer vacation life. After all, in the past holidays, apart from drinking with Hashinomi Yatomo, a good girlfriend who fell in love with each other, Sae Chabashita seemed to have nothing else to do. Hey, my summer vacation life is not bad, so let's get to the point. Chabashita Sae, who was coughing lightly, didn't waste any more time. She turned her delicate body and pasted the roll paper in her hand on the blackboard with a magnet, showing the current class points of the 4 classes a year to the students of Class C. Class points for Class A in 1 year increased by 130, from 810 to 940. The class points of Class B for 1 year increased by 100, from 740 to 840. The class points of Class C in 1 year have increased by 150 plus 50, from 122 to 322. The number of class points for Class D in 1 year has increased by 80, from 61 to 141. Our Class C earned 200 class points in this final exam, which is much more than other classes. Shinohara Satsuki said in surprise, and other students also showed joyful expressions. Although they also calculated the current class points of Class C from their personal points. But after seeing the class points of the other 3 classes, they realized that the class points they got in the final exam were higher than those of Class A and Class B. This made the students in Class C have the extreme idea that maybe they can really surpass Class A and become Class A. Sae Chabashita said to the delighted students below, your grades in the final exam were very good, so you got 150 class points from the school. And because the student with the highest average score in the final exam is still in our Class C, he got an extra 50 class points. Teacher Chabashita, there are several students in our class with full marks in all subjects. Sikong, Horikita, and Hirata, all 3 of them have full marks in all subjects. Shouldn't the school reward our class with 150 class points? Hondo Ryotaro asked puzzled. That's right. The students in Class C echoed. In this final exam, Sikong Wuye, Horikita Suzune, and Hirata Yasuke from Class C all got full marks in 5 subjects, while Yukimura Terahiko got full marks in 4 subjects, and his English score was only 97 points. The difference is the full score. Chazu Sae said, the reward of 50 class points is not calculated in this way. No matter how many students in the class get full marks in all subjects, the school will only give 50 class points. Is that so? The school is so stingy. In the face of everyone's regrets and complaints, Sae Chabashita did not deny it. She patted her hands. Okay, everyone, please be quiet first. I have something important to tell you. It's about the island vacation I took before my midterms. What? The words of Sae Chabashita immediately attracted the attention of the students of Class C. Could it be that the school really plans to arrange a luxurious island vacation for them during the summer vacation? That school is really generous? Who was saying that the school was stingy just now? Island vacation. Wuye muttered to himself, holding his chin. It seems that the first special test place for the first-year students is really the island that Xiao Zuoji mentioned. Wuye doesn't think that the school that will force students to drop out of school will be so generous and let students go to the island for vacation for no reason. And as Wuye, the vice president of the student union, he more or less knows some intelligence information related to the special exam for the first grade. It's a pity that the special exam information that Wuye knew through the student union is really just a little, and even some useless information. We will start gathering at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning, and then set off by car, so everyone packs up your luggage that you need to take to the island for vacation tonight, and you have to pay attention. Sae Chabashita looked around at the students of Class C, bis, who were looking forward excitedly below, and she said slowly, that means you must bring the sportswear given to you by the school. Because after arriving at the island, sometimes you need to put on sportswear. Sae Chabashita's words imply something, but everyone in Class C has been dazed by the words island vacation, and their minds are full of joy and anticipation. Wuye, who knew about the existence of the special exam, knew what Chabashita Sae was implying. He estimated that after arriving on the island, the special exam would require the use of sportswear. Sae Chabashita probably intends to remind everyone through the sportswear, so that everyone can feel something is wrong, and then raise their vigilance. But judging from everyone's reactions, Tuzusida seems to be wasting his thoughts in vain. Although Wuye knew that there would be a special exam for the island vacation, he didn't know the specific content of the special exam, so Wuye rashly mentioning the existence of the special exam will only make everyone uneasy and nervous. Therefore, in the absence of accurate information, choosing not to disclose the special exam is the most appropriate choice. After conveying the news that everyone will gather at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning to go to the island for vacation, Sae Chabashita left the middle-class classroom neatly. Wuye, we're going to the island for vacation tomorrow, let's go to the shopping mall to buy swimsuits. Megumi Karuizawa, with a little blush on her cheeks, issued a bold invitation to Wuye. Because Karuizawa Megumi has a shallow scar on the left side of her abdomen, she has not taken swimming lessons because she is afraid that others will see the scar on her left side. So Megumi Karuizawa plans to go to the shopping mall with Wuye to buy a swimsuit that can cover the scar on the left abdomen. After all, wouldn't it be a pity if you go to an island vacation and don't put on a swimsuit for Wuye to admire? Wuye pinched Karuizawa Megumi's smooth and tender cheeks with a slight blush, and then showed her the chat box on her mobile phone. Hui, I may not be able to accompany you to the shopping mall because the student union has work. Megumi Karuizawa took a closer look, and found that the person in the chat box was named Horikita Kikyo, and the content of the chat was to ask Wuye to come over to the student union later, and he needed to be responsible for some work. In terms of Horikita Kikyo, Karuizawa Megumi has the impression that he is the president of the student union and also the big brother of Horikita Suzune. Then Wuye, when can you finish your work? I want to go shopping for swimsuits with you, Megumi Karuizawa murmured. Although Megumi Karuizawa can also go shopping for swimsuits with Kayaki Matsushita, but Megumi Karuizawa wants to choose a swimsuit that Wuye likes, so Megumi Karuizawa wants to go shopping for swimsuits with Wuye. The president didn't tell me the content of the job, so I'm not sure how long I'll be busy, but I should be free in the evening. Why don't I accompany you to the Zeech shopping center in the evening? Wuye said with a smile. Megumi Karuizawa showed a sweet smile of joy, and then she said with some hesitation, if it's at night, I won't bother you too much. Just trouble me. After all, you are my girlfriend. If you don't trouble me, do you still want to trouble others? Hey Megumi Karuizawa hugged Wuye's arm with a sweet smile, then make an appointment, let's go to the shopping mall at night. Well, Hui, just wait for my contact. Good. Because Wuye was going to work in the student union, Megumi Karuizawa stopped pestering him, and she went to find the girl group of Kayaki Matsushita. After that, Megumi Karuizawa followed Kayaki Matsushita and the others to the Zelkova shopping center to choose swimsuits and swimsuits. Although Megumi Karuizawa decided to let Wuye have a look before buying a swimsuit, but this did not prevent her from going to see the swimsuits in the swimsuit shop in advance. Karuizawa Megumi is now planning to find out the swimsuit style she likes first, and then she and Wuye will go to the swimsuit shop together in the evening, put on the swimsuit she likes and let him evaluate it. Megumi Karuizawa, who came to Kayaki Matsushita and the others, said enthusiastically, everyone, let's go to the shopping mall to buy swimsuits. After all, we have to go to the island for vacation tomorrow. Hui, are you sure you want us to buy swimsuits together? Wouldn't it be good to ask Sikong to go with you? You can also use swimsuits to seduce him. Sato Maya said with a smile to Kaoru Karuizawa. Karuizawa Megumi had a little shy blush on her fair cheeks. She held Matsushita Kayaki's arm and said, Wuye is going to work in the student union, so he has no time to accompany me to buy swimsuits. Matsushita Kayaki pursed her lips. Hui, just say what you said, don't hug me and say it. Because of Karuizawa Megumi's intimate hug, Kayaki Matsushita smelled that fresh and pleasant vanilla scent from her body again, which belonged to Wuye. Every time after inhaling the breath belonging to that boy in her nose, Kayaki Matsushita would dream every night. She dreamed that she became Wuye's girlfriend, and the two of them stayed together intimately every day. Sometimes in the dream, there will even be some intimate scenes that make people blush and heartbeat, causing Matsushita Kayaki to change into the underwear she wears to sleep after waking up. Kayaki Matsushita also knew that it was wrong for her to do this. After all, Wuye is the boyfriend of her best friend Megumi Karuizawa. But, although Matsushita Kayaki can control herself not to think about Wuye, but she can't control the illusory dream, Matsushita Kayaki, breathing in the scent of vanilla, twisted her head and looked at Wuye's position. At this time, Wuye was looking at Megumi Karuizawa with his chin on his hands, so he immediately noticed Kayaki Matsushita's eyes looking at him. Wuye smiled at Matsushita Kayaki as a greeting to this beautiful girl. Facing Wuye's smile, Matsushita Kayaki was slightly taken aback, and with her lips pursed, she nodded her head lightly, silently responding to Wuye's greeting with a smile. Then Kayaki Matsushita turned her head quickly, and stopped looking at Wuye. She held Megumi Karuizawa's arm with a little force, and breathed the scent of vanilla more closely. Megumi Karuizawa, who didn't notice anything strange, greeted the girls in her small group. Let's go to the swimsuit shop. Good. Karuizawa Megumi and the others left the Class C classroom together. Wuye looked down at his mobile phone. He was just asking Horikita Kikyo, what work should he be responsible for the student union? Now Horikita has given Wuye a response. Sikong, your job today is to inspect the swimming pool dedicated to the swimming club. Huh. Wuye showed a dull expression. Inspecting the pool of the swimming club? What kind of strange job is this? There is a large-scale swimming pool in this school, and there are all kinds of water facilities there, but it is used exclusively for members of the swimming club, and other students cannot use it. But now it is the hot summer vacation, so the school opened the swimming pool dedicated to the swimming club, so that students who are not from the swimming club can also go in and play. There are many students who go to the swimming club's special swimming pool? Very much. On the one hand, everyone is thinking about playing in water to cool off during the summer vacation. On the other hand, I want to peep at the girls' figures in an open and above-board manner. After all, people who go to the swimming pool will wear swimsuits and swimsuits, right? Then this is a good opportunity to see girls' bodies in an open and above-board way. Therefore, after the swimming pool was open to the public, the students flocked to the swimming pool with the idea of enjoying the summer heat and looking at the girls' figures. While opening the swimming pool of the swimming club, the school also set 3 regulations. Regulation 1, limit the number of people entering the swimming pool. Because if there are too many people entering the swimming pool, it will be difficult to manage and play, so the school stipulates that the number of people entering the swimming pool should not exceed 160. Set a time interval of 2 or 3 days. In other words, if you enter the pool to play today, you will have to wait 3 days before you can enter the pool again. Rule 3, you need to pay 7,000 points to enter the swimming pool. Although the school has adopted a fee system, the fee is too low and is within the acceptable range of the students. And as long as you spend 7,000 points, you can spend a whole day in the cool and refreshing swimming pool, which is very worthwhile. President, why did you ask me to inspect the swimming pool? Isn't there no need for our student union to be responsible for that? Puzzled, Wuye sent this message to Horikita Kikyo. Before, the safety and rescue at the swimming pool were all in the charge of the school staff, but today a lifeguard at the swimming pool was sick, so the school asked me to find someone in the student union to replace the lifeguard. Horikita's response. So you are looking for me, President. Wuye showed a speechless expression. There were too many people at the pool. He didn't like to go to crowded and lively places. But if you go to the swimming pool to inspect, you can see the girls' big white legs for free. However, this kind of thing has no temptation for Wuye. Because Wuye has 3 young and beautiful girlfriends, and because he and Sakura Airi have already hit home runs, let alone look at the big white legs. Even if it is a plump and firm heart, Wuye has rubbed it with his own hands. First base is hugging, second base is kissing, third base is skin to skin, and home run is couples in love doing grown-up things in bed. Sikong, you are the most suitable candidate. Your 50-meter freestyle time seems to be about 23 seconds, right? So you are very good at swimming. If someone drowns in the pool, you will definitely be able to quickly rescue the drowning person. Looking at the message sent by Horikita Kikyo, Wuye smacked his lips. How did the president know that he is good at swimming? In the swimming class at the beginning of the school year, Wuye had a 50-meter freestyle bet with Junji Liasuk. At that time, Wuye's time was 23.01 seconds, while Junji Liasuk's time was 23.22 seconds. Horikita didn't know where he knew about this, which led him to think that Wuye was the most suitable candidate to go to the swimming pool to replace the lifeguard. President, I'm barely good at swimming, but I don't know how to rescue a drowning person. Don't worry, the lifeguard at the swimming pool will give you a handbook related to rescue. If you want to read it, you probably only need to read it once to know how to rescue a drowning person. Wuye twitched the corner of his mouth. The chairman really has confidence in him. Besides, the swimming pool has been open for more than half a month and there has been no incident of drowning. You should not be so unlucky in Sikong. It is estimated that going to the swimming pool is just stop and go. Alright, I'll go to the swimming pool to inspect now, but President, I don't know if I'm busy by myself, so I need a general affairs officer to accompany me. Wuye responded to Horikita Kikyo. You ask Wuye to patrol the pool, and he'll have to bring your sister over to work too. Yes, I will ask Ichinose to accompany you to inspect the swimming pool. No, the general affairs officer I'm talking about is your sister Horikita Suzune. I think Ichinose is more suitable than Suzune to accompany you to patrol the swimming pool, but since you think Suzune is more suitable, Sikong, then you can tell her in person. Horikita Kikyo didn't stop Wuye from pulling his younger sister Horikita Suzune to work. Even Horikita Kikyo thinks this is better. Because Horikita Kikyo had already learned from Akane Tachibana how Horikita Suzune spent the previous half-month summer vacation. Apart from coming to work in the student union, Horikita Suzune spends the rest of her time living and studying in the student dormitory. After Akane Tachibana and Horikita Suzune knew about this situation while chatting with Horikita Suzune, she didn't know what to say. So Horikita thought that it would be good for Horikita Suzune to be dragged by Wuye to inspect the swimming pool, so that she would not have to study in the dormitory room all day long. It's not that it's bad to study all day long, it's just that everything has to be combined with work and rest. The swimming pool opens at 10 o'clock, so Sikong, you have to arrive at the swimming pool before 10 o'clock to meet the staff there. I see. Wuye glanced at the time on his mobile phone. The time displayed on it was 9:21, 35 minutes before 10 o'clock. Although the time seems to be quite a lot, but I don't know what to prepare in advance when I go to the swimming pool, so I have to go to the swimming pool in advance to save the fuss. Wuye looked sideways at her desk mate Horikita Suzune. This cold snow fox hadn't left Class C classroom yet. She was reading a famous novel. Horikita, do you know that the school has opened the swimming pool of the swimming club? Wuye said. Horikita Suzune's fox eyes moved to Wuye, and she replied with a little surprise, I heard. Sikong, what do you want to say? Let's go to the pool. I refused. Horikita Suzune replied without hesitation, if you want to play in the pool, ask your girlfriend out. It's not going to the swimming pool, it's going to work. Take a look, this is the message your big brother chatted with me just now. Wuye handed her mobile phone to Horikita Suzune, and asked her to take a look at herself and Horikita learned chat history. Horikita Suzune glanced at the content of the chat, she pursed her lips, and closed the opened famous novel. Since it is the work of the student union, there is no other way, let's go. It's so refreshing. Wuye said with a smile. When Wuye and Horikita Suzune left Class C classroom together, the two of them met Ichinose Hoonami at the door of the classroom. After seeing the figures of Wuye and Horikita Suzune, Ichinose Hoonami immediately showed a bright and cheerful smile on her pretty face. Sikong, Horikita, good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Ichinose, why are you here? And you don't seem to be waiting for someone. Wuye said in surprise. I'm waiting for you, don't we have to go to the swimming pool before 10 o'clock to conduct patrol work? Yes, then let's go together. Wuye said with a smile. Judging from the fact that Ichinose Hoonami is waiting for Wuye and Horikita Suzune here, Horikita Kikyo also sent a contact to Ichinose when contacting Wuye, asking her to go with Wuye and Horikita Suzune together. Check out the pool. That's good too, after all, it's easier to do things with more people. Under the hot summer sun, Wuye, Horikita Suzune, and Ichinose Hoonami walked towards the swimming pool of the swimming club, chatting and laughing along the way. There is no medical problem at 10 o'clock. Seeking flowers? 0. However, it was Wuye and Ichinose Hoonami who were talking, and Horikita Suzune, who had a cold personality, did not speak. Wuye, who suddenly remembered something, asked Ichinose Hoonami, Ichinose, your homeroom teacher seeing CAI, did you tell you that you are not going to the island for vacation? Yes, Hoshi. After the class points count, they told us about going to the island for vacation tomorrow. Did your class masters, Sikong and Horikita, also tell us about going to the island for vacation tomorrow? Ichinose Hoonami asked. Right. That's great. I think everyone in the first grade will go to the island for vacation. We can go on vacation together now. Ichinose Hoonami said happily with a bright smile on his face. Ichinose, you don't have to be so happy, because you also know that the next island vacation is not entirely for vacation. There are so-called special exams. Wuye said. Horikita Suzune nodded her head lightly. She and Wuye spent a lot of time in the student union, and through the student union, they learned that there is such a thing as a special exam in this school. So going to the island may not be a vacation, but a so-called special exam. I think there will be a chance to get a lot of class points when you are on vacation, but this will not hinder our vacation, will it? Ichinose Hoonami said cheerfully. This little angel is really optimistic. 00. Regarding the special exam, Wuye had asked Chabashita Sae before, but the mature and beautiful class teacher didn't know the content of the special exam. Every time the first-year students take the special exam, they go to the island to take the special exam during the first summer vacation, so Sae Chabashita only knows that the island is the place for the special exam, and he doesn't know the specific content of the special exam. Ichinose-san, have you told your classmates about the special exam? Horikita Suzune asked. No, because I'm not even sure if the special exam really exists. Telling everyone like this will only make everyone feel uneasy. Ichinose Hoonami looked at Wuye and Horikita Suzune. The two are also think so. Yeah. Wuye nodded, and Ichinose Hoonami showed a bright smile. She seemed to be happy because she made the same decision as Wuye. Wuye trio came to swim. It's only 9:30 in the club's pool, and there are already many students waiting for the pool to open at the entrance of the pool. Looking at the group of students, Wuye said helplessly, the swimming pool was open to the public at the beginning of the summer vacation, and it has been more than half a month now. Why is the heat of the swimming pool still so high? Because the swimming pool is one of the few holy places for everyone to cool off the summer heat. Ichinose Hoonami said with a bright smile, I heard that there are many water facilities to play in. I heard? Ichinose, didn't you come to sing and play during the summer vacation? Wuye said in surprise. Not yet, but I also have the idea of inviting my friends to come here to have fun. How about Sikong and Horikita coming together? Ichinose Hoonami warmly invited Wuye and Horikita Suzune to play in the pool together. Personally, I don't like places that are too busy, so I just let it go. I'm not interested in swimming pools either. Both Wuye and Horikita Suzune rejected Ichinose Hoonami's invitation one after another. Her pretty face showed a little disappointment and regret. It seemed that Ichinose Hoonami really wanted to be with Wuye and Horikita Suzune is playing in the pool together. The three of Wuye approached the staff at the entrance of the swimming pool and expressed their intentions. The staff had a happy expression. Thank you to the student union for supporting us. Next, let me explain the scope of work to the three of you. The work the three are in charge of is actually not complicated. It's very simple. This person didn't lie. Wuye and the others were responsible for really simple tasks. Effectively observe and protect those who enter the swimming pool. Rescue the drowning person at the scene. If you see people playing dangerous behaviors, such as fighting, arguing and swearing, you have to dissuade them. After that, the staff distributed rescue guides, radio contact numbers, and armbands to prove that their owners were pool staff to the three of Wuye. The staff asked Wuye, Ichinose Hoonami, and Horikita Suzune, did the three of you not bring your swimsuits? Do you need to wear a swimsuit to patrol the pool? Wuye asked delicately. There's no such rule, it's just that this is a swimming pool, and sometimes it gets wet when you go into the water, so it's more convenient to wear a swimsuit, and you won't feel too hot at the same time. While talking, the staff looked at Horikita Suzune who was still wearing a suit and school uniform. It's summer vacation now, why is this person still wearing a school uniform? Is she really not hot? In fact, Horikita Suzune is very hot now, and a little fragrant sweat is already oozing from Baiji's forehead and cheeks. Ichinose Hoonami is fine, her curvy body is wearing casual clothes. Loose clothes can breathe well, not as stuffy as a suit and school uniform. Then let's go and bring over the swimsuit first. Wuye said. It doesn't have to be so troublesome. There are swimsuits in the swimming pool that can be changed. You are here to help, and I can let you use it for free. The staff said quickly. Is that a swimsuit used by someone else? Ichinose Hoonami asked a little embarrassedly. As a girl, no matter how bright and cheerful she is, she would never wear a swimsuit worn by other girls. What about swimsuits? Of course not, they are all unopened, because there is already a place selling swimsuits by the swimming pool. The staff replied. Under the leadership of this staff member, the three of Wuye directly entered the swimming pool. Although the swimming pool has not yet opened, there are already people in it. They all look young, and they should all be students of the 27 school. And these students are preparing their own affairs among the vendors. Wuye, who looked at the vendors, showed a strange expression. How come there are still people selling food here? Because the swimming pool was open to the outside world, the school arranged for some students to set up stalls in the swimming pool to apply for the students who entered the swimming pool to sell light food. The staff replied. The so-called light food refers to the amount of ingredients and the simple way of cooking ingredients, such as sandwiches, rice balls, cold noodles, fried noodles, okonomiyaki and other foods. Ichinose Hoonami approached Wuye, and she said softly, bringing him a delicate body fragrance, Sikong, I heard from people at the swimming pool that the food at these stalls is quite expensive, and an ordinary serving the chow mein has 5,000 points. It's so expensive. Wuye showed a slightly surprised expression, knowing that with 5,000 points, one can eat a good meal in the student restaurant. You can only buy an ordinary fried noodles here at the pool. So everyone is saying that next time you come to the pool to play, you must bring something to eat, otherwise it will cost too much. Ichinose Hoonami said. Because you can't return to the pool after leaving the pool, if the students who come to play do not prepare food, they will either play hungry or hold their noses to buy more expensive light food at the pool. An ordinary chow mein is worth 5,000 points. If 60 copies are sold, wouldn't the students who set up the stall directly earn 3 million points? In fact, they didn't earn that much, because the students who set up stalls cooperated with the school, and the points they earned had to be pinged with the school. Although it is divided equally, the students who set up stalls by the swimming pool can also earn a lot of points. Because of the stalls of those vendors, there is a delicate atmosphere of festival in this swimming pool, as if you are visiting some temple fair. The three of Wuye walked through the booth with the staff and came to the swimsuit minister inside the swimming pool. 3. Please choose your favorite swimwear and slippers. The staff said with a smile. Wuye picked out a pair of swimming trunks, a sun-resistant swimming jacket, and a pair of sky blue slippers. The two girls, Suzune Horikita and Hoonami Ichinose, didn't waste too much time choosing swimsuits. They both quickly chose swimsuits and slippers that suited their bodies. After that, Wuye and the three of them went to the changing room at the swimming pool. It seems that because it is open to the outside world, there are surprisingly many wardrobes in the dressing room. Wuye picked a wardrobe at random, took off the casual clothes he was wearing, began to change into swimming trunks, and put on a sun protection jacket. After changing his clothes quickly, Wuye left the boys' locker room with the school mobile phone, rescue guide, and walkie-talkie. After leaving the locker room, Wuye waited outside for Horikita Suzune and Ichinose Hoonami to come out. About 2 or 3 minutes later, Wuye saw Horikita Suzune stepping out of the girls' locker room. At this time, Horikita Suzune had already taken off the suit and school uniform she was wearing, and changed into the pure white swimsuit she chose. The pure white swimsuit reveals Horikita Suzune's purity and dignity as a girl, and her slender body exudes the unique charm of women. Wuye's scrutinizing gaze made Horikita Suzune tighten the sun protection coat she wore on her body, raised her fox eyes and looked at Wuye. "Sikong, why are you looking at me like this?" "Horikita seems to suit you well in a pure white swimsuit," Wuye said with a smile. "Yes, is that so?" Horikita Suzune, who pursed her lips, was inexplicably happy and joyful. At this time, Ichinose Hoonami had already changed into her swimsuit and came out. Because she didn't put on the sun protection jacket immediately, Ichinose Hoonami's snow white and crystal clear skin was exposed in large areas, which looked very seductive and alluring. Ichinose Hoonami's figure is much better than that of Horikita Suzune, so the charm of women is also stronger. The golden pink hair hangs down on the smooth and round shoulders, the light pink striped swimsuit wraps her heart-stirring huge heart, the slender waist without fat is particularly provocative, and the round, straight and slender legs are even more beautiful. Impeccable. After Ichinose Hoonami changed into her swimsuit, Wuye could clearly see her huge human heart, which was even bigger than the little devil's girlfriend Kushida Kikyo. Ichinose Hoonami seemed to have heard the conversation between Wuye and Horikita Suzune just now, she said while holding Wuye with a bright smile. "Sikong, please comment on my swimsuit too. Very beautiful, very suitable for you." Wuye did not hesitate to praise Ichinose Hoonami. Wuye's straightforward praise made Ichinose Hoonami's cheeks flush slightly, and her bright smile revealed a bit of shyness belonging to a girl. "Let's go, the staff is probably waiting for us." "Good." Ichinose Hoonami stretched her slender legs, she followed Wuye and Horikita Suzune, and put on the sun protection jacket she was holding. After putting on the sun protection jacket, Ichinose Hoonami's thrilling heart and attractive figure were covered up. However, the sun protection jacket was propped up by Ichinose Hoonami's plump heart. Such an exaggerated arc would still attract the boys' attention. Since it was almost 10 o'clock, the staff arranged for Wuye and the three of them to come over to the entrance of the swimming pool to maintain the order of everyone entering the swimming pool. Only half an hour later, there were more students at the entrance of the swimming pool. These students were all carrying baskets in their hands, which contained their swimsuits, towels, and other things. At 10 o'clock, the entrance of the swimming pool opened, and the three of Wuye and the staff began to register and charge the students who entered the swimming pool. Registration and billing may sound like a hassle, but it's actually not a hassle at all, because you only need to scan the student ID card presented by the students entering the swimming pool, or the mobile phone on campus, and the registration and 7,000-point ticket fee will be completed directly. It's a simple job that even an idiot can do smoothly. Since there were 4 people at the entrance of the swimming pool who were responsible for registration and charging, the students who were queuing outside quickly entered the swimming pool. They began to happily change into their swimsuits, and then began to enjoy the day's swimming in the pool. The students queuing at the entrance and exit are gone. Wuye and the others have finished their work here, the staff said to the 3 of them with a smile. 3. The peak time for entering the swimming pool has passed. You don't have to stay here anymore. Go to the swimming pool to patrol. Remember, if you encounter trouble or danger, please contact us by radio immediately. Understood. Let's go to Sora. Ichinose Hoonami said to Wuye. Let's go first. Looking forward, Wuye showed a half-smile expression, and he said, I saw several acquaintances, and they seem to be planning to come to the pool to play, so I'll say hello to them. Acquaintance. Curious Ichinose Hoonami and Horikita Suzune looked in the direction Wuye was looking at, and they saw a small group. It is a small group of 3 boys and 1 girl. The 3 boys are Nanyunya, Mizoaki, and Dianhee. The other girl, Wuye, has never seen her before, but she has a beautiful and delicate appearance. Her body in casual clothes is uneven, and her legs are white and slender under the skirt. She is a rare beautiful woman. This girl with flowing orange hair is named Asahina Shiba. Like Nagamo Masa, she is a student of Class A of the 2nd year, and her relationship with Nagamo Masa is a little subtle. Because not long ago, Asahina Azuma had rejected Nagamo Masa's confession and pursuit. Nanyunya is quite a playful person, and his private life is also very chaotic, so he confessed to Asahina Azuma, but Asahina Azuma rejected him. Because Asahina Azuma knew about Nagamo Masa's true personality and the fact that he had messed with several girls, she thought Nagamo Masa was not a boy worthy of entrustment. When Nagamo Masa confessed to Asahina Shiba and was rejected, Nagamo Masa's expression was particularly gloomy. Because Asahina Haruka refused because Nagamo Masa hadn't won the student council president, Horikita Kikyo, and he was kicked out of the student council by a first-year student. Not being able to win against Horikita school, and being kicked out of the student union by Wuye are the last things that should not be mentioned in front of Nagomoya. Whoever mentions it will be anxious to whomever. In this way, Nanyunya rejected his pursuit and confession for the two most unacceptable reasons after Asahina Azusa. In fact, Asahina Azuma had no feeling for the flirtatious Nagamo Masa, and just found an excuse to refuse him. It's like Kushida Kikyo's "I don't plan to fall in love for 3 years in high school" is just an excuse to refuse other people's confession. Kushida Kikyo doesn't know how much she sticks to Wuye in private. Although the confession was rejected by Asahina Azuma, Nagomoya did not give up on her pursuit. After these days of hard work, he finally persuaded Asahina Azuma to invite her to come to the swimming pool to play. This is also the main reason why Wuye will see Nagomoya and the four of them at the swimming pool. Asahina Haru, who kept a distance from Nagomoya and the others, saw the three Wuye standing at the entrance of the swimming pool, and her purple eyes lit up immediately. Look, there's a handsome guy at the entrance of the swimming pool. The complexions of Nanyunya and the three of them immediately darkened. Handsome guy? This BD is obviously a devil? Huh. Azusa Asahina looked suspiciously at the silent Nagamo Masa and the others. Why don't you talk? And the expressions are ugly. Do you know that handsome guy? Who doesn't know him? He is Sikong Wuye, the BD who made the club mess up. Mizoaki said with a disgusted expression. 0.6. Sikong Wuye? He is Sikong Wuye. Asahina Azuma nodded her head suddenly. She now knew why Nanvaya and the others looked so ugly. Because this handsome boy is Sikong Wuye who drove them all out of the student union. Azusa Asahina, who is in the same class as Nagamo Masa, has often heard about Wuye's news and rumors, but this is the first time she has seen a real person. I didn't expect Sikong Wuye to be so handsome. 11 Asahina Azuma looked at Wuye not far away and said in surprise. Nanvaya's face turned very dark again. Men can't stand a woman they like complimenting other men, and this man is Wuye, who Nanyunya hates the most. He can't stand it even more? Nanyunya said with a dark face. Chuck, Sikong Wuye is just a guy with an empty appearance. That's right. Asahina Hina smiled, and there was something weird in her smile. Because you see, the guy who was judged by Nanyunya as empty and handsome, but kicked all three of you out of the student union. If such a powerful student has nothing but appearance, then what should you call those who were kicked out by him? Asahina Azusa also knew that this was due to Nagamo Masa's self-esteem, so she didn't continue to focus on Wuye. Nanyunya and his group came to the entrance of the swimming pool. Mizoaki said to Wuye in a bad tone, Sikong Wuye, why are you here? Senior, why can't I be here? Is this your home? Wuye retorted with a smile on his face, choking, and he remained silent with a dark face. Nanyunya kept smiling and pointed to the armband on Wuye's arm. Student Sikong, this armband belongs to the pool staff, right? Are you here to perform the affairs of the student union? 11. Asahina Haruka glanced at the smiling Nagamo Masa. Asahina Azusa always felt that Nagamo Masa was so hypocritical. Obviously he had such an ugly face just now, and he hated this junior in every possible way, but now he showed a smiling face. Wuye glanced at Nanyunya, and he said, there is a shortage of manpower at the swimming pool, so we asked the student union for manpower, so we came here. Nanvaya, are you four planning to join the swimming pool? Yes. Nagamo Masa who answered Wuye looked at Ichinose Hoonami and Horikita Suzune behind Wuye. After seeing Ichinose Hoonami, Nagamo Masa immediately gritted his teeth in resentment. He now has a feeling of anger that the woman he likes has been snatched away by Wuye. When Nagamo Masa was still in the student union, he had already taken a fancy to Ichinose Hoonami, a junior, so Nagamo Masa deliberately kept Ichinose Hoonami's application form for the student union, planning to find a good opportunity go get in touch with her. After that, Nagamo Masa planned to fool Ichinose Hoonami, who wanted to join the student union, to make her subordinate, and finally find a way to make her own woman. However, Masa Nagamo's nasty idea of Hoonami Ichinose can no longer be realized, because he has been kicked out of the student union by Wuye, and he is no longer the vice president of the student union. What Nagamo Masa couldn't accept the most was that the Ichinose Hoonami he had a crush on was even pulled into the student union minister by Wuye. It's really hateful. Just when Nagomoya was burning with jealousy, Asahina Azusa greeted Wuye cheerfully and said, Student, you are Sikong Wuye, right? This is the first time I see you, big celebrity junior. Wuye's eyes moved to Asahina Azusa, and after seeing her expression and winks clearly, Wuye couldn't help showing a little surprise. Because the orange-haired girl who followed Nanyunya and the others, her pretty face and purple eyes did not show any expressions of disgust or resistance to him. This person should be Nanyunya's friend? Doesn't she hate me? Wuye 16 thought strangely. The girls who will come to the swimming pool with Nagomoya and the others should be their friends, right? Then why didn't she hate him who kicked Nanyunya and the others out of the student union? Wuye couldn't figure it out. I am indeed Sikong Wuye. I wonder how this senior is called. Wuye asked Asahina Shizu. Oh, my junior is so polite, it doesn't quite match the rumors. Senior sister, my name is Asahina Haru. Asahina said with a smile to Wuye. Hello, Asahina senpai. Wuye greeted Asahina with a smile. Although the senior sister seems to be a friend of Nan Yunya and the others, she doesn't hate Wuye, so Wuye's attitude towards her is quite friendly, without any prejudice. Wuye suddenly remembered something. He smiled at Asahina Chizuru and said, I remember that Kushida in our class said that you are a warm-hearted and good senior, and you guided her on the way to school at the beginning of school. Kushida? Guiding the way at the beginning of school. Asahina Suzuki was taken aback for a moment. Her pretty face showed surprise. Student Sikong, is it possible that you are talking about Kikyo sauce? Yes, that's her. Wuye nodded. I didn't expect Kikyo sauce to be in your class. Asahina Azusa asked Wuye with some surprise, by the way, could it be that you just realized that the school won't give students money every month, the one who scored 100,000 points regularly? Well, it's me. On the second day after the start of school, Wuye took the initiative to go to the podium and conveyed to the students in the class the information that the school will not give students 100,000 points on a regular basis. Afterwards, Kushida Kikyo questioned the seniors. At that time, Kushida Kikyo contacted the 3 seniors to inquire and confirm with them, and one of the 3 seniors was the Azusa Asahina in front of Wuye. Because of what happened at the beginning of the school year, Azusa Asahina asked Wuye curiously, Student Sikong, how did you find out that the school doesn't give everyone 1.1 million points on a regular basis? Isn't this kind of thing obvious and easy to see? How could the school be so generous? Horikita Suzune and his group listened to the conversation between Wuye and Asahina. Haruka twitched the corners of their mouths. They don't remember that this kind of thing is obviously easy to see. Azusa Asahina is talking to Wuye. She is full of curiosity about this handsome junior. Because this junior had won against Nan Yunya several times, he even kicked Nan Yunya, his right-hand man Mizoaki and Dianhe out of the student union. Before Nagomoya was kicked out of the student union by Wuye, Asahina Suzuki felt that no one could match Nagomoya. Although Nan Yunya is fickle and has a chaotic private life, he is indeed capable. He brought Class B to Class A during the first grade, and even became the vice president of the student union. Some of the second-year students, including Asahina Azuma, felt that Masa Nagamo was the best, the most powerful, and the least likely to be defeated in their grade. But Nagomoya was defeated. Moreover, the people who defeated Nan Yunya were not the second and third graders who were already familiar with this school, but only the first-year students who entered this school. The first-year students hadn't even passed the special exams, but they defeated Nagomoya inexplicably, driving him and his forces out of the student union. This blew the eyes of the second graders. For these things that Wuye defeated Nagomoya, Asahina Azuma was happy to hear and see, because Nan Yunya has become powerful and arrogant since he became the vice president of the student union. At the same time, his flirtatiousness and chaos in his private life only appeared after he became the vice president. That's why Asahina-chin hopes that someone can defeat Nagomoya so that he won't be so complacent. Although, Asahina Hina's idea came true, but the result was a little exaggerated. Because Nan Yunya was not only defeated, but even kicked out of the student union. However, Azusa Asahina has no resentment toward Wuye who caused all this, because thanks to him, after being kicked out of the student union, Nagomoya has calmed down a lot, and she is no longer arrogant in front of her. Toe up. Seeing Asahina Haruka talking to Wuye with a smile, the jealousy in Nagomoya's heart was rising. There is an uncomfortable feeling of being betrayed. Asahina Azuma knew that Nagamo Masa and Sikong Wuye were enemies? Then why is she still talking so happily with his enemy? Holding back her anger, Nan Yunya said, Chukonya, don't waste time, let's go into the swimming pool quickly, because the house is still waiting for us to go in. It's true, we invited many students to play water volleyball in the swimming pool today. Then there are 3 other seniors. Please show your on-campus mobile phone or student ID, and we will register and charge for the 4. Wuye said. It just so happens that there are 4 people working here at the entrance of the swimming pool, and Asahina Azusa and the others are also 4 people, and it happens that one person is in charge of the other. Asahina Azusa asked Wuye to help with registration and payment. Horikita Suzune registered at Bangdian River, and Mizoaki approached Ichinose Hoonami, but Nagamo Masa grabbed his shoulder and pushed Mizoaki to the staff. This is a junior, I don't know how to call you. Masa Nagamo showed Ichinose Hoonami the hearty smile she used to hook up with girls. Facing Nagamo Masa's smile, Ichinose Hoonami said calmly, Senior, please show your student ID card or mobile phone to register, there are still people waiting to enter the swimming pool. Oh. Nagamo Masa was dissatisfied that Ichinose Hoonami didn't respond to his situation, but he didn't say anything. Nagamo Masa, who kept smiling, showed his student ID. Ichinose Hoonami quickly scanned Minami Hanja for registration and payment. After the registration and payment of Nan Yunya 4 were over, Asahina Azuma waved her white palm to Wuye. Goodbye, Junior Sikong. See you? Ichinose Hoonami looked at the backs of Nagamo Masa and the 4 leaving. She said to Wuye beside her, that blonde senior is the former student union vice president Nan Mia. Yeah, what's the matter? I don't think he's a good person. Ichinose Hoonami expressed his first impression of Nagamo Masa. Where does this feeling come from? Wuye asked in surprise. It's the eyes. When Nagamo Masa Sr. looked at you Sikong, his eyes were a little bit bad, so I always feel that he has a gloomy personality. Ichinose Hoonami replied. Ichinose Hoonami's feeling is really accurate, Nagamo Masa really has a gloomy and sinister character. If Nan Yunya's character wasn't so bad, he wouldn't do everything possible to frame and plot against Wuye in an attempt to make Wuye pursue her studies. Actually, I also think that Senior is not as cheerful as he appears on the surface, Horikita Suzune said. Horikita Suzune can sense that the little angel Kushida Kikyo hates her, so she is quite sensitive in terms of feelings. Horikita, your feeling is very correct, and Ichinose, your observation skills are also very good. Minami is indeed not as friendly and cordial as she appears on the surface. Wuye smiled and saw Horikita's ringtone writing Ichinose Hoonami said. After being praised by Wuye for her good observation skills, Ichinose Hoonami showed a bright smile on her fair face. In fact, Ichinose Hoonami still has a part of her feelings that she didn't express. That's the way Nan Yunya looked at her just now, a little dirty. Ichinose Hoonami is also a top-notch beautiful girl, so she has some experience in the eyes of boys looking at her, and can roughly and vaguely perceive other people's thoughts on her from their eyes. Ichinose Hoonami subconsciously looked into Wuye's eyes. Wuye's eyes are black and white, clear and bright, without any impurities, as if you keep staring at them, even your own soul will be sucked in. Clear and bright eyes make people feel comfortable and have a good impression. This is also the reason why Ichinose Hoonami will always take the initiative to get close to Wuye. The way he looks at her is very clean, without a trace of dirt. Wuye looked at Ichinose Hoonami, who had been staring blankly at him from just now. Ichinose, why are you looking at me like this? 423. No, it's nothing. Ichinose Hoonami moved her head away in a panic. She quickly changed the subject and said, Sikong, you also think Nagamo Masa-senpai is a sinister person, so why not the basket he brought for a routine inspection? Although Nan Yunya is an insidious villain, she is not despicable enough to bring surveillance equipment in, Wuye said casually. The staff reminded the three Wuye before that when they were in charge of registration and charging, they had to randomly select a few people who entered the swimming pool for routine inspection. Check the satchel the man has brought to see if he has brought anything that is prohibited in the pool. Things that are prohibited from being brought into the pool are actually surveillance equipment and the like. During the summer vacation 7 years ago, when the swimming pool was open to the public, some bold and lecherous students brought monitoring equipment into the swimming pool. They installed surveillance equipment in the girls' locker room, and took pictures of all the girls changing their swimsuits. Fortunately, the school staff found the surveillance equipment, so the students' plan to secretly film did not succeed. And those students were punished by the school to drop out of school. From then on, the staff in charge of registration will randomly check the baskets brought by the students from time to time and conduct routine inspections. And the school also placed a warning sign at the entrance of the swimming pool, prohibiting everyone from bringing surveillance equipment and other objects into the swimming pool, and violators will be severely punished. Ichinose Hoonami touched her cheeks. The slightly warm temperature let her know that her cheeks were already red. Peeking at the fact that Wuye was discovered by him, made Ichinose Hoonami feel shy. After entering the swimming pool, Masa Nagamo said dissatisfiedly to Asahina Azusa, Azusa, you clearly know that my relationship with Sikong Wuye is not good, it is like an enemy relationship. Why talk to him? And had such a good time. Asahina Azuma glanced at Nagamo Masa, and she said frankly, because you were chatting and laughing with Sikong-san just now, I thought you had a good relationship with him and regarded him as your friends look up. Nan Yunya twitched the corners of her mouth, so he was to blame for what happened just now? Anyway, Naruto, don't talk to Sikong Wuye, he is not a good person. Nan Yunya said in an unquestionable tone. Are you ordering me? Said Asahina, frowning. No, not. Nagamo Masa also seemed to realize that she classified Asahina as a subordinate, so her tone was too strong. I'm just a good friend with you, so I can chat with whoever I want, don't worry about me, that's it, I'm going to change my clothes. Asahina Haruka expressed her thoughts frankly to Nagamo Masa, and then walked directly to the girls' locker room. Seeing Nagamoya with an uneasy face, Mizoaki wanted to comfort him a few words, but he was afraid of being used as a punching bag by Nagamoya, so he didn't say anything. It took a while for Nagamo Masa to swallow the breath that Asahina Shepherd was angry with, and he said in a blunt tone, come on, let's change clothes too. Oh. At this time, Horikita Suzune asked the staff, by the way, after the warning sign was placed at the entrance of the swimming pool, did anyone still bring in the monitoring equipment? Of course it's gone, the staff member replied. Ichinose Hoonami fanned her hot cheeks with the palm of her hand, and she said, there should be few people who would do such an excessive thing. Well, after all, this kind of thing is a crime, and the school has clearly issued a warning, so no one should do that kind of thing again. Horikita Suzune nodded her head. At this time, the figures of Ike Kanji, Yamauchi Haruki, and Satsumura Hideo flashed inexplicably in Wuye's mind. Wuye thinks it is really possible for these three guys to secretly film girls changing their swimsuits. Because before the first swimming lesson started, the three of Chi Kwanzi didn't care about the disgusting eyes of the girls at all, and directly discussed which girl had bigger breasts in the classroom. Even Hideo Satsumura used a laptop to make a ranking list of girls with big breasts in the class, and he even took the boys to bet on which girl has the biggest breasts. So Wuye felt that if Chi Kwanzi and Yamauchi Haruki were still in this school, they might really be able to do such a disgusting thing as installing monitoring equipment for the girls' locker room. However, Ike Kwanji and Yamauchi Haruki have already dropped out of school, and now Hideo Satsumura is the only one left, so even if he wants to mess around with his mind full of thoughts, there is no one like Chi Kwanji who will work with him. Just when Wuye was thinking this way, he unexpectedly saw the figure of Hideo Satsumura. Hideo Satsumura, like the students who entered the swimming pool, all carried backpacks, but he came here alone, without any friends around him. Although there is no need to come in groups to play in the swimming pool, and many people come to play alone, but Wuye saw something unusual in Hideo Satsumura. Hideo Satsumura showed a nervous expression on his fat face, and he looked at the backpack he brought from time to time, as if there were some ulterior things in it. Seeing Hideo Satsumura acting strangely, Wuye twitched the corners of his mouth and rubbed his temples. Now Wuye really hoped that his guess was wrong, that fat man Hideo Satsumura really didn't have such things as monitoring equipment in his backpack. Before Hideo Satsumura came to the entrance of the swimming pool, Wuye said to Horikita Suzune and Ichinose Hoonami, "Horikita, Ichinose, you go in and inspect the swimming pool first. I have some personal matters busy. I will meet you later." Good. Horikita Suzune and Ichinose Hoonami didn't ask what Wuye's personal affairs were. They nodded their heads and turned around and left the entrance of the swimming pool together. After dismissing them, Wuye glanced at the staff, and then took the initiative to walk towards Hideo Satsumura, who was walking towards the entrance of the swimming pool. Judging from the abnormal situation of Hideo Wei-kun, Wuye felt that there were ulterior things in his backpack, so he had to check Hideo Wei-kun's backpack outside. If there are really ulterior things in Hideo Satsumura's backpack, the pool staff should not be able to see them. When Hideo Satsumura came with a backpack and saw Wuye's figure, the nervousness in his heart became more serious. Wuye is the uncrowned king of Class C. A small group of students in the class both respect and fear him. They are not afraid of Chazu Sae, the head teacher, but are more afraid of Wuye. Hideo Satsumura forced a smile towards Wuye. He greeted and said, "Hey, Sikong classmate, why are you here too? Seeing how you are dressed, are you going to play in the pool too?" Wuye is now wearing swimming trunks, a sun protection jacket, and slippers, which is the standard attire for swimming in the pool. "Yeah, Wuye-kun, are you going to play in the swimming pool too?" Wuye said. Yes, of course, it's most comfortable to go to the swimming pool in this kind of hot weather." Hideo Satsumura nodded repeatedly, and Wuye pointed to the armband clipped on the sun protection jacket on his arm. "Do you know what this is?" Hideo Satsumura was taken aback for a moment, then he looked at the armband Wuye was wearing, and he said with some doubts, "This seems to be the identification of the pool staff." Hideo Satsumura recognized the armbands of the pool staff, which means it's not the first time he's been to the pool. "Almost, I'm working as a staff member on behalf of the student union at the swimming pool, so give me your backpack for inspection." Wuye pointed to the backpack held in Hideo Satsumura's hand. After hearing that Wuye was about to check the backpack, Hideo subconsciously hid the backpack he was holding behind his back. This subconscious move by Hideo Uemura caused Wuye to raise the corner of his eyes, and he looked at Hideo Uemura, who looked flustered. "Why are you so nervous?" I'm not nervous, it's just that I don't like to let others touch my things." So Uemura Hideo explained guiltily. Wuye looked at Hideo Satsumura with a flustered expression. He sighed, and pointed to the warning sign at the entrance of the swimming pool. "Did you see the warning sign set up by the school over there?" "I see, the school prohibits everyone from bringing monitoring equipment into the swimming pool." As he spoke, Hideo Satsumura's tone gradually weakened. "So tell me now, what's in your backpack?" Wuye's tone became cold. "Also, just things like towels, swimsuits, and goggles." Looking at Hideo Satsumura, who was still stubborn, Wuye frowned. "If the things in the backpack are only this kind of things that don't weigh too much, you won't sink so much while holding the backpack. So you definitely have something heavy in your backpack." Wuye's words made Hideo Satsumura froze. Seeing Hideo Satsumura with a fat face full of guilt and panic, Wuye said slowly, "You may not know that not long ago, there was a staff member in this school who was arrested for secretly following and taking pictures of others. The school found out and was punished." "What punishment?" So Uemura Hideo asked guiltily. "It's not a serious punishment, it's just 30 years in prison." Wuye replied in an understatement tone. What? 30 years? Hideo Satsumura was shocked instantly. 30 years in prison is not a serious punishment? In the eyes of this guy, is the death penalty considered a serious punishment? No, for some criminals, the death penalty is a kind of relief, so the 30-year prison time is, to some extent, more serious than the death penalty. I don't know why my stomach hurts suddenly. I guess it's because I ate something unclean this morning. Sikong, I still won't go to the swimming pool today. Hideo Satsumura suddenly covered his fat stomach, and then ran away without saying a word. Wuye didn't catch up either, he just stood there and looked at Hideo Satsumura, who fled in a hurry. This Hideo Satsumura, there must be something like monitoring equipment in his backpack. Wuye whispered to himself. Wuye didn't want to kill Hideo Uemura right now, because now the class points of Wuye and their class have been pulled up with great difficulty. If Hideo Satsumura is expelled from the school because the monitoring equipment entered the swimming pool, then Wuye and their class will be deducted 300 class points. The hard work of Wuye and the students in Class C will be in vain because of Hideo Satsumura's criminal behavior, so now is not the most suitable time for Hideo Satsumura to drop out of school. Special exam. It seems that if the content of the special exam is to withdraw students from the class, then the students' withdrawal will not result in the deduction of class points. Wuye muttered to himself. Wuye decided. Just like in the future special exams, if one student in the class has to be expelled, let Hideo Satsumura be expelled. After all, it would be an unstable bomb for a sneak camera fanatic like Hideo Satsumura to stay in the class. After deciding on Hideo Satsumura's future, Wuye took out his on-campus mobile phone, and he called Kiyotaka Ayanakaji. Jingle bell. Kiyotaka Ayanakaji, who was already lying on the bed in the dormitory room, looked at his cell phone that was ringing. Ayanakaji Kiyotaka picked up the phone and saw that it was Wuye's call. His expressionless face showed a little surprise. How did he contact me? With some doubts, Ayanakaji cleared Wuye's call. Sikong, is there something wrong? Yes, I need to ask you for something. Wuye said bluntly. Then let's talk about it. Ayanakaji Kiyotaka said cooperatively. Ayanakaji, what is your relationship with Hideo Satsumura in class? Hideo Satsumura, I'm not very familiar with him, just happened to meet a few times in the student cafeteria, and then we had a few meals together. Ayanakaji Kiyotaka replied. Then your relationship is almost enough. I ask you to find out about Hideo Satsumura. When he came to the swimming pool today, he suspected that he brought surveillance equipment with him in an attempt to secretly take pictures of the swimming pool. Wuye said. This is indeed something that Hideo Satsumura would do. Ayanakaji Kiyotaka replied. Ayanakaji, what do you know? Before our class went to the swimming class for the first time, the boys in the class were betting on the size of the girls' breasts. The betting was initiated by Hideo Satsumura. And Hideo Satsumura planned to use his mobile phone as an excuse to use his mobile phone to secretly take pictures of the girls' breasts during the swimming class. Kiyotaka Ayanakaji replied. In other words, this guy has a criminal record of secretly filming. Wuye said with a slightly cold tone. Yes, but that sneak shot failed, because Hideo Satsumura and the others discussed the girls' breasts without any scruples, so most of the girls didn't plan to take swimming lessons. Tisk. Wuye clicked his tongue, and he said, Then Ayanakaji, I ask you to establish a good relationship with Hideo Satsumura, become his trusted friend, and then see if he has purchased surveillance equipment. If possible, use video or audio recording to record all the images and sounds of Hideo Satsumura's intention to commit a crime. The recorded videos and audio recordings will become the criminal evidence of Hideo Satsumura, and will be required for students who drop out of school in the future. Come in handy in the special exam. I understand. If Hideo Satsumura wants to do something bad in the future, I will, Wang Liaozhao, tell you in advance. Ayanakaji Kiyotaka said. Then please. Wuye hung up the call with Ayanakaji Kiyotaka, and he returned towards the entrance of the swimming pool, preparing to meet up with Horikita Suzune and Ichinose Hoonami, and then inspect the swimming pool. At the end of the call, Ayanakaji Kiyotaka clicked on the class chat group on his mobile phone, and began to think of a way to get in touch with Hideo Satsumura. Ayanakaji Kiyotaka will actively assist Wuye, because thanks to Wuye who contacted the director of this school, otherwise he would not be able to stay in this school. Without the protection of Chairman Sakayanagi, Kiyotaka Ayanakaji felt that he would have been forcibly expelled from school by his father and taken back to the White Room. 0. Therefore, Wuye and Chairman Sakayanagi can be said to be Ayanakaji Kiyotaka's benefactors. As long as they don't ask him to show his face, Ayanakaji Kiyotaka will readily accept it. Just like the current relationship with Hideo Satsumura. Wuye entered the swimming pool, and it became lively and noisy. Everyone who entered the swimming pool had already changed into swimming trunks and swimsuits. The girls' snow-white skin and curvy figures attracted everyone's attention. Look. Among them, the most conspicuous girls are naturally Ichinose Hoonami and Horikita Suzune. Even though both Ichinose Hoonami and Horikita Suzune were wearing sun protection jackets and did not expose their breasts and upper body, their delicate and beautiful faces and slender white legs were all. It is a beautiful existence that can attract everyone's attention. Because Ichinose Hoonami and Horikita Suzune are too outstanding, and there are no boys around, many boys approach them and chat, wanting to invite them to play together. Faced with everyone's approach and invitation, Ichinose Hoonami rejected them on the grounds that he needed to patrol. Horikita Suzune was even more straightforward. With a cold face, she turned a blind eye to everyone's strike UPS and invitations, and her sharp and stern fox eyes made people retreat. However, some people like girls with such a strong personality. They feel that making such girls their girlfriends will give them a very strong sense of satisfaction and accomplishment. This, indeed, taming the beauty of the iceberg and making her his girlfriend is indeed something that makes boys feel a sense of accomplishment. Suddenly, a lazy male voice came into the group of boys who approached Ichinose Hoonami and Horikita Suzune. Several, have you seen the armbands on our arms? We are pool staff. You are interfering with our work now. Don't surround us if you have nothing to do. Listening to Wuye's familiar voice, Ichinose Hoonami's bright eyes lit up slightly, and she and Horikita Suzune turned around together, looking at Wuye behind. Sikong, have you finished your private affairs? Well, it's over. Wuye smiled at Ichinose Hoonami, and he looked at the nearby boys who approached him. After these boys saw Wuye's gaze, their expressions changed slightly, and then they quickly left Ichinose Hoonami and Horikita Suzune's side. If someone tells them not to strike up a conversation, they will reply angrily, "Who are you? The staff can't strike up a conversation." However, this person is Sikong Wuye. They don't have the courage to fight him up. Who in the whole school doesn't know the name of Sikong Wuye? Singled out the clubs of the whole school. They couldn't even provoke Nanyunya, so they didn't want to provoke Wuye even more. Ichinose Hoonami looked at the boys who left in a hurry. She smiled at Wuye and said, "You are the best, Sikong. You made them leave with one word. I didn't know how many words I talked to them. There is no intention of leaving." "Well, Ichinose, are you saying that I'm fierce and scare them all away when I speak?" "Of course not." Ichinose Hoonami cast a coquettish look at 653 Wuye who was smiling. Horikita Suzune looked at Ichinose Hoonami and Wuye who were talking and laughing. She always felt like an outsider. The bored Horikita Suzune pointed to the left direction, and she said, "I'll go over there to inspect." "Okay, Horikita, if something happens to you, please use the radio to contact me." "I see." Just like that, Horikita Suzune left Wuye and Ichinose Hoonami, and went to inspect the left side of the pool alone. After being unable to see the figures of Wuye and Ichinose Hoonami anymore, Horikita Suzune's inner boredom slowly receded, and she was reflecting on her abnormal emotions just now. Why am I bored by Sikong and Ichinose's hilarious conversation? It shouldn't be me. No, how can I treat a boy who has a girlfriend? Horikita Suzune shook her head, her dark and slender hair swaying with her movements. Although Horikita Suzune has never been in a relationship, or even held hands with a boy, Horikita Suzune has read many famous novels, and there are more or less details describing the relationship between men and women in those novels. So based on the famous novels I have read, Horikita Suzune thinks that she may like it. I can't say I like it, I can only say that I care. She cares about a boy who has a girlfriend. Horikita Suzune suppressed her emotions in her heart, then looked around, distracting herself through the surrounding scenes and things, so that she would not continue to think about things related to Wuye. After Horikita Suzune left, Wuye and Ichinose Hoonami walked together. Whether it's Wuye or Ichinose Hoonami, they all have outstanding appearances, and they are recognized as handsome and beautiful, so everyone's electric light will unconsciously vote for the two districts that accompany them. Especially Wuye, although he is only a first-year student, he is famous because he defeated Nanyunya and even became the vice president of the student union. Now there are still discussions about Wuye on the school's exchange forums. But whether it is Wuye or Ichinose Hoonami, both of them have long been used to being watched by others, so everyone's watching did not make them feel uncomfortable. BGF should respond. "I feel like working as a staff member in the swimming pool is really quite leisurely," Ichinose Hoonami said to Wuye beside him. "Relax, leisure means that everyone responsible for safety issues has nothing to do, and it also means that there are no accidents in the swimming pool, and everyone is safe." Wuye replied casually. Ichinose Hoonami with a bright smile nodded his head. "That's right." Ichinose Hoonami looked at Wuye who was wearing a sun protection jacket. Her eyes showed inquiry and curiosity. "Sikong, I heard you have muscles." "Huh?" Wuye looked at Ichinose Hoonami who asked this question strangely. "Who told you?" "Listen to the girls in your class. They said that they saw you showing your upper body during swimming lessons. You have very handsome muscles." While talking, Ichinose Hoonami's eyes gradually moved to Wuye's lower body. Because Wuye is wearing swimming trunks now, Ichinose Hoonami can clearly see the muscle condition of his legs. The muscle lines of Wuye's legs are very obvious, without giving Ichinose Hoonami that ugly feeling of muscle curling. They are very beautiful and streamlined muscles. Ichinose Hoonami, who was looking at Wuye's legs, blinked, and she stretched out her light white and slender index finger, and poked his arm through the sun protection jacket Wuye was wearing. Ichinose Hoonami didn't just poke, she began to rub Wuye's upper arms and shoulders with interest and curiosity. Wuye couldn't laugh or cry when his arm was itchy by Ichinose Hoonami. He patted Ichinose Hoonami's white palm which was groping wildly. "Ichinose, don't touch me." Sorry, Sikong. Your arms are quite firm to the touch. Can you take off your coat and let me see your figure?" Ichinose Hoonami's bright eyes revealed strong curiosity. Ichinose Hoonami, how curious is she about Wuye's figure? In fact, girls are really interested in boys' muscles. The degree of interest is comparable to boys curious about girls' breasts. "What's so good about my figure?" "I'm curious, because the girls in your class exaggerate your figure to the sky." Ichinose Hoonami made a coquettish voice. Wuye twitched the corners of his mouth, and he reluctantly unzipped the zipper of his sun protection jacket, exposing his upper body, allowing Ichinose Hoonami to see enough. "Hey, Ichinose, take a look, don't mess around." "Sorry, I accidentally touched it." Ichinose Hoonami withdrew her white palm from Wuye's abdomen, and she seemed to have noticed that the action just now was a little bold, so now there was a faint shy blush on Tonose Hoonami's pretty cheeks. While Ichinose Hoonami was fighting with Wuye, a boy not far away showed a dumbfounded expression. This boy is Kanzaki Ryoji, a student of Class B for the first year. He can be regarded as the second in command of Class B in Class B, second only to Ichinose Hoonami. Kanzaki Ryoji, who came to play with his friends at the pool, saw Ichinose Hoonami and Wuye. He even saw the intimate face of Tenose Hoonami touching Wuye's belly just now. Ichinose is dating Sikong Wuye. Kanzaki Ryoji muttered to himself. Kanzaki Ryoji didn't know that Ichinose Hoonami came to the swimming pool because of the work instructions issued by the student council president, Horikita Kikyo. So after Kanzaki Ryoji saw Ichinose Hoonami playing with Wuye, he subconsciously thought that she was dating Wuye at the swimming pool. Right now, Ryoji Kanzaki feels uneasy and has a headache. Don't get me wrong, Ryoji Kanzaki has no intention of pursuing Ichinose Hoonami. His headache is because their class leader, Ichinose Hoonami, is too close to that Sikong Wuye. One must know that Ichinose Hoonami's Class B and Sikong Wuye's Class C are all competitors for Class A. If these two become lovers, then their relationship will definitely affect the competitive relationship between the classes. Kanzaki Ryoji is worried about this place. Shibata SA from Class B of the first year came back with 2 servings of ice cream. He looked at Ryoji Kanzaki with a strange expression. Kanzaki, I bought ice cream. What's wrong with you? It's nothing, let's go over there. Ryoji Kanzaki, who took the ice cream, pointed to the left direction, which is the opposite direction to Ichinose Hoonami and Wuye. Ryoji Kanzaki didn't intend for the rest of Class B to see Ichinose Hoonami and Wuye dating together. After all, the more people know, the more inappropriate it will be, and it will affect Ichinose Hoonami's rule over Class B. Ryoji Kanzaki knew very clearly that the class cannot be without a leader, and the students in the class cannot oppose the leader. Take a look at the first-year Class D in the distance. Because Class D does not have a qualified leader, Class D is already in chaos, and the forces of Ryuunsho and the forces against Ryuunsho made the whole class into a mess. Ryoji Kanzaki doesn't want their Class B to become like this. There are 3 swimming pools on the swimming pool side of the swimming club, each with a different purpose. One is a standard swimming pool that is free to swim in. Members of the swimming club often use this swimming pool for training. One is a running water swimming pool, which is used by members of the swimming club to train their swimming speed. The last one is a sports swimming pool mainly for entertainment purposes, which belongs to the water court, where everyone can play water sports, such as water volleyball. Ichinose Hoonami looked at the sports swimming pool not far away. She said nervously, there are so many people here, everyone is gathered there, what happened? Wuye also looked over there. There were indeed quite a few people surrounding the swimming pool for sports, but judging from the constant cheers and congratulations coming from that side, it was because no one had drowned. Ichinose, don't be nervous, there are cheers over there, it shouldn't be that someone was killed, let's go over and see the situation. Wuye said. Wuye and Ichinose Hoonami quickened their pace and walked towards the crowded sports swimming pool. After approaching the sports swimming pool surrounded by everyone, Wuye heard the sound of cheering. Boss Nanyun, come on. He took a closer look and found that Nanyunya and the others were playing water volleyball on the water court of the sports swimming pool. After seeing the situation inside clearly, Ichinose Hoonami patted her overly plump breasts, and she said with a sigh of relief, what is it? It turns out that everyone is around here because someone is playing volleyball. Right. It's not too good that something happened, right Sikong? Ichinose Hoonami said with a smile to Wuye. Well, and the height of the swimming pool. It is only waist high, even if someone has leg cramps, they will not drown, and there are so many people nearby, if something happens, they will be found out immediately. Wuye said. Wuye looked at the situation in the sports swimming pool. Nagamoya and the others were having a mixed water volleyball match with other students, and that senior Asahina Azuma was not in Nana. Yunya was among their team. Asahina Shizumi was sitting on a beach chair not far from the swimming pool. She was crossing her long snow-white legs while she was tapping on her mobile phone. On them. Asahina Azuma's situation surprised Wuye. He thought that she would care about Nagamoya when she followed Nagamoya. However, I didn't expect that Asahina Azusa's attention was not on Nagamo-masa at all, but she was more enthusiastic about playing with her mobile phone. Then Wuye's eyes moved away from Azusa Asahina, and he looked at Nagamoya in the sports swimming pool. At this time, Dianhe had already blocked the volleyball into the air, and Nanyunya jumped with all his strength, and he slapped the volleyball into the opponent's head like a smash. In the stadium, Nanyunya is not bad looking, and because his smash just now was really handsome, the onlookers around cheered and screamed. Nagamo, who won the cheers from everyone, lifted up her blonde hair triumphantly, and looked in the direction of Pied. Nagamoya wanted to see how excited Asahina Azusa's expression would be after seeing his wonderful performance. However, the result disappointed Nagamo-masa, because Asahina Azusa didn't watch the water volleyball match at all, she was playing with her mobile phone with her head down. Nanyunya's heart was full of depression and helplessness. He invited Asahina Azuma to come to the swimming pool this time, just to play handsome to him, make her fall in love with him, and then take advantage of the opportunity to confess his love 10 more times. But Asahina Hina didn't look at him at all. Because the water volleyball game started to serve again, Nanyunya had no choice but to suppress her depressed emotions and continue the game. After all, apart from Azusa Asahina, there were so many other girls nearby who were watching and cheering for him, so Nagamo had to put on a good performance. Wuye contacted Horikita Suzune by radio while watching Nagamoya and their water volleyball match. Horikita, is everything normal over there? Everything is normal, what about your side? Horikita Suzune heard the cheers from the sports swimming pool through the radio, and she asked in surprise, your side is so noisy, what happened? It's okay, everything is normal on our side, the noise is because someone is playing here. I see. Since everything is normal, then continue to keep in touch. Wuye ended the contact with Horikita Suzune. He turned his head to Ichinose Hoonami beside him and said, let's find a place to sit down. Hey, what about inspection work? Ichinose Hoonami asked with his head tilted. Ichinose, don't you think this is the place that needs to be watched the most? After all, there are so many people here, it is the place where accidents are most likely to happen. Wuye said solemnly. Definitely not because Wuye doesn't like walking around in the sun. But Sikong, you just said that there are so many people here, even if someone has an accident, they will be rescued by everyone. Ichinose Hoonami showed a narrow smile at Wuye. If something happens, everyone may panic and fail to rescue in time, so now I think we should stay and watch. So Ichinose, go on patrol, I'll watch everyone from here. I won't let you, Sikong, be lazy by yourself. I can't let you, Sikong, be in charge of such a big place by yourself, so let's watch here together. Sikong, let's sit over there are empty chairs over there. Ichinose Hoonami pointed to the right side. Wuye followed Ichinose Hoonami's light white fingertips and found that the direction she was pointing happened to be the beach chair where Asahina was resting. There are indeed several beach chairs vacant there, and the beach chairs are all under the shade of trees, which are very suitable for resting. Wuye had no objection to Ichinose Hoonami's suggestion. Sitting was better than standing, so the two of them walked towards the beach chair where Asahina Hinami was sitting. Asahina Suzuki was chatting with her best friend when a male voice with a slight smile came into her ears. Asahina-senpai, do you mind if we sit here and rest? Huh. Asahina Haruka raised her head, and she saw Wuye and Ichinose Hoonami standing in front of her. Of course I don't mind, you two can sit as you please. Asahinazuki said with a generous smile. She didn't think Wuye was here to strike up a conversation with her, so she agreed with them to sit on the beach chair beside her. After all, who would have a beautiful girl with big breasts by his side when he strikes up a conversation with a girl? Asahinazuna's eyes moved to Ichinose Hoonami. The exaggerated firm breasts of this junior made her feel ashamed. A little envious. After getting Asahina Haruka's consent, Wuye and Ichinose Hoonami thanked her with a smile, and then sat down on the empty beach chair. Wuye sat on the beach chair next to Asahina Haru, and because Ichinose Hoonami was not familiar with Asahina Haru, she sat on the beach chair next to Wuye. Wuye, who is sitting on the beach chair now, is sandwiched between Asahina Azusa and Ichinose Hoonami. This situation makes it seem that Wuye is enjoying the subtle feeling of being equal to others. After Wuye, a handsome junior, sat beside her, Asahina Azusa stopped chatting with her best friend on her mobile phone, and spoke out with strong curiosity about Wuye. Brother Sikong, are you really an all-around monster? Cough, are you an all-around genius? Wuye glanced at this beautiful long-haired orange-haired senior. Asahina-senpai just now, did you mean monster? Don't worry about this, Asahina Haru said ha ha ha. Wuye really didn't care, because he was already used to being called monster, devil, and all-around genius, so he said to Asahina, sister, why are you asking me that? Because junior, you can defeat them openly and above board in what they are best at. This kind of thing is impossible even for a genius, so I am very curious about you. Asahina Azusa said frankly. A person who is very good in a certain field is enough to be called a genius. And people who are very powerful in various fields, this kind of people, this kind of heavenly group, do they really exist? After all, everyone has things they are not good at, but Asahina Azuma feels that this junior named Sikong Wuye seems to have nothing bad at all. Ichinose Hoonami is also looking at Wuye with curious eyes, and now she, like Asahina Azuma, has a strong curiosity about Wuye. Actually, I did enough homework and training when I invited the seniors in the club to fight. Wuye replied solemnly. Student, you are lying. As far as I know, when you challenged those people in the club, you challenged them one after another. There was no time for homework and training. Asahina pointed out this loophole keenly. If Wuye had done enough homework and training before inviting the seniors in the club to fight, it would take a lot of time. How could it be possible to invite battles one after another? Wuye imitated Asahina Azusa just now, and said with a smile, you don't need to care about this at all, senior. I really care. I'm also very concerned. Ichinose Hoonami interjected. Oh, what's the point of caring about this? You just think that I'm very talented, and I can quickly get started with all kinds of things. Wuye, who didn't want to continue this topic, said, let's talk about other things. Senior sister, I have something I want to ask you. Ask. Asahina Hina said generously. I told Ichinose homeroom teacher that tomorrow I will go to the island for vacation. After hearing the words island vacation, Asahina Haruka's eyes suddenly changed, and she looked at Wuye and Ichinose Hoonami with a little pity. It seems that when Asahina was in the first grade, she had a hard time on the island vacation. Otherwise, Asahina Azusa wouldn't be looking at Wuye and Ichinose Hoonami like this now. Go to the island for vacation, then you all should work hard. Wuye smiled at Asahina Azusa. His smile was full of deep meaning. We went to the island for vacation. Why did you ask us to cheer up? Is it true that the island will conduct a drama test? Ichinose Hoonami's pretty face showed seriousness, and she also wanted to know from Asahina Azuma, a senior, whether the island vacation would really go on, so-called he would not let go. Student, you even know about special exams. Asahina was surprised at first, and then she said thoughtfully, that's right, after all, you are the vice president of the student union now, even if you haven't experienced the special exam, you still know the existence of the special exam. So senpai, we went to the island, not for a vacation, but for a special exam. Ichinose Hoonami asked hastily. That's right, so you have to be mentally prepared. Asahina Haru nodded calmly. Then what is the special exam that senior sister is taking on the island? If possible, please tell us so that we can prepare in advance. Tenose Hoonami said with great sincerity. Asahina Haruka looked at the blonde-haired junior with big breasts. She shrugged her shoulders. The special exam is different from the midterm and final exams. Too many class points are involved in the special exam, so the school feels that it is not possible to carry out exams that continue to use the content of the previous special exams to prevent the class from knowing the content of the special exams in advance, so as to obtain the class points of the emperor. So even if I tell you the content of the island special exam I took in the first grade, it is meaningless. So that's how it is. Ichinose Hoonami was a little disappointed. Wuye, with the same expression on his face, asked, even so, I would like to know what is the content of the special exam that you guys are taking on the island. Do you want to know even if it doesn't make sense? Asahina Chizuru said doubtfully. Well, at least it can be used as a reference. Wuye nodded. Okay, I'm in a good mood now, so I'll satisfy your curiosity, but you can't tell it. The school seems to have a rule that you can't disclose the special exam to others. Asking for flowers. Don't worry, senior, Ichinose and I will keep it a secret and won't tell anyone else. Wuye said with a smile. Ichinose Hoonami nodded her head again and again, expressing that she would not say anything. Talking about special exams to students of other grades, if the school finds out, you will indeed be punished, but as long as the school doesn't know about it, you'll be fine. In addition, Asahina Azuma has a good impression of this handsome junior, and she doesn't mind telling him the content of the island special exam she took in the first grade. Through Asahina Haruka's narration, Wuye and Ichinose Hoonami knew about the island's special exam she had gone through. Ichinose Hoonami couldn't help but click his tongue, because the school was really playing, and even let Asahina Haruka and his 4 classes compete on the island, and get class points by occupying the island's stronghold. After Asahina Azusa finished talking about the content of the special exam she had experienced, Ichinose Hoonami sighed and said, the special exam that my sister has experienced has nothing to do with learning, but is closely related to everyone's physical fitness. This school seems to want everyone to develop in an all-round way, so physical fitness is also very important. Asahina Fyo glanced at Ichinose Ho's overly plump and arrogant chest. With such a big chest, it must be very hard to jump up and down. Thinking of this, Asahina Haruka's envy towards Ichinose Hoonami immediately dissipated more than half. If the chest is too big, it seems not good. Because of the special exam, now Wuye and Ichinose Hoonami have a little more affection for Asahina Azusa, a beautiful senior, and they talk a lot more eagerly. Especially Ichinose Hoonami, she is a little angel who is good at talking and getting along with people, and through talking, she quickly drew closer to Chao Binafang. At this time, there was loud applause and cheers from the swimming pool. Hoonami Ichinose glanced over, and she saw Masa Nagamo in the sports swimming pool with her arms raised high, showing a majestic posture. After seeing Nagamo Masa, Ichinose Hoonami asked Asahina Azusa curiously, is Senpai Nagamo Senpai's girlfriend? No. Asahinazuki waved her white palms. She said bluntly, yeah, and I are just friends, and it's impossible for me to be with him. For what? Senior Nagamo looks very good. Ichinose Hoonami said this and glanced at Wuye. No matter how good that senior is, he can't compare to Sikong. It's just that Yae is too good, it's impossible for me to be with him. Asahina Shizu replied. Because Nan Yunya is so good, so many girls pursued him, and Nan Yunya went around unscrupulously attacking the girls who pursued him. Asahina Azusa happened to know how Masa Nagamo attacked several girls, so she would never become a boyfriend and girlfriend relationship with a playboy like Masa Nagamo. Asahinazuna looked at Ichinose Hoonami. She showed a smile that was not a smile. Ichinose, you have to watch Sikong-san. He is better than Ya, you have to watch him closely. 0. Ichinose Hoonami's cheeks turned red all of a sudden, and she waved her hands in a panic and said, No, Sikong and I are not in a boyfriend-boyfriend relationship. There is a girlfriend. That's right, I already have a girlfriend, so don't misunderstand my relationship with Ichinose, senior. Wuye nodded in response. It turns out that Sikong-san already has a girlfriend. Asahina Azusa glanced at Ichinose Hoonami who was flustered and flushed with shyness. After seeing Ichinose Hoonami showing a little unnatural expression because of Wuye's words, Asahina Haruka smiled meaningfully. Ichinose really worked hard, knowing that Junior Sikong has a girlfriend, but still thinking about him. The water volleyball competition was won by the team led by Nagamo Yae in an overwhelming situation. After raising his arms high, Nankuya went ashore from the sports pool. Immediately, the girls who cheered and congratulated Nan Yunya just now gathered towards him. Although Nan Yunya likes to show off and be surrounded by people, but being surrounded by a group of ugly and fat women congratulates him, he has a crooked feeling that he wants to vomit. At this time, Nan Yunya misses Asahina Azusa very much. If she replaces these girls, it would be great. FK, damn Sikong Wuye? Looking at Nagamo Masa who was facing in the direction of Hinazuna, she became angry immediately. Because Masa Nagamo saw Wuye's figure beside Azusa Asahina, Nan Yunya saw that Wuye was sitting between Ichinose Hoonami and Asahina Nazuna, and the three of them were talking and laughing. It seemed that the atmosphere was very good. After seeing such a situation, Nan Yunya was about to explode with anger. When he was playing water volleyball, this BD was actually flirting with his woman? Although Asahina Azuma rejected Nagamoya's confession and pursuit, he still regarded Asahina as his own woman. Fortunately, Nan Yunya's city was deep enough, and he didn't show an angry expression on his face when he was angry. After all, there are so many people around him congratulating him, Nan Yunya can't show an ugly expression. After dispersing the congratulatory crowd in twos and twos, Nan Yunya walked towards the beach chair where Wuye and the others were sitting with a dark face. Water chestnut. Masa Nagamo's low voice caused Asahina Azusa to temporarily end the conversation with Wuye. She turned her head to look at Masa Nagamo. Yeah, when did you come here? The game is over already. You and that BD Sikong Wuye chatted so happily? You don't even know when I came here? Nan Yunya suppressed her frustration and anger, and said to Wuye in a bad tone, Sikong Wuye, aren't you working as a pool worker? Why is 407 sitting here? Because of jealousy and aggrievedness, now Nan Yunya doesn't even bother to put on a basic disguise, and directly calls him by Wuye's full name. Wuye glanced at Nan Yunya with an ugly face, and he said lazily, because you are playing water volleyball here, you have attracted a lot of people. The gathering of too many people is the place where danger is most likely to occur, so as a staff member, I sit here, and there is nothing wrong with it. So you're sitting here, or is it his fault? What Wuye said was well-founded, and Nagamo Masa had no way to refute it. Suddenly, he had an idea and thought of a good way to make Asahina Azuma look at him with admiration, and at the same time defeat Wuye. Sikong Wuye, how about having a water volleyball match with us? Nan Yunya said to Wuye. Water volleyball is a cooperative sport, so it cannot be played by one person alone. Nan Yunya knows that Wuye is very good and good at sports, but Nan Yunya feels that Wuye is different from him. He is such a reliable teammate. I refuse. Wuye said casually. Are you afraid? Nan Yunya said provocatively. Wuye looked at Nan Yunya with helpless eyes, and he said bluntly, you have to know that you have lost to me several times, and you were even kicked out of the student union by me, so how could I be afraid of a defeated opponent? You. Nan Yunya became angry. As the saying goes, you don't slap someone in the face, and you don't expose your faults when you swear. Now this BD is slapping him in the face and exposing his faults. That's what Nan Yunya deserved, who made him provoke Wuye so arrogantly. Don't you like betting on points? I can bet against you with 3 million points. Where did you get so many points? Wuye looked at Nan Yunya in surprise. He must have used up all the points on this guy, so how did Nan Yunya get it in just a few months? To 3 million points. You don't care where I got so many points, whether you accept my invitation to fight. Nan Yunya said, but he didn't tell Wuye how he got the points. Because Nan Yunya feels that once Wuye finds out, he will definitely cut off his way to get points. However, at this time Wuye became thoughtful, and he said, could it be Kiriyama Akuba's fault? This sentence made Nan Yunya's heart jump suddenly, but he relied on the city government to prevent himself from showing a surprised expression. Wuye touched his eyes. Under the cover of the palm, no one could see that Wuye's eyes showed a strange and beautiful color. Mind-reading ability, activated. After about 5 seconds, Wuye put down his palm, revealing a pair of clear black and white eyes. He said to Nan Yunya, did Nan Yunya take over Kiriyama Akuba's work, and then reached an agreement with some students, and you let them get the qualification to enter the swimming pool to set up a stall? So the points on you, Nan Yunya, are probably obtained from the agreement of these street vendors. Nan Yunya's heart was full of shock and disbelief. This guy actually guessed it, and the guess was so accurate? Because Wuye's guess was too accurate, now Nankuya had the unbelievable illusion that she was being read by the demon in front of her. The secretary of the student union, Kiriyama Akaha, Ichinose Hoonami muttered to herself, and suddenly she exclaimed, I remember that senior secretary took the initiative to ask the president half a month ago. Speaking of being in charge of the opening of the swimming pool. That's right, after Kiriyama Akuba took over the opening of the swimming pool, he handed over the job of the pool vendor to you, and asked you to be in charge of arranging the pool vendors. And Nan Yunya, you took the opportunity to sign an agreement with the street vendors, asking them to give you a reward for every food sold. Wuye said slowly. After Wuye said this, Asahina Azuma looked at Nagamo Masa with surprised eyes, while the expressions of Mizoaki and Tonokawa did not change much. Obviously they are different from Asahina Azuma, they know Nanyun the cooperation and agreement between Yunya and street vendors. I don't even know what you're talking about. Nan Yunya denied it. You can play dumb, anyway, I just need to ask those street vendors to confirm whether they have signed an agreement with you. Wuye said indifferently. Nan Yunya fell silent. Neunya, Nan Yunya, when you were the vice president of the student union, you used the club's ghost members to collect points from the school. Now that you are no longer the vice president, there is still a way to reach an agreement with others and continue to collect points. I have to say that you are really a genius for collecting wool. Wuye said in an approving tone. Although Wuye's voice and content sounded like she was praising Nan Yunya's hearing was extremely harsh. If any unlucky company recruits you in the future, it is estimated that the company's funds will be stolen by you in various ways. Wuye said with a smile. Ichinose Hoonami and the others had weird expressions. It seems to be possible. You're enough. Nan Yunya said angrily, Sikong Wuye, do you have the guts to accept my bet? Just answer me. I have the guts, but I don't intend to accept the bet you proposed. Wuye shrugged. Neunya, you must know that I am in charge of the work of the student union now. This is not the time to play games with others. You are the former vice president of the student union. Why don't you even know that you can't mess around at work? Fortunately, you are not now, otherwise you will definitely neglect your duties. Sikong Wuye, you. Nan Yunya became annoyed by Wuye's sarcasm, and her handsome face immediately distorted. Ichinose Hoonami was a little worried that this wicked senior would beat Wuye, so she quickly grabbed Wuye's arm. Sikong, let's go, it's time to inspect other places. After saying this, Ichinose Hoonami pulled Wuye's arm vigorously, thinking of pulling him up from the beach chair. Wuye, who really didn't want to waste time with Nagamo Masa, stood up following the strength of Hoonami nose. He smiled at Azusa Asahina and said, Senior, goodbye. Asahina-senpai, let's go to work first. Goodbye, Sikong-senpai, Ichinose. Asahina Haruka responded with a smile to the farewell of Wuye and Ichinose Hoonami. After saying goodbye to Asahina Azusa, Ichinose Hoonami took Wuye's arm and left here. Nagamo Masa, who was so angry by Wuye, said to Asahina Haruka in a bad tone, Nazuna, didn't I warn you before, don't talk to this guy Sikong Wuye. There's nothing wrong with that, but do I have to obey your orders? Who are you to me? Asahina said dissatisfied. We are best friends. Sikong Wuye is my enemy, so he is your enemy too. No, brother Sikong is your enemy, not mine. Also, brother Sikong is not a second-year student, so why should you target him like this? Dr. Kobe said in a puzzled manner. In Asahina Azusa's eyes, Nagamo Masa, who provoked Wuye, was very irrational and abnormal. Because Sikong Wuye is a first-year student, and they are second-year students, there is no hostile relationship between the first and second grades competing for Class A. So why did Nagamo have to target that junior? Asahina Azuma didn't understand very well. You don't understand, Sikong Wuye is a narrow-minded person. He tried every means to drive Mizoaki out of the student union because of his grudge against me, so I won't let him go. Nan Yunya said through gritted teeth. That's right. We won't let Sikong Wuye go. Mizoaki agreed. Asahina Azuma rolled her eyes. After talking with Wuye just now, she didn't think that handsome junior was a narrow-minded person. On the contrary, Nagamo Masa, who was always against him, showed narrow-mindedness all over her body. I'm too lazy to tell you, I'm going to buy something to drink. Asahina Haru, who was sitting on the beach chair, stood up. She was a little thirsty now after talking so much with Wuye and Ichinose Hoonami. Asahina Azuma mainly wanted to take the opportunity to avoid Nagamo Masa, who was angry. She came to the swimming pool to enjoy the summer, not a trash can to accept Nagamo Masa's negative emotions. Daxia, please sit down. I'll help you buy it. Nanvaya said proactively. Do you know what I like to drink? Nagamo was at a loss for words, because he really didn't know what kind of drink Asahina Azusa liked to drink. Although Nagamo Masa is pursuing Asahina Azuma, but he is only because of his greedy body. He doesn't know what Asahina Azuma likes to eat, what he likes to drink, and what color he likes. Asahina Haruka rolled her eyes at Nagamo Masa, who stopped talking, and then left directly. At this time, Wuye, who was pulled away by Ichinose Hoonami, showed a delicate expression, because Ichinose Hoonami still holds his wrist. Now Ichinose Hoonami seems to be Wuye's girlfriend, holding his wrist intimately. The distance between the two is a little bit close, so that even Wuye can breathe the fragrance of Nose Hoonami's body up. Ichinose. Ichinose Hoonami looked suspiciously at Wuye beside him. Hand. Wuye pointed to his right hand being held by her. Hand. Ichinose Hoonami, who was slightly taken aback, looked at Wuye's finger. She saw her hand still holding Wuye's wrist. Afterwards, Ichinose Hoonami quickly let go of Wuye's wrist and withdrew his palm as if he had been electrocuted. Ahaha, sorry Sikong, I forgot to let you go. Ichinose Hoonami said embarrassedly with a little blush on her cheeks. It's okay, I don't mind. Ichinose, would you like something to drink with 2.6? I'll treat you. Wuye pointed to the drink shop not far away. Then I won't be polite, Ichinose Hoonami said with a smile on her face. After the school opened the swimming pool of the swimming club, there is even a drink shop in the swimming pool, but the drinks sold in this drink shop are 2,000 points more expensive than outside, which seems a little expensive. But Wuye, who has more than 20 million points, doesn't care. Wuye turned his head to Ichinose Hoonami and asked, Ichinose, what would you like to drink? Well, Sikong, what are you going to drink? I'm going to order a glass of watermelon juice. Xiaotian is suitable for drinking this kind of thing, clearing away heat and relieving summer heat. Then I'll order a glass of watermelon juice too. Give me a cup too. Some familiar voices came from behind Wuye and Ichinose Hoonami. They both turned their heads and accidentally saw Asahina Faye's tall and beautiful figure. Asahina-senpai, why are you here too? Ichinose Hoonami asked in surprise. Of course it's the same as you, I'm thirsty and want to buy something to drink. Asahina Shizumi replied with a smile. Then let me treat it as a senior sister. You just took the risk to tell us the reward for the island vacation. Hey, the information I mentioned can't be settled with a glass of watermelon juice. Then senior sister, you can order a few more glasses. Wuye said with a smile. Just order a few more cups, let me order another ice cream. Yes, you can order whatever you want, even the most expensive one. Wuye said generously. Now that Wuye said so, Asahina Azusa didn't show politeness to him, and ordered an ice cream worth 38,500 points. Wuye only spent more than 40,000 points to invite Asahina Azuma, and the island vacation information she just told them could not be bought with more than 40,000 points. So in the end Wuye is not at a loss. Asahina Haruka held watermelon juice in one hand and ice cream in the other. She showed a bright smile to Wuye and Ichinose Hoonami. I'm leaving, don't disturb your date. It's not a date. It's work, it's work. Ichinose Hoonami, whose cheeks were blushing, corrected quickly. Ahaha Asahina Azuma left Wuye and Ichinose Hoonami with a series of cheerful laughter. Smiling Wuye took the watermelon juice offered by the clerk, and stretched it towards Ichinose Hoonami's flushed cheeks. Ichinose Hoonami suddenly felt the cold feeling coming from her cheeks, her bumpy body trembled suddenly, and then she subconsciously exclaimed Yaha. Hearing Ichinose Hoonami's exclaimed aha, Wuye's smile deepened. Because this little angel with golden pink hair has always been straightforward and cheerful, I didn't expect to make such a cute voice after being frightened. Because of the sudden cold feeling on his cheek, Ichinose Hoonami quickly turned his head and looked to the side. He saw Wuye who was smiling and holding watermelon juice. Obviously, the cold feeling that Ichinose Hoonami felt just now was brought by the watermelon juice. Seeing the smile on Wuye's face, Ichinose Hoonami's pink cheeks puffed up, revealing a little annoyed look. Toku, you scared me. Don't be angry, I'll buy you a drink. The annoyed Ichinose Hoonami suddenly couldn't laugh or cry. You invited me to drink this glass of watermelon juice in the first place. It seems like how about I treat you to ice cream again? Wuye said with a smile. Forget it, ice cream is a bit expensive. Ichinose Hoonami shook his head. Although Ichinose Hoonami was frightened by Wuye's actions just now, she was not too angry, but she was a little happy in her heart. Because Wuye's behavior towards her just now was a little bit intimate. It doesn't matter if it's expensive, I have quite a lot of personal points, and I don't know how to spend them. Sikong, don't let the students in Class D hear your words. Most of the students in Class D are now forced to eat free mountain vegetable meals because they don't have points. Ichinose Hoonami said coquettishly. Well, the mountain vegetable set meal is also very good, very healthy. Wuye said with a smile. Because of Long Yuangxiang's targeting of Wuye, and the fact that 5 students in Class D dropped out during the midterm exam, the class points of Class D were deducted to 0. Afterwards, Class D did not get a lot of class points in the midterm exam and final exam, so the students in Class D received very few personal points from the school every month. Too little to maintain 3 meals a day, and was forced to eat free and unpalatable mountain vegetable set meals. Wuye's flirtatious book friend Shiina Hiri is also eating the vegetable set meal. Her taste is very light, and even the vegetable set meal can be accepted with pleasure. Although the mountain vegetable set meal is a bit hard to swallow, it is healthier and greener than other set meals, and because of the oil and water, there will be no malnutrition. In the end, Ichinose Hoonami didn't accept Wuye's apology. She didn't order ice cream. She held the watermelon juice that touched her cheek with both hands sucked gently. For some reason, Ichinose Hoonami felt that this glass of watermelon juice was extraordinarily sweet, and her whole body was healed by this glass of watermelon juice. Is it because this glass of watermelon juice is his treat? Ichinose Hoonami, who was drinking watermelon juice, glanced at Wuye who was chatting with the clerk. Sister, have you seen the armband on my arm? Wuye pointed to the clerk at the armband tied on his arm. Ah, I saw it. This should be the armband of the pool staff, right? You are. Hey, you are Sikong Wuye, right? That villain in the first grade. The clerk's sister who seemed to be recognized by Wuye coughed, and then she quickly changed her words. Ahem, you are the Sikong student from the first grade. Sister, it's good that you know me. I was sent by the student union to investigate the situation of the swimming pool shop. Many students have complained to the student union that the prices of food and drinks in the vendors and shops in the swimming pool are too high. Wuye said seriously. Said. Ichinose Hoonami looked at Wuye with a subtle expression. This person can be so calm and natural when lying, as if he is telling the truth. The student union has never received complaints about the high price of swimming pool items. And they came to the swimming pool to investigate the situation of the store? It's obviously just replacing the staff and inspecting the swimming pool. Ichinose Hoonami, who knew the truth, didn't believe what Wuye said just now, but the clerk's sister believed it. She said with a bitter face. Brother Sikong, the prices of food and drinks in the swimming pool are much higher than outside, but it doesn't matter to us. It's not our price. Who set the price? Wuye asked. It's your student union. How is it possible? We have never been in touch with swimming pools. Ichinose Hoonami retorted subconsciously. Suddenly she remembered something, and said in surprise, could it be Secretary Kiriyama? Wuye continued to ask with the same expression, Senior sister, please tell me everything about entering the swimming pool to work. Okay. The senior clerk didn't hesitate, and told the story of how she became a clerk in the swimming pool drink shop. This clerk senior is a student in Class B of the second year. At the beginning of the summer vacation, she received a leaflet from Dianhe in Class A of the second year. The content of the leaflet was to recruit students to work in the swimming pool. The senior sister's remuneration is not fixed, it is distributed according to the points obtained by selling things. For example, if the senior sister's sales today are 600,000 points, then the school will take away 300,000 points, and the remaining 300,000 points will be shared between the senior sister and Dianhe who recruited her to work, and the daily average is 90,000 points. In the end, those points are estimated to be transferred to Nanyunya's student ID card. Sister, what was your turnover yesterday? Wuye asked. It's more than 1 million. The senior clerk told me yesterday's turnover in a big way. More than 1 million, that is to say, senior sister, you and the person who recruited you can share 250,000 points. Ichinose Hoonami said in surprise. Yes. The senior sister nodded her head, and she added, "We also have to spend points to buy raw materials for the drink, and it took a lot of points. 250,000 points a day, the income is the same high. In fact, it is normal for the sales of beverage stores to be so high, because there are not many beverage stores in the swimming pool, so it has formed a situation like monopoly marketing. In addition, the items in the beverage store are 20 to 30% more expensive than the outside, so the sales in a day are so exaggerated." Thank you for your answer, senior sister. Our student union already knows the specific situation, so I will take my leave. Senior sister looked at Wuye, who turned around and was about to leave. She quickly said, "Student Sikong? No, Mr. Vice President, can you tell me about your next plan? Is the student union going to let us continue to work in the swimming pool?" "Don't worry, the student union has no such plan," Wuye said casually. "Then I'm relieved." The senior sister felt relieved. She didn't want to lose a part-time job opportunity that could quickly earn a lot of points. After leaving the drink shop with Wuye, Ichinose Hoonami asked curiously, "Wuye, don't you plan to rectify this situation?" "Of course I plan to rectify it. As the vice president of the student union, how can I let someone use the name of the student union to collect points?" Wuye said righteously. "The most important people are Nan Yunya and the others." Then Wuye couldn't just sit idly by. "So Sikong, how do you plan to deal with it?" Ichinose Hoonami asked expectantly. "Whoever made this kind of thing, let him solve it," Wuye said with a sneer, and Ichinose Hoonami nodded her head. She knew that Wuye was talking about Xiangshan Shengwang. Originally, Kiriyama Yuba was in charge of the swimming pool affairs, and he handed over the arrangement of the swimming pool to Nan Yunya and the others, and then Nan Yunya and the others signed a relevant agreement with everyone who worked here in the swimming pool, and they would earn half a share with them. Points earned. This method can be described as empty-handed white wolf. Let others go to work, and Nan Yunya and the others just enjoy the benefits and collect points. Now half a month has passed since the summer vacation, and Wuye doesn't know how many points Nan Yunya and the others took the opportunity to collect. It is conservatively estimated that there should be tens of millions of points. Otherwise, Nan Yunya wouldn't be so confident in betting against Wuye with 3 million points just now. However, the points Nagamoya got from the part-time students should be shared equally with Kiriyama Akaha. Otherwise, Kiriyama Akaha would not hand over the work of the swimming pool to Nagamoya and the others. I really underestimated that guy Nan Yunya. I didn't expect that after driving Mizoaki, Dianhe, and his 3 general affairs officials out of the student union, he still had a way to earn points through the power of the student union. Wuye thought so in his heart. After all, Nan Yunya is also an outstanding student who almost ruled the entire second grade of high school, and he has many methods. Wuye was thinking about how to cut off Nan Yunya and the others from getting points from the swimming pool migrant students. He didn't notice that there was a tree in front of him. If Wuye continued to walk, he would definitely hit a tree. Fortunately, Ichinose Hoonami noticed this situation, and she stretched out her palm to hold Wuye's arm, letting him continue to move forward. But Ichinose Hoonami overestimated her own strength a bit. Instead of directly holding Wuye, she was led staggeringly by him. "Ah!" Ichinose Hoonami's exclamation made Wuye wake up from his contemplative state, and then suddenly there was an extremely soft and firm impact from his back. Wuye, who has 3 girlfriends, immediately recognized what brought about this soft and firm impact. Only the hearts of girls can bring such an impact to people. After Ichinose Hoonami was taken a step by Wuye just now, she bumped directly into his back, so Wuye felt that indescribable soft impact. Now Ichinose Hoonami is leaning on Wuye's back. That generous and warm back made her feel shy and panicked in an instant. Ichinose Hoonami hurriedly took 2 steps back, no longer leaning on Wuye's back. That. Hearing Ichinose Hoonami's voice full of shyness and panic, Wuye with a handsome face showing a subtle expression turned around. After seeing Ichinose Hoonami's expression, Wuye couldn't help showing a little surprise. At this moment, Ichinose Hoonami, because of her shyness, her fair and delicate face was flushed with shyness, and there was a hazy mist in her clear and bright eyes. Shame. Ichinose Hoonami's shy and flustered expression made even Wuye feel uneasy. Wuye restrained himself from being aroused by Ichinose Hoonami's coquettish attitude. He said with a smile, "Ichinose, watch the way." Ichinose Hoonami, who also suppressed her inner shyness, wrinkled her nose, and she retorted, "It's Sikong, you have to watch the way. If I didn't pull you just now, you about to hit. Then do I have to thank you for pulling me?" "Yes, you must thank me." "Okay, I'll treat you to a drink after the patrol work is over." "That's what you said." "Yay, let's keep going." Wuye turned around and continued walking. Ichinose Hoonami glanced at his back, and couldn't help pursing his lips. Sikong's back doesn't look wide, why does it feel so generous after leaning on it? Ichinose Hoonami shook her head, not allowing herself to continue to think about what happened to Ripple just now. She lowered her eyes with shy blushes on her face, and took slightly joyful steps. He followed Wuye, who was walking ahead. When it was noon, the pool staff radioed the 3 of Wuye and asked them to come over for lunch. Since working here at the swimming pool includes lunch, the 3 of Wuye and the others don't need to spend money to buy light food from vendors to fill their stomachs. And the working meals at the swimming pool are very rich, much richer than the light meals at the street vendors. Horikita Suzune, who was eating a sumptuous lunch, looked at Wuye and Ichinose Hoonami with some doubts. Was it her illusion? How did Horikita Suzune feel that these 2 people had been patrolling all morning? After the swimming pool, the relationship has drawn a lot closer. Whether the relationship has been shortened or not is not certain, but it is certain that Ichinose Hoonami and Wuye's body collided intimately. Oh. Wuye sighed, and he said to Ichinose Hoonami and Horikita Suzune, the work of patrolling the swimming pool is more boring and free than I imagined. Isn't this a good thing? The more leisure we have, it means that there will be no accidents for everyone who comes to play in the swimming pool. Ichinose Hoonami replied with a bright smile. Horikita Suzune nodded her head. I agree with Ichinose. Don't answer me with what I said before. Wuye rolled his eyes at Ichinose Hoonami, and the girl with golden pink hair smiled, full of embarrassment. The swimming pool is not very big, and there is no need for so many people to patrol together. If you feel bored, Sikong, let me take care of the patrol work. Horikita Suzune said. I'll go on patrol with Horikita. Sikong, don't you have to go to the student union to deal with Secretary Kiriyama's affairs? Ichinose Hoonami suggested. Dealing with Secretary Kiriyama. Horikita Suzune showed surprise. What does this mean? Well, Ichinose Hoonami did not answer Horikita Suzune immediately. She cast a questioning look at Wuye. Ichinose Hoonami confirmed to Wuye whether it is possible to tell Horikita Suzune about Kiriyama Ika and Nagamo Masa's cooperation to earn points in the swimming pool. And Ichinose Hoonami's confirmed behavior was her subconscious action. That is to say, Ichinose Hoonami already regards Wuye as the decision-maker, and regards himself as his subordinate, obeying Wuye's orders and arrangements. Under Ichinose Hoonami's questioning gaze, Wuye said, tell Horikita what Kiriyama Ikaha and Nagamo Masa did, and let Horikita decide how to deal with it. After getting Wuye's permission, Ichinose Hoonami told Horikita Suzune how Kiriyama Ikaha and Nagamo Masa used the name of the student union to hire students to work in the swimming pool, and then get points from it. Said it all. After listening to Ichinose Hoonami's narration, Horikita Suzune's expression turned serious. This kind of behavior must be stopped, otherwise it will ruin the reputation of the student union. Horikita, are you worried that your big brother will be affected? After all, your big brother is the president of the student union. Wuye said with a smile. No. Horikita Suzune glared at Wuye with her charming fox eyes. I'm purely thinking about the reputation of the student union. Okay, I believe you. Huh. The arrogant snow fox snorted, and she asked Wuye quickly, Tong Kong, have you already thought of a solution? I thought about it when I almost hit a tree. Wuye's slightly teasing tone made Ichinose Hoonami's cheeks flush, and her white palms subconsciously held down her plump and upright breasts. Don't let her recall those embarrassing scenes before. Originally, Ichinose Hoonami almost forgot about hitting Wuye's back before, but now she was recalled by Wuye's words, and even Ichinose Hoonami's chest still faintly felt the numbness of hitting Wuye's back at that time feel. Ichinose Hoonami bit her lip and glared at Wuye, who was smiling angrily. Wuye didn't want to continue molesting Ichinose Hoonami. He just said, the cooperation between Kiriyama Ikaha and Nagamo Masa is unreasonable, so as long as I give instructions for rectification, Kiriyama Ikaha must carry out rectification. What if he doesn't want to? Horikita Suzune asked. Horikita Suzune has been in the student union for a long time, and she has been keenly aware of the hostility between Wuye and Kiriyama Ika, so it is very likely that Kiriyama Ika will not accept Wuye's rectification instructions. If he doesn't want to, that's the best, because I can drive Kiriyama Yuba out of the student union on the grounds of damaging the reputation of the student union and harming the interests of the school. Wuye said lightly. Ichinose Hoonami, whose white palm was still pressing on her chest, asked, is this kind of thing possible? We have legitimate reasons, so we can vote on whether Kiriyama Ikaha is suitable to be the secretary of the student union. As long as the yes votes are more than the no votes, then he has to leave the student union. Wuye replied. Since the cooperation between Kiriyama Ikaha and Non-Yunya has damaged the reputation of the student union and the school, the student union can vote internally. Because Kiriyama Ika really made a mistake, the fair and just President Horikita Kikyo will definitely vote to drive Kiriyama Ika out of the student union. Horikita Kikyo voted for it, so the secretary, Akane Tachibana, would naturally vote for it too. Wuye was the initiator of the vote, so he naturally voted for it. Ichinose Hoonami and Horikita Suzune would vote the same as Wuye. In this way, there are 6 votes in favor. Even if Katsuragi Kahei and other general affairs officials voted against, they would not be able to keep Kiriyama Ikaha in the student union. We can just vote directly. Anyway, the secretary of Kizuyama Akuba has become a person who goes to Yae in the south, right? Horikita Suzune said awe-inspiringly. This won't work, because it is impossible for your president, big brother, to agree. Wuye said, waving his hands. Why don't you agree? Because there are only 2 secretaries left in the student union. If Kiriyama Yuba is directly kicked out, then there will only be Takabana-senpai as the secretary. 10 Sisters Maizi cannot be busy enough, so it is impossible for the president to agree to vote unless it is absolutely necessary, Wuye explained. I see. Horikita Suzune and Ichinose Hoonami nodded their heads, expressing that they already understood. Wuye looked at these 2 beautiful girls, he said with some regret. It's a pity that the 2 of you joined the student union for too short a time, otherwise I could have promoted you to secretary. I remember that the regulations of the student union are to serve as a general affairs officer for half a year before you can be promoted. Ichinose Hoonami asked. That's right. Wuye nodded. Needless to say, Horikita Suzune, she is Wuye's classmate, so Wuye will definitely promote her. He will not let Horikita Suzune remain as a general officer. As for Ichinose Hoonami, although she is not Wuye's classmate, Ichinose Hoonami has been following him closely and told Wuye about Katsuragi Kahei's betrayal of him. So Ichinose Hoonami has now become Wuye's influence in the student union, and he regards him as one of his own. Now that Ichinose Hoonami is his own, then Wuye will not suppress her, and will not let her remain as a general affairs officer. But Ichinose Hoonami is the leader of Class B, is it really okay to make her the clerk? This is totally fine. Because after Horikita Suzune and Ichinose Hoonami had qualifications for promotion, Wuye had already become the student council president at that time. As long as Wuye becomes the student council president, Ichinose Hoonami, who is just the clerk, wants to make trouble, Wuye can also directly suppress it. The three of Wuye had a hearty staff meal in the pool staff's rest area, and then Ichinose Hoonami and Horikita Suzune continued to inspect the pool. But Wuye took out his mobile phone and started calling the secretary Kiriyama Akuba. As for why Wuye has the contact information of Kiriyama Akuba, the enemy, it is because members who join the student union have to exchange contact information with each other, so as to facilitate contact and convey work instructions. At this time, Kiriyama Akuba is enjoying a delicious lunch in the student restaurant, and the price is as high as 600,000 points Weijio set meal. Kiriyama Akaha earned a lot of points because of his cooperation with Nan Yunya, so he dared to order the expensive Weijio set meal. Now Kiriyama Akaha felt more and more that it was an extremely correct decision for him to cooperate with Nan Yunya, otherwise he really wouldn't be able to earn so many points. In fact, before the summer vacation even started, Nan Yunya took the initiative to approach Kiriyama Akuba, and told them that they could earn a large number of points through the part-time job arrangement in the swimming pool. Afterwards, Kiriyama Akaha took the initiative to take over the affairs of the swimming pool in the student union. Jingle bell? The sudden ringing of the mobile phone interrupted Kiriyama Yui's enjoyment. He took out his mobile phone and looked at it. After seeing the phone's caller ID was Sikong Wuye, Tongshan Yui immediately frowned. Why is this guy contacting me? Tongshan Shenjai muttered to himself. He always felt that it was not a good thing for the devil to contact him on his own initiative. Unhappy Kiriyama Yui connected Wuye's call, and what he said made Kiriyama Yui's expression change instantly. Sikong Wuye found out about his and Nan Yunya's arrangement for the swimming pool. Secretary Tongshan, you can arrange students to work in the swimming pool to earn points, but isn't it inappropriate for some outsiders, Neunya and the others, to collect points from it? And the pricing of light food and drinks in the swimming pool is too high, I don't think it's appropriate. Kiriyama Shenjai gritted his teeth. So the vice president, how do you think it is appropriate to deal with it? Remove the mixing of outsiders, comprehensively reduce the price of light food and drinks in the swimming pool, and at the same time, you must satisfy the students working in the swimming pool, so as not to cause confusion. Wuye ordered. I understand, I will deal with it. Kiriyama Akaha replied. Tongshan Shenjai's cooperation made Wuye show a little surprised expression. This person's bones seem to be very soft, they can't be hardened, and he doesn't even oppose and resist. Secretary Tongshan, you start to deal with it now, and I will see the results tomorrow. Wuye's words made Kiriyama Yuba's anger soar. Who are you ordering? If you haven't dealt with the swimming pool issue tomorrow, I will vote against you to the director on the grounds that you have damaged the reputation of the student union and the school. Let the members of the student union vote on you to determine whether you are eligible to remain in the student union. Kiriyama Akuba's anger was immediately extinguished by Wuye's two words, because he realized that Wuye could pass these things, vote, and then drive him out of the student union. The terrified Tongshan Shenjai quickly said, I'll go to the swimming pool to deal with it now. Wuye nodded in satisfaction, and then ended the call with Kiriyama Akuba. After the call ended, Tongshan Shenjai took a deep breath, holding the phone firmly, he said bitterly, Dem Sikong Wuye, a mere junior dares to threaten me? Kiriyama Akaha uttered the curse that Nagamoya had said several times, but it was just incompetent rage. After scolding Wuye, Kiriyama Akuba had no intention of continuing to enjoy the delicious and expensive Weijio set meal. He packed the unfinished Weijio set meal and ran to the swimming pool in a hurry. Kiriyama Akaha must complete the conditions Wuye said within today, otherwise he thinks that Wuye will really put forward a voting proposal with the student council president Horikita. That demon is a ruthless man. He even kicked out Nanyunya, Dianhe, Mizoaki, and the general affairs officials who had taken refuge in Nanyunya from the student union. So Kiriyama Akuba doesn't think that what Wuye said just now is just to scare him. Kiriyama Yuba, who hurried to the swimming pool, called Nagamoya, and at this time, Nagamoya was eating fried noodles with Mizoaki and Dianhe depressedly. Because Masa Nagamo had annoyed Azusa Asahina before, she didn't want to have lunch with the three of them. Nagamoya, who was depressed in her heart, connected with Kiriyama Akuba. Neun, good, where are you now? Hurry up and go to the swimming pool, I need your help with something. Hearing Kiriyama Akaha's words, Nagamo Masa, who was in a bad mood, frowned immediately. When Kiriyama Akaha was the vice president, it was as important as respecting him. How respectful. Now that he is no longer the vice president, Kiriyama Yuba's tone of speaking to him has become casual, and sometimes even commanding. Hateful? It's a pity that if Yu Yunyo wants to return to the student union, she must get the help of Tongshan Shenjai. So no matter how bad Tong Shanshenjai's tone was, Nan Yunya had to endure it. I'm in the swimming pool right now, Kiriyama, what do you need my help with? Nan Yunya said. It's Sikong Wuye. What? Nan Yunya's complexion suddenly turned ugly. It has something to do with that BD Sikong Wuye? Kiriyama Akaha said hastily, that guy Sikong Wuye found out that we draw points from the part-time students in the swimming pool. So now he asked me to deal with this matter within today, let you outsiders all withdraw, and reduce the food prices of the pool vendors and shops. Nan Yunya's face became even more ugly, he subconsciously said, how did that guy Sikong Wuye know? After saying this, Nan Yunya suddenly realized how Wuye knew about it. It should be when he proposed to Wuye to bet against Wuye with 3 million points. At that time, didn't Wuye already guess how Nan Yunya got 3 million points quickly, so he went to the street vendors and shops to inquire about it, and then, naturally, I knew the content of their cooperation with migrant students. Afterwards, Wuye, who knew all this, ordered Tong Shanshenjai vigorously and let him come over to deal with these matters, so as to cut off his ability to obtain points from migrant students. After figuring all this out, Nagamoya gritted her teeth bitterly. If he had known this would happen, he shouldn't have provoked that BD. Otherwise, he wouldn't have noticed his method of getting points quickly. Neun, you have to help me to persuade the vendors and students in the shop to lower the prices of their items. Tong Shanshenjai said hastily, otherwise Sikong Wuye will propose a vote against me to the president and drive me away. A student minister. Neunya twitched the corners of her mouth. He didn't want to help Tong Shan grow leaves, but he had to. Because Kiriyama Ikuyo really can't be kicked out of the student union by Wuye, he is Nagamoya's last hope to return to the student union. I see, you can contact me when you come to the swimming pool. Nan Yunya replied tiredly that Tong Shan vomited. Good. After about 10 minutes, Kiriyama Yuba rushed to the swimming pool. He and Nagamoya took action, went to talk to the vendors, ended the agreement signed between them, and asked them to reduce the price of selling light food and the price of drinks. Almost all the students working in the swimming pool readily accepted Nagamoya's proposal. On the one hand, most of the students who work part-time are second-year students, so Nan Yunya has to give Nan Yunya a face. On the other hand, after the change, the part-time students will benefit more. Although the prices of the things they sell have dropped, the part-time students are not losing money. Because with the end of the previously signed agreement contract, they no longer need to share the earned points with Nan Yunya and the others equally. Since there is no need to share the points equally with Nan Yunya and the others, the part-time working students save a lot of point expenses. Therefore, when Nan Yunya and the others mentioned the end of the agreement and cooperation, they all raised their hands to show their approval. After being busy for almost 3 hours, Kiriyama Akaha and Nagamo Masa finished all the work. They were so tired that they slumped directly on the empty beach chairs. After that, we won't be able to get points from those people. Mizoaki, who was sitting paralyzed, said very sadly. Ah, it's all the dem Sikong Wuye's fault. Nan Yunya said angrily. It's your fault. Kiriyama Yuba glanced at Nagamoya disgustedly. He now knew that it was Nan Yunya who provoked Wuye because of 507, that's why he went to investigate the vendors and shops. So they couldn't get points from the part-time students, and it was Nan Yunya's fault. BD Kiriyama, what are you talking about? Mizoaki said dissatisfiedly to Kiriyama Akaha. I'm too lazy to quarrel with you. Now that the matter has been settled, I should contact Sikong Wuye. The annoyed Tong Shanshenjai stood up, and he used his mobile phone to contact Wuye as he left the pool. Looking at the back of Tong Shanshenjai like Diane he frowned and said, Boss Nan Yun, Tong Shanshenjai seems to be afraid of Sikong Wuye, can he really come in handy? Humph, the more Kiriyama Ikui is afraid of Sikong Wuye, the better. The more he is afraid, the more he will cooperate with us. Nan Yunya said with a sneer, and he stood up after resting for a while. Come on, we should leave. Oh, Nan Yunya, who was so tired, didn't want to stay in the swimming pool anymore. She just wanted to go back and rest. And Azusa Asahina sent a line to Nan Yunya 2 hours ago, and she told him that she had left the swimming pool. Therefore, Masa Nagamo, who was planning to leave the swimming pool, did not need to notify Azuma Asahina. However, Asahina Hina is still in the swimming pool. In fact, after Asahina Azuma sent Nan Yunya a message to leave, she accidentally found her good sister, so Asahina Azuma stayed and played in the swimming pool with that good sister. Secretary Tongshan, your work efficiency is really fast, and everything has been done so quickly. Wuye said with a smile while holding the phone. Kiriyama Akaha, who was on the phone with Wuye, said, After all, I am a veteran clerk of the student union, so my work efficiency is naturally top-notch. Wuye curled his lips. When he was inspecting the swimming pool, he saw Neunya, Mizoaki, and Diane He who were constantly talking to the vendors, so Kiriyama Yoba, please don't put gold on your face. You have settled the matter, but Kiriyama Akaha, you and Nanyun Mesa, how to deal with the points they got from the part-time students? Wuye said. Does the points also need to be dealt with? Kiriyama Akaha showed a heartbroken expression. Shouldn't the points obtained through illegal means be dealt with? Wuye raised his eyebrows and asked back. The vice president, how do you think these points should be handled? You tell me first, how many points you got from everyone who worked part-time? Probably more than 3.6 million. Tong Shanshenjai replied uncertainly. There are quite a lot, so let me give you a solution. The students in Class C of the first year are all studying hard, but they lack points. I think they need scholarships to motivate them. What do you think, Secretary Tongshan? Wuye said seriously. Kiriyama Ikuyo twitched the corners of his mouth. He understood what Wuye meant. It was nothing more than asking him to donate all the 3.6 million points to Class C of the first year in the form of a scholarship. Ichinose Hoonami, who was beside Wuye, also understood Wuye's meaning, and a shocked expression appeared on her pretty face. Ichinose Hoonami didn't expect Wuye's operation to be so coquettish, making Kiriyama Ikuyo's illegal income a scholarship for his class. In fact, Wuye has done this kind of coquettish operation before. At that time, Mizoaki contributed 670,000 points of his to Wuye's class as a scholarship. But the vice president, I don't have 3.6 million points anymore, I spent about 1.9 million. Kiriyama Yuba said in a dilemma. You are better at squandering points than I imagined. Wuye said speechlessly. The vice chairman has given the award too much. Neunya and the others should have obtained points from everyone, right? You can collect 4 million points with them, and then do some good deeds and send them to Class C as a scholarship for the first year. Hearing Wuye's condition, Kiriyama Akuba twitched the corner of his mouth. This guy is really a devil. He knew he didn't even have 3.6 million points, and even increased the points he contributed to 4 million. The whole heart of this guy is probably black. Secretary Tongshan, do you think my method of dealing with illegally obtained points is suitable? Suitable? Very suitable. Well, then I'll send you the contact number of the head teacher of Class C in year 2 later. Wuye said with a smile. I see. Wuye ended the call with Ikuyo Kiriyama, and Ikuyo Kiriyama with a bitter face began to call Nanyunya, asking him to help collect 4 million points and then donate them to Class C of the first year in the name of scholarships. Kiriyama Shenjai didn't want to donate at all, but he knew very clearly that if he didn't donate 4 million to Class C for 1 year, Wuye would not let him go easily. Although Kiriyama Akuba and the others have already dealt with the problem of working in the swimming pool, if Wuye pursues it, they will not be able to escape. So if you want to get rid of this matter, you must collect 4 million points, donate them to Class C of the first year, and then satisfy Wuye. The smiling Wuye took back his mobile phone, and Ichinose Hoonami poked his arm. Sikong, how bad you are. What are you talking about? I'm a good person. Wuye rolled his eyes at Ichinose Hoonami angrily. You are a bad person, threatening them to donate 4 million scholarships to your class. Baya, this is to give them a chance to redeem their sins. After all, the points in their student ID cards were obtained through illegal means. Wuye said solemnly, and Ichinose Hoonami laughed out loud. He is clearly threatening others, but he speaks as if he is really doing something good. What a thick-skinned man. But Ichinose Hoonami admires Wuye very much, because his handling method not only made Kiriyama Akaha and the others spit out the illegally obtained points, but also benefited his class. This is what Ichinose Hoonami admires. At this time, the radios on Wuye and Ichinose Hoonami rang, and the voices of the staff came out. Student Sikong, Ichinose-san, and Horikita-san, it is already 4:40, and the swimming pool is closed at 5 o'clock, so please go to the swimming pool and remind those who are still staying there, let them start leaving. Received X2. Wuye and Ichinose Hoonami looked at each other, then walked towards the pool, and Horikita Suzune, who was patrolling alone, also started to walk towards the pool. In fact, at this time, there are not many people in the swimming pool. Because it is now close to the closing time of the swimming pool, the staff has conveyed the closing notice to everyone in the swimming pool through the radio, and the students have entered the locker room one after another, take a bath and change clothes, and then leave here. However, there are still a small number of people who did not follow the notice of the staff and continue to stay in the swimming pool. At this time, the staff needs to drive them away in person. Wuye and Ichinose Hoonami met Horikita Suzune on the way to the swimming pool, and the three of them walked towards the swimming pool together. The work assigned by the student union is coming to an end. Let me treat you to dinner. Wuye said with a smile. It's okay to have dinner together, but there's no need to treat guests, said Ichinose Hoonami with a bright smile. I think so too. Horikita Suzune replied coldly. All right. At this moment, Wuye and the others suddenly heard a scream full of panic. Come on, someone is drowning. The faces of the three of Wuye changed slightly when they heard the voice. None of them encountered any accidents this day. They did not expect that someone drowned when the museum was about to close. Wuye quickly pulled off the sun protection jacket he was wearing, revealing a perfect streamlined figure. He threw the jacket to Horikita Suzune who was beside him. Horikita, help me hold the coat, and I'll save someone. Wuye, who left these words, quickly rushed towards the direction of the panicked voice, and Ichinose Hoonami and Horikita Suzune, who was holding Wuye's coat, also quickly followed. Wuye who came here saw someone jumping in the pool, and a girl was yelling in panic beside the pool. There is a flowing water swimming pool. The water is quite deep, at least 2 meters high. Wuye leaped and jumped directly into the flowing swimming pool, and then, like a dolphin, he quickly swam towards the thumping people in the pool. Wuye deserves to be a man in the 50-meter freestyle with 23.01 seconds. He swam to the side of the drowning man in almost one breath. When approaching this person, Wuye finally recognized that this person was actually Asahina Azusa. It was too late to be surprised. Wuye directly hugged Asahina Azusa's delicate body, and swam up. He had to let Asahina Nazuna's head out of the water, otherwise it will drown because it cannot breathe air. As we all know, when a person is drowning, he will grasp everything around him because of fear and panic. So after Asahina Azusa was hugged by Wuye, she hugged Wuye's body tightly as if she was grabbing a life-saving straw. It's also fortunate that Wuye is good at swimming, otherwise he would be unable to swim due to Asahina's clinging action. There was a clattering sound, both Wuye and Asahina's heads were exposed to sleep, and Asahina, who was about to suffocate, breathed rapidly, making a violent breathing sound of ho-ho. Wuye, who was hugged tightly by Asahina Haruka, kept kicking the water with his feet, while keeping himself and Asahina Haru's heads above the water. He swam towards the shore of the pool. "Senior, don't be afraid, it's all right, now you calm down, and then open your eyes." Wuye warmly comforted Asahina Mei, who was hugging her tightly. Maybe it was because she could breathe, or maybe she felt the warmth from Wuye's body. Asahina Haruka, whose face was a little pale, slowly opened her pair of purple eyes full of panic. Colored eyes. Because Asahina Haruka hugged Wuye tightly, the first time she opened her eyes, she saw Wuye's handsome face close at hand. Wuye's handsome face is showing a gentle expression to Asahina Haru, who is frightened by drowning, and his clear eyes reveal concern. His face is shining in the afternoon sun. Under the light, it was dyed with a layer of sacred golden brilliance. Asahina Hina lost her mind slightly. She seems to be infatuated with this junior. While Asahina was stunned, Wuye had already swam to the escalator at the edge of the pool, and then he put one arm around Asahina's waist, and the other hand grabbed the handle of the escalator. Through the escalator, Wuye directly hugged Asahina Shiba and left the swimming pool. Crystal clear water drops fell from the two of them. Seeing that Wuye had successfully rescued the drowning person, Ichinose Hoonami and Horikita Suzune, who already felt the pool, breathed a sigh of relief. Now Wuye's expression is a little subtle, because now Wuye really feels the figure and skin of Asahina Azusa, a senior. When I rescued Asahina Raku in the swimming pool just now, because I was in the swimming pool and my attention was on the rescue, Wuye didn't notice Asahina Azuki's figure. But now that Wuye has left the pool, he can feel her body and skin from Chaobaijuo, who is hugging him tightly. Being hugged so tightly by Asahina Azusa, who is not bad in figure, Wuye is not too nervous and shy, because he is not a pure love boy who has never been in contact with girls. "Sister, now we are safe, you can leave me," Wuye said delicately. Oh. Asahina Azusa, who came back to her senses, also found that she was hugging this junior tightly, and she hurriedly let go of Wuye's body in a panic and shyness, and stepped back. But because of Asahina Haruka's leg cramps, she retreated and staggered because of the cramping pain in her feet. Seeing that Asahina was about to fall, Wuye, who had quick eyes and quick hands, immediately stretched out his palm, grabbed Asahina's snow-white arm, and supported her. "Sister, are you alright?" "I'm fine, just my leg cramps." Wuye gently let go of Asahina Azusa, and she also gently stood firm. At this moment, the girl who was yelling that someone was drowning ran over, and she excitedly hugged Asahina Haruka. "You scared me to death just now, luckily you didn't." Asahina Haruka hugged this good sister back with lingering fear, then she glanced at Wuye and said sincerely, "Thank you for saving me, Sikong-san." Wuye wiped off the remaining drops of water on his cheeks, and said with a light smile, "Thanks are unnecessary, after all, we are the staff of the swimming pool now, and it is our duty to be responsible for everyone's safety." "Yes, senpai, it's great that you're fine," Ichinose Hoonami said happily. "Well, thank you for your concern, Ichinose." Wuye found that the eyes of Asahinazuki looking at him flickered, probably because she felt shy and uncomfortable recalling her hug to him just now. So Wuye turned to Ichinose Hoonami and Horikita Suzune. "You take care of senior sister first, I will leave the notice to those who are still in the pool." I'm fine, I don't need you to look at it, if you have something to do, go and do it, don't worry about me, and I'm not alone," Asahina Shizumi said hastily. "Well, I'll do my best," the girl holding Asahi Nero said seriously. Now that Asahina Azusa has said so, Ichinose Hoonami and Horikita Suzune did not stay to take care of her, and left the flowing pool with Wuye. Asahina Haru stared at Wuye's leaving back. Her good sister looked at Asahina Haru with a strange expression in surprise, and then she looked at Wuye, who had been staring at Asahina Haru. "Nazo, don't look at it, you're back. What are you doing so loudly? My soul is always there." Asahina Hina complained angrily, and her good sister said strangely, "Hatsuna, don't tell me, you've taken a fancy to Sikong Wuye, right? Say, what are you talking about?" "Because my best friend had hit on my thoughts," Asahina's slightly pale cheeks showed a delicate blush. Hey, you must be serious with this expression. Sikong Wuye is Nanyun's enemy. If Nanyunya finds out that you like Sikong Wuye, he will probably go berserk. It doesn't matter who I like, I don't have a relationship with him as boyfriend and girlfriend," Asahina said angrily. Because Masa Nagamo openly pursues Azuma Asahina, the students in Class A of the second year subconsciously regard Asahita as Nazumasa's girlfriend. Asahina Hina hated this situation very much. Besides, Junior Sikong has a girlfriend. How could I fall in love with a boy who has a girlfriend? Asahina Chizuru added. He has a girlfriend, so you really won't like him. After all, Naruto, you have been rejecting his pursuit of you because Neun is too fickle. That's right, I hate flirtatious men the most, and I won't like a boy who has a girlfriend. Asahina Hina changed the subject. Okay, stop talking, help me to the locker room, we should leave. Good. Since Asahina's cramps were not serious, after her good sister helped her for a while, Asahina could walk by herself. Now the walking posture of Chou Hinazuki is a little staggering, but the problem is not serious, and it does not affect walking. Asahina Hina, who entered the girl's locker room, took out her mobile phone, found the first-grade Genki elementary school girl, and sent her a line message. Kushida Kikyo, who was staying in the Wuye student dormitory, looked at the line message sent by Asahina Azusa suspiciously. Sister Asahina? Why did she suddenly send me a message? Kushida Kikyo still remembers this pretty second-year senior, but she hasn't had any contact with this senior for several months. So why did the senior sister contact her inexplicably? Kushida Kikyo clicked on the message sent by Asahina Haru, and then her eyes narrowed immediately. Because Asahina Haruka is looking for her boyfriend Wuye's contact information? Why did this woman ask me for Wuye's contact information? What does she want to do? Kikyo Kushida, who frowned delicately, responded to Azusa Asahina with words that seemed very vigorous. Sister Asahina, I have his contact information, but why do you want his contact information? Thank you, I drowned in the swimming pool today, he saved me, so I want to get his contact information, and find a chance to thank him. Kushida Kikyo, who saw the message from Asahina Azusa, blinked, and it turned out that this is the case, so it is normal for her to ask her for Wuye's contact information. The senior didn't have dirty thoughts about her boyfriend. It's just that Asahina Haruka's next sentence made Kushida Kikyo aware of the abnormality, and made her instantly raise her vigilance. By the way, I heard that Junior Sikong already has a girlfriend. I wonder what kind of person his girlfriend is? I'm a little curious. This woman must have taken a fancy to my man. Kushida Kikyo said with a sneer. You can thank you if you want, but why ask the girlfriend of the savior? Now Kushida Kikyo thinks that Asahina Azusa is interested in her boyfriend, that's why she asked about Wuye's girlfriend. Unfortunately, Wuye has a girlfriend, and there are more than one. Karuizawa Megumi and her are both Wuye's girlfriends. Miss, you have no chance. Sikong's girlfriend is called Karuizawa Megumi. She is not bad looking, and Karuizawa Megumi has a bad temper. She is a strong hot girl, but Sikong doesn't dislike her either. Kushida Kikyo did not hesitate to discredit Megumi Karuizawa, his love rival. It's not really a slander. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, Megumi Karuizawa is a strong image of a hot girl. Then Kushida Kikyo began to insinuate, wanting to confirm whether this senior named Mei Asahina was really interested in her boyfriend Wuye. Kushida Kikyo is the best at chatting with others, and then collecting the information she needs. In addition, Asahina Azusa didn't have much defense against Kushida Kikyo, so Kushida Kikyo came up with a lot of information. Now Kushida Kikyo can basically conclude that this senior really has feelings for her boyfriend that she shouldn't have. Just because you want to be Wuye's girlfriend, you think too much. Humming softly, Kushida Kikyo turned her delicate body and wrapped the quilt that she and Wuye had been covering all the time around her body, and then Kushida Kikyo turned into a caterpillar-like existence. Kushida Kikyo loves doing this. Because this quilt lingers on Wuye's breath, if Kushida Kikyo does this, she will have a sense of satisfaction that she is being held tightly in Wuye's arms. Although he felt that it was unnecessary, Kushida Kikyo still conveyed to Wuye that Asahina Azusa asked her for Wuye's contact information. In the end, Kushida Kikyo specifically reminded Wuye that he already had Karuizawa Megumi and her girlfriend. If he had another girlfriend, his body would definitely be exhausted. Seeing the warning message sent by Kikyo Kushida, Wuye couldn't help laughing. How could his body be overwhelmed by having 3 girlfriends? You must know that Wuye has 3 girlfriends now. Isn't his body still great? Afterwards, Wuye responded with a few words to Kushida Kikyo to appease the jealous little devil girlfriend, and he said to Ichinose Hoonami and Horikita Suzune, ask for flowers. Come on, let's go to dinner. The 3 of Wuye, who had already changed into their original casual clothes, started to go to the student restaurant. They had successfully completed the affairs assigned by the student union, and they also got some extra rewards from the swimming pool. That is the swimming trunks, swimsuits, and sun protection jackets chosen by Wuye and the 3 of them. In order to thank Wuye and the others for their help today and for saving Asahina Shizumi from drowning, the pool staff gave them all the swimming trunks that Wuye and the others wore for free. Swimming trunks and swimsuits are quite cheap, not worth mentioning, but the sun protection jacket is a bit expensive, worth 70,000 points. As he was walking towards the student cafeteria, Wuye's cell phone rang suddenly. He took it out and saw a subtle expression on his handsome face. Because this is a strange call. And just now, Kikyo Kushida told Azuma Asahina to ask her for his contact information. So this strange call could be from Azusa Asahina, right? Wuye, showing a subtle expression, answered the strange call. Who? It's me, Junior Sikong. A sweet and frank female voice. It's really Asahina Hajiki, the senior. So it's Asahina-senpai, why do you have my contact information? 0. Although Wuye knew that Azusa Asahina's contact information was obtained from Kushida Kikyo, he couldn't tell it. I asked for Kikyo sauce from your class. Didn't you save me at the swimming pool, so I plan to treat you to dinner in the future and thank you for saving my life. Asahina said with a smile. There's no need for this, it's our job to help senior sister. I will contact you after my legs have fully recovered, Sikong student. After making an appointment, Asahina Azusa ended the call with Wuye. She wrinkled her nose towards her mobile phone. I don't know how many people want to invite me to dinner, but you don't want to be invited to dinner by me. Snort. Asahina. Realizing that her current tone was a bit resentful, like a girlfriend complaining to her boyfriend, she threw away the phone, rubbed her cheeks with both hands, and let herself be normal. Ichinose Hoonami looked at Wuye, who had ended the call, and she asked curiously, "Is it Asahina Azusa-senpai who contacted you?" "Yes." Wuye nodded. "What did she tell you?" "Thank you for saving her. I want to find a chance to treat us to a meal," Wuye said casually. The only person who saved her was Sikong, Horikita, and I couldn't help. "That's right." Horikita Suzune nodded. "You guys are helpful." Horikita helped me with my coat, and Ichinose asked if Asahina-senpai was okay. "This is not a help." X2. Ichinose Hoonami and Horikita Suzune complained about Wuye in unison. Wuye was amused by the reaction of these two beautiful girls, but at this moment his cell phone rang again, and after a closer look, he found that it was a call from Ayanakaji Kiyotaka. After seeing the call from Kiyotaka Ayanakaji, Wuye subconsciously thought of that guy Hideo Satomura. "Can you find out the backpack he brought?" So now Ayanakaji Kiyotaka must have obtained some information from the contact, right? "I'll answer the phone first, you guys go first," Wuye said to Ichinose Hoonami and Horikita Suzune. Ichinose Hoonami and Horikita Suzune were walking earlier, and Wuye, who opened a distance between them, connected with Ayanakaji Kiyotaka. "Ayanakaji, you contacted me at this time. Did you find out what is in Hideo Satsumura's backpack?" "That's right." Ayanakaji Kiyotaka nodded. This morning, after Ayanakaji Kiyotaka received Wuye's request, he has been staring at the entrance of the first-grade dormitory building, waiting for Hideo Satsumura to come back. After seeing Hideo Satsumura returning to the dormitory with a backpack on his back, Kiyotaka Ayanakaji approached him immediately, using the excuse of playing games with him as an excuse. He entered the dormitory easily and smoothly. In Hideo Satsumura's dormitory room again. Playing the game lasted all afternoon. Taking advantage of the time when Hideo Satsumura was going to the bathroom, Kiyotaka quickly flipped through the backpack he placed beside the bed, and took out all the things inside. "Sikong, your guess is correct. I found out Hideo Uemura's backpack. Not only was there hidden camera equipment in it, but there was even a graphic design of the swimming club's swimming pool. I really don't know where Hideo Uemura got it from." "Yes," Ayanakaji Kiyotaka said. Wuye twitched the corner of his mouth. Hideo Satsumura not only had the equipment for sneak shooting, but also the graphic design of the swimming club swimming pool. This guy definitely had the idea of sneak shooting. "Sikong, Hideo Satsumura still has a radio-controlled car in his backpack, and I also found that he outlined the location of the ventilation ducts on the floor plan. So I judge that he intends to send the remote control car into the ventilation duct, let the remote control car carry the sneak shooting equipment to the ventilation duct of the girls' dressing room, and then take a sneak shot." Ayanakaji Kiyotaka expressed his speculation. "This guy is really thoughtful in his preparations. I just said why his backpack looks so heavy. It turned out that there were things like remote control cars in it," Wuye said with a sneer. "Sikong, what are you going to do, report him?" Ayanakaji Kiyotaka asked. "No, let this guy drop out now, and our class points will be deducted by 300 points. Now, Ayanakaji, you should continue to maintain a relationship with Hideo Satsumura, win his trust, and then record his criminal evidence. In the future it will come in handy," Wuye said. "I see." Ayanakaji Kiyotaka finished Wuye's 853 conversation, and then he turned and went back to Hideo Satsumura's dormitory room. "Where did you go, Ayanakaji?" Hideo Satsumura, who had already come out of the toilet, asked suspiciously. Ayanakaji Kiyotaka said with a still calm expression, "I'll go outside to ventilate, and continue playing games." "Stop fighting, Ayanakaji, can I trust you? I have a very good thing here. If you do it with me, you won't be short of materials for masturbating at night." Hideo Somura enthusiastically sent out to Ayanakaji Kiyotaka invited. Kiyotaka Ayanakaji silently turned on the recording function of his mobile phone. "What's so great about it? It's a sneak shot. It's a sneak shot," Hideo Satsumura said excitedly. "Ah, so it's a sneak shot. This kind of thing is illegal." "It doesn't matter, I've already prepared a secret filming plan that will never be discovered. Unfortunately, Ike and Yamauchi are gone, otherwise our plan to act together will be smoother," Hideo Satsumura said regretfully. Ayanakaji Kiyotaka still has no expression on his face, a plan to secretly take pictures that will never be discovered. "But your secret filming plan was noticed by 2 people before it even started. So doomed to fail. Actually, this morning I planned to go to the pool of the swimming club to take a sneak shot, but Sikong was at the entrance of the pool, and he was going to check my backpack. My backpack is filled with sneak shot equipment, so I can't be caught by Sikong. Found out, so I ran away." Speaking of this, Hideo Satsumura still has lingering fears. He always feels that Wuye this morning has seen through his thoughts. Otherwise, why would he mention the warning sign set up by the school at the entrance of the swimming pool? "How do you plan to take a sneak shot? There should be a lot of surveillance cameras over the swimming pool," Ayanakaji Kiyotaka said. He was guiding Hideo Satsumura to tell his secret shot plan. "Good question. I don't know if Hideo Satsumura believes too much in Kiyotaka Ayanakaji, who seems harmless to humans and animals, or because he was scared by Wuye this morning and urgently needs someone to confide in. So Satsumura Hideo chattered to Ayanakaji Kiyotaka about his secret filming plan. And everything Hideo Satsumura said was recorded by Kiyotaka Ayanakaji's school cell phone, which became evidence of his crime. Just after Wuye ended the call with Ayanakaji Kiyotaka, his cell phone rang again. Wuye took a closer look, and he found that the person who called him this time was Sae Chabashita, a well-known and beautiful head teacher. Xiaoziuoji, what do you need from me? Hearing Wuye's voice full of teasing, Sae Chabashita, who was in the apartment, raised her eyebrows, and she said strangely, Sikong, you bad boy, what's wrong with you? What? I didn't do anything bad. Wuye retorted subconsciously. If you haven't done anything wrong, Kiriyama Ikuyo from Class B of the second year will somehow donate 4 million points to our class to set up a scholarship. So Chabashita-sensei, you are talking about this matter. Wuye smiled. Is Kiriyama Yuba donating 4 million points in his own name to our class to establish a scholarship? That's right. Sae Chabashita nodded her head. She was confused by the connection and content of Kiriyama Ikuyo just now. Why did this person donate 4 million points to their class inexplicably? After being dazed, the first thing Chabashita Sae thought of was Wuye, because that bad boy had the experience of asking Mizoaki to donate 670,000 points to their class before. So Kiriyama Akuba is now planning to donate 4 million points to their class. Chazu Sae feels that she has a close relationship with Wuye no matter what she thinks, so she called Wuye. Since Secretary Tongshan donated 4 million points to our class so generously, then you can accept it, Mr. Chazo, and don't let others down, and these 4 million points can become a scholarship for the next exam. Wuye said with a smile. I'm curious now how you got 4 million points from that guy. Oh Mr. Chabashita, you just think that I influenced Kiriyama Yuba who did some bad things, and then he willingly donated 4 million points to do good deeds in order to atone for his sins. Chabashita Sae twitched her crystal lips. She believed you a ghost. Even if it's for redemption, I won't donate more than 4 million points to your class. But Wuye said so Chazo Sae should believe it. In the future, if anyone or the school has any objections, Sae Chabashita said she didn't know. She only knew that Ikuyo Kiriyama was a good student, and donated 4 million points to their class free of charge, proactively, enthusiastically, and inexplicably. Chibaru Sae, who was on the phone with Wuye, glanced at Sakura Airi who was sitting on the sofa in the living room watching TV. Sikong, I have to go to the island for vacation tomorrow. Did you give Sakura a good swim? What kind of vacation? The island is obviously the venue for the special exam. Wuye complained. Sae Chabashita shrugged her shoulders non-committally, and Wuye continued, Little Sae, you don't know that Airi is shy of strangers. How could she wear a swimsuit? I bought her a sunscreen swimsuit a long time ago gone. Sunscreen swimwear can cover a large area of the body's skin without letting others see your chest, collarbone, abdomen, and the like. The tighter sunscreen swimsuit even covers your snow-white thighs. One of the things that Sakura Airi resists the most is being watched by others. She would like to make herself a little transparent, so that everyone except Wuye will not pay attention to her. At the same time, Sakura Airi will only show her femininity and attractive figure in front of Wuye's eyes, so she really doesn't need a good-looking swimsuit that tucks her body skin out. After that, Wuye chatted with Sae Chabashita for a few words before ending the call, but before he put the phone back in his pocket, the phone rang again. The calls this afternoon are really unexpected. Who called me this time? Wuye looked at the caller ID in surprise. Why did she call me? Haven't you been sending messages and exchanging messages before? The person who called Wuye was Maisumi Kamuro, a beautiful girl with plump and slender legs from Class A of the first year. The flirtatious Shiina Hiri even called Wuye several times to communicate, while Kamuro Maisumi's communication with Wuye was limited to the line, and she never called him. A little curious, Wuye got a call from Maisumi Kamuro. Hello, Kamuro. Under Sakayanagi Yuzu's smiling eyes, Kamuro Maisumi said into the phone with an unnatural expression, It's me, Sikong. You need me for something. It's not that I'm looking for you, it's some BD loli. Even if Sakayanagi Yuzu is right in front of her eyes, Kamuro Maisumi still wants to call her a jerk loli. Why would she force her to contact Wuye? Sakayanagi Yuzu also knew that the some BD loli that Kamuro Maisumi just said was referring to herself, but she was not angry, and still had that smiling expression. Wuye also knew who the BD loli Kamuro Maisumi mentioned was. It could only be Joyo Arisu. So why did Sakayanagi ask me? I don't know why she asked you. She just told me that she wanted to talk to you about something important about your class, so she asked me to contact you. Kamuro Maisumi replied honestly. Is that so? Wuye frowned slightly. Sakayanagi Yuzu shouldn't mess around casually, so she really has something to talk to him about for his class? Wuye looked at the time on his phone, and he said, I'm going to the student cafeteria for dinner now. Kamuro, please tell Sakayanagi to come find me in the student cafeteria. Kamuro Maisumi glanced at Sakayanagi Yuzu, and this fairy-like beautiful girl smiled. Answer Sikong as you said before. Kamuro Mesumi curled her lips, and she said to the phone, Sikong, Sakayanagi said that what she wanted to tell you was quite secretive, and she didn't want to be in a crowded place, so she wanted to change the meeting place to a box in a coffee shop. Okay, let's meet at the coffee shop near the Zeech shopping center. The time is up to me. Let's meet at 7. Wuye said. Now Wuye, Ichinose Hoonami, and Horikita Suzune have to go to the student cafeteria for dinner, and it should be 6:30 after dinner. And Wuye and Megumi Karuizawa still have an appointment, and they have made an appointment to go to the Zelkova shopping center to buy swimwear together, so let's set the meeting place with Sakayanagi at the Zelkova shopping center. After talking with Sakayanagi Yuzo about the so-called class affairs, Wuye can go directly to meet Karuizawa Megumi. Kamuro Mesumi conveyed Wuye's meaning to Sakayanagi Yuzo, and she nodded her head with a smile to express her acceptance. Well, that's it. Well, you can go to the Zeech shopping center to find a coffee shop, and then send me the location when you arrive. Wuye said. Understood, then, see you later. Good. Kamuro Mesumi ended the call with Wuye with some reluctance, and Sakayanagi Yuzo said with a smile, Kamuro, it is indeed right for you to contact Sikong. What do you mean? Kamuro Mesumi said angrily. Because Sikong cares about your feelings. When Hashimoto went to invite Sikong before, but he refused strongly, so I had to take the initiative to meet him. Kamuro Mesumi is very happy to be cared about by Wuye, but she is happy when such words come out of the mouth of this BD loli. Can't get up. What exactly are you talking to Sikong about? Kamuro Mesumi asked. 3.6. Sakayanagi Yuzo put her slender white and tender index finger in front of her lips. She smiled and said with a girly beauty, well, it's a secret that I can't let you know for the time being. Call. Kamuro Mesumi clicked her tongue, and she didn't ask Sakayanagi Yuzo anymore, because she knew that since this BD lori didn't intend to speak out, it would be meaningless for others to ask. After the phone call with Mesumi Kamuro ended, Wuye never received calls from others. Then Wuye sent a line message to Karuizawa Megumi, telling them to meet at the entrance of the Kiyaki shopping center at 8 o'clock this evening, and then go shopping for swimwear together. Wuye made an appointment with Sakayanagi Yuzo at 7 o'clock, and Karuizawa Megumi at 8 o'clock, and there was an hour's time difference. No matter what Arisa Sakayanagi planned to talk to Wuye about, they should be able to finish talking in more than an hour. Soon Megumi Karuizawa responded to Wuye's message. Well, we meet at the entrance of the Zelkova shopping center at 8 o'clock. Wuye, don't be late. Looking at the message sent by Megumi Karuizawa, Wuye smiled and sent her a sentence of I will never be late. Megumi Karuizawa, who had already had dinner and returned to the student dormitory, saw Wuye's response, and immediately showed a happy smile on her pretty face. I'm looking forward to it. I don't know what kind of expression Wuye will have when he sees the swimsuit I like. Karuizawa Megumi will feel shy if she stares intently, but she will also be happy. Wuye had dinner with Ichinose Hoonami and Horikita Suzune in the student cafeteria. Although Wuye wanted to treat guests, neither of them accepted it. Instead, Ichinose Hoonami bought Wuye a glass of juice. After having dinner, Wuye bid farewell to Ichinose Hoonami and the others. Isn't Wuye planning to return to the student dormitory now? Ichinose Hoonami asked Wuye curiously. I still have things to do, so I won't go back. Wuye said. After all, Wuye has appointments with Arisa Sakayanagi and Megumi Karuizawa, and now is not the time to go back and rest. The place where Wuye rests across districts is not a student dormitory, but a single-family apartment. But, after returning to the single-family apartment tonight, Wuye will pack up his clothes, and then go to the student dormitory with Sakura Airi to sleep. Because we will leave for the island vacation at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning, and the campus square where the students gather, so Wuye and Sakura Airi have to go back to the student dormitory to sleep tonight. This way the distance will not be too far, and other people will not feel wrong. After all, the single-family apartment is outside the campus. When Wuye and Sakura Airi come back from outside the campus, it will more or less make others feel confused and wrong. When it comes to student dormitories, I have to mention Sakura Airi. It is obvious that Sakura Airi has never lived in a student dormitory, and her neighbors have not noticed this. This is almost all because Sakura Airi's sense of existence is very thin and inconspicuous, no one pays too much attention to it, and it is properly a little transparent. By the way, Horikita, I'm going to talk about something next, so can you please help me take these things back, put them in your student dormitory first, and give them to me when you gather tomorrow morning. Wuye lifted the bag in his hand, which contained the sun protection jacket and swimming trunks he was wearing at the pool today. No problem. Horikita Suzune replied, nodding her head lightly, and she stretched out her white palm to take the bag from Wuye. Then please, I will treat you to dinner later. Wuye Tinya said with a smile. There's no need for this, it's just a matter of little effort. After handing the bag to Horikita Suzune, the two of them left Wuye together and returned to the student dormitory together. Compared with the heat of the day, the night is cooler and more comfortable. Walking on the street, Ichinose Hoonami felt the coolness of the night, and she couldn't help exhaling deeply in a comfortable mood. Loose and comfortable casual clothes, as Ichinose Hoonami exhaled deeply, her plump and mature chest bulged up. Ichinose Hoonami, exhaling breath, glanced sideways at Horikita Suzune who was beside him with a cold face. Horikita, Tosora is really good. Which aspect are you referring to, learning or swimming? Horikita Suzune asked. Neither of them, he lied without blinking his eyes. When I was inspecting with him this afternoon, he found that Nan Yunya and Secretary Tongshan secretly obtained points from everyone who worked in the swimming pool. Ichinose Hoonami told Horikita Suzune what happened between her and Wuye this afternoon in a tone full of interest. After hearing that Wuye asked Kiriyama Akaha to donate 4 million points to the class, Horikita Suzune couldn't help showing a weird expression. Wuye's move. You said he was blackmailing, it seems to have a little meaning. However, the 4 million points Wuye extorted did not enter into his student ID card. He asked Kiriyama Yuba to donate to the class as a scholarship. What is this? Stealing from the rich and giving to the poor? So Horikita, do you think Sikong is very powerful, not only solved their behavior of converging points, but also made them spit out illegally obtained points, and at the same time let the class get a scholarship of 4 million points? Hano Ichinose Mingmei said with a smile. Well, Sikong is indeed very powerful. His thinking is like a powerful and unconstrained style. It is wonderful and elusive at the same time. Horikita Suzune sighed. Horikita, you are in the same class as Sikong, so you should know more about Sikong, tell me about it. Ichinose Hoonami said curiously. Usually, after a girl has a strong curiosity about a boy, it is the beginning of liking and falling in love. Are there so many things about Sikong? Horikita Suzune said softly. Horikita Suzune, like Ichinose Hoonami, thinks Wuye is great, but she thinks there are too many things about Wuye. Let's hear it. Ichinose Hoonami said excitedly. Sikong is very good at studying. It seems that he can get full marks in the exam without studying hard. Great swimming. That's right. Ichinose Hoonami nodded. Just this afternoon, that is, not long ago, both Ichinose Hoonami and Horikita Suzune saw Wuye jumping into the swimming pool with their own eyes, and they swam to the drowning Asahina Haru in almost 2 breaths. Horikita Suzune recalled the situation of the class and said, Sikong is also very powerful in terms of personality charm. Both boys and girls in the class respect him. Yes, I occasionally heard students in my class say that Sikong is the uncrowned king of your class, leading you like a king. Tenose Hoonami said with a smile. Well, when it comes to the class, I have to say that Sikong is also very good at ruling the class. He managed all the unmotivated students in Class D and made them start to become positive and study hard. For example, the 4 million points you want to knock, fraud, from Secretary Kiriyama. Horikita Suzune nodded calmly. Yes, the scholarship is indeed a good way to encourage everyone to study hard. Is there anything else that is great about Sikong? Ichinose Hoonami continued to ask. She now felt that she had learned too much from Wuye, especially deceiving people. No, especially in terms of tricks. If Ichinose Hoonami were to be in charge of the matter of Kiriyama Akaha and Nagamo Masa earning money through swimming pool migrant students, she felt that she would not be able to handle it as well as Wuye did. Even Ichinose Hoonami felt that he couldn't notice that they were making money through the pool working students. When Hoonami Ichinose and Suzune Horikita returned to the student dormitory, they were talking about things related to Wuye with great interest. At this time, Wuye, who was being talked to by them, was lost in the shopping mall. Although it is only 6:41, Sakayanagi Yuzuki has already sent Wuye the address of a coffee shop through the line, and told him that she is already waiting for him at the coffee shop. I was waiting for me at the coffee shop so early, is what Sakayanagi is going to tell me that important? Wuye murmured. Perhaps it was because the conversation was very important, so Chingluyuki went to the coffee shop almost 20 minutes earlier to wait for Wuye. Or maybe it's because Sakayanagi Yuzu is very free. With nothing to do, Sakayanagi went to wait for Wuye in advance. According to the specific address of Arisu Sakayanaga's line information, Wuye came to the coffee shop where she was. After stepping into the coffee shop, Wuye immediately saw Kamuro Mesumi. She was sitting on the sofa in the coffee shop with her plump and fair legs curled up. Mesumi Kamuro, who was bored in every possible way, was looking down at his mobile phone, but he didn't notice Wuye, who had stepped into the coffee shop. Wuye walked towards Kamuro Mesumi, then sat down on the seat opposite her, and said with a smile, Kamuro. After hearing Wuye's voice, Kamuro Mesumi raised her head abruptly. After seeing Wuye's smile and figure, she subconsciously put down her plump legs, and slightly folded her legs together. Very ladylike. S.I. Sikong, when did you come over? Just now? Wuye said with a smile to Mesumi Kamuro, who looked a bit unnatural. Long time no see, Kamuro. Well, it's been a long time. Kamuro Mesumi raised her eyes and glanced at Wuye. She shyly pointed to the door of a private room in the coffee shop. Sikong, that BD Sakayanagi is sitting there, you go in. What's the rush? It's not the appointed time yet. Kamuro, what would you like to drink? I'll treat you. Wuye took the menu card on the side and handed it to Kamuro, who was sitting opposite Mesumi. This. Kamuro Mesumi became a little shy, because she felt that if she sat and drank with Wuye like this, there would be a subtle feeling that the two were dating. Don't you really hate Sakayanagi? It's not good to let her wait inside. Makes sense. After hearing Wuye's words, Mesumi Kamuro immediately felt that it made sense, so she had a good excuse to drink with Wuye. Wuye called the waiter in the coffee shop, ordered a drink with Kamuro Mesumi each, and then the two chatted with each other with smiles like friends who have known each other for a long time. After the time reached 7 o'clock, Wuye picked up the unfinished drink, followed Mesumi Kamuro and said, let's go, let's meet Sakayanagi together. I won't go in, that BD loli doesn't seem to want me to listen to what I'm talking to you. Kamuro Mesumi said, shaking his head. Is what Banyanagi wants to tell me so secret that even you are not allowed to know? Wuye said unexpectedly. Isn't it normal not to let me know? I'm not hers. Kamuro Mesumi said indifferently. Speaking of which, Kamuro Mesumi is really not from Sakayanagi Yuzo. She is different from Kitafalcon and Hashimoto Masayoshi. She is not really a subordinate of Sakayanagi Yuzo. Kamuro Mesumi was caught by Sakayanagi Yuzo for stealing, threatened by her, and then had to become Sakayanagi Yuzo's subordinate, running errands and working for her. So Kamuro Mesumi felt that it was quite normal for Sakayanagi Yuzo not to let her know the content of her conversation with Wuye. It's really hard work for you. I'll find a chance to get back your handle with her. Wuye stroked Kamuro Mesumi's soft purple-red hair. The sudden pat on the head by Wuye made Kamuro Mesumi's delicate body tense immediately, and she shrank her head with flush and shyness on her cheeks. Although Kamuro Mesumi doesn't hate Wuye's head touching, but she's shy. Coupled with the fact that Kamuro Mesumi has a crush on Wuye, she is even more shy when he pats her on the head. Then Kamuro Mesumi said in a panic, No, that BD loli won't let 230 off me easily. Haven't you tried Sikong before? Wuye had tried it before, when he and Sakayanagi were betting against each other with a chess game. At that time, Wuye didn't intend to bet against Sakayanagi Yuzo's points, but to bet against her handle on Kamuro Mesumi, but it was a pity that Sakayanagi Yuzo refused. Although he couldn't break away from Sakayanagi Yuzo's control, Kamuro was really happy, because this is the first time that Kamuro Mesumi has been cared about and noticed by others. Okay, hurry up and go in. A shy Kamuro Mesumi said to Wuye. Well, we'll see you later. Good. Is Wuye carrying it? After finishing his drink, he walked towards the door of the private room of the coffee shop. He knocked on the door of the room, and after hearing a please come in from inside, he opened the door and walked in. Kamuro Mesumi, who was sitting on the sofa, kept looking at Wuye's back. After he entered the private room, Kamuro Mesumi retracted his gaze, and then touched himself with the palm of his head. It was the place that Wuye touched just now. Kamuro Mesumi felt that the warmth of Wuye's palm still remained on it. If the place he touched was not the hair, but the cheek, wouldn't it be more able to feel his warmth? Hey, what was I thinking? Kamuro Mesumi shook his head quickly, throwing all his wild thoughts out of his mind. The light was turned on in the private room, and the light illuminated the whole room, and Sakayanagi Yuzo was sitting on the sofa in the private room. Drinks and a half-eaten cake were placed on the table in front of her. Sakayanagi, I'm here. Wuye greeted Banyanagi casually. Sikong, you are really on time. You made an appointment at 7 o'clock, but you really didn't come until 7 o'clock, huh? Seeing that Wuye drank half of his drink, Sakayanagi Yuzo narrowed his eyes, and a half-smile appeared on his fairy-like delicate face. It seems that you have already arrived here, Sikong. It's a coffee shop, I just come in now. The drink cup in Wuye's hand has the logo of this cafe, so it means that his drink was ordered by this cafe. And half of the drink was drunk, which means that Wuye had already arrived at the coffee shop, and he didn't enter the private room right away. Probably he was chatting with Kamuro Mesumi outside. Well, smiling Wuye sat across from Yuzo Sakayanagi. Don't worry about when I came here, anyway, I'm not late. Ban Luyuki hummed slightly unhappily. In the past, others were waiting for her, but this guy made her wait. It's okay to let her wait, but you have already come to the coffee shop, and you didn't come in directly. Wuye looked at Arisu Sakayanagi with a slight dissatisfaction on his small face with a smile on his face, and said, Sakayanagi, tell me about what you want to discuss with me. I hope that the things you talk to me this time are not things I already know. This is already the second time that Sakayanagi Yuzo asked Wuye to talk about things. That time was in the student cafeteria. Liu Yuxi and Wuye mentioned that there was a mysterious person in the class who was going to threaten him to rule the class. And Wuye said the existence of Ayanakaji Kiyotaka in one mouthful, and Sakayanagi Yuzo was surprised by this. She didn't expect Wuye to know about the White Room. Because Wuye knew about the White Room and Ayanakaji Kiyotaka, Sakayanagi Yuzo wanted to take this opportunity to arrange for people to join the student union, but it was in vain. Don't worry, Sikong, what I want to talk to you this time is not about intelligence. I intend to consider some kind of cooperation with you. Cheng Luyuki replied. You want to cooperate with me? So what is the content of the cooperation? Wuye asked with some surprise. As for the content of the cooperation, let's take out the mobile phone first. Sakayanagi Yuzo took out his school mobile phone from his pocket, and placed it on the table. What does this mean? Wuye looked suspiciously at Arisu Sakayanagi who had placed his phone on the table. Because I already knew from Kamuro-san that you, Sikong, used the video recording function of your school phone at the beginning of school to get a lot of points from second-year non-Yunmasa. And the content of the cooperation we will discuss next is quite important, so I don't want to be recorded by your mobile phone. Sakayanagi Yuzo said with a smile. Wuye twitched the corner of his mouth. He said dumbfoundedly, Are you so wary of me? Because you are Sikong, so you have to be vigilant. Sakayanagi Yuzo said calmly. Arisu Sakayanagi carefully figured out Wuye's character and behavior. She knew that the almost omnipotent genius in front of her liked to communicate with frank and straightforward people, so when Arisu Sakayanagi talked with Wuye, most of them opened the skylight to speak brightly, and did not play tricks on him. Yuki Sakayanagi is quite good at reading people. Although her straightforwardness and frankness made Wuye dumbfounded, he also simply took out his mobile phone from his pocket and placed it on the desktop. It's all right now, can you tell me about your so-called cooperation content? Wuye said. Because of Arasosake Inaga's caution, Wuye is now very curious about what cooperation she wants to tell him. Well, Sikong, you don't have a recording pen or anything like that on you, do you? Arasosake Inagi asked with his head tilted. No, I don't know what you plan to say to me. Who would bring the recording pen? Wuye said angrily, if you don't believe me, search me, search. Yuzusaka Yanagi stared into Wuye's eyes, and then she said with a smile, there's no need for this, I trust you. Let's get straight to the point, then. Okay. Yuzusaka Yanagi nodded her head, and she said, Sikong, your homeroom teacher should have told you to go to the island for vacation tomorrow. That's right. Then you should know that everyone going to the island is not going on vacation. If you're not going on vacation, then what are you going to do? Wuye raised his eyebrows, pretending to be confused with understanding. At the same time, Wuye also knew that what Sakayanagi Yuzo told him should be related to the special exam on the island. It was Sakayanagi Yuzo who got the island's special exam content from the chairman of Sakayanagi Castle, so she cautiously asked Wuye to hand over his phone to prevent him from recording. There is this possibility. After all, if Wuye really recorded and exposed it, then Sakayanagi will definitely be replanted by the school. How did the school know the content of the island's special exam in advance? After the interrogation, Sakayanagi Yuki's father, Sakayanagi Chang, the chairman of the board, might be involved, so Sakayanagi Yuki was extra cautious. It's a pity that Wuye guessed wrong. Although the matter that Sakayanagi Yuzo asked him to talk about was indeed related to the special exam conducted by the island, it had nothing to do with the content of the special exam. Because, Arisu Sakayanagi doesn't know what the content of the special exam is. Arisu Sakayanagi smiled and looked at Wuye, who was pretending to be confused. Sikong, stop pretending. I don't believe that you, who are the vice president of the student union, don't know that going to the island is not just a vacation, instead, a mysterious special exam. Wuye didn't pretend anymore. He shrugged his shoulders when he chose the showdown. So what are you going to say to me, Sakayanagi? Don't worry, the special exam is an exam that can gain a large number of class points and sharply reduce class points, so I want to cooperate with you and let you pull down the class points of Class A. Sakayanagi Yuzo's words are amazing. Huh. Wuye looked at Arisu Sakayanagi, who said these words in astonishment. Did he hear correctly? Or was she wrong? Cooperate with her, and then pull down the class points of Class A? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't cooperation benefit oneself? How could anyone want to pull down their class points? After a short moment of astonishment, Wuye narrowed his eyes, looked at the smiling Sakayanagi Yuzo and said, you want to take Katsuragi Kahei away and take the opportunity to rule the entire Class A, right? Sakayanagi Yuzo patted her white and slender hands, and she praised sincerely, as expected of you, Sikong, you realized my real purpose so quickly. No one will damage their own interests or things related to their own interests for no reason, except fools and lunatics. Sakayanagi Yuzo is neither a fool nor a lunatic, so she will not harm the interests of Class A for no reason. The current one-year Class A still has 3 stable factions. One is the Sakayanagi faction of Arisu Sakayanagi, and the other is the Katsuragi faction of Katsuragi Kahei. The last one is the neutral faction. If Arisu Sakayanagi and Wuye reach a cooperation, they will try their best to make Katsuragi Kahei and Katsuragi faction defeated in the next special exam, resulting in a sharp loss of class points. A sharp drop in class points is very likely to cause the class to fall from Class A to Class B. In this case, Katsuragi Kahei's dominance and prestige in Class A will plummet in an instant. And the Sakayanagi faction of Arisu Sakayanagi will take the opportunity to attack Katsuragi Kahei and the Katsuragi faction, make him no longer be the leader of the class, and disband the members of the Katsuragi faction. After Katsuragi Kahei's Katsuragi faction disbanded, Sakayanagi was the only leader of Class A. To rule the entire Class A, this is the real purpose of Shinryuki and Ki's cooperation. Sikong, don't you want to lead your class to be promoted to Class A, so you cooperate with me and find ways to make Class A deduct a lot of class points in the special exam. This should be good for you and your class. It's a great thing. Sakayanagi Yuzo said with a smile. It's really a good thing. Wuye nodded. He looked at the silver-haired lowly Sakayanagi Yuzo strangely. In order to defeat Katsuragi Kahei and his forces, you don't hesitate to lose a lot of class points in Class A. Yes. Tisk. Wuye clicked his tongue. Kamuro is right. You are really a jerk, lowly. Arisu Sakayanagi smiled lightly. She didn't care about Wuye's evaluation of her. Aren't you worried that your cooperation with me will cause the class points of Class A to drop sharply, from Class A to Class B? Is it even Class C or Class D? Wuye said. It doesn't matter. Now everyone in Class A is immersed in the honor and pride of Class A, and they have become more and more arrogant. Some people even think that they are superior to others because they are in Class A. Arisu Sakayanagi showed a strange smile. If you fall from Class A to Class D, it will just let them know what the bottom is, and let them not be too arrogant. Wuye took a sip of his drink. Sakayanagi Yuzo's thoughts and plans for Class A seemed to be similar to his previous ones. At the beginning of the school year, Wuye became the leader of Class D because of accepting Chezo Sae's request. At that time, Wuye just ignored everyone in the class and allowed the class points to be deducted for violating discipline. Because the class points were all deducted, the students in Class D saw the hell, and then they began to work hard to obtain personal points and class points. Although both Wuye and Sakayanagi Yuzo intend to let the students in their class see hell, but Wuye is much better than Sakayanagi Yuzo, because Wuye just ignored his class before. And Arisu Sakayanagi intends to cooperate with Wuye, and then entrap Class A, so that Class A's class points will be greatly deducted in the special exam. There is a fundamental difference between the two. Humans, there is a hope and a goal to pursue with all their strength. If you don't pursue it desperately, then everyone's life will be meaningless. Sakayanagi Yushai said solemnly. Is this an excuse for you to cooperate with me, an outsider, and then lose the class points of Class A? Wuye complained, and Sakayanagi Arisu smiled, but did not answer. Arisu Sakayanagi, she is similar to Wuye, Sakura Airi, Kojinji Rokusuk, Kiryuin Kaedeka. She doesn't care that this school can only get 100% employment rate and admission rate after graduating from Class A, this privilege. Otherwise, Sakayanagi Yuzuki would not have chosen to harm Shishin Kongping and the others in order to rule the entire Class A. So Sakayanagi Yuzo doesn't have any attachments to Class A. As long as he achieves his goal, it doesn't matter if he falls into Class B, Class C, or Class D. In fact, Sakayanagi Yuki is not only cruel to others, she is also cruel to herself. Because in order to achieve his goal, Sakayanagi Yuzo even left this school by himself, which was acceptable. Sikong, the cooperation plan I proposed should be beneficial to you without any harm. How do you decide? Sakayanagi Yuzo said to Wuye. That's right, I really have nothing to lose but nothing to gain. Wuye nodded, and he stretched out his palm to Arisu Sakayanagi who was sitting across from him. Then happy cooperation. Okay, happy cooperation. The smiling Sakayanagi stretched out his white and slender palm, and joined Wuye's. Speaking of which, it was the first time for Wuye to touch the palm of Arisu Sakayanagi. Her palm seemed to be extraordinarily slender and small because of its slender body. It felt like cotton candy when held, although it was boneless. Wuye withdrew the palm he was holding with Yuzo Sakayanagi, and he said, Now, Sakayanagi, you can talk about the details of our cooperation. I will not take the next special exam, island vacation, on the grounds of inconvenient legs and feet. Afterwards, I will arrange Hashimoto, Anata, and Kamuro to cooperate with you, and transfer all the news that is useful to you and unfavorable to Katsuragi Kahei and the others to you, Sakayanagi Yuzo said. Wuye raised his eyebrows. He had to admit it was a good plan. Yuzo Sakayanagi refused to take the special exam on the grounds that her legs and feet were not right, and the class points of Class A were greatly deducted afterwards, so it had nothing to do with Yuzo Sakayanagi. Everyone in Class A naturally felt that it's Katsuragi Kahei's fault, because now he is leading everyone in Class A. Then Sakayanagi, what is the content of the special exam? Wuye asked. I don't know. Sakayanagi Yuzo showed a cute smile. Sikong, why do you think I know? You don't know the content of the special exam. I really, Wongs, don't know what the content of the special exam is, and Sikong, you have 3 insiders in Class A is enough. With 3 internal responses, plus Sikong's own ability, no matter what the content of this special exam is, you can come up with a way to make Class A greatly deduct class points. Sakayanagi Yuzo said with a smile. Why do you have so much confidence in me? Wuye said delicately. Because I believe in my vision and judgment. Sakayanagi replied confidently. That's really thankful for your trust in me. Wuye doesn't even have that much confidence in himself, but this little girl, Arisu Sakayanagi, actually believes in him so much. But Wuye still wants to know what the special exam on the island is about. Sakayanagi, why don't you go ask your father? He is the chairman of the school. If you give him a call, he may tell you. Wuye suggested. I refuse. I don't want to involve my father in the matter of the special exam. Sakayanagi Yuzo said without hesitation. The most important thing was that she didn't want to rely on the power of her family. But Sikong, you can ask my father. Don't you have a good relationship with my father? It's one thing to have a good relationship, but your father will not tell me the content of the special exam, because telling me, let me know the content of the special exam in advance, which is very important to him. His classmates are unfair. Wuye said. In fact, what makes Wuye most helpless is that Sakayanagi Castle is not in this school now. If Sakayanagi was in the school, Wuye could directly use his mind-reading ability to find the content of the first-year island special exam from his mind. It's a pity that Sakayanagi left the school a week ago and went to a meeting with some people from the outside world. Wuye intends to find other high-level school officials to use their mind-reading ability, but he is not familiar with those high-level school officials, so he can't find any excuses or reasons to contact them. After finally finding an excuse to meet a high-level school official, Wuye also failed to get the content of the first-year island special exam from his mind. But Wuye got another message instead. This information directly made Wuye give up the idea of looking for the school's senior management to obtain information on the special exam. According to the information provided by the senior executive, Wuye discovered that the special exams for the 3 grades of this school were all decided by the chairman, the principal, and some outside personnel. And now the chairman and the principal are not in this school, so that means that other high-level personnel in this school don't know what the special exam content of the 3 grades is. Helpless, Wuye had no choice but to give up obtaining information through mind-reading ability, trying to face the so-called special exam honestly. Although he didn't get the information about the special exam, Wuye didn't care too much or feel disappointed. Because just like what Arasaka Yanagi said just now, no matter what the content of the special exam is, Wuye has the ability to face it calmly. After negotiating the cooperation plan, Arasaka Yanagi handed over the contact information of Masayoshi Hashimoto and Falcon to Wuye, so that they can contact later. And Kamuro Meisumi's contact information doesn't need to be provided by Sakayanagi Yuzo, because Wuye already has it. Aoki Sakayanagi, who picked up her mobile phone, stood up. She said to Wuye with a smile, "Then I will take my leave. I hope Sikong you will not let me down in the next special exam. Don't worry, I won't disappoint you. I will try my best to pull down Class A and see if I can drop Class A directly to Class D. If you can do it, go ahead and do it. On the contrary, I think it's good to drop Class A to D, because you can lead Class D to promotion, and I can do it too." Arasaka Yanagi confident said full. Defeating geniuses is one of the few hobbies of Yuzosaka Yanagi, and Wuye is a genius that Yuzosaka Yanagi has identified. Now that Wuye has already brought the group of students with poor overall quality from Class D to Class C, the bad Luyuki feels that her Class A's drop to Class D is just in line with her wishes. After falling down from Class 470, Arasaka Yanagi competed with Wuye again for Class A, which would make her feel more fun. If he could beat Wuye in competing for Class A, Arasaka Yanagi felt that he would definitely have an indescribable sense of joy and accomplishment. Wuye looked at Arasaka Yanaga's smiling face. He shook his head helplessly, feeling sorry for the students of Class A, who had such a self-righteous leader. In a sense, the little lowly Sakayanagi Yuzo is more troublesome than Kojinji Rokusuk. Junji Ryuzo does his own thing, but he is not the leader of the class, and his every move will not have much impact on the class. But Arasaka Yanagi is different. She is the leader of Class A. Every decision will affect the future of the students in Class A. Moreover, after Wuye and Sakayanagi Yuzo reached a consensus on cooperation, Katsuragi Kahei and his Katsuragi faction would definitely be defeated in this special exam. Because Katsuragi Kahei's character and his behavior tend to be conservative and defensive. He does not seek class points, but only wants to keep class points and the status of Class A. If Class A takes a defensive offensive under the leadership of Katsuragi Kahei, it will be the most deadly, because what the defender fears most is the inner ghost and the collapse from the inside. Masayoshi Hashimoto, Hayato Kito, and Meisumi Kamuro arranged by Arasaka Yanagi in one breath are the internal support for Wuye. The arrangement of Katsuragi Kahei and the decision of Class A are like a sieve, which is everywhere. Arasaka Yanagi, leaning on a cane, left the private room of the coffee shop. Wuye took back his mobile phone. He checked the time. It was only 13:30 at this time. The conversation with Ban Yanagi only took 13 minutes, and the appointment time with Hui was at 8 o'clock, and there are still 47 minutes. So long. Wuye said helplessly. Wuye started sending messages to Karuizawa Megumi, but he didn't ask Karuizawa Megumi if he could buy swimsuits earlier. Wuye was asking if Karuizawa Megumi was free now, and if he wanted to come over to this coffee shop for a while, and then go shopping for swimwear together. Megumi Karuizawa's answer is naturally that she is free now, and she will go to the cafe where Wuye is right away. Smiling, Wuye sent Megumi Karuizawa, "Kasi, I'll wait for you." After that he didn't leave the private room of the coffee shop, just waiting here for Megumi Karuizawa to come over. Not even a minute later, Wuye's cell phone rang with a line message. He thought it was from Megumi Karuizawa, but when he clicked on it, he unexpectedly found that the person who sent him the line message was Sae Chabashita, the well-ripe beauty head teacher. And the content of this line message from Chazu Sae made Wuye show an unexpected expression. Because the content of the information is that Mizoaki and Shuanglu donated 2.39 million points to their class. In addition to the 4 million donated by Kiriyama Yuba before, now the scholarship amount of Wuye and his class has reached an astonishing 6.39 million points. Sikong, what did you do to this student named Mizoaki again? Why did he donate points to our class again, and this time the donated points are still as many as 2.39 million points? Facing Chazu Sae's puzzlement, Wuye thought for a while, and then he gave her a response. "Xiaoxi-da, you really wronged me. I really didn't do anything to that person Mizoaki this time." Wuye's response was full of innocence. Chazu Sae raised her eyebrows when she saw this response message. She couldn't believe what this bad boy said. Yet it is true. This time Mizoaki's donation really has nothing to do with Wuye. Cough, it can't be said that it has nothing to do with it. It still has a little relationship. Wuye has actually guessed why Mizoaki donated 2.39 million points to their class inexplicably. The 2.39 million points should be collected by Nanyunya and the others from the students who worked in the swimming pool. They knew that Wuye asked Kiriyama Yuba to donate 4 million points to Wuye's class, and they felt that Wuye was also staring at these points in their hands. So Nanyunya and the others contacted Chazu Sae on their own initiative and donated all the points they obtained illegally. Because Nanyunya and the others were very worried, Wu Yamingming made Kiriyama Akaha spit out the illegally obtained points, but they didn't let them spit out these points. They were worried that Wuye was planning something in the dark and would harm them, so they donated 2.39 million points. However, Nanyunya and the others thought too much. The reason why Wuye didn't let them spit out the points was not because he was planning something secretly, but he forgot to deal with the points that Nan Yunya and the others illegally obtained. While chatting and joking with the beautiful head teacher Chazo Sae, Wuye muttered in a low voice, Yunya and the others would take the initiative to donate the illegally obtained points, and they still donated them to my class. It seems that they are really treating me. Embarrassment and fear arose. Otherwise, Nan Yunya and the others wouldn't let Mizoaki donate the points to Wuye's class. And Mizoaki's donation also expressed their attitude to Wuye, the attitude of surrendering and seeking peace. It means that they are all so sensible, so just let them go. The decision to donate points should not be decided by Nan Yunya. That guy is not only a small belly, but also a sinister villain. The proposal to donate points is probably proposed by Mizoaki or Diane He, Wuye said to himself, and then there was a trace of regret. It's a pity that I didn't get to see Nan Yunya's expression after she decided to donate points. His expression must be very beautiful, very nice. Nan Yunya's face was so ugly, it was as if her parents had died. He really doesn't want to donate points to Wuye's class, but he is worried that Wuye will use these points to plot against him. In order not to let Wuye have an excuse to find fault, Nan Yunya could only accept Diane He's proposal aggrievedly, and donated all the 2.39 million points obtained illegally to Wuye's class. About 10 minutes later, there was a soft knock on the door of the private room, and Wuye said, "Come in." As Wuye's voice fell, the door of the private room was opened, and the well-dressed Megumi Karuizawa appeared in front of Wuye's eyes. Her young and handsome breasts were rising and falling rapidly, her face was flushed, and has a little fragrant sweat. Judging from Karuizawa Megumi's situation, she should have come running, otherwise she wouldn't be out of breath. Wuye Megumi Karuizawa, who stepped into the private room, closed the door, and then she happily walked towards Wuye. Because this is a private room, there is no third person, so Megumi Karuizawa boldly threw herself into Wuye's arms and sat on his lap. Wuye looked at Karuizawa Megumi's sparkling eyes, and he affectionately wiped off the little sweat remaining on her cheeks. "Hui, you came here by running." "Well Wuye, don't wipe it with your hands, I brought a handkerchief." Megumi Karuizawa first enjoyed Wuye's intimacy with her, and then took out a handkerchief from the handbag she brought. Megumi Karuizawa wanted to wipe the sweat herself, but Wuye took the handkerchief from her hand and wiped off the sweat for her himself. Seeing Wuye gently wiping her sweat, Megumi Karuizawa was full of sweetness in her heart. If she didn't have sweat on her body, she would definitely throw herself into Wuye's arms and act like a baby to him. As the air conditioning was turned on in the private room, the heat caused by Karuizawa Megumi's running over quickly receded, and she leaned on his arms refreshingly after being wiped off by Wuye. "Hui, stop clinging to me and drink some shizeo." "I don't want to drink anything, I just want to cling to you," Megumi Karuizawa said coquettishly. Smiling, Wuye held her slender waist, leaned close to her delicate ears and said, "It's a good thing this is not your student dormitory, otherwise I will definitely clean you up." Karuizawa Megumi's fair and flawless cheeks immediately turned red. She knew what Wuye meant by cleaning up. It was a terrible thing that made her legs weak, even unable to get out of bed. After laying in Wuye's arms for more than 10 minutes, Karuizawa Megumi was finally willing to leave him, and she ordered a glass of lemonade, a little thirsty. After staying in the private room of the coffee shop for nearly half an hour, Wuye took Karuizawa Megumi's hand and left the private room, paid the bill and went to buy swimwear. If Megumi Karuizawa hadn't found out this afternoon that the swimwear shop in the shopping center would close at 9 o'clock in the evening, she really didn't want to end the time alone with Wuye so early. Wuye and Karuizawa Hui held hands and walked to the swimwear shop in the shopping center intimately. It seems that because of going to the island for vacation tomorrow, even though it is already past 8 o'clock in the evening, there are still many people in the swimwear shop. And because this is the women's swimwear area, all the people here are girls. As a man, Wuye, who is handsome, almost attracted the attention of all the girls here. Facing the gazes of these girls, Megumi Karuizawa seemed to declare her sovereignty, tightly holding Wuye's arm. "May, don't hug me, hurry up and choose your favorite swimsuit. Wuye, let's come this way. I have already visited Kinkayo and the others this afternoon, and found several swimsuits that I like." Megumi Karuizawa, holding Wuye's arm. "Walk over to the right side of the women's swimwear shop." Since Megumi Karuizawa had already selected her favorite swimsuit this afternoon, so she and Wuye came to the swimsuit shop this time and no longer need to waste time to choose. Now Megumi Karuizawa only needs to show Wuye the swimsuits she has already set her sights on. As long as he likes them, she can buy them directly. Karuizawa Megumi refused the introduction of the female clerk in the swimwear shop, and brought Wuye to the front of the swimsuit she liked. "Look, Wuye, what do you think of this style of swimsuit?" Tuan Karuizawa pointed to a swimsuit and asked with a pale finger. "Let me see." What Megumi Karuizawa was pointing at was a skirt-style bikini swimsuit. The upper body of the swimsuit was a tube top style, and it was attached with light pink lotus leaf gauze. The lotus leaf gauze on the upper body can well cover the scar on Megumi Karuizawa's left abdomen, which should be one of the main reasons why Megumi Karuizawa chose this swimsuit. "It's pretty good, so I'll buy it," Wuye said. "I haven't tried it on for you yet, how can I just buy it like this?" Karuizawa Hui gave Wuye a charming white look. She let go of his arm, and picked up the swimsuit. "Wuye, I'm going to change into this swimsuit now, and then you can take a look." "Fine." Karuizawa Megumi, who was holding a swimsuit, entered the dressing room not far away, and Wuye stood here alone. Now Wuye kind of wants to leave here. Because after Karuizawa Megumi left, the girls here looked at him even more strangely. Even Wuye felt uncomfortable with their gazes. The changing room of the swimsuit shop has a door that looks very light, as if it can be pushed open with a little force, which makes the girls who change swimsuits feel a little uneasy. But Karuizawa Megumi, who was changing clothes in the dressing room, didn't feel uneasy at all, because she knew that Wuye was guarding her outside. As long as Wuye is by my side, even if the sky falls, Megumi Karuizawa will not be afraid. After a little rustling of clothes, Megumi Karuizawa changed into that swimsuit, and she poked her head out of the dressing room. Megumi Karuizawa looked at Wuye and said shyly, "Wuye, come in and help me see if it looks good." Wuye twitched the corner of his mouth. "You let me in?" "Yeah." Megumi Karuizawa nodded her head again and again. "There should be a mirror in the locker room. I don't need my help to see if it looks good." Wuye said dumbfounded. "I looked in the mirror and thought it was okay, but..." Megumi Karuizawa's face protruding from the dressing room turned red, and she said in an inaudible shy voice, "But if you don't like Wuye, there's no point in that?" That's right, Megumi Karuizawa didn't buy swimsuits for herself, she bought swimsuits for Wuye. So if Wuye doesn't like it, why does Megumi Karuizawa buy this swimsuit? Wuye also realized Karuizawa Megumi's thoughts, and he said with a slight smile, "Shall I go in?" "Well, come in quickly." Then Wuye looked around, and after finding that no one was paying attention to him, he quickly entered the locker room where Megumi Karuizawa was. Karuizawa Megumi also quickly closed the locker room door. Although the locker room is not very big, there is no problem accommodating 3 or 4 people, so after Wuye entered the locker room, it was not too crowded, and he could clearly see Megumi Karuizawa who had changed into a swimsuit. After putting on this bikini swimsuit, the pink ruffles dotted with it gave Megumi Karuizawa a girlish soft temperament. While wrapping the upper body, Karuizawa Megumi's tight and slender snow-white waist is also exposed, and underneath is a skirt-style bikini with skirt-like flowing fabric. Because the skirt fabric was a little short, Megumi Karuizawa's snow-white thighs were exposed generously. Although Megumi Karuizawa has no confidence in her breasts, she is very confident in her legs. Her legs are white and flawless, slender, without any fat. They are like works of art. I don't know how many girls would envy Karuizawa Megumi's legs. Under Wuye's scrutinizing gaze, Karuizawa Megumi gently closed her snow-white legs, her cheeks were slightly flushed, and her clever eyes were also full of shyness. It seems that Megumi Karuizawa is feeling shy. Although Megumi Karuizawa has been honest with Wuye many times, but when she should be shy, she still feels shy. So cute. "No. Wuye, do you think I look good in this swimsuit?" Megumi Karuizawa asked a little shyly. "I think it's great." Wuye praised sincerely. Megumi Karuizawa, who was praised by Wuye, was overjoyed, and she said happily, "Then I will buy this swimsuit, and I will show it to you when I get to the island." "Okay." Wuye nodded with a smile. "I hope Megumi Karuizawa has a chance to wear this swimsuit. After all, going to an island is really not a vacation." After receiving Wuye's praise and approval, Karuizawa readily bought this skirt-style bikini swimsuit. But it's not over yet. Because Karuizawa Megumi also took a fancy to 2 sets of swimsuits, she continued to change swimsuits for Wuye to appreciate and evaluate. As the saying goes, a beautiful person looks good in anything, so Megumi Karuizawa in those 2 swimsuits is very beautiful, very pleasing to the eye. Since Wuye likes all of them, Megumi Karuizawa bought all 3 swimsuits she liked in one go. It takes a week to go to the island for vacation, so Megumi Karuizawa can have 1 set today, 1 set tomorrow, and 1 set the day after tomorrow. Wear a different swimsuit every day for Wuye to appreciate. After successfully buying his swimsuit, Megumi Karuizawa took Wuye to the boys' swimsuit shop with great interest, and helped him buy his swimsuit. Although Wuye got a pair of swimming trunks at the pool of the swimming club, it doesn't matter if I buy a few more swimming trunks. On the one hand, it can be kept as a spare. On the other hand, it can also satisfy Karuizawa Megumi's little idea of buying swimming trunks for Wuye. Buying swimming trunks for boys saves a lot of trouble and time compared to girls. As long as you look at them and try them on, the swimming trunks are not tight or loose, and that's it. Megumi Karuizawa paid for the points for buying boys' swimming trunks. She wanted Wuye to wear the swimming trunks she bought for him when he was on the island. Wuye was not pretentious, and readily asked Megumi Karuizawa to pay for his swimming trunks points. Anyway, Megumi Karuizawa's student ID card points are all pocket money of 500,000 points that Wuye called her before. Wuye and Karuizawa Megumi, who carried their swimsuit bags, left the Kiyaki shopping center and started heading to the student dormitory. When she came to the entrance of the first-year student dormitory building, Megumi Karuizawa whispered shyly to Wuye beside her, "Wuye, come and sit in my dormitory for a while." Wuye looked sideways at Megumi Karuizawa. Her pretty face with a little blush was extraordinarily beautiful under the illumination of the street lamps, making people feel an urge to kiss her. So Wuye kissed Megumi Karuizawa's tender cheeks, and then he said with a smile, "You don't need to sit in your dormitory. We have to gather at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning, so we have to get up early. I won't do anything with you tonight, bad thing." If she did something bad with Megumi Karuizawa, she would definitely not have the energy to get up tomorrow morning, and it would delay the 5 o'clock meeting time. Megumi Karuizawa's rosy cheeks became more beautiful. She hugged Wuye's arm and said sweetly and coquettishly, "No, it's not doing bad things, it's really just a meeting." "Really?" Wuye said with a smile. "Really? I promise. Then I will trust you once." Hey, this silly girl. Under Karuizawa Megumi's joyful invitation, Wuye entered her student dormitory, and Karuizawa Megumi handed him a change of indoor slippers like a docile little wife. Wuye skillfully and naturally put on the slippers that Karuizawa handed over, and she said, "Wuye, sit down for a while, I'll make you a cup of hot cocoa." "Sorry to bother you." "No trouble, because I'd like a cup of hot cocoa too." Wuye, who entered the student dormitory of Karuizawa Megumi, seemed to have entered his own home, and he sat on the soft bed where Karuizawa Megumi was resting and sleeping. And Megumi Karuizawa went to the small kitchen that came with the student dormitory and started making a cup of hot cocoa for herself and Wuye. After about 6 or 7 minutes, Megumi Karuizawa came over with 2 cups of steaming hot cocoa. The cups were the same type of couple cups, which she had bought with Wuye at the store. "Thank you." Wuye reached out to Karuizawa Megumi, ready to take a cup of hot cocoa from her hand. But Karuizawa Megumi deftly dodged. She sat directly on Wuye's lap with a sly smile, and then handed him the cup of hot cocoa in her hand. "You won't be afraid of hot cocoa spilling out when you sit on my lap?" Wuye, who was holding Megumi Karuizawa's slender waist, said with a dumbfounded smile. "I'm a little scared, so Wuye, you have to hold me tighter. As long as I sit still, the hot cocoa won't spill out," Megumi Karuizawa said coquettishly. This is Karuizawa Megumi's student dormitory, not a busy shopping mall, so she can act like a baby to Wuye more intimately and sweetly. "You." Wuye, who smiled helplessly, hugged Karuizawa Megumi with a little force, and she also followed Wuye's strength, moving her round and soft buttocks, so that her body could be more intimately leaned into Wuye's arms. Leaning on Wuye's arms intimately, while enjoying his warm embrace, while drinking sweet and warm hot cocoa, Megumi Karuizawa feels that she is the happiest person in the world now. After about 10 minutes, Wuye finished the hot cocoa prepared by Megumi Karuizawa, and she took away the empty cup in Wuye's hand after realizing the situation. Then Megumi Karuizawa left Wuye's legs, she put the 2 cups in her hands on the desk, then back to the bed, and sat on Wuye's legs again. It's just that Karuizawa Megumi's sitting posture this time is no longer sitting sideways, but sitting face to face with Wuye in a very girly duck sitting posture. 0 looking for flowers. Wuye looked at Karuizawa Megumi's delicate face so close, he stretched out his palm and touched it affectionately, and said with a smile, "Wuye, don't sit like this, I will do bad things." Megumi Karuizawa grabbed the palm of Wuye's stroking on her cheek, and she whispered softly, "If you want to do something bad, if it's just once or twice, I don't will be tired. You may not be tired once or twice, but I can't get up and down, so I won't be very comfortable." "No, it is very uncomfortable." "Well, then I'll use this." Karuizawa Megumi, whose earrings were completely red, pointed to her crystal-clear lips covered with lip gloss. Wuye raised his eyebrows, and he said with a smile, "So proactive." The shy Megumi Karuizawa nodded her head. "It's not like she hasn't tried it anyway, so what does it matter?" "Okay." In Wang Rushui's hazy night, Megumi Karuizawa's dormitory room is filled with a sweet atmosphere that makes people blush and heartbeat. After about an hour or so, a refreshed Wuye left Karuizawa Megumi's dormitory room, holding a shopping bag in his hand, which contained the swimming trunks Karuizawa Megumi bought for him. Wuye returned to his student dormitory. He saw the messy and flimsy quilt on the bed. I knew that little devil's girlfriend Kushida Kikyo had come to his student dormitory before. Unsurprisingly, Wuye put the shopping bag on the desk in the student dormitory, and then left to go to the single-family apartment. Wuye had to go back to the single-family apartment, pack a few casual clothes there, and bring the sportswear sent by the school, and come to the student dormitory with Sakura Airi to spend the night here. When Wuye returned to the single-family apartment, a figure walked towards him directly in front of him, and Wuye took a look at this person. Afterwards, the man passed Wuye, and Wuye took a note from him. This person is Wuye's own person arranged to enter this school, and he is responsible for Wuye's contact with the outside world. During the 3 years of studying at this school, it is not acceptable to have no contact with the outside world. So Wuye arranged for his own people to enter this school before he came to study, and was responsible for Wuye's contact with the outside world. Wuye glanced at the note. The content on this note is very strange. It is a combination of some disordered characters and many numbers. The messy combination makes people feel that even aliens can't understand this thing at a glance. But Wuye could understand it, and deciphered the real information hidden in the content. "Master, Chiba Guanghui has hanged himself. No one knows that we did it. Is this kind of news worth telling me?" Wuye muttered helplessly. Chiba Guanghui is the voyeur who secretly filmed many girls, and was sentenced to 30 years in prison, but people around Wuye seem to think that such a person should not continue to live. Wuye didn't pay attention to the news that Chiba Guanghui had died. He continued to look at the note full of weird contents. Wuye, who continued to interpret the content, raised his eyebrows, because the note also mentioned information about Ayanakaji Kiyotaka's father, Ayanakaji and other ministers. "Master, Atsuko Ayanakaji is using external political forces to put pressure on this school and the chairman Sakayanagi. The reason is unknown." Wuye knew the reason why Ayanakaji Atsushi attacked Banyanagi Castle. Because Ayanakaji Atsudomi wanted Ayanakaji Kiyotaka to drop out of school and bring him back to the White Room, and Sakayanagi chose to protect Ayanakaji Kiyotaka. So Ayanakaji Atsudomi began to put pressure on Sakayanagi Castle through external political forces, making him choose to give up protecting Ayanakaji Kiyotaka and let him drop out of school. Wuye said thoughtfully. Now the old man hasn't returned to school at this time. Is it because of dealing with Lingxiaoluduchen? In previous years, Banyanagi City would return to this school a few days before the island vacation, and then give the student union a rule, and let the student union be responsible for 10 special exam arrangements. Nan Yunya knew some special exam information through the student union because she was the vice president before. Otherwise, Nan Yunya would not be able to bring his class B into class A so smoothly. This year's Sakayanagi Castle has not returned to school at this time, presumably because it is pestered by Ayanakaji Atsushi. Hope the old man is all right, but he should be all right. After all, apart from his fondness for regretting chess, the old man Banyanagi also behaved above board, and he probably didn't do anything that would allow people to attack him politically. After deciphering all the contents of the note, Wuye tore up the note and threw it into the trash can beside it. After Wuye returned to the single-family apartment, Sakura Airi, who was sitting in the living room, greeted her. She threw herself into Wuye's arms, breathing his breath, and enjoying his bosom. However, due to Wuye's entanglement with Karuizawa Megumi in the student dormitory, he still has the fragrance of Karuizawa Megumi on his body. Although Wuye smelled something that didn't belong to him, Sakura Airi didn't have any dissatisfaction or resentment. After all, she made Megumi Karuizawa Wuye's girlfriend. Smiling, Wuye hugged the mature and attractive Sakura Airi, and walking towards the living room, he said, "Airi, where is Mr. Zhu?" Sakura Airi, who was picked up by Wuye, swayed her snow-white round legs, leaning on Wuye's arms, and said softly, "Teacher Chabashita went back half an hour ago." "Yeah. Well, Wuye, I've already packed your clothes. You check to see if there is anything missing, and then put it in the backpack." Sakura Airi said softly. "Okay, but Airi, you can take a bath with me first," Wuye said with a smile. Sakura Airi happily responded to Wuye. After that, Wuye didn't even take her pajamas, and walked directly to the bathroom with Zoking Airi in her arms. Although the place where Wuye and Sakura Airi 340 sleep tonight is not a single-family apartment, but a student dormitory, it is okay to go to the student dormitory after taking a shower. Because we have to meet at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning, Wuye didn't bother Sakura Airi, just asked her to help him take a bath. 20 minutes later, Sakura Airi with a pretty rosy face came out of the bathroom. She took Wuye's pajamas and went back into the bathroom. Wuye, who had changed into pajamas, held Sakura Airi's soft palm, and returned to the room with her. Back in the room, Sakura Airi asked Wuye to sit on the edge of the bed, and she knelt on the bed to help him wipe off the residual water on his hair with a towel. As Wuye's bed is covered with a soft mattress, Sakura Airi, who is kneeling, will not feel pain in her knees. Wuye and Sakura Airi got along sweetly like a husband and wife. After 10:30, they took their backpacks, left the single-family apartment, and set off for the student dormitory building. Wuye's dormitory room has been kept clean and tidy because Kushida Kikyo often comes on dates. Sakura Airi's dormitory room is similar. She sometimes comes to rest during the lunch break between classes, so her dormitory room does not need to be cleaned and she can rest. Good night, Airi. Well, good night to you too, Wuye. Since Wuye and Sakura Airi's dormitory rooms are not on the same floor, they bid farewell in the elevator. Carrying a backpack, Sakura Airi entered her own student dormitory. She lay on the bed in the dormitory room and looked at the ceiling above, and then sighed. "I haven't spent the night in the student dormitory for a long time, right?" Since Wuye rented the single-family apartment, Sakura Airi spent the night there every night, and she only spent the night in the dormitory room during the first 2 days of school. "I'm not used to it," Sakura Airi, who was lying on the bed, whispered. Sakura Airi slept with Wuye almost every night, but this night Wuye wasn't by her side to accompany her. She was a little unaccustomed. Sakura Airi wanted to chat with Wuye through the line, but she was worried that it would affect Wuye's rest. She suddenly had an idea, straightened her slender waist, and sat up on the bed. Sakura Airi, who sat up, found the digital camera from her backpack, and then enjoyed the photos and videos she took for Kaya. Sleepiness hit, Sakura Airi yawned coquettishly. She turned off the digital camera, closed her eyes limply, and began to sleep. The dead of night passed quietly, and it was 4:40 in a blink of an eye. Wuye woke up from the bed in the dormitory room. He sent messages of "Are you awake?" to his 3 girlfriends, and then went to the dormitory bathroom to wash up. After washing, Wuye came out of the bathroom. He looked at his mobile phone and found that both Sakura Airi and Kushida Kikyo responded to Wuye that they had woken up, but Karuizawa Megumi did not respond to Wuye. Even the line message Wuye sent to Karuizawa Megumi is still in the status of unread. Is it true that Megumi can't wake up? Wuye showed a little subtle expression. Last night he only let Karuizawa Megumi reach the peak twice, not many. After realizing that Megumi Karuizawa didn't respond, Wuye called her directly. In the past, when Wuye called Karuizawa Megumi, she connected almost instantly, but this time Karuizawa Megumi did not immediately connect with Wuye. But fortunately, after waiting for about a minute or two, Wuye's call to Karuizawa Megumi was connected. "Is it Wuye? Why did you call me so early, Wu?" Karuizawa Megumi's sleepy and lazy voice came from the phone, and at the end she yawned cutely. Wuye immediately laughed. "Hui, why are you so vague? Have you forgotten that we are going to the island for vacation today? You should get up, don't miss the meeting time." "Ah, that's right." Katang Karuizawa, who was still lying on the bed, sat up suddenly, and she looked at the time on her phone without any sleepiness. 4:47 minutes, 13 minutes before the assembly at 5 o'clock? I clearly set the alarm clock. Why the phone didn't ring? It seems that the phone has rang, so I turned it off. Ha, you, get up quickly, don't be late, Wuye said with a smile. Well, Wuye, I won't tell you anymore, I'm going to wash and dress up, Karuizawa Megumi said in a panic. Good. Karuizawa Megumi, who had finished the call with Wuye, left the warm bed, and Jean rubbed his soft waist while rubbing his sore cheeks. Ah, really shouldn't be greedy for Wuye last night. Megumi Karuizawa, who was walking towards the bathroom, muttered. Otherwise, Karuizawa Megumi would not be sleepy due to physical exertion, and now her waist and mouth would not feel sore. Because she was in a hurry, Megumi Karuizawa washed up quickly, and simply combed her somewhat messy honey-colored hair, and tied her smooth hair into a simple single ponytail. Since Karuizawa Megumi had already put her change of clothes and school sportswear into her backpack when she went to buy swimwear with Wuye yesterday, otherwise she would have to pack up and change clothes for the island vacation. There should be nothing missing. Megumi Karuizawa, who muttered to herself, glanced at her mobile phone, and after sending the time to 4:57, she was in a bad mood. Going late. Regardless of whether she left anything behind, Megumi Karuizawa hurriedly took her backpack and walked towards the door. Megumi Karuizawa doesn't want to be late. In fact, Karuizawa Megumi didn't want to be late, she just didn't want to be late in front of Wuye. As soon as Karuizawa Megumi, who had changed her shoes, opened the door of the dormitory room, her lively eyes immediately revealed a look of astonishment. Because Wuye was just outside Karuizawa Megumi's dormitory room, Karuizawa Megumi said in surprise, Wuye, why are you still here? It's 5 o'clock. I'm your boyfriend, isn't it normal to wait here for you? Wuye said with a smile. Megumi Karuizawa threw herself into Wuye's arms with sweetness in her heart, but she couldn't care less about being moved and joyful, because she was really going to be late. It doesn't matter if I'm late, but Wuye can't be late, he's the leader of the class, what's wrong with him being late? If Wuye was the one who caused Wuye to be late, I would feel even more sorry. Karuizawa Megumi left Wuye's warm embrace, and she quickly said, Wuye, let's go, we're going to be late. Hui, I know you are in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry, because 5 o'clock is just a gathering, and then counting the number of people. The real departure time is 5:20, Wuye said with a light smile. Chabashira Sae asked the students to gather at 5 o'clock because he was worried that the students would not be able to get up and the departure time would be delayed. So as long as it doesn't exceed 5:20, there is absolutely no problem. Although Karuizawa Megumi knew the real departure time from Wuye, but she didn't relax because of it, and hurriedly pulled Wuye to the elevator of the student dormitory building 0. Since it was almost 5 o'clock now, almost all the students in the first-year student dormitory building had left, and the elevator was not crowded at all. Wuye and Karuizawa Hui came to the meeting place of the class through the elevator. There are 4 large buses parked here at the assembly point. These buses are all 45 seats, and each class takes 1 bus. Chabashira Sae, who was wearing a lady's suit, was frowning her delicate eyebrows. She glanced at Zoe among the student crowd. Sakura has already come together, why hasn't that bad boy come together? And it seems that Karuizawa has not come together. What are Sikong and Karuizawa doing? Just when Chabashira Sae was thinking this way, she saw Karuizawa Wei and Wuye rushing over. After seeing Wuye's figure, Sae Chabashira's whole heart was at ease, and she drew a name of Megumi Karuizawa and Wuye on the handout. This V does not mean late, but means that the student has come together. Hoo. Megumi Karuizawa, who came to the front of Chabashira Sae, took a few breaths. She said in a panic, Sorry Chabashira-sensei, I'm late. Wuye was late because he was waiting for me. I see. Karuizawa, go and meet everyone. Chazura Sae slightly raised his pointed chin, signaling Karuizawa Megumi to meet everyone. Karuizawa Megumi was relieved that Sae Chabashira had no blame or accountability. Then Sae Chabashira said to Wuye, Sikong, go and arrange with Hirata the bus seats for everyone. I understand. Wuye nodded. Arrange everyone's seats on the bus in advance. On the one hand, it can avoid the situation where everyone grabs seats later, and on the other hand, it can also arrange for the shy Sakura Airi. Both Chabashira Sae and Wuye knew that the shy Sakura Airi didn't like to sit with others. Wuye came to Hirata Yasuk's side. He was writing and drawing with a pen and a piece of paper. It seems that Chabashira Sae had asked Hirata Yasuk to arrange seats for everyone just now. Originally, Chabashira Sae wanted Wuye, a bad boy, to arrange the arrangement, but who knew that this bad boy didn't come on time, so Chabashira Sae had to ask Hirata Yasuk to arrange everyone's seats. Wuye went to find Yasuk Hirata, and Megumi Karuizawa. Back in her small circle of girls, Matsushita Kayaki embraced her arm intimately. Kei hasn't come over for so long, we were all worried that you might be late just now. If Kei misses the island vacation because you are late, it will definitely be the biggest regret. Sato Maya said. You guys are so worried about me, why don't you come to my dormitory and wake me up at 3.5? Karuizawa Megumi muttered. Matsushita Kayaki glanced at Wuye not far away, and she said softly, We went to call you, but at that time Sikong was at the door of your dormitory, and he asked us to gather first. Waiting for you alone. That's how it is, I blamed you all. Karuizawa Megumi said with some embarrassment. I'm so envious of Hui, to find such a considerate boyfriend as Sikong. I'm so envious. Satsuki Shinohara said in an extremely envious tone. Hey, Megumi Karuizawa couldn't help showing a sweet smile of joy. She is now extremely glad that she took the initiative to confess to Wuye. Otherwise she wouldn't be Wuye's girlfriend and the happiest woman in the world. Wuye, who came to Hirata Yasuke, said, Hirata, Mr. Chabashita asked me to help you. Have you arranged everyone's seats yet? I have an idea. Except for the last 5 seats on the bus, all the other seats are double seats. So I plan to let everyone find the seats they want to sit in. People together. Hirata Yasuke said with a smile to Wuye. Your way is good. Wuye nodded approvingly. Judging from Hirata Yasuke's arrangement, he is a smart person, because the person who lets everyone decide to sit with him will make everyone have no opinions and dissatisfaction. Just do it your way. Yeah. Hirata Yasuke nodded, and he said to Wuye, Sikong, please tell everyone. If you say something, everyone will listen to it more. Fine. Afterwards, Wuye and Yasuke Hirata came to the front of the assembled students in Class C. Wuye smiled at Kikyo Kushida, who was winking at him, and then said, Be quiet, everyone, and I will talk about the arrangement of the bus seats later. After Wuye said this, everyone who was still excitedly discussing island vacations and swimwear gradually became quiet, waiting for Wuye to speak. This situation made the corners of Chabashita Sai's lips slightly upturned. This bad boy's dominance over the class is really high. Just 10 sentences quieted everyone who was in a state of excitement and anticipation. Because the bus seats are double seats except for the 5 seats in the back row, so everyone go find friends who want to sit together, and you will sit together later. If you can't find someone who is willing to sit with you, how should you arrange it? A cold voice suddenly sounded, and Wuye looked at Horikita Suzune with a cold expression. It seems that Horikita Suzune is very self-conscious, knowing that she has no other friends in class except Wuye. If no suitable seatmate is found, then I will arrange the seats for the remaining people. Wuye said with a smile, and Sakura Airi blinked. Sakura Airi feels at ease, because she knows that Wuye will definitely arrange a good place for her. May, let's go together. Shinohara Tomatsuki said to Karuizawa Megumi. Seiyu, are you stupid? Of course Wuye wants to sit with her boyfriend Sikong. Sen Ningning said with a smile. Makes sense. Karuizawa Megumi smiled at Matsushita Kayaki and the others, and then she looked at Sakura Airi, who looked like a little transparent, and said softly, Actually, I don't care, I can sit with you, because Karuizawa Megumi always felt that Wuye would arrange for Sakura Airi to sit beside him. Because Megumi Karuizawa knows that Sakura Airi is Wuye's girlfriend, and she is a latecomer. Among Karuizawa Megumi's girl group 20 are Matsushita Kayaki, Sato Maya, Shinohara Satsuki, Sen Ningning, Sanada Cho, Ishikara, and Rina. If Karuizawa Megumi is added, it happens to be 7 people, which is an odd number rather than an even number, so there will be 1 person left after all. Karuizawa Megumi chose to stay by herself, let Matsushita Kayaki and the others form a 2-person team, and she went to find someone else to form a team. Karuizawa-san, do you want to form a team with me? Kushida Kikyo looked at Megumi Karuizawa in astonishment. Did she get kicked in the head by a donkey? Did she actually ask her to form a team? Kushida Kikyo thinks, Karuizawa Megumi likes to stick to Wuye so much, she will definitely sit with Wuye, and now Karuizawa Megumi is looking for her to form a team. So the man's head was really kicked by a donkey? Or is Megumi Karuizawa having a conflict with Wuye and doesn't want to sit with him? But it's not right. Just now, Kushida Kikyo saw Megumi Karuizawa holding Wuye's hand intimately and came to gather with his own eyes. The two of them seemed to be arguing and having conflicts. Although Kushida Kikyo was full of doubts and incomprehensions, her delicate face still maintained a cheerful smile. Karuizawa-san, I'm sorry, I don't plan to form a team with you, I plan to follow Wuye's arrangement. Kikyo Kushida said with a smile, clasping her hands together. Is that so? Megumi Karuizawa looked at Kushida Kikyo with weird eyes. Obviously the whole class is almost friends with this guy with big breasts, she needs to obey Wuye's arrangement. Karuizawa Megumi's weird eyes made Kushida Kikyo twitch the corners of his eyes. Because, just now, she also looked at Megumi Karuizawa, who came to find her to form a team with this look. It's the look in the eyes of a person whose head was kicked by a donkey. Under Wuye's arrangement, the students of Class C boarded the bus belonging to Class C of the first year one after another and in an orderly manner in the form of 2 people. The 4 classes of the first grade all gather here, so Ichinose Hoonami of Class B is nearby. She has been paying attention to Wuye, so she saw Wuye's arrangement for the class. Ichinose Hoonami couldn't help admiring the neat and orderly situation. Although the little angels in Class B are very obedient and cooperate with Ichinose Hoonami's arrangements, their order is not as orderly as that of the students in Class C. So Ichinose Hoonami admired Wuye, who is also the leader, for his ability to arrange everyone in the class so neatly and orderly. Now the 1-year head teacher of Class D, Susuma Sakegami, is suffering from a headache, and shows a little hopeless expression, because his Class D students are in a mess, and Ryu Unsho has no intention of managing the students in Class D. Long Yuanxiang said, Don't worry, sometimes Renyu also has the bastards against Ryu Unsho's forces in the class, so Ryu Unsho would not even think about ordering and driving the students in Class D by violent means. That's why Long Yuanxiang didn't bother to manage the students in Class D, making them noisy. Among the noisy Class D students, there is one person who stands out very prominently, that is Yuka Shiina. This light-hearted and beautiful girl was standing quietly with a backpack on her back. Looking at her peaceful and far-reaching appearance, she was out of tune with the noisy students of Class D around her. In fact, Shiina Hiri doesn't want to go to the island for vacation. She likes to be quiet, she just wants to stay in the student dormitory, read a book quietly, and then exchange the plots of famous novels with her only friend and book friend. But Shiina Hiri still came. Because Shiina Hiri also bought a swimsuit, she wanted to find a chance for Wuye to see how she looked in the swimsuit. Thinking of Wuye watching him in a swimsuit, Shiina Hiri and this girl as soft as cotton candy showed a delicate blush on their cheeks. Well, I'm a little shy. When everyone in Class C was boarding the bus in an orderly manner, Wuye looked in the direction of the students in Class A. He didn't see the little loli of Arisu Sakayanagi there, but he did. Arriving at Kamuro Maisumi, Hashimoto Masayoshi, and Kita Falcon. It seems that Banyanagi really doesn't plan to go to the island. Wuye murmured in a low voice. Wuye, who looked away from the students of Class A, saw Horikita Suzune's figure, and she happened to shrink her body and tighten the school uniform she was wearing. She felt the cold appearance. Although it is only 5 o'clock in the morning, but because it is hot summer, this time is not cold, it only makes people feel cool and comfortable. And Horikita Suzune actually felt cold? Wuye, who had a little doubt, looked at Horikita Suzune, and then he noticed that her expression was a little sluggish, and there was something wrong with her complexion. Horikita Suzune, who was wearing her school uniform, sensed someone coming in front of her, raised her eyes, and unexpectedly found that it was Wuye. Sikong, what are you doing here? Horikita, are you feeling unwell? Wuye asked. Horikita Suzune listened to Wuye's concerned words. She nodded her head while pursing her thin lips. I seem to have caught a cold, and my body is a little cold now. Have a cold? Let me touch your forehead. Horikita Suzune glanced at Wuye, and with her mouth pursed, she raised the black bangs on her forehead with her palm, revealing her smooth and fair forehead. Horikita Suzune's move has already told Wuye that he can touch her forehead. Wuye stretched out his palm, and touched tan Horikita Suzune's forehead with the back of his hand, feeling her current body temperature. Horikita Suzune, who has always been a loner, is very resistant to being contacted by others, but now, she unexpectedly finds that there is no trace of resistance in her heart, but an indescribable feeling. Throbbing. Now Horikita Suzune no longer felt that her body was a little cold, but now she only felt that her cheeks were a little hot. Am I blushing? No way. Because Sakura Airi, Karuizawa Megumi, and Kushida Kikyo have been paying attention to Wuye all the time, they all saw Wuye put the back of his hand on Horikita Suzune's forehead. Kushida Kikyo and Karuizawa Megumi stared wide-eyed, as if seeing a ghost, but Sakura Airi's reaction was not that big, she just blinked her eyes. Horikita-san doesn't seem to hate having Wuye poking her forehead like this. She also likes Wuye. Sakura Airi murmured softly. Now Airi Sakura thinks Horikita Suzune will be Wuye's next girlfriend? I don't know if it's because Sakura Airi has seen too much intimate behavior between Megumi Karuizawa and Wuye in class, and now she sees Wuye probing Horikita Suzune's forehead with the back of her hand, and she doesn't feel jealous at all. Now Sakura Airi is wondering if Horikita Suzune will become Wuye's fourth girlfriend? Sakura Airi is not jealous, but Karuizawa Megumi and Kushida Kikyo are jealous? Especially Kushida Kikyo, she sees Horikita Suzune, who is in a different class from her school, as a thorn in her side. Now her boyfriend actually poked the forehead of this thorn in her side so intimately, even Sae Chabashita couldn't help casting strange glances at Wuye. This bad boy is really bold, dare to touch the foreheads of other girls in front of Sakura Airi and Karuizawa Megumi. Wuye withdrew his palm from Horikita Suzune's forehead, and said, it's a little hot. Now Horikita Suzune feels that her forehead is not hot, but her cheeks are hot. Wuye scratched his cheek. Horikita, if I knew you would catch a cold, I shouldn't have dragged you to inspect the swimming pool yesterday. Horikita Suzune and Wuye have been running in the morning, and their physical fitness and immunity are very good, so they don't catch cold easily. So Horikita Suzune has a cold now, no matter how you think about it, it's because Wuye took her to the swimming pool yesterday. Wuye's words made Horikita Suzune's eyebrows soften. She shook her head. Sikong, don't think too much, my cold has nothing to do with swimming pool inspection, it's just that I caught a cold last night without paying attention. Well, why don't you stay at school, Horikita, and don't go to the island if you have a cold? Wuye persuaded Horikita Suzune. No. Horian showed a serious expression, and she said, Sikong, we all know that going to the island this time is not just a vacation, but a special exam. 1. I want to participate and contribute to the special exam. Sikong, you don't have to worry about me. I'll probably be fine after I sleep in the car. It's not so easy to catch a cold. Wuye rolled her eyes at Horikita Suzune, and this arrogant snow fox stared at him with open eyes, as if telling Wuye that if you don't let her go to the island, she will keep staring at him like this in 910. Tisk, I get it, I won't let you stay in school, that's fine, don't look at me like that. Horikita Suzune, with a smile on her lips, withdrew her gaze from staring at Wuye, and Wuye said, where is the cold medicine, do you want to bring it? This does not. Horikita Suzune's eyes drifted aside, she said weakly, because I only found out that I had a cold when I woke up this morning, so I haven't had time to buy cold medicine yet. Then why didn't you tell me? Wuye said angrily. Sorry. Horikita Suzune subconsciously apologized, and she then, slightly taken aback. Because she didn't buy cold medicine, why did she tell him? And why should she apologize to him for not buying cold medicine? Even if I told you, the school's pharmacy wasn't open at this time, so what's the use of telling you? Are you still talking back? Wuye glared at Horikita Suzune, who shrank her head. I don't know why, when Horikita Suzune faces Wuye now, she feels guilty and cowardly when facing her own big brother. And who said it's useless? I can contact Teacher Chazo to see if she has any cold medicine. Even if Teacher Chazo doesn't have cold medicine, she can find a way to find it. Yes, makes sense. You wait, I'll go find Teacher Chabashita. Wuye, who left these words, walked towards Sae Chabashita, while Horikita Suzune watched Wuye's back, and she gently pressed her thin lips. Kushida Kikyo, who has been looking at Wuye and Horikita Suzune, narrowed her eyes. The way this woman looks at her boyfriend, something is wrong? Wuye approached Sae Chabashita and conveyed the news that Suzune Horikita had caught a cold. Sae Chabashita frowned slightly. Have a cold? Let Horikita stay and rest. Because Horikita knew about the special exam, she didn't want to stay in school to rest, and insisted on going to the island. Wuye said helplessly, so, Mr. Chabashita, do you do anything? Did Franz come with cold medicine? I have it in the teacher's dormitory, but the bus is about to leave now, so I don't have time to go back and get it. Chazuzuoshi said with a headache. Teacher Chabashita, is the bus running all the time and won't stop halfway? Wuye asked. If the bus would stop halfway, then Wuye would have a way to get cold medicine. The bus goes all the way to the port in Tokyo Bay, and then everyone boards the cruise ship through the port and then goes to the island where the school city belongs. Sae Chazura replied. I will transfer to a ship at the port in Tokyo Bay, then I understand. I will ask someone to buy cold medicine and ask him to wait for me at the port in Tokyo Bay in advance. Wuye said with a smile to Chazu Sae. You brought out your own mobile phone. Chabashita Sae said in surprise. Yes. Wuye nodded. Although this school cannot communicate with the outside world, as long as you leave the signal shielding area where this school is located, it is enough, so Wuye took the mobile phone he originally brought with him. In fact, besides Wuye who brought his own mobile phone, other first-grade students also brought their mobile phones. They all wanted to contact their families after leaving school. Although the students are very likely to tell their parents about the school's system and withdrawal, the school doesn't care because they have already signed a confidentiality agreement with the parents. So even if the parents knew something about the school, they didn't dare to tell the truth. Since the school has not explicitly prohibited taking mobile phones to communicate with the outside world when going to the island for vacation, and many students have brought mobile phones to communicate with the outside world in previous years. Therefore, Chazu Sae didn't say much about Wuye's mobile phone. Wuye bid farewell to Sae Chabashita and returned to Horikita Suzune, but at this time Kushida Kikyo was beside Horikita Suzune, talking to her enthusiastically, and Megumi Karuizawa also pricked up her ears not far away, seems to be eavesdropping on the conversation between Kushida Kikyo and Horikita Suzune. Seeing the behavior of these two girlfriends towards Horikita Suzune, Wuye suddenly couldn't laugh or cry. He didn't need to guess and knew that they had seen his behavior of poking his forehead towards Horikita Suzune just now. Horikita-san, Wuye touched your forehead just now, did you catch a cold? Kushida Kikyo asked with a concerned tone. I haven't. Horikita Suzune replied with a cold face. If you didn't, how could Wuye poke your forehead in front of his girlfriend? I don't know if Kushida Kikyo's girlfriend refers to her or Karuizawa Megumi. Horikita Suzune was silent. Yeah, why? Why did she obediently lift her bangs on her forehead and let him take the temperature of her forehead? She and him are not in an intimate relationship. At this moment Wuye came back, raised his knife in his palm, and tapped lightly on the back of Kushida Kikyo's head. Kushida Kikyo, who was knocked on the back of the head suddenly, let out a small exclamation, and she turned around. Kushida Kikyo, who turned her back to Horikita Suzune and Karuizawa Megumi, immediately showed resentment and dissatisfaction towards Wuye after seeing that the person who hit her on the head was Wuye. This little devil's girlfriend is expressing to Wuye that she is jealous and angry with her eyes. Wuye smiled helplessly. Kikyo, don't disturb Horikita. She is not feeling well right now. But Horikita-san told me she's fine. She's just being stubborn. Wuye's words made Horikita Suzune raise her eyebrows. She glared at Wuye, and released a stern look to him, as if telling Wuye who is being stubborn. Okay, Kikyo, go and help Hirata, and help him arrange for everyone to go to Bawang. Okay. Kushida Kikyo wrinkled her nose towards Wuye, and she reluctantly walked towards Hirata Yasuk. After taking Kushida Kikyo away, Wuye looked at Karuizawa Kei. The honey-haired girlfriend immediately put on a nonchalant expression after Wuye looked at her pretending that she hadn't overheard the conversation between Kushida Kikyo and Horikita Suzune at all. Karuizawa Megumi's reaction made Wuye smile, and he stopped looking at her and said to Horikita Suzune, Teacher Chabashita has cold medicine in the dormitory, but the bus is about to leave, so I don't have time to go back and get it. Is that so? I understand. Horikita Suzune responded softly to Wuye. Her cold face did not show disappointment, because Horikita Suzune also knew that time was too late. But Horikita, don't worry. Wuye smiled at Horikita Suzune. As long as the bus leaves the range of the school's shielded signal, I will use my mobile phone to contact someone outside to prepare cold medicine for you. But you have to bear with the port in Tokyo Bay, because we will take the bus and transfer to the ship to go to the island at the port in Tokyo Bay. It is estimated that it will take more than 2 hours to take the bus to the port in Tokyo Bay. Wuye said. It's just over 2 hours. It's not a long time. I can bear it. Bei Lingyan replied. In fact, Horikita Suzune had already prepared the end of her vacation to the island, so just over 2 hours, she didn't think it was very long. Horikita Suzune raised her eyes to look at Wuye. She let go of her arrogant attitude, and sincerely said to Wuye, Sikong, I'm sorry for causing you trouble. You don't need to thank me, it's just a cold medicine for you, it's not a big deal. The smiling Wuye shrugged, and he said to Horikita Suzune helplessly, Horikita, if I didn't find out that you have a cold, are you going to hold on all the time? Yeah. Horikita Suzune nodded her head honestly, and Wuye twitched the corners of her mouth. If you don't feel well in the future, don't hold on, try to seek help from others, or rely on others. Seeking help from others, relying on others. Horikita Suzune never thought about such things before, because Horikita Suzune felt that she didn't need it, and she could live well by herself. Horikita Suzune pursed her thin lips and replied, I don't have any friends, so, what are you talking about, am I not your friend? Wuye said angrily, or you have never regarded me as your friend. Horikita Suzune was taken aback for a moment, she lowered her eyes and said in a soft tone, Sikong, you are indeed my only friend. So, if you have something to do in the future, don't hold on to it by yourself. If you woke up this morning and found that you had a cold, and then called me the first time, I probably would have brought you cold medicine from Mr. Chabashita. Yeah. Horikita Suzune nodded slightly. Although Kushida Kikyo has been assisting Hirata Yasuk to arrange for everyone to board the bus, her attention has always been on Wuye and Horikita Suzune. After seeing Horikita Suzune nodding her head towards Wuye docilely and obediently, Kushida Kikyo felt more and more that Horikita Suzune was in love with her man. Because Horikita Suzune has such a cold and arrogant personality, how could she show such a cute appearance? Kushida Kikyo feels that Horikita Suzune will undergo such a big change, and there is no other reason except that she is in love with Wuye. Because she is Kushida Kikyo. After falling in love with Wuye and giving him her body, mind, and purity, Kushida Kikyo found that she was changing little by little, and she was no longer what she used to be. Acting like a baby in Wuye's arms, wanting to be kissed, pampered, stroked. This kind of thing was never thought of before Kushida Kikyo knew Wuye, and she sneered at it. However, Kushida Kikyo now feels that she cannot do without Wuye. Horikita Suzune glanced at Kushida Kikyo, who was sneakily watching this side. She whispered to Wuye, Sikong, as a friend, I want to ask you something. What's up? Don't arrange for me to sit with Kushida Kikyo later, she hates me. Ahaha, I see. Wuye responded with a smile. So far, Horikita Suzune doesn't know why Kushida Kikyo hates her, and even more doesn't know why Kushida Kikyo deliberately gets close to her while hating her. The students of Class C have boarded the bus one after another. Yasuk Hirata and his friends have already entered the bus, and Wuye will arrange the remaining students of Class C. And now there are only Wuye, Sakura Airi, Karuizawa Megumi, Horikita Suzune, Kushida Kikyo, and Yukimura Terahiko left outside. Oh, it's a group. Because Chazu Sae, the homeroom teacher, is still outside. Yukimura Terahiko is similar to Horikita Suzune. He has no friends in class. Because Yukimura Terahiko has a high self-esteem, he hates people who don't like studying and have poor grades, and he doesn't take the initiative to make friends with others, so he doesn't have any friends in Class C, and no one asks him to form a team. Yukimura, do you plan to sit with Kojinji, or do you want to sit alone? Wuye asked Yukimura Terahiko. Although Kojinji Rokusuk didn't have any friends, he did his own thing. When Hirata Yasuk arranged for everyone to board the bus, Kojinji Rokusuk boarded the bus directly, found an empty double seat and sat down. If possible, I would like to sit alone. Terahiko Yumura said after pushing his glasses. Okay, you go up and find an empty seat and sit down. Wuye nodded, agreeing with Yukimura Terahiko's thoughts. Since the bus arranged by the school for the first grade class has 45 seats, and Wuye and his class only have 37 students, including Chabashita Sae, the head teacher, there are only 38 students. Even if all 38 people are seated, the 45-seat bus will still come out with 7 empty seats. With so many vacant seats, it's easy to accommodate the rest of the people. Wuye arranged for Horikita Suzune to sit alone on the double seat, and Sakura Airi did the same. Megumi, Kikyo, you two should sit together. Wuye said to Megumi Karuizawa and Kikyo Kushida. Karuizawa Megumi made a reluctant voice. Kushida Kikyo pouted secretly. Megumi Karuizawa, what are you doing? She doesn't want to sit with you yet. Although Karuizawa Hui was reluctant, she did not object to Wuye's arrangement. Wuye looked sideways at Sae Chabashita with his arms folded, and said with a smile, Teacher Chabashita, as long as there is an empty seat, you can sit wherever you want. Chazu Sae nodded slightly. Sakura Airi immediately cast a ray of hope towards Chazu Sae. She would not sit with Wuye in the presence of so many people. So Chabashita Sae would be very happy if she came to sit with Sakura Airi. Chabashita Sae smiled at Sakura Airi, and she said, Sakura, if you don't mind, let me sit with you. Okay. Sakura Airi nodded happily. Karuizawa Megumi looked at Chabashita Sae and Sakura Airi strangely. Why did she think they were familiar? Sae Chabashita and Airi Sakura are of course familiar. They go to the vegetable market together almost every day to buy ingredients, and then go back to the single-family apartment together to prepare dinner for Wuye. It's been several months like this, how can it be possible that the two doctors, Sae and Sakura Airi, are not familiar with each other? Kushida Kikyo didn't care about Chibashara Sae and Sakura Airi, what she cared about was Wuye. Wuye, where are you sitting? Kushida Kikyo asked curiously. Isn't there 5 seats in the back seat? I plan to sit there. Wuye pointed to the back seat of the bus. Then I don't sit with Kushida, I want to sit with you, Chien Nyozhao, in the back. Karuizawa Megumi said hastily. As long as you're happy. Wuye shrugged. Wuye and his group stepped on the bus and sat down on their respective seats. After the time came to 5:20, the 4 buses carrying the students from the 4 classes of the first grade started driving. The 4 buses left the school gate in the order of Class A, Class B, Class C, and Class D, and then began to leave the island, heading for the port in Tokyo Bay. Megumi Karuizawa, who was sitting next to Wuye, leaned her head on his shoulder and narrowed her eyes happily. Wuye, I'm so sleepy. Megumi Karuizawa said coquettishly. Then close your eyes and go to sleep, there are still more than 2 hours before the port of Tokyo Bay. Now the students in Class C are very excited, because according to Chibashara Sae's narration, their first-year students will take a cruise ship to an uninhabited island, and then enjoy a week-long vacation in the built homestay. After a week on the island, the first-grade students will return to the cruise ship, spend another week on the cruise ship, and then end the island vacation. 0. Therefore, the first-year students are very excited and looking forward to it. Except for Wuye, Horikita Suzune, and Ichinose Hoonami, because they know that going to the island is not just a vacation, but an unknown special examination country. Although very excited about the upcoming island vacation, everyone yawned because they got up too early. Gradually, everyone's excited discussion stopped, and they, one after another, he closed his eyes and began to catch up on sleep. Wuye didn't fall asleep, because at this time the bus was almost out of the school's signal shielding range. The second after the mobile phone in Wuye's hand recovered the signal, countless messages popped up in the window of the line software he installed. These messages were all sent to him by others after Wuye entered the Tokyo Metropolitan Higher Education High School. Wuye had already expected it, so he turned his phone to silent mode in advance, and the provincial line software kept ringing the sound of receiving messages. Although Wuye had already turned his mobile phone to silent mode, the other students hadn't, so their mobile phones rang to receive messages one after another after the signal was restored. The sound of the message from the mobile phone was extremely harsh in the comm bus, so some students were woken up by the sudden sound. They opened their dim eyes and took out their mobile phones. Then, they either reply to the message, or just glance at the message and continue to sleep to catch up on sleep. Megumi Karuizawa was also woken up by the sound of the message just now. She let out a slight whimper. Wuye turned her phone over so that Megumi Karui could not see her phone screen. Because the information is quite secretive, Karuizawa Megumi can't let it know for the time being. Hui, go on sleeping, you haven't reached Tokyo Bay yet. Wuye said softly to Karuizawa Megumi who was leaning on her shoulder. Yeah, Karuizawa Megumi, who was sleeping vaguely, responded, and then she continued to sleep. After hearing Karuizawa Megumi's steady and sweet exhalation, Wuye continued to check the various messages sent to him by those people outside, and sent a message to someone, asking him to prepare a box of cold medicine and go to the port in Tokyo Bay to wait for him 2 hours ago. Master, you actually took the initiative to contact me? Have you already left that school? Master, do you have a cold? Where are you now? I will drive over to pick you up right away. Seeing these 2 messages full of urgency and concern, Wuye smiled softly. The housekeeper still cared about him as always. The school arranged for the students to go to the island for vacation, so I have indeed left that school now, and I don't have a cold, it's just that the classmates in the class were shocked. I understand, I'll go prepare cold medicine and wait for you at the port in Tokyo Bay. 683. After arranging for people to prepare cold medicine, Wuye glanced sideways at Megumi Karuizawa who was leaning on his shoulder to catch up on sleep, and he entered a message into his mobile phone. Housekeeper, I need you to prepare a special ointment that can remove scars. If possible, send it to me along with the cold medicine. Master, are you injured? No, it is also needed by others. The special ointment for removing scars, Wuye prepared for Karuizawa Megumi, who has always been unable to let go of the scar under her left chest. Every time Wuye touched that scar, Megumi Karuizawa's body would tremble subconsciously. When Wuye's warm palm touched the scar, Megumi Karuizawa only trembled because of the sense of security. If Karuizawa Megumi touched that scar by herself, the past when she was bullied would flood like a tide and drown Karuizawa Megumi. Megumi Karuizawa, who is overwhelmed by fearful memories, will feel nausea and nausea. So for Karuizawa Megumi, this scar is her nightmare and her pain. If Wuye removes Karuizawa Megumi's scar, she should no longer be afraid of that scar. Even when Megumi Karuizawa was buying a swimsuit, she didn't need to choose a swimsuit that had to cover up the scar on her left abdomen. If the special ointment cannot remove Karuizawa Megumi's scars, Wuye has to consider other methods, such as laser scar removal. The scars need to be resolved, and those people also need to be resolved. Wuye muttered to himself and continued to enter information into the phone. Housekeeper, go and check Kobe City Harada Middle School and find out about a bullying incident in that school. The victim's name is Karuizawa Megumi, and the perpetrators are Wuye sent the names of the people who bullied Karuizawa Megumi to his butler, asking him to check the current situation of those bullies. Wuye personally learned the information about those bullies from Karuizawa. Both Wuye and Karuizawa Kei have been boyfriend and girlfriend for several months. In order to relieve her fear of bullying, Wuye often relieves her, comforts her, kisses her, and finally enlightens her. Under Wuye's tenderness and care, Karuizawa Megumi used an extremely weak voice to tell her experience of being bullied, as well as the names of those bullies. Wuye intends to let Karuizawa Megumi tell her past of being bullied, so as to reduce her fear. In fact, it is also quite useful. Now that Megumi Karuizawa mentions those girls who bullied her, her tone and body no longer tremble subconsciously. Although Karuizawa Megumi is no longer so scared, but there is still a strong fear and psychological shadow in her heart. Wuye felt that if she wanted to completely solve the psychological shadow in Karuizawa Megumi's heart, she must let her witness the situation where those who bullied her were cleaned up. Young master, I would like to ask, who is that person named Karuizawa Megumi? The same existence as Airi. Then I understand. I will find all the perpetrators, put them in barrels, seal them with cement and sink them all into Tokyo Bay. The butler was as cruel as ever. Don't sink them into Tokyo Bay. How to deal with them? I want to ask Hui first. I need you to let them taste the feeling of being bullied by others, and then record a video of them kneeling and apologizing and post it. Give me. Wuye responded to the housekeeper. I see, I'll make arrangements now. Wuye finished chatting with the housekeeper. He took back his mobile phone, and held Karuizawa Megumi's soft palm. Now that Karuizawa Megumi is already his, Wuye has to solve the things she fears for her. And those who have bullied Megumi Karuizawa will be punished by Wuye. As for what will happen to them in the end, it depends on Megumi Karuizawa's thoughts. If Megumi Karuizawa wants them to sink into Tokyo Bay, then Wuye will ask the housekeeper to stuff them all into buckets, fill them with cement and sink them all into Tokyo Bay. But Wuye felt that Karuizawa Hui would not do this. Because Wuye got along with Karuizawa Megumi, he found her to be a kind and weak character. People with this type of personality, even if they are bullied by others, they will not make a cruel decision to let those who bully him die. But even if Megumi Karuizawa chooses to forgive those bullies, Wuye will not let them go. At the very least, Wuye will give them the punishment they deserve, especially the one who left the scar on Megumi Karuizawa's left side. If the knife has already been used, it is no ordinary bullying. It can be said to be an attempted murder. This person will either be sent to prison for a lifetime, or sent to Tokyo Bay to be with fish. The butler's execution was as fast as ever, and after only half an hour, he had already sent all the information Wuye needed. Those who had bullied Karuizawa Megumi, because they stabbed Karuizawa Megumi, the bullying incident became a big deal. However, things didn't get any worse. Because the parents of those bullies paid a large amount of compensation to Karuizawa Megumi's family, the two parties reached a consensus afterwards. Kaka, at the same time, because those bullies were all underage, after receiving the letter of understanding written by Karuizawa Megumi's parents, they were not severely punished, and only spent a couple of days in the juvenile prison months. After leaving the juvenile prison, the bullies switched schools. In this way, no one knows that they are the perpetrators of serious acts of bullying. Master, Miss Feng's family does not seem to be a qualified family. Well, did you find out why Hui's family reached a consensus with the parents of the bullies? Is it just for money? Or are there other reasons? Wuye initiated an inquiry. Master, I'm sorry, due to time constraints, our people haven't thoroughly investigated the situation yet. It's okay, go and investigate everything, it will be done within a week. Clear. After finishing communicating with the butler, Wuye began to look at the messages of the bullies. I don't know if the housekeeper knows the principal of Kobe Municipal Harada Middle School, or someone hacked into the school's computer system. The bully information he sent is quite complete. Not only their home addresses, parents' names, but even which middle school they transferred to study are all clear. Obviously they are in the same class as Karuizawa Megumi. Now Karuizawa Megumi is already a high school student, and they are still middle school students. This is because they spent a month in a juvenile prison, and after transferring to another school, they had to repeat their studies for a year, so they are still middle school students. Looking at the location of their school, Wuye clicked his tongue and said, these guys are quite scattered. After all, if they were too scattered, it would be quite troublesome to kneel down and apologize to them all. But this is not a problem that Wuye needs to worry about, because the butlers will solve this problem safely. 10 minutes later, Megumi Karuizawa woke up from sleep. She moved her round buttocks to bring herself closer to Wuye, and buried her head in Wuye's shoulder socket coquettishly. Wuye held Karuizawa Megumi's soft and slender waist, and he said with a smile, are you awake? Well, wake up. Megumi Karuizawa, smelling Wuye's breath, said lazily, Wuye, you haven't slept yet, have you? Yeah, after all you lean on me like this, if I fall asleep, what will happen if it affects your sleep? Karuizawa Megumi immediately raised her head from Wuye's shoulder socket. She patted her slender shoulder. I'm not going to sleep now, Wuye, hurry up and sleep next to me. I'm not sleepy. The smiling Wuye scratched Karuizawa Megumi's waist. She bit her crystal lips lightly. Her delicate body was trembling slightly. Now Karuizawa Megumi is holding back the urge to laugh out loud. Because this is not her student dormitory, Megumi Karuizawa can't laugh, otherwise everyone will turn their heads to look at them. Karuizawa Megumi hurriedly covered Wuye's itchy palm that was scratching her waist, and she whispered with a delicate blush on her cheeks, Wuye, stop bullying me. Don't you like it? I like it. Megumi Karuizawa, who blinked her smart eyes, pointed to the students of Class C sitting in front of them, and she whispered, "It's just that it's not suitable now. Then let's have a conversation." Wuye grabbed Karuizawa Megumi's soft palm and played with it gently. He wanted to mention that he planned to punish those bullies who had bullied her for her. But Wuye thought about it and let it go. Because this topic is not suitable for talking on the bus. On the one hand, there are too many people here, and on the other hand, it will affect Karuizawa Megumi's mood. After all, she is looking forward to the next trip to the island. Fake. So on those topics about bullies, let Wuye find a suitable opportunity and time to talk to Karuizawa Megumi after the island. However, Wuye did not find a random topic to chat with Karuizawa Hui. He wanted to inquire about Karuizawa Hui's family situation. "Hui, we have already left the signal range blocked by the school, and we can contact our family. Did you bring your own mobile phone out? Why don't you contact your family?" Wu Knight said seemingly casually. Megumi Karuizawa leaned against Wuye, and she murmured in a low voice, "I didn't bring out my mobile phone. Besides, I have nothing to communicate with my family." "Why? Do you have a bad relationship with your parents at home?" "The relationship is not bad, it's just..." Karuizawa Hujiao's beautiful face showed a hesitant expression. Wuye observed for a while, and found that there was nothing in her expression, showing expressions of conflict and sadness. Judging from Karuizawa Megumi's expression that her family members are not sad, it is when the people in her family reach a consensus with the parents of those bullies. Either Megumi Karuizawa didn't know, or she herself accepted the situation of agreeing with those people. Otherwise, when Megumi Karuizawa mentioned her family, her expression and emotions would not be so flat. Karuizawa Megumi raised her head and looked at Wuye. She took the palm of Wuye's hand that was playing with her, and said with some anxiety, "Wuye, let me tell you about the situation in my family. You are not allowed to dislike me." "Hui, do you think I'm the kind of person who would dislike other people's families?" Wuye said dumbfounded. "I know you're not, I'm afraid." Karuizawa Kei said weakly. Because Wuye is Megumi Karuizawa's whole world, she doesn't want Wuye to dislike her because of her family's situation. Wuye leaned close to Karuizawa Megumi's delicate ear, and he said softly, "Don't be afraid, what I like is your people, not your family, so no matter what your family's situation is, I won't be afraid of you. The one who despises you because of your family." "Yeah." Feeling warm, Karuizawa Megumi nodded her head gently, and she whispered, "I am actually a single-parent family. My father died when I was 10 years old, and only my mother and my sister are left at home. 2 people. Mom, it's very hard for her to support our 2 sisters by herself. She goes to work every day to earn money, and leaves the money for me and my sister to go to school and spend. By the way, the reason why I came to this school is because of this. It has a lot to do with the school not charging fees," Karuizawa Megumi said in a low voice. In addition to the characteristics of a 100% admission rate and employment rate, Tokyo Metropolitan Higher Education High School is also responsible for all the expenses of students in high school for 3 years. Tuition fees, living expenses, textbook fees, school uniform fees, etc., are all borne by the school. Karuizawa Megumi came to this school to study. On the one hand, he wanted to escape from the place where he was bullied, and on the other hand, he wanted to get free of charge for these 3 years. That is to say, Hui, you came to this school to study with the idea of reducing the burden on your mother? Wuye asked in a low voice. "Well, there is part of the reason. Am I very sensible?" Megumi Karuizawa said coquettishly to Wuye. Yes, Hui, you are very sensible, and you will definitely become a good wife and mother in the future," Wuye said with a joke. "It's annoying." Karuizawa Megumi's cheeks became rosy, her clever eyes shone with shyness and joy, and she became coy. Sometimes Megumi Karuizawa also thinks about becoming Wuye's good wife and mother. So shy? Smiling, Wuye touched Megumi Karuizawa, who buried her head in his arms because of shyness. Hui's family situation is not good, but she has a good relationship with her mother. This situation can all be inferred from what Karuizawa Megumi said just now, and it is very likely that Hui took the initiative to persuade her mother to reach a settlement with the parents of those bullies, in order to obtain the compensation paid by those people. Wuye thought so in his heart. In fact, Wuye can directly read the memories in Megumi Karuizawa's mind through the mind-reading ability, so that he can know everything clearly. But Wuye never uses mind-reading ability on his own people. Besides, now that the housekeeper and the others have gone to investigate, Wuye will soon know the reason and details without using the mind-reading ability on Karuizawa Megumi. Regarding the abilities of the butlers, Wuye still trusts them. After burying her head in Wuye's arms for a while, Megumi Karuizawa was no longer so shy. She raised her head and blinked her shy eyes. "Wuye, I told you about the situation at home. It's time for you to tell me about the situation at home." "What about my family, Hui? You want to know?" "Yeah." Megumi Karuizawa showed an extremely serious expression on her face. She has already identified Wuye and will be his good wife and mother after graduation, so she wants to know the situation of Wuye's family in advance. "The situation in my family is actually quite complicated." Wuye thought for a while, and pointed to Gao Yuanji Liasuk sitting on the seat in front. "Hui, actually I am similar to Gao Yuanji. Is the child of a rich family." "Hey." Megumi Karuizawa let out a small sound of astonishment. "Wuye, you are also a child of a rich family? Then why are you completely different from Kojinji Liasuk?" Wuye, who was smiling, pinched Megumi Karuizawa's tender cheeks, and said, "Not all children from rich families have the bad personality of Kojinji. It's true. Wuye looked at the well-behaved Karuizawa Megumi, and he had the idea of telling her about his situation. Hui, in fact, I am the illegitimate child of a rich family, and I didn't live in a rich family until I was 7 years old. I have been living a pitiful life without enough food. Thanks to the neighbor's girl of the same age, I didn't starve to death. Wuye, who was talking about his past, looked at Sakura Airi who was sitting with Chabashita Sae. Thanks to her. So Wuye, you had such a miserable childhood. Yeah, I was found by my biological father, and he took me back. After that, I lived a good life without worrying about money and food. Wuye said with a smile. Although Wuye's tone was very relaxed when he said this sentence, Megumi Karuizawa saw Wuye's little sufu expression, and she hugged him distressedly. Laughing, Wuye rubbed Megumi Karuizawa's honey-colored hair. At this time, a black car drove past the bus that Wuye and the others were on. After passing the bus, the car began to turn and slow down gradually. The bus driver saw the car blocking the road ahead and was still slowing down. The frowning driver muttered dissatisfiedly, "What are you doing? Can this guy drive?" The bus driver honked his horn a few times, but the driver of the black car in front seemed not to hear it, and was still slowing down slowly. In order to prevent the bus from hitting the car, the bus driver had no choice but to slow down angrily and helplessly, preparing to change lanes. But the bus couldn't change lanes, because the left and right sides of the bus were blocked by black cars. This kind of interception-like situation made the bus driver have an ominous premonition in his heart. Now he always feels that these 3 black cars are aiming at their bus. In the situation of being caught between 3 sides, the bus that Wuye and the others were on had to stop slowly. After realizing that the bus had stopped, Wuye frowned slightly. He opened the window of the bus and looked at the black car outside. The stopped black car opened the door, and then 3 tall men in black suits and sunglasses stepped out of the car. Wuye raised his eyebrows and looked at the 3 burly men. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and the gorgeous colors flashed away from Wuye's black and white eyes. Mind-reading ability activated. According to the information, the target person named Ayanakaji Kiyotaka is in this bus, and he will be captured immediately. What the FK? Wuye showed a weird expression. He didn't expect that these guys came for Ayanakaji Kiyotaka. Then Wuye obtained more information from their minds through the retrospective ability of mind reading. Soon Wuye knew who sent them to arrest Ayanakaji Kiyotaka, and it was Ayanakaji Kiyotaka's father, Ayanakaji Guanchan. Tisk. Wuye clicked his tongue lightly. He ended his mind reading ability, and the gorgeous colors receded from Wuye's eyes. It turned out to be Ayanakaji Atsushi, but it's normal. After all, who would kidnap Ayanakaji Kiyotaka besides Ayanakaji Atsuomi? Whispering, Wuye closed the window of the bus, and he looked sideways at Karuizawa Megumi, who was leaning against him. Hui, I have something to deal with. Huh. Megumi Karuizawa, who was wondering why the bus stopped suddenly, asked Wuye suspiciously, Wuye, what are you going to do? Not sure yet, I'll leave first. All right. Karuizawa Megumi no longer leaned on Wuye's shoulders, and she slightly turned her slender legs to give Wuye room to leave the seat. Wuye stood up and began to walk towards Ayanakaji Kiyotaka who was sitting in the front seat. There are some noisy voices in the bus now, because everyone is wondering why the bus stopped suddenly. The students sitting in front of them all saw the situation of being intercepted by the main black car. Feeling a little puzzled, Chabashita Sae stood up, and she planned to go to the bus driver to ask about the situation. But Chazu Sae just stood up. Wuye who was passing by put his palm on her fragrant shoulder, and then pressed Chazu Sae down. Sikong, what are you doing? Wuye, who pushed Chazu Sae down, said to her with a smile, Teacher Chazu, just sit down. Now something happened that you as a teacher can't solve. But you can call the police for me, saying that some evil forces are planning to forcibly take away good students. Sikong, what are you talking about? Chazu Sae looked at Wuye in astonishment. Sakura Airi, who was sitting next to Chabashita Sae, suddenly became nervous. She was afraid of being timid, so she couldn't hear such a terrible thing. It's not troublesome to explain, Mr. Chabashita, you should still remember the call that Ayanakaji Kiyotaka's father once called you. That person has sent someone over now, and is going to forcibly take Ayanakaji Kiyotaka away. Wuye's words instantly made Chazu Sae frown, and she recalled the phone call from Ayanakaji Atsuomi when she and Wuye were in the counseling room. The phone call that made Ayanakaji Kiyotaka drop out of school. Sikong, you said that person would take Ayanakaji away even at the expense of kidnapping. Yes, anyway, Mr. Chabashita, if you believe me, call the police. If the police come, even Mr. Senator's subordinates will not dare to continue messing around. Wuye, who left these words to Sae Chabashita, continued to walk towards Kiyotaka Ayanakaji, and Sae Chabashita did not hesitate. She chose to believe this bad boy and called the police. Wuye walked to Ayanakaji Kiyotaka's side. Ayanakaji Kiyotaka didn't know if he had realized that these people outside were coming towards him, so now he was wearing a hat and leaning against Hideo Satsumura, intending to use his fat body to cover his figure. Ayanakaji, you don't need to hide. They are sure that you are on this bus. They will probably board the bus to search later, and then kidnap you. Wuye said to Ayanakaji Chingtaka. Sikong, are you sure? Ayanakaji Kiyotaka asked in a low voice. I'm sure, and I'm 100% sure, those people were sent by your father to catch you back. Do you think your father can't do this kind of thing? No, he can do this kind of thing completely. Ayanakaji Kiyotaka replied without hesitation. Ayanakaji Kiyotaka's father, Ayanakaji Tsutomi, founded the White Room, to cultivate so-called artificial geniuses. He is cold-blooded and cruel, with dark and vicious methods. He is a werewolf who does not hesitate to use all dirty methods to achieve his goals. 0. If Itsuko Ayanakaji hadn't been a werewolf, he wouldn't have created such a shattering place like the White Room, and he wouldn't have put his own son, Kiyotaka Ayanakaji, in the White Room to raise him. So Ayanakaji Kiyotaka clearly understood that Ayanakaji Atsushi would really use methods like kidnapping to take him away forcibly. Before, because Ayanakaji Kiyotaka was staying in a high-level education high school in Tokyo, Atsuomi Ayanakaji couldn't forcefully take him away, so he could only take measures such as asking the school to expel Ayanakaji Kiyotaka. However, now that Ayanakaji Kiyotaka left the school because of the island vacation, the barrier to protect him no longer exists. Ayanakaji Tsutomi simply and decisively sent someone to intercept the bus, and then took Ayanakaji Kiyotaka away. Sikong, what should we do now? Ayanakaji Kiyotaka asked Wuye. Although I don't have a good solution, there are still only 2 ways. Wuye raised 2 fingers towards Ayanakaji Kiyotaka. 1. Beat them all down. Ayanakaji Kiyotaka fell silent. He was the highest masterpiece in the White Room, and he was also very good at fighting, but there seemed to be quite a lot of people outside. He seemed unable to handle so many strong men. 2. You threatened them with your death. Faced with Wuye's very scary approach, Ayanakaji Kiyotaka remained expressionless, but Hideo Satsumura, who was sitting next to him, was quite frightened. Hideo Satsumura was trembling. He seemed to have heard a lot of terrible things. The goal of those people outside is to take you away alive, so your death threats will definitely work, and they will definitely compromise. And I just asked Mr. Chazu to call the police. You just need to delay the time by committing suicide until the police come over. Then those people outside will have to give up and choose to retreat. Wuye said. The silent Ayanakaji Kiyotaka looked at the shivering Hideo Wamura, and he said, Wei-kun, I remember you have a utility knife in your backpack. Ah, you, Ayanakaji, don't you really plan to? Hideo Satsumura, who had a terrified expression, hadn't finished speaking when a voice came from the bus door. There was a loud noise. What happened? The students in the bus were all startled by the sudden loud noise. Wuye looked at the bus door, and said while still maintaining a calm expression, the door lock was knocked open. Wuye's words made Ayanakaji Kiyotaka reach out his hand. He snatched Hideo Satsumura's backpack, and quickly opened the zipper of the backpack, and took out a utility knife corpse from it. Holding a utility knife, Ayanakaji Kiyotaka looked at Wuye, and he showed a rare serious expression on his expressionless face. Sikong, will you help me? Of course I will. You are my necessary partner to be promoted to Class A. Of course I have to find ways to keep you in the class. Wuye said with a smile. Also, haven't we already made an appointment? I will help you stay, and you will help me get promoted to Class A. Kiyotaka Ayanakaji, who had lost his emotions in the White Room, smiled. At this moment, he seemed to realize the friendship mentioned in the book. And this so-called friendship made Ayanakaji Kiyotaka feel warm for the first time in his heart. Wuye finished talking with Ayanakaji Kiyotaka. He walked quickly to the front of the bus, and then shouted to the panicked students. Everyone, don't panic, we just met bad guys now. Shibashira Sae, who was holding the phone, twitched the corner of his mouth fiercely. Bad boy, do you want to listen to what you just said? Just met bad guys? It's scary to meet bad guys, okay? Sikong, when you said you met bad guys, do you mean those people outside? Hirata Yasuk asked Wuye hastily. That's right, but you don't have to worry. Ayanakaji and I will take care of them, so you can stay in the bus without worry. Wuye said with a smile. Shibashira Sae stared blankly at Wuye, who was handsome and smiling. Even in the face of such a crisis, this bad boy is still so calm and unhurried, which is really delusional. And Wuye is worthy of being the uncrowned king of the students in Class C of 987. His words directly brought everyone a sense of peace of mind. Even though they felt nervous and uneasy now, they were not overly panicked. This is leader. A good leader will be like a pinnacle of calming the sea, suppressing the uneasiness in everyone's heart. I also want to help. Hirata Yasuk said quickly, we have so many boys here, so they can be of use to us. Hirata Yasuk's words made Satsumura Hideo shudder suddenly. He said loudly, I don't want to help. Why? Because I'm afraid. Good. What a TM reason that people can't refute. Although everyone in Class C looked at the panicked Hideo Satsumura with distasteful eyes, they were indeed afraid. After all, they are only students, so they will naturally be afraid when encountering such a thing. I said that I don't need your help. Ling Xiaolu and I are enough to deal with them. Wuye looked sideways at the bus driver, and he said, Driver, please open the door before letting the people outside smash it down. The door will be smashed open soon. The driver with a pale face nodded again and again. He followed Wuye's words and pressed the door open button of the bus. Everyone's hearts gradually lifted as the bus door opened. After the door was fully opened, the strong men in suits outside all stared at Wuye standing at the door through the sunglasses they were wearing. And Ayanakaji Kiyotaka 2 people. No, to be precise, the person these people are watching is only Ayanakaji Kiyotaka, because their target is Ayanakaji Kiyotaka. One of the burly men in a suit took out the photo in his pocket. He looked at the photo, then looked at Ayanakaji Kiyotaka, grinning and said, Head, the target has been confirmed. He is our target. After hearing these words, Ayanakaji Kiyotaka sighed. Their target was indeed him. Before the official confirmation, Ayanakaji Kiyotaka still had a glimmer of hope, but now that glimmer of hope is gone. Ayanakaji Kiyotaka turned the utility knife in his hand, and then he pressed it against the main artery of his throat. This action of Ayanakaji Kiyotaka frightened everyone in the bus, as well as the strong men in suits outside. However, neither Wuye nor Hideo Satsumura was intimidated. Because Wuye is the one who made this suicide threat, and Hideo Satsumura already knew that Ayanakaji Kiyotaka would do it. Ayanakaji Kiyotaka, who was holding a utility knife against the aorta of his neck, said expressionlessly, "Take a few steps back and let us go out." "Oh, brat, you think you can threaten me like this?" The strong man in a suit who is suspected to be leading the team said with a sneer, and suddenly he said loudly, "Damn, don't mess around, we back off now." It's normal for this person to have such a big reaction, because Ayanakaji Kiyotaka wiped his neck with a utility knife without hesitation. However, Ayanakaji Kiyotaka has good control, so the wound caused by the utility knife is not deep. Although the wound was not deep, bright red blood flowed out from the wound on the neck, which looked extraordinarily oozing. Under the threat of self-injury from Ayanakaji Kiyotaka, those strong men in suits outside had to retreat. Now that their identities have been swapped, the strong man in a suit is no longer a hunter, and Kiyotaka Ayanakaji is not their prey. Because of Ayanakaji Kiyotaka's fierce actions, the strong men in suits tied their hands and feet and did not dare to act rashly, because they received the order from Ayanakaji Atsushi to bring Ayanakaji Kiyotaka back unscathed. Ayanakaji Kiyotaka is the highest masterpiece that Ayanakaji Tsutomi spent 16 or 17 years cultivating, so he will never allow any accidents to Ayanakaji Kiyotaka. The burly man in a suit who led the team looked at Shintaka Ayanakaji, who was still expressionless with blood on his neck. This guy, so ruthless, not like a normal person. Normal people? As the supreme masterpiece of the White Room, Kiyotaka Ayanakaji's emotions have long been wiped out. Moreover, because of the influence of Ayanakaji Atsushi and the education of the White Room, Ayanakaji Kiyotaka has become a realist, who believes that victory is everything, and it doesn't matter how much sacrifice is made. He has the dark side of using other people as pawns and props one side. But now, the prop used by Ayanakaji Kiyotaka is his own life. After threatening these burly men in suits to retreat, Ayanakaji Kiyotaka and Wuye got off the bus together while maintaining the posture of wiping their necks. After leaving the bus, Wuye poked his head in and said to the bus driver with a smile, "Driver, please close the door to prevent these people from rushing up and hurting everyone." Asking the Wuye bus driver to close the door, in addition to preventing the strong man in the suit from getting on the bus, on the other hand, it also prevents the students in the bus from getting off and causing trouble for Wuye and Ayanakaji Kiyotaka. Especially Megumi Karuizawa, Kikyo Kushida, and Airi Sakura, they seem to have signs of rushing down to face Wuye. Chazu Sae had the same idea as Karuizawa Megumi and the others, but as an adult, she was more rational. She had to keep the students steady and not let everyone mess up. And Chazu Sae also knew that messing around would only add chaos to Wuye. "Why do you want to go down?" They were all scared away. "Wouldn't it be better to let the bus go away?" Kushida Kikyo said anxiously. "It seems, makes sense. Makes sense, but doesn't make sense." Because both Wuye and Ayanakaji Kiyotaka knew that even if they avoided this kidnapping, Ayanakaji Atsushi would arrange the second, third, and fourth kidnappings. Therefore, both Wuye and Ayanakaji Kiyotaka must be involved in this kidnapping, and Atsuko Ayanakaji must be shown a little bit of color, so that he does not think that he can treat Wuye and the others unscrupulously. After all, now that this matter is getting bigger and bigger, Atsuko Ayanakaji will be cautious and dare not mess around. "Sikong, are you going to tie them all up and wait for the police to come?" Ayanakaji Kiyotaka asked Wuye in a low voice. "If you deal with them like this, how can you bring huge troubles to your senator's father?" Wuye said to Ayanakaji Kiyotaka with a smile, "Ayanakaji, let me ask you first, you plan to take revenge on your father severely? If you don't want to, I'll hold back a little bit. Sikong, give it your all. He's not someone who gives up easily, and a counterattack that doesn't hurt won't make him daunted." Ayanakaji Kiyotaka said. "Give it your all, I get it." The smiling Wuye walked towards the group of strong men in suits in front of them. There were 8 of them in total, but the Wuye walking towards them was only one person. The stark contrast between the number of people and the size made everyone in the bus nervously watching outside feel that Wuye is going to die. Ayanakaji Kiyotaka glanced at the students in the bus looking at them anxiously, and then he let out a sigh. Because after this incident, Ayanakaji Kiyotaka felt that he could no longer keep a low profile. After all, how could he keep a low profile when someone sent so many people to kidnap him? Ayanakaji Kiyotaka is an avoidant, so when he was in school, he has been deliberately hiding his strength in all aspects, in order not to attract the attention of others. In order to allow himself to stay in that school, Ayanakaji Kiyotaka now has no choice but to take the initiative to stand up and stop those strong men in suits from abducting him by means of self-injury, self-mutilation, and suicide. Wuye looked at the menacing men in suits in front of him. Without showing any fear, he said with a smile, "Everyone, please take off your sunglasses, and let me take a good photo of you." What? You're delusional. Stinky boy, you still want to take pictures of us? 8 strong men in suits yelled at Wuye. This brat wanted to take a photo. How could they agree? If their faces were photographed, it would cause countless troubles? Ha! Wuye shook his head helplessly. Do you think that as long as you wear sunglasses, I won't know your identities? Stinky boy, what are you talking about? As if you know our names. The leader of the team said with a sneer. He then pointed to Ayanokaji Kiyotaka behind Wuye, and don't think that letting him injure himself will make us compromise. Kiyotaka Ayanokaji, who was holding a utility knife to his neck, looked at Wuye's back. If his self-mutilation will not make them compromise, then what method will Wuye use to make them compromise next? Ayanokaji Kiyotaka was very curious. Your name is Sichuan Linyi. Wuye pointed to the man who led the team with a sneer. His expression froze instantly, and his eyes under the sunglasses were full of unbelievable astonishment. Because Wuye said his name exactly. Not only that, Wuye moved away the finger pointing at Sichuan Linyi who was leading the team, and pointed at the strong man in a suit beside him. Wuye continued. Your name is Hamaguchi Mosuka. The burly man in the suit who was pointed at by Wuye fell silent for a moment. How could this brat know his name? Not only Sichuan Linyi and Momozuka Hamaguchi who led the team, but also the remaining 6 strong men in suits. Wuye all accurately named their girls. Now these 8 strong men in suits looked at Wuye, as if they had seen a ghost. How do you know our names? Sichuan Linyi, who became irritable, couldn't help asking Wuye. Naturally. It's because there is an inner ghost among you. He told me all your action plans and names this time, otherwise how could I know the names of all of you? Laughing. The Wuye is serious nonsense. They don't believe Wuye's explanation. Explanation, trap, but they have to believe, because this person knows all of their names. If there is no ghost around them in 1.6, how could this brat know all of their names? Now the 8 strong men in suits are all looking at each other with slightly strange eyes, and they are all guessing who is the ghost in Wuye's mouth. Brother, don't look at me. You know that I am the most loyal, and I will never do such a thing as betraying everyone. 17. Head, don't look at me. You know me well. I won't be a traitor. Brother, you know me well. If I was really an insider, I would not have participated in this operation. 21. These people are telling Sichuan Linyi that they are definitely not the inner ghost, and the inner ghost is someone else. Wuye looked at the 8 strong men in suits who were suspicious of each other, and he said with a smile, calm down, listen to me, do you think it is possible that the ghost I mentioned is the big brother you are talking about? Yes? Wuye's words caused subtle changes in the eyes of the 7 strong men in suits looking at Sichuan Linyi. Is it possible that none of them are inner ghosts, but the inner circle is this big brother? BDBD, don't sow discord here. Sichuan Linyi scolded Wuye angrily. If it wasn't for Ayanokaji Kiyotaka holding a utility knife to his neck, he would definitely beat Wuye hard. A meal for this sobering guy? Ayanokaji Kiyotaka at the back looked at Wuye's back with admiration. He didn't expect that he would use this method to split these people. At the same time, Ayanokaji Kiyotaka is also very curious, wondering why Wuye knows their names. Is there really a ghost among them? And that ghost also contacted Wuye and told him the action plan this time? Although it feels unlikely, this is the only explanation now, right? Could it be because Wuye has the ability to read minds, and through mind readings, he knew the names of these people? Let's make a deal. You guys take off your sunglasses, let me take a photo, and then I'll tell you who the ghost is. How about it? Wuye suggested with a smile. Impossible? Don't even think about it. Sichuan Linyi refused Wuye again without hesitation. Wuye clicked his tongue, although he saw their true faces without sunglasses from their minds through his mind-reading ability. But Wuye is not a human camera. He can't turn the picture in his mind into a photo. If there are no photos and only names, Wuye will not be able to make the police want and arrest them better. Wuye changed his words and said, then let's change the conditions, throw out all the electric shock rods on your body, and then I will tell you the information about the ghost. Sichuan Linyi and the others were dumbfounded. No. Why did you even know they were carrying electric shock bars? Because Itsuko Ayanokaji's order was to capture Kiyotaka Ayanokaji alive. The weapons they carried were not lethal weapons such as pistols, but electric shock batons that would only make people convulse. With something like an electric shock rod, as long as the electric shock switch is pressed, it can produce a strong electric shock. Although the electric shock is strong, it will not cause fatal damage to the opponent, but will only make the opponent incapacitated in a short period of time. Now, the BD in front of them even knows that they are carrying electric shock rods, so now Sichuan Linyi and the others believe that there is a traitor among them? Originally, Nishikawa Linyi and the others planned to wait for Ayanokaji Kiyotaka to relax, and directly hit the electric shock baton to shock Ayanokaji Kiyotaka to the point where he could not move, so that he would not be able to threaten them by committing suicide. However, the electric shock batons on their bodies have been mentioned, and the idea of 22 probably cannot be realized. Sichuan Linyi with a gloomy face took out a pitch-black electric shock baton from his suit pocket, and threw it aside. Seeing this, the others followed him and took out their electric shock batons, throwing them in the direction where Sichuan Linyi dropped them. They were all wary of Wuye, so they didn't throw the electric baton at Wuye's feet. But Wuye has legs. Having legs means being able to walk? With Sichuan, Linyi, and the others with dark faces, Wuye walked around and picked up the 2 electric shock batons. The smiling Wuye handed one of the electric shock batons to Ayanakaji Kiyotaka, and the black-faced Zishuan Linyi said in a bad tone, "Now we have lost all the electric shock batons we carried. You should tell us about the ghost." Wuye showed an extremely refreshing smile, and he said with a smile, "I'm not going to tell you who the ghost is." UTM? BD, you don't keep your word," said Shichuan Linyi violently, trembling with anger. "That's right, I'm not trustworthy, and why do you think I'm going to be honest with you kidnappers?" Wuye had an inexplicable expression on his face. "Let's take your time and guess who is the ghost." All 8 of Zishuan Linyi stared at Wuye with angry and irritable eyes, and now they are actually being teased by this underage kid in front of them. It's so embarrassing. At this moment, Hamaguchi Momozuko looked around, and he quickly whispered to Zishuan Linyi, "Boss, quickly decide to retreat or act, the people around have begun to notice us." Ayanakaji at Tsutomi got the route and time for the first-year students to go to the island for vacation, so he ordered Shichuanlin's 18 people to tie Ayanakaji Kiyotaka back. For this reason, Zishuan Linyi and the others planned to ambush on this relatively remote road. Originally, they thought it would be troublesome to kidnap an underage high school student, but they thought they could simply and neatly complete the task and kidnap the target person, Ayanakaji Kiyotaka. But who knew that Ayanakaji Kiyotaka directly threatened them with suicide, and there were bastards on the bus who didn't know their full potential? These accidents caused Zishuan Linyi and the others to fail to kidnap Ayanakaji Kiyotaka quickly, causing more and more people in the vicinity to notice the abnormal situation here. Wuye glanced at the group of people walking towards them. They were Ryuan Sho, Ishizaki Daiichi, and the others. The D-class bus followed Wuye and their C-class bus, so after the C-class bus was forced to stop, the D-class bus following Hyushi also stopped naturally. Ryuan Sho, who was sitting on the bus, saw the confrontation between Wuye and Ayanakaji Kiyotaka and those strong men in suits, and he aroused his curiosity, so he got off the bus and brought Ishizaki Daiichi and the others over here, wanting to see a clear. "Boss Ryuan, did you see that student behind Sikong Wuye holding a knife against his neck? And it seems to be bleeding," Daiichi Ishizaki said with some horror. Although Ishizaki Daiichi is a bad BD, he has never seen someone put a knife against his neck, and he is about to commit suicide. "I saw it, but I'm more concerned about what happened to Sikong Wuye and those guys in suits," Long Yuanxiang said. "It feels so dangerous, Boss Long Yuan, let's not go there, just stand here and take a look." "Yeah." Long Yuanxiang stopped walking towards Wuye and the others. Although Long Yuanxiang saw that Wuye and Ayanakaji Kiyotaka were in trouble, he didn't intend to help. After all, Wuye took care of Long Yuanxiang very badly, and even made Yu Yaren a discipline committee member, making him stare at him all the time. So Long Yuanxiang will not help Wuye. He is happy to see Kaya being cleaned up by those adults in suits. However, the reality is quite the opposite. Shichuan, Linyi, and the others wanted to beat Wuye up because of being aggrieved and angry at being teased by Wuye, but now they want to retreat even more. Because the longer the kidnapping is delayed, the more troublesome it will be. However, if they retreated without being able to kidnap the target person Ayanakaji Kiyotaka, it means that their operation failed. That ruthless congressman will not let them go if their actions fail. If he ignores Ayanakaji Kiyotaka's suicide act and acts forcefully, who knows if this guy who wipes his neck with a blank face will really wipe his neck? Shichuan Linyi had followed Ayanakaji at Suomi 7 years ago, and he also knew that Ayanakaji Kiyotaka was the highest masterpiece of the White Room. Others may not dare to commit suicide, but Zishuan Linyi thinks that Qingtaka Ayanakaji, who was born in the White Room, really dares to wipe his neck. Just when Zishuan Linyi was in a dilemma, he suddenly pressed the earphone he was wearing. Not knowing what information Zishuan Linyi heard from the earphones, he immediately showed a ferocious smile to Wuye and Ayanakaji Kiyotaka. "Don't waste time, act now and kidnap the target person." This sentence made Wuye and Ayanakaji Kiyotaka frowned. Both of them immediately realized that Nishikawa Rinjo, the leader of the team, had just received an order from Ayanakaji's minister through the headset. This guy is really a ruthless person. He doesn't even care about Ayanakaji committing suicide, or is he sure that Ayanakaji will not commit suicide? Wuye thought silently in his heart. Although Wuye didn't know how Ayanakaji Atsushi knew about the situation here, he could be sure that it was Ayanakaji Atsushi who gave orders to Zishuan Linyi. Otherwise, who would dare to issue an order regardless of the safety of Ayanakaji Kiyotaka? But didn't the higher UPS tell us to tie the target person back intact? Hamaguchi Mosuka asked puzzled. "Do it directly is the order given to me from above. You guys go and catch the target person. I will smash all the teeth of this BED kid now." Shichuan Linyi walked towards Wuye with a grin. Now the situation has turned around in an instant. Zishuan Linyi and the others are no longer wary of Ayanakaji Kiyotaka's coercion. Looking at the 8 strong men in suits who came together with malicious intentions, Wuye clicked his tongue. "Hey, it's really troublesome, and we still have to fight in the end. Sikong, I can handle 2 at most, and I can't do anything more," Ayanakaji Kiyotaka said calmly after putting down the utility knife. They were no longer threatened, so Ayanakaji Kiyotaka didn't need Wei to wipe his neck. "It's enough for you to deal with 2 people, and your task is not to be caught by them, and the rest is left to me," Wuye said casually, turning the electric shock baton. "I see." The sight of Zishuan Linyi and the others walking towards Wuye and Ayanakaji Kiyotaka made the people in the bus tighten their hearts. Sakura Airi tightly grasped Chabashita Sae's arm. She thought that these strong men in suits who kept compromising with Wuye would leave just like this, but she didn't expect that they would do it now. Sakura, don't be afraid, look at Sikong, he still doesn't feel nervous at all, he has a way to deal with them. Chibaru Sae comforted Sakura Airi, but her tone was a bit unconfident. Because how could 2 high school students cope with 8 burly adult men? Stinky boy, let me teach you what it means to bring misfortune out of your mouth. The grinning Sichuan Linyi opened his hands and started running towards Wuye. He was like a giant bear leaping over him. His burly figure made people subconsciously feel a sense of oppression. Sichuan Linyi just jumped at Wuye directly. He was completely unafraid of the electric shock baton Wuye was playing within his palm, because Sichuan Linyi is very aware of his physical fitness. With his physical fitness, he can forcibly withstand the electric shock of the electric shock rod, and will not lose his ability to move in a short time. What Wuye did just now has already made Sichuan Linyi feel angry and aggrieved, so now even if he is shocked by the electric shock rod, he will smash the teeth of this BD kid, and then smash his body. Bone? Let this arrogant BD know what happens when he offends them? Facing Sichuan Linyi's approach, Wuye showed a sneer. He threw away the electric shock baton in his hand in an incredible way, and then rushed towards Sichuan Linyi like a cheetah hunting for prey. Not only did Wuye not run away, but instead dropped the electric shock baton and rushed towards him. The smile on Sichuan Linyi's face became even more ferocious. Sichuan Linyi planned to hug Wuye like a brown bear, but Wuye held his right hand tightly, and with his arm muscles bulging, he punched Sichuan Lingan's abdomen with a mighty uppercut 560. Sichuan, Linyi, and the others didn't think that a punch from an underage high school student would be so powerful, and it would probably be painless to hit them. However, Wuye is not the high school student in their impression. Wuye's punch was fast and fierce, like a cannonball fired. It hit Sichuan Linyi's abdomen. Sichuan Linyi immediately felt severe pain from his abdomen. The severe pain made his bloodshot eyes widen, and he was thrown into the air like a scarecrow because of his burly figure. Sichuan Linyi, who was punched flying by Wuye, hit the ground with a heavy bang. His face flushed, and he hugged his abdomen and screamed in pain. How can it be? How could an underage brat have such great strength? Now Sichuan Linyi's abdomen hurt so much that he even felt that his intestines were broken by Wuye's punch. In fact, Sichuan Linyi should be thankful, because Wuye didn't want to kill someone in full view, otherwise the fist he just aimed at was not Sichuan Linyi's abdomen, but his heart. Everyone was confused by the situation where Sichuan Linyi was punched flying and lying on the ground by Wuye. The students staying in the bus became dumbfounded, and everyone couldn't believe what they saw, because an adult with a burly figure like a bear was actually beaten away by Wuye, who is not so burly. Sae Chabashita was fine. When Wuye was plotted against by Ryu Unsho and the others, she had seen with her own eyes that Wuye dealt with Yamawaki Obi, Ishizaki Daiichi, and Komi Yayego in a thunderous manner. So Sae Chabashita knew about Wuye's combat power, so he wasn't so surprised. The scene where Wuye knocked Sichuan Linyi into the air made Long Yuan Xiang and Yamada Albert twitch their mouths, and they couldn't help but recall the previous boxing club's club test. At that time, this Sikong Wuye knocked Yamada Albert, who weighed more than 200 kilograms, out of the ring with one punch. Moreover, Yamada Albert's arm bones were cracked by his punch, and now his arm has only barely recovered after recuperating. Wuye glanced at Sichuan Linyi who was lying on the ground hugging his stomach. Seeing that this guy had temporarily lost his fighting power, he turned around and looked at the remaining 7 strongmen in suits. Hey, I'm going to kill this guy. Mamatsuka Hamaguchi gave up on arresting Kiyotaka Ayanakaji, and rushed towards Wuye angrily. With the help of excellent dynamic vision and flexibility, Wuye calmly turned slightly sideways, avoiding the violent fist of Hamaguchi Hyakuka almost in a dangerous situation. Immediately afterwards, Wuye lifted his left foot violently, and hit Hamaguchi Mamatsuka hard on the abdomen. With a heavy puff and muffled grunt, Hamaguchi Mosuka bent down in pain like a prawn, his whole face flushed as red as a pig's liver. Wuye quickly raised his arm and fell down suddenly. Diary's fierce elbow hit Zikao Beijia's arched back hard. A scream sounded, and Hamaguchi Mosuka was directly smashed to the ground by Wuye's elbow. Hamaguchi. Seeing what happened to Hamaguchi Momozuka, the other 6 strong men in suits were also angry. They left 2 to arrest Ayanakaji Kiyotaka, and the remaining 4 all rushed towards Wuye. As soon as the 4 of them left, the pressure on Ayanakaji Kiyotaka dropped sharply. Just now, he kept waving the utility knife and the electric shock baton, so he barely escaped being caught by them. Seeing the 4 people rushing forward together, Wuye sneered. He directly used Momozuka Hamaguchi who fell on the ground as a pedal, and when he stepped down, he suddenly rose into the air. His right foot was like an iron whip drawn out, pulling towards the head of the strong man in the suit at the front. This person is different from Sichuan Linyi and Hamaguchi Momozuka. He who has seen Wuye's power will no longer underestimate him. He has experienced many battles and immediately raised his arm and placed it on the side of his head for fend off Wuye's right foot. Wuye's kick firmly kicked the man's raised arm, but he still underestimated the strength of Wuye's kick. Not only did the man's arm fail to resist Wuye's kick, on the contrary, his arm made a teeth-piercing fracture sound. Are the legs of this BD brat steel? Wuye's whip kick broke the man's arm, and kicked him heavily on the head. The huge force made his head feel dizzy. The man with a broken arm and dizzy head staggered, his mind was in chaos, and after shaking a few times, he fell to the ground and passed out. In the blink of an eye, Wuye cleaned up the 3 of them. Ah! The remaining 3 roared in shock and anger, completely ignoring martial arts, and began to besiege Wuye together, avenging their companions. Facing the siege of these 3 burly men, Wuye dodged nimbly with the smallest movements. His body was constantly turning like dancing, avoiding their fists and kicks, and looking for opportunities to fight back. Ayanakaji Kiyotaka's side is even more frightening, because he holds a utility knife in his hand. Ayanakaji Kiyotaka seemed to have the intention of killing the enemy, and the utility knife he held tightly in his hand swung towards the throats, eyes, hearts, and other places of the 2 people every time to pick off the medicine. Because Ayanakaji Kiyotaka had a sharp weapon in his hands, the 2 of them were a little afraid, fearing that their throats would be cut open by the utility knife in the hands of this brat. Now these 2 people can be considered to know why the higher UPS asked them to bring such things as electric shock rods. The target person is really not a good person. Damn it, I'll get the electric shock baton. The person who was about to retrieve the electric shock baton saw the police car approaching quickly, and his expression changed drastically. Hey, it's a police car. Go, let's go. If we don't go, we can't go. After seeing the police car, the burly men in suits who captured Kiyotaka Ayanakaji and besieged Wuye knew that their kidnapping operation had completely failed and had to evacuate quickly. Otherwise they will be surrounded by the police. At that time, there is only one end for them. That is being caught by the police. Zishuan Linyi resisted the severe pain in his abdomen. He staggered up, looked at Wuye resentfully, and said hoarsely, "Go and take the 2 people who fell on the ground to retreat." Following Zishuan Linyi's words, the 5 burly men in suits who had not yet lost their ability to move immediately gave up their actions of arresting Ayanakaji Kiyotaka and besieging Wuye. They grabbed Mosuka Hamaguchi and another person who had fallen on the ground, and ran towards the black car. Wuye didn't stop Zishuan Linyi and the others from retreating. He smiled at Zishuan Linyi who was staring at him resentfully. "You can't escape. Don't forget that I know your names, and Yunwei will also kill you. Tell me where you are going and the police." Wuye's words made Zishuan Linyi's heart sink. Now he really believes that there is a ghost between them. But it's not a big problem, he doesn't need to panic. After escaping from here, Zishuan Linyi asked everyone to leave separately, so that even if there were ghosts, he would not know where they went to hide. And if the real name is known, it's not a big problem. The 3 black cars surrounding the bus started, and Zishuanlin, staring at Wuye resentfully, walked towards the car, but Wuye's words made him stop. "By the way, Zishuan Linyi, you have an illegitimate child in the countryside of Akita County, right? Is he 6 or 7 years old? He also has a mole on his face," Wuye said with a smile. Zishuan Linyi was taken aback for a moment. He looked at the smiling Wuye, and said in disbelief, you, how did you know that? Obviously no one knows that he has a child. As for how I know, you don't have to worry about it, and I won't stop you from leaving, but if you dare to leave, I'll have someone wrap your only child in cement and send him into Tokyo Bay, where he will be with the fish. Live a lifetime. Ayanakaji Kiyotaka glanced at Wuye who said this in a slow tone. This man is scary. Really scary? Zishuan Linyi's expression gradually became numb. Is this guy really a high school student? Not a demon? At this moment, a burly man in a suit poked his head out of the window of the car, and he shouted to Zishuan Linyi who was still standing there, "Boss, get in the car quickly." The man's shout made Zishuan Linyi shiver suddenly. He was out of the cold and fear and said to Wuye, "Little devil, you can't scare me. You can think I'm scaring you, but the bet is only your only child anyway." Now Zishuan Linyi almost gritted his teeth. Wuye raised his eyebrows and said, "Don't you think that if you ask Atsuomi Ayanakaji, he will send someone to pick up your child? It's useless. You should be very clear about what kind of person Ayanakaji Atsuomi is. He is cruel and not interested in worthless things. Your son is probably rich and worthless in his eyes. Also, even if you persuade Atsuko Linkaolu to send someone to take your son away, it won't be in time. Because after I knew that you planned to carry out the kidnapping operation, I had already arranged for you to go to the countryside of Akita County, and now my people are probably playing games with your son." What Wuye said made Zishuan Linyi feel chills all over his body, so his son is dead. The terrified Zishuan Linyi couldn't help but said, "You even know who that adult is? Just an ordinary first-year high school student. UTM?" The restless Zishuan Linyi looked at the approaching police car. He took another look at the smiling demon, and gritted his teeth hard. "You guys go away, I will stay." Zishuan Linyi didn't dare to gamble. The high school student in front of him was very mysterious. He not only knew the names of all of them, but even the only child he tried to hide. Children are his only concern and weakness, so Zishuan Linyi really dare not bet. "What? Boss, what are you talking about?" The strong men in suits in the car showed incredible expressions. "Don't you understand? Your boss is the ghost, so he will be fine if he stays. On the contrary, if you escape, you will become kidnappers and fugitives. He will then share all your information with the police," Wuye reminded intimately. Wuye's words made the strong men in suits in the car look at each other in dismay. "This should, probably not." "You shut up." Zishuan Linyi roared violently at Wuye, and he said loudly to his companion in the car, "I'm not an insider. This BD has something against me, that's why I have to stay." Hurry up, or it will be too late. After Zishuan Linyi's words fell, the two cars retreated abruptly, and the car drove up to Zishuan Linyi's side, and the two got out of the car quickly and set Zishuan Linyi up. What do you want to do? Let me go. Because Zishuan Linyi's abdomen was still in severe pain, he couldn't break free from the arms of the two. How can we let you stay alone, boss? We have to go together. That's right. Standing not far away, Wuye watched the two bring the struggling Zishuan Linyi into the car, and he had no intention of stopping it. After bringing Zishuan Linyi into the car, the person in charge stepped on the accelerator and fled the scene quickly. Wuye looked at the three black cars going away quickly, he curled his lips, and said in disgust, if you want to walk together, isn't it just because you are afraid that Zishuan Linyi will disclose all their affairs to the police? It's so easy to say what. Ayanakaji Kiyotaka was not as relaxed as Wuye, he breathed out a sigh of relief after Zishuan Linyi and the others retreated. Then Qingtaka Ayanakaji said to Wuye, Sikong, you didn't seem disappointed that you didn't keep that person. Shrugging his shoulders, Wuye said, there's nothing to be disappointed about, they can't escape, even their names have been exposed, they will either be caught by the police, or they will become your father's abandoned sons, and your father's secret get rid of. Ayanakaji Kiyotaka fell silent. Now that the kidnapping has become serious, if Nishikawa Linyi and the others are caught by the police, the congressman Itsuko Ayanakaji will definitely be involved. And this ruthless congressman, in order to avoid being implicated, he will really kill Shi Linyi and the others. Sikong, your words and deeds just now really look like a demon playing tricks on people's hearts. Wuye glanced at Ayanakaji Kiyotaka who was sighing, because they are my enemies, I have to be more ruthless when dealing with them, otherwise there will be endless troubles. Then you let them go again. Because they have guns in their car, and I'm not stupid. If I forcibly stop them from leaving, they will definitely pull out their guns and shoot me. My small body can't withstand the bullets. Wuye said angrily. This is the main reason why Wuye did not forcibly stop Zishuan Linyi and the others from leaving. And it doesn't matter if you let them escape. Because they are doomed to escape, Wuye will not let Shi Chuanlin, a pedestrian who hates him, get away with it, and either die secretly, or be sent to prison for a lifetime. There are guns in the car, Sikong, how do you know? Also, you even know their names, the child who leads the team knows them all in the countryside of Akita Prefecture. Qingtaka Ayanakaji, Wang Liaozhao, asked puzzledly. Looking at the approaching police car, Wuye said casually, didn't I tell you that there is an insider between them? But, Wuye rolled his eyes at Qingtaka Ayanakaji, don't worry, curiosity will kill people, so please don't ask so many questions, Ayanakaji. Makes sense. Although Ayanakaji Kiyotaka has countless doubts about Wuye, but he only needs to confirm one situation is enough. That is, Wuye is his companion. Ishizaki Daji looked at Wuye who had a calm expression behind Ryuan Sho, and he said with great fear, Boss Ryuan, we really don't want to fight against this Sikong Wuye in the future. Well, so many people failed to take him down just now, but he beat him to the ground several times. Tisk. Ryuan Sho clicked his tongue, I still won't let Sikong Wuye go, but you don't have to worry Ishizaki, I won't use brute force. Because there is no chance of winning with brute force. This Sikong Wuye is a ruthless character who won't lose against 6 burly adult men alone. The 8 kidnappers fled the scene by car, and the crisis was resolved. Sae Chabashita asked the bus driver to open the door. The driver found that the police cars had arrived nearby, so he felt relieved. He opened the car door. After the bus door was opened, the anxious Karuizawa Megumi rushed out of the bus immediately, and she hugged Wuye-tun tightly. Wuye, the situation just now scared me to death. Are you alright? Are you not injured? Hearing Karuizawa Megumi's voice full of fear and worry, Wuye smiled and touched her honey-colored hair. I'm fine, you should have been looking at me just now, didn't you? Until I get hit by them. When Wuye was fighting with the strong men in suits, Megumi Karuizawa in the bus kept watching Wuye closely, fearing that he would get hurt. But Megumi Karuizawa was completely overwhelmed. Not only was Wuye not injured, but he also quickly defeated several strong men in suits with a rather straightforward attack. Wuye, who was comforting Megumi Karuizawa, looked towards the window of the bus, and Sakura Airi and Kushida Kikyo looked at him worriedly from the window. Wuye smiled at them, saying that he was fine at all, and told them not to worry about him. Sae Chabashita got off the bus, she glanced at Wuye who was holding Megumi Karuizawa, and then handed a pack of tissues to Kiyotaka Ayanakaji. Ayanakaji, cover the wound on your neck with a tissue. There's no need for Chabashita-sensei, the wound is not deep, and it's not bleeding anymore. Ayanakaji Kiyotaka said, waving his hands. Because of the good control of the strength, the wound on Ayanakaji Kiyotaka's neck was very shallow, and it is no longer bleeding, but the blood stains on his neck are a bit oozing. Sae Chabashita looked at Yasuke Hirata who got off the bus, and she said, Hirata, come here and help Ayanakaji with the wound, I'll explain the situation to the police. Okay. Hirata Yasuke took the tissue from Chabashita Sae, and he hurried to Ayanakaji Kiyotaka to help him wipe off the blood on his neck and treat the wound. After that, some students of Class C, including Kushida Kikyo and Sakura Airi, also got off the bus one after another. The little angel Kushida Kikyo got a box of band-aids from somewhere. She handed the box of band-aids to Yasuke Hirata and ran to Wuye's side. Wuye, are you okay? Wuye gently pushed Karuizawa Megumi in his arms away, and then he smiled and said to Sakura Airi, Kushida Kikyo, and others who left the bus, I'm fine, I made everyone worry, sorry. Sikong-san, you don't need to apologize, because thanks to you and Ayanokaji-san, those bad guys didn't get their way. That's right, but we need to thank you instead. The students in Class C said to Wuye seriously and excitedly. Ayanakaji Kiyotaka, who is currently being treated by Yasuo Hirata, showed a little helpless look, because he had already noticed. Everyone in the class looked at him with strange eyes. Because what Ayanakaji Kiyotaka did just now has overturned their impression of him. Ayanakaji Kiyotaka is an insignificant person in the class. He looks a little handsome, but he is a ruthless person. He even directly pressed a box knife against his neck. And everyone on the bus clearly saw Ayanakaji Kiyotaka confronting two strong men in suits with a utility knife and an electric shock baton, not like a high school student. As for Wuye, who is 1 against 6, although it is even more exaggerated, everyone in Class C somehow accepts it. After all, their impression of Wuye has always been that he is a very powerful person. The small and transparent Ayakoji Kiyotaka is so powerful, that's beyond Ping's expectations. Moreover, because many students heard Mamatsuka Hamaguchi say target person to Ayanokaji Kiyotaka, they felt that the kidnappers just now seemed to be targeting Ayanokaji Kiyotaka. So, could it be that Ayanokaji Kiyotaka is a rich man's child, and they want to kidnap him for ransom? Ayanokaji Kiyotaka should not be considered as a child of a rich man, he is a child of a powerful person, and let the students in Class C think about it. They will never think that the mastermind behind the kidnapping of Ayanokaji Kiyotaka is his father Ayanakaji Guanchan. At this time, the teacher Chabashita Sae had already arrived at the police. She briefly relayed what happened just now, and then handed over her mobile phone to the police. The Tokyo Metropolitan Higher Education High School has a high status in Neon and has an official background, so after something happened, Chabashita Sae asked the school staff to negotiate with the police. After about 5 or 6 minutes, Chabashita Sae took back her mobile phone, and she hung up the call after talking with the school staff for a few words. Afterwards, Sae Chabashita led the 2 policemen towards Wuye and the other policemen began to clean up the scene, collecting evidence such as the electric shock baton on the ground. Sikong, Ayanakaji, come here and make a record with the police. Sae Chabashita said to Wuye and Ayanakaji Kiyotaka. Here's taking notes. Wuye showed a slightly surprised expression. If he was going to make notes, shouldn't he go to the police station? According to the formal process, this is the case, but because the school has used its power and reached a cooperation agreement with the police, Wuye and Ayanakaji Kiyotaka do not need to go to the police station to make notes. Wuye and Ayanakaji Kiyotaka left everyone, and followed the 2 policemen to the side to take notes. It seems that because of the ability, of the Tokyo Metropolitan High School, or Wuye and the others are victims, the attitude of the 2 policemen in charge of their records is particularly gentle. When taking notes, Wuye provided the names of Zishuan Linyi and those who were employed by Ayanakaji Atsushi. These are important clues. The policeman who hastily recorded the text asked Wuye in puzzlement, how do you know this? They told me. Wuye replied. You mean, the kidnappers themselves named themselves and told you whoever hired them to carry out the kidnapping? Well, police officer, you think it's incredible, and I think it's incredible too. These kidnappers seem a little silly. Both cops suspected that Wuye was talking nonsense, because what criminal would be stupid enough to tell others his name? But the higher UPS asked them to only take notes, so they didn't question Wuye too much. After completing the notes quickly and easily, Wuye and Ayanakaji Kiyotaka returned to everyone's side, and Sae Chabashita handed Wuye his mobile phone. Sikong, it's Chairman Sakayanagi on the phone, he's looking for you. Really? Wuye took the phone from Sae Chabashita's hand, and he went to the side to answer the phone, while Ayanakaji Kiyotaka, who was left alone, was surrounded by the students of Class C. Qinglong is full of curiosity. Hey, is that the old man? Wuye said to the phone with a smile. Hearing Wuye's familiar tone, Banyanagi let out a sigh of relief. Sikong, are you okay? What can I do? It's not like you don't know that I can fight. Wuye replied. It's fine, I already know the general situation. I didn't expect him, Etsuko Ayanakaji, to be so bold, and take the opportunity to kidnap Ayanakaji while you are out. It's all because of the negligence of the school that let him know the departure time and route of the bus. I'm very sorry to surprise you, Sakayanagi said very sincerely. Don't talk about it, old man. Do you have a way to pass this matter and put pressure on Etsuko Ayanakaji? The best way is to pull him down from the position of counselor. I'm not sure, but I will do my best to seek justice for you, Banyanagi said solemnly. Old man, you'd better be like this, because Etsuko Ayanakaji dared to kidnap students today and bomb the school tomorrow, so you better use snacks to teach Etsuko Ayanakaji an unforgettable lesson. I will, even if I don't, Sikong, you will teach Ayanakaji a lesson, right? Sakayanagi said otherwise. Well, Wuye didn't answer, he said casually, the kidnappers he sent frightened me. Wuye thought for a while, and he said, there is also the old man, those kidnappers are going to hide in Linhai Byakai fishing village in Tokyo Bay, and escape on a speedboat after night. You can convey this information to the police for me. Really? Sakayanagi said in surprise. Of course it is true. Do I need to lie to you about this? When taking notes just now, Wuye did not say the information obtained from the mind reading. Because the police who were in charge of taking notes would not believe Wuye, an underage high school student, Wuye asked Ban Yanagi to convey the news to the police. Sakayanagi City is the chairman of the Tokyo Metropolitan Advanced Education High School, and what he says carries a lot of weight. Because Itsuko Ayanokaji has the status of a member of parliament, the police are more suitable than Wuye to take action. Once Nishikawa Linyi and the others are captured and interrogated, Atsuomi Ayanokaji is the mastermind behind the scenes. Maximum impact. If Wuye solved Zishuan Linyi and the others through the power of the family, it would not have any impact on Ayanakaji Atsushi. It is estimated that Atsuko Ayanakaji would also thank Wuye for helping him deal with Shi Chuanlin, the pedestrian. Also, remind the police that those people are carrying firearms, so don't be shot by them. Wuye reminded. Are they carrying guns? I see. Leave the follow-up to the school. Sikong, you can enjoy the rest of the island vacation with peace of mind. Wuye raised his eyebrows and said, there have been kidnapping incidents, and the school doesn't plan to stop going to the island for special exams. Although the kidnapping incident happened, the school did not intend to give up just like that, and still planned to let the first-year students go to the island for special exams. Cough, you guys are going to the island for vacation, not for any special exam. Van Liyukin coughed lightly. Wuye pouted, you're lying to a child, what is the content of this island special exam? For the sake of fairness and justice, I won't tell you, so you don't have to ask. Sikong, anyway, you will know soon. Because of the negligence of the school, the kidnappers knew the departure time and route of the bus in advance, which resulted in me and Ling Xiaola being almost kidnapped. Wuye said leisurely. Sakayanagi twitched the corners of his lips. The person who was kidnapped was Ayanakaji Kiyotaka. You are not within the range of Ayanakaji's official kidnapping at all. The helpless Sakayanagi said, you will live on the island for 7 days, and I can only tell you this, I can't tell you more details. Okay. Wuye didn't continue to ask Ban Liyukin, because he knew that Ban Liyukin was a fair and upright person and would not favor any student. If the school didn't owe Wuye and them, Ban Liyukin would not even tell Wuye about the survival of the island. And Wuye only needs to know the general direction and content of the special exam, which is almost enough. Then Sikong, I hung up the phone. Sakayanagi said, well, I will trouble you and the school later. Don't worry, there are quite a few people who are dissatisfied with teacher Ayanokaji in the upper echelons of the school, and they will be very active in grasping this matter. I can rest assured that. At this time, Nishikawa Linyi, who was forced into the car by his companions, was anxiously contacting Ayanakaji Atsuomi through earphones. Whether it was voluntary or forced, Shi Chuan Linyi had already gotten into the car and fled, so he has only one way now, and that is to trust Ayanokaji Atsushi. I believe Atsuko Ayanokaji will let them live and protect his only child. Boss, we should now. XX. Get rid of those police cars behind now, and I'll tell you to retreat later. Zishuan Linyi said with an ugly face, because of Wuye, now Zishuan Linyi and the others have become suspicious, and now they look at everyone is like a ghost. So Zishuan Linyi didn't intend to name the evacuation location of Chuanyukiu village right now. At this time, Ayanokaji Sueshin also accepted Zishan Linyi's contact with him through the headset. Atsushi Ayanokaji originally thought that they had successfully kidnapped Chingtaka Ayanokaji, but he didn't expect Zishuan Linyi to tell him that the operation had failed, and now that their names had been revealed, they were also targeted by the police. Atsuko Ayanokaji, who was in the office, had deep and gloomy eyes, and his face, which was 70% similar to Kiyotaka Ayanokaji, was full of indifference. Atsuko Ayanokaji said in a low and cold voice, do you know the name of the high school student who said your name? No, I don't know, I didn't ask his name, but the target person called him Sikong, which must be his last name. Sikong, he. Atsuko Ayanokaji suddenly laughed, and his laughter sent a chill down Zishuan Linyi's spine. After laughing horribly, Atsuomi Ayanokaji said, a high school student named Sikong, does he have black hair and black eyes, and is conspicuous? Yes? Do you know this person? Shi Chuan Linyi asked in astonishment. I've only heard about him, but never met him. I didn't expect him to be in the same class as Qinglong, and he would take the initiative to help him. That high school student named Sikong, his mouth is so poisonous, every word is like a knife crazily cutting the trust between me and everyone. Zishuan Linyi said in a low voice. Recalling the confrontation with Wuye just now, Zishuan Linyi still has lingering fears. The mouth of that BD kid seems to have been poisoned, it can poison people to death? If it's that kid from Sikong's family. You won't be wronged if you lose, just retreat with all your strength, and retreat according to the route I arranged for you before. Boss, that man named Sikong knows that I have a child in the countryside of Akita County, and he has sent someone to watch him. I hope you can come out to help. Zishan Lin said with sincerity, and Yuan Chu said in a tone. Don't worry, that kid's reputation and integrity are not bad, and he won't do anything that will harm his family. Shi Chuan Linyi's face twitched. He felt that the BD had no integrity at all. They had already thrown away the electric shock baton just now, but he still didn't tell the truth about the insider? What kind of integrity can this guy have? The adults are taking their own actions, while Wuye and the other high school students have boarded the bus and continue to drive towards the port of Tokyo Bay. Ayanakaji Kiyotaka, who had returned to his original position, said to Hideo Satsumura, who was curled up beside him, Satsumura, your utility knife was confiscated by the police as evidence. I will pay you a utility knife when you return to school. No, don't pay me, I don't care at all, Hideo Satsumura said hastily. Hideo Satsumura's flustered attitude made Kiyotaka Ayanakaji sigh secretly. After the kidnapping incident just now, he probably could no longer keep a low profile. After about 20 minutes, the buses of Class C and Class D arrived at the port in Tokyo Bay, and then left the bus with their backpacks. Wow, is this the cruise ship we're going to take? It's so luxurious. The students looked up at the huge cruise ship parked in front of them and exclaimed excitedly. Although there was a scary kidnapping incident on the road, after seeing this huge, luxurious, magnificent, and luxurious cruise ship, there was only a gap in heart. They have only seen this kind of exaggerated luxury cruise ship in movies and TV series, and they will take this luxury cruise ship in person next time? While everyone was amazed at the luxury cruise ship, a person walked straight towards Wuye. It was a white-haired old man wearing a tuxedo suit. Although the old man's hair is already gray, he walks with wind, and his figure is tall and strong, which can be called old and vigorous. The old and vigorous butler came to Wuye's front while avoiding the eyes of the crowd as much as possible. Megumi Karuizawa, who was holding Wuye's arm, looked suspiciously at the elegant old man who suddenly came in front of them. The old man with a happy smile on his old face asked Wuye, Master, long time no see, how is Riki? Well, everything is fine, and it's not like you don't know about my situation in school, things. Wuye stretched out his palm to the housekeeper. Although I know the situation of the young master in that school, according to the usual practice, I still have to confirm it myself. The old housekeeper who answered Wuye took out the cold medicine and scar removal that Wuye needed from his pocket special ointment. Wuye, this person is called your young master, is he someone from your family? Karuizawa Megumi whispered into Wuye's ear. Let me introduce to you. This is my housekeeper Mr. Fuyuan. He is like my family. I have been taught by him since I was a child. It can be said that without him, I would not be where I am today. Wuye's introduction made the butler Fuyuan smile, and he quickly said modestly, Young master, you are too proud. All your achievements are due to your hard work, and have nothing to do with my teaching. Then the housekeeper looked at Megumi Karuizawa who was holding Wuye's arm, and he showed a friendly smile. This is Miss Karuizawa, the young master mentioned you to me. Yes, I'm Megumi Karuizawa, hello. Megumi Karuizawa responded to the housekeeper's greeting with some restraint. Hello. Butler Fuyuan was very satisfied with Karuizawa Megumi. He could tell that this honey-colored girl was just like that Sakura Airi, and her whole heart was on his young master. Then, Master, I will take my leave. Butler Fuyuan said softly to Wuye that he should not stay for a long time, so he had to leave after handing over the cold medicine and scar-removing ointment in person. Well, go slowly. Karuizawa Megumi watched Fuyuan butler leave quickly. She exhaled quietly. Wuye said with a smile, Hui, you don't need to be nervous, Fuyuan butler is very nice. Karuizawa Megumi stuck out her pink tongue at Wuye. Although I feel that Wuye, the housekeeper, is a very easygoing person, but you said he is your family member, and watching you grow up, I feel a little nervous. What are you nervous about? I never told you. Megumi Karuizawa wrinkled her delicate nose towards Wuye. She was naturally nervous because she was worried that Wuye's family would not like her. At this time Chazu Sae patted her jade hand. She said to Wuye and the students awe-inspiringly, you will receive a guide and introduction of the ship later, which will introduce the various facilities of the ship in detail. After you get on the ship, you can do whatever you want on the ship, and you can use any facilities on this ship for free. Simply put, you don't need to spend points for eating, entertaining and watching movies. The students of Class C cheered loudly. Although Wuye set up a scholarship in the class, the students in Class C are not very short of using it, but who can be indifferent to the word free? After a brief explanation, Chabashita Sae let Wuye and the others board the luxury ship, and after they got the ship's guidebook, they excitedly walked towards the ship's C-class accommodation room. Go to the accommodation room first, put down the backpack, and then relax and be excited about this luxury ship. Before leaving school, the dormitory room on the ship has been planned, and each room is a group of 4 people. And Wuye's Class C only has 37 people, so there is 1 extra person. That is to say, only 1 person will live alone in a room. And this person is naturally Sakura Airi, but it is not. It's Wuye. It was Wuye who lived alone in a room. Although Wuye can arrange for Sakura Airi to live alone, but this is not conducive to her changing her shy character. So Wuye arranged for Sakura Airi to live with some soft girls. For example, Shikang and Lina. These girls are soft and easygoing, and they will never conflict with others. Sakura Airi has no objection to Wuye's arrangement, because she also has the idea of changing her shy personality. Wuye, let's pack our backpacks first, and then go to the ship's restaurant to have breakfast together. Karuizawa Hui said to Wuye excitedly. Sure. Well, then we'll see you later. Well. 27. Megumi Karuizawa bid farewell to Wuye, and she and her small group of girls happily left. Kushida Kikyo and Sakura Airi did the same, and they all went to their rooms with their roommates. After seeing Megumi Karuizawa, who had been sticking to Wuye's side, leaving, Horikita Suzune walked towards Wuye. Wuye looked at Horikita Suzune with a cold face, smiled and handed her a box of cold medicine in his pocket. Horikita, here is the cold medicine you need, remember to eat rice. Asterisk. I see, thank you Sikong. You're welcome. If you feel uncomfortable after taking the cold medicine, please contact me or teacher Chezo. Don't hold the idea that you can take care of yourself, Wuye reminded. I'm not a child anymore. Horikita Suzune murmured. She was not used to being cared by Wuye like this, being alone all the time. Huh? Say what you just said to my benefactor again. Wuye raised his eyebrows and said, thank you for helping me get my cold medicine. I will definitely ask you for help if I have any questions. You'd better be like this, don't hold on by yourself again. See you later then. Horikita Suzune looked at Wuye's unrestrained and vigorous back. She lowered her head to look at the cold medicine she was holding in her hand, and there was an invisible smile on her cold face. Sundara Snow Fox's smile was very faint, but extraordinarily soft and beautiful. Wuye, who was carrying a backpack, also started to walk towards his room. He happened to meet Ichinose Hoonami on the way. This girl with golden pink hair was wearing loose casual clothes. Although the casual clothes were loose, Ichinose Hoonami's overly plump and mature breasts still bulged up the upper circumference of the casual clothes. After seeing Wuye's figure, Ichinose Hoonami's eyes lit up immediately. She walked over quickly, and then asked in bewilderment. Sikong, why are you so slow? We have already arrived. Well, because something unexpected happened to us on the way, we were delayed for some time. Wuye said with a smile. Since the buses of Class A and Class B were in front of the bus of Class C, Zishuan Linyi and his group's interception did not affect Class A and Class B, so the students of these two classes had already arrived at the port of Tokyo Bay and boarded the bus. On a luxury cruise ship. An accident? Could it be that the tire of the bus burst? Ichinose Hoonami asked curiously. No, make it more serious. The bus wheel fell off. Wuye shook his head, it's even more serious. Oh, Ichinose Hoonami patted Wuye's shoulder. She said coquettishly, Sikong, don't make me guess, just tell me. Asterisk. Ichinose, if I tell you the truth, you won't believe it, and even think I'm talking nonsense. Wuye said with a smile. Say it if you don't tell me, how can I tell if it's nonsense? Ichinose Hoonami didn't realize at all that the word self carried a strong connotation of being coquettish, and had a feeling of being coquettish to her boyfriend. It's really difficult for a bright and cheerful little angel to act like a baby, so Wuye said with a smile. We encountered a kidnapping incident on the road, and people were almost kidnapped. Sikong, you are really talking nonsense. Look, I told Ichinose that you won't believe it. Wuye said with a smile. Ayanakaji Kiyotaka from Class C in the first year was kidnapped by 8 strong men in suits. It is estimated that this kind of thing will spread quickly. After all, many people have seen it with their own eyes. The students in Class C all saw Long Yuan Xiang from Class D, and they also saw it. Wuye carried his backpack to his room, and Ichinose Hoonami was by his side, and she said with a bright smile, Sikong, do you want to have breakfast together later? This won't work, I've made an appointment with Hui. Is that so? Ichinose Hoonami's bright smile paused slightly, and she pursed her lips as she lowered her eyes. This happens every time. Every time after seeing Wuye, Ichinose Hoonami would subconsciously forget about his having a girlfriend. 0. Ichinose Hoonami cleaned up her lost emotions, and she showed a bright smile again and said to Wuye, Sikong, you have an appointment, then I will go first. I will go to Chihiro-chan and the others to have breakfast together. See you later. Well, see you later. After bidding farewell to Wuye, Ichinose Hoonami stepped forward with her slender, straight, round legs, and accelerated her pace, walking away from Wuye's side. Wuye looked at Ichinose Hoonami's delicate back in front of him, and he showed a little subtle expression. Wuye's EQ is not low. During his daily relationship with Ichinose Hoonami, he can feel that she cares about him vaguely, so this bright and cheerful little angel, who is consistent in appearance, seems to have a feeling for him. The mind between men and women. If there are no 3 girlfriends around Yuri, Sakura Airi, Karuizawa Megumi, and Kushida Kikyo, Wuye may respond to Ichinose Hoonami's wishes. But there are 3 girlfriends beside Wuye? Although Wuye doesn't mind adding another girlfriend, but Ichinose Hoonami will mind very much. Let's just let fate. Wuye murmured and continued to walk to his room. Wuye entered the room that belonged to him alone, and he couldn't help laughing when he saw the 4 beds. How can one person sleep on 4 beds? If Sakura Airi, Karuizawa Megumi, and Kushida Kikyo are all staying in this room, then these 4 beds can just sleep enough people. Wuye put his backpack down, and he began to check the situation in this room. The accommodation room on this ship is quite big, let alone 4 people, even 6 people will not be crowded. There are not only 4 beds, but also bathrooms, dressing rooms, washrooms, air conditioners, and TV sets, and even slippers and snacks. As expected of a luxury cruise ship. Wuye sighed softly. At this time Wuye heard a long and distant siren sound from outside. The siren sounded, which represented the official start of the luxury cruise ship, and it began to carry the first-year students to the island arranged by the school. Wuye took out the special scar-removing ointment given to him by the housekeeper Fuyuan from his pocket, and he put the small wide-mouth porcelain bottle on the bedside table. At this time, there was a knock on the door of Wuye's accommodation room, and Karuizawa Megumi's joyful voice came. Wuye, can I come in? Come in, the door is unlocked. Wuye said casually. As soon as Wuye finished speaking, the door was opened immediately, and the slender and delicate Karuizawa Megumi stepped into Wuye's accommodation room. Wuye looked at Megumi Karuizawa with a sweet smile on his face, and said with a smile, why did you come to me so soon? Didn't you just make an appointment to go to the dining room of this ship to have breakfast together? I went back to the room with everyone and put down the backpack and came to find you. Karuizawa Megumi walked towards Wuye, and she said happily, Wuye, let's eat first, and then we will take a stroll around this ship together to see what interesting items there are. Yes, but it has to be delayed, because after breakfast, I plan to let Huyo and I go back to the room first, and I have something I want to do to you. Wuye's words made Megumi Karuizawa's fair and tender cheeks flush with a charming blush. She said shyly, Wuye, this is not my student dormitory, and it's not dark after breakfast. I'm nervous, and I'm a little worried about being discovered. I'll sneak over to accompany you at night, okay? Wuye twitched the corners of his mouth. He looked at Karuizawa Megumi, who exuded shyness all over his body. Hui, where did you go? I didn't want to do bad things with you. Is that so? Wuye, why do you want me to go back to your room with you? Karuizawa Megumi gave Wuye a white look. She just felt that her boyfriend was being duplicity. If it's not for doing bad things, what else can the two of us do in a room without the first person? There are so many things you can do, you little shy girl. Wuye flicked Karuizawa Megumi on the forehead, and the shy she let out a little exclamation. In fact, Wuye planned to apply the scar-removing ointment on Karuizawa Megumi's left abdominal scar after breakfast, and really didn't want to do bad things with her in the room. It's not completely absent, I still have the idea of wanting to do bad things. Karuizawa Megumi, who Wuye covered his forehead, said with a smile, I intend to give you a surprise, a gift, so after breakfast I asked you to go back to the room with 880, and I will give you a surprise gift. Wuye's words made Karuizawa Megumi's eyes light up. She said full of expectation, Wuye, you also prepared a gift for me. What kind of gift is it? I said it was a surprise, how could I tell you in advance? Then why don't you just give it to me now? Megumi Karuizawa said coquettishly. Wuye shook his head. He pinched Karuizawa Megumi's cheek affectionately. Not now, I have to have breakfast. Well, I'll just look forward to it. In fact, the surprise gift Wuye mentioned was the special ointment for removing scars, and he didn't plan to tell Karuizawa Megumi about this now, because Wuye knows better than anyone how much Megumi Karuizawa attaches great importance to the scar on the lower left abdomen. If she knows that there is a way to get rid of the scar, she will be eager to ask Wuye to apply ointment on her now. Because both Wuye and Karuizawa Hui were hungry, he didn't plan to give Karuizawa Hui the special drug Xian now. You must know that Wuye and the others got up at 4 o'clock this morning. They didn't even have breakfast when they woke up so early, and they are already hungry by now. So Wuye planned to fill his stomach first, and then tell Karuizawa Megumi the special ointment for scar removal after returning to the dormitory room, and apply it for her. Afterwards, Wuye and Karuizawa Megumi left the dormitory together, and went to the restaurant of the ship. On the way to the restaurant, Karuizawa Megumi held Wuye's arm intimately as usual, talking and laughing with him as they walked. 3 girls came out of the fork beside the ship. Karuizawa Megumi glanced over, then the smile on her face subsided, and she let out a cold snort. Snort. Karuizawa Megumi's cold snort made the 3 girls tremble in fright. They looked at Wuye and Karuizawa Megumi timidly, as if they saw some terrible person. Wuye glanced at Megumi Karuizawa, who snorted coldly, and then looked at the 3 girls who looked at him with fear inexplicably. Wuye's memory is very strong. He remembers that these 3 girls are all from Class D of the first year, but Wuye is a little confused. He has never interacted with these 3 girls. Why are they so afraid of him? Let's go, Wuye, I'm hungry. Okay. When Wuye was going to ask them, Megumi Karuizawa hugged his arm and pulled him to the front. The 3 girls stepped back timidly, as if to make way for Wuye and Megumi Karuizawa. Wuye, who continued walking, looked sideways at Karuizawa Megumi. Hui, why did you snort at them just now? This. Megumi Karuizawa showed a little guilty expression on her face, and she said weakly, didn't Class D keep harassing everyone before? At that time I accidentally bumped into a member of Class D girls and then we had conflicts with those girls from Class D. Do you remember that incident? Wuye said. It was because of that incident that Wuye took action against Long Yuan Xiang. Not only did he stop the harassment of Long Yuan Xiang and Class D, but he also made Renuya a discipline committee member, watching Long Yuan Xiang all the time. Are they the girls from Class D who had conflicts with you at that time? Wuye asked. Yes. Karuizawa Megumi nodded slightly. The reason why those Class D girls are so scared is because when Wuye and Ayanakaji Kiyotaka confronted the 8 strong men in suits, they all saw it on the D-class bus. Karuizawa Megumi's boyfriend can knock a strong man in a suit as tall as a hill into the air with one punch. If they were punched by this man, their small bodies would probably be pierced. It was because they saw Wuye fighting with their own eyes that they were so afraid of Karuizawa Megumi and Wuye, afraid that they would make trouble for them. That woman Karuizawa Megumi's boyfriend is so scary, he won't trouble us. One of the girls said timidly. Should. Probably not. Why don't we find an opportunity to apologize to Megumi Karuizawa? Why, she obviously met us. Although there is nothing wrong with this, are you not afraid that she will encourage Sikong Wuye to beat us up? You must know that Long Yuan and the others dare not provoke Sikong Wuye. Then let's find a time to apologize to Megumi Karuizawa. The three girls in Class D reached a consensus amid fear and fear. At this time, they thought they would encourage Wuye to beat them. Karuizawa Megumi, she was weakly saying to Wuye, Wuye, I will find a chance to apologize to them. Hui, why do you want to apologize to them? Because you also know that I accidentally ran into them before, and the grumpy Xiao Yuan provoked and harassed me for them, so he pd them off, and then we will have conflicts with them. Smiling Wuye looked at Megumi Karuizawa with a weak expression, because you think it's your fault, so you want to apologize to them. In fact, there was another reason. Megumi Karuizawa didn't want Wuye to think that she was a domineering and savage bad woman. It was obviously her own fault, but she didn't apologize or anything. It's all over, please apologize. Huh. Megumi Karuizawa looked at Wuye in surprise, and she quickly asked, Wuye, don't you want me to apologize? That's right. Wuye nodded. Why? You should know it's my fault, right? Yeah, I know it, and I also know that you are worried that I will be dissatisfied with you, so you want to apologize to the girls in Class D? Hui, you think so, right? Well. Karuizawa Megumi nodded obediently. Hui, remember, you are my girlfriend, and I won't let you do things you disagree with, so you don't have to apologize to them. Wuye's words made Karuizawa Megumi feel joy and happiness. She ignored everyone beside the ship corridor, stood on tiptoe, kissed Wuye's cheek, and then Karuizawa Megumi happily hugged Wuye's arm. Wuye, you are so kind. You are my girlfriend, shouldn't I be nice to you? Wuye touched his cheek where Megumi Karuizawa kissed him. Wuye looked at Megumi Karuizawa who was smiling like a flower, and he reminded, but I also hope that Megumi will not bully you, and don't become a bully. Wuye, don't worry, I won't become a bad person. Because Keiko Karuizawa knows best what it feels like to be bullied. She will never become the bully she hates. Wuye and Karuizawa Megumi stepped into the ship's restaurant together, because everyone got up early and didn't have breakfast, so there are more people in the ship's restaurant now. Due to the large number of people in the restaurant, it is a bit noisy, especially some students, who are crazily eating breakfast, and the sound and movement caused by eating are extremely noisy. The other students couldn't help frowning, showing boredom and disgust. These students with a slightly vicious diet should all be students of Class D, right? Because the class points in Class D are very low, and there is no leader like Wuye to get a scholarship, the personal points of the students in Class D are seriously insufficient. In the first 2 months, they almost ate 3 meals of mountain vegetables. Now all the food in the luxury ship restaurant is free, so they are ecstatic to let go of their appetite and eat until they are full. Karuizawa Megumi looked at the situation of the staff in the restaurant, her face showed distress. Wuye, we are late, there are no empty tables here. There are no empty tables in the ship's restaurant, but there are many empty seats, because a table has 6 seats, and everyone in the restaurant is just 2 or 3 people sitting. So if Wuye and Karuizawa Megumi want to have breakfast in the restaurant, they have to share a table with others. Hui, why don't we pack breakfast and eat it in the room? Wuye asked Karuizawa Hui. Hey, but I want to experience the feeling of having breakfast in a restaurant. Then we can only share a table with others. I saw Horikita and Ichinose, let's go and share a table with them. Wuye pointed to the left side of the restaurant. Horikita Suzune and Ichinose Hoonami people are sitting at the table over there. Yeah, that's fine. Megumi Karuizawa nodded. Actually Karuizawa Megumi didn't really want to sit with Ichinose Hoonami for breakfast. Because Megumi Karuizawa always feels that this one has big breasts, a good figure, and a better figure than Kushida Kikyo. Ichinose Hoonami has a young love affair with her boyfriend Wuye. As for Horikita Suzune, Megumi Karuizawa never worried, because Horikita Suzune always has a cold face, and she doesn't treat her boyfriend very enthusiastically and eagerly at all. In fact, Horikita Suzune is similar to Ichinose Hoonami, both have a green affection for Wuye, but her habitual cold appearance makes Karuizawa Megumi unable to firmly feel her affection for Wuye. Although she didn't want to share a table with Ichinose Hoonami for breakfast, Karuizawa Megumi didn't see anyone more suitable for sharing a table in the restaurant, so she could only go and share a table with them. In fact, Megumi Karuizawa saw her small group of girls in the restaurant, but their tables were already full, and she and Wuye couldn't squeeze in. Wuye and Karuizawa Megumi walked to the dining table where Horikita Suzune and Ichinose Hoonami were sitting, and Wuye unexpectedly found that Horikita Suzune was packing up the tableware and trays. Obviously she had already finished her breakfast. Horikita, you finished your breakfast so quickly. Horikita Suzune raised her eyes. Lian glanced at Wuye and Karuizawa Megumi, and she said softly, because I didn't go back to the dormitory room, but came directly to the restaurant for breakfast. 17. Because of a cold, Horikita Suzune planned to have breakfast first, and then go back to the dormitory to take cold medicine and sleep. Horikita, there is bottled water in the accommodation room, you can take cold medicine directly on 5.8, please remember to contact us if you have anything later. Well, then I'll go first. Okay, you leave the tray, I'll help you return it to the restaurant, you take your backpack and go to rest. Wuye said. Then I will trouble you. Horikita Suzune didn't refuse Wuye's kindness, she nodded to Wuye and Karuizawa Megumi, and then she carried her backpack. Left. Karuizawa Megumi looked at the slender back of Horikita Suzune leaving, she asked Wuye curiously, Wuye, you just said cold medicine, does Horikita have a cold? Yes. Wuye nodded, looked at Ichinose Hoonami who was sitting, and said with a smile, Ichinose, can we share a table? Ichinose Hoonami, who was eating breakfast with her head down, raised her head. She glanced at Megumi Karuizawa's arm hugging Wuye intimately, and then showed her usual bright smile. I'm very welcome, Sikong and Karuizawa, you can sit down if you want. Well, thanks. You're welcome. After seeking the consent of Ichinose Hoonami, Wuye and Karuizawa Megumi went to the front hall of the restaurant to order food. Ichinose Hoonami watched Wuye's back with his chopsticks in his mouth. This can be regarded as having breakfast with Sikong. It's just a pity. Pity? Pity what? Of course it's a pity that Wuye has Megumi Karuizawa by her side. If Karuizawa Megumi is not by Wuye's side, Ichinose Hoonami feels that she can chat and laugh with Wuye without any worries. When Wuye and Megumi Karuizawa returned to Ichinose Hoonami with breakfast, there was already a person sitting beside her. And this person is Shirawa Chihiro from Class B of the first year. This Chihiro Shiraha, who is as courageous as a rabbit, mistakenly thought that Wuye was Ichinose Hoonami's boyfriend when she was going to confess to Ichinose Hoonami before. Yo, Babo, Fu is here too. 11. Wuye's casual greeting made Shirakawa Chihiro tremble suddenly. She leaned towards Ichinose Hoonami timidly, as if trying to block Wuye's sight with Ichinose Hoonami's body. Sikong, don't scare Chihiro-chan. Ichinose Hoonami said coquettishly. I didn't scare her, didn't I just say hello to her just now? Wuye said dumbfounded, asking if this Babo King-sun was too afraid of him. He trembled when he heard his voice. Okay, Chihiro-chan, don't be afraid, say hello to Sikong and Karuizawa-san. Ichinose Hoonami said to Shirawa Chihiro. Hello. Megumi Karuizawa looked at Shirawa Chihiro who was hiding beside Ichinose Hoonami. The girl with the younger sister's head was decent, she looked a bit cute, but her chest, so flat. Seeing Babo Chihiro's mediocre breasts, Megumi Carry 26 was relieved. This girl is not competitive at all. Wuye will not like this kind of poor-breasted girl. At this time, a rival in love that Megumi Karuizawa felt competitive appeared. Kushida Kikyo appeared from nowhere, with her plump and straight breasts. She said sweetly to Wuye and his party, everyone, there are no empty tables in the restaurant. Can I share a table with you? I don't care, Kikyo-chan is very welcome. Hoonami Ichinose said with a smile to Kushida Kikyo. She has a good impression of this girl who is as enthusiastic and cheerful as she is. Wuye smiled at Kushida Kikyo, who had a bright smile on his face. I have no objection. Anyway, there are still a lot of vacant seats at the table. I have no objection. Kushida, you can sit down if you want. Karuizawa Megumi curled her lips secretly. She has a lot of opinions, but she can't speak directly. Hey, thank you. I'm going to serve breakfast now. The smiling Kushida Kikyo went to order. After sitting down, Wuye saw the figure of Sakura Airi from the door of the restaurant. This shy childhood sweetheart was walking with her roommates. From Sakura Airi's calm expression, Wuye didn't feel nervous or uneasy about these three roommates. It seems that she gets along well with them. Well, after all, the characters of these four girls are soft and soft, similar soft personalities will make them get along smoothly. Seeing this situation, Wuye also felt relieved. Sakura Airi who entered the restaurant first looked around the restaurant. The restaurant full of people made her slightly frown her delicate eyebrows. She doesn't like this kind of crowded and noisy place. Soon, Sakura Airi saw Wuye in the restaurant. After realizing that Wuye was looking at her, Sakura Airi subconsciously showed a happy smile on her face, and she blinked her eyes delicately under the plain glasses, and greeted Wuye. Smiling Wuye nodded to Sakura Airi and responded to her greeting. There are a lot of people, the restaurant marked that they can take out, why don't we pack it up and eat in the room? Ishikura suggested to Sakura Airi and the others. Okay, Sakura-san, what do you think? I feel good too. Sakura Airi nodded her head gently. Afterwards, these four girls with soft personalities did not choose to eat in the restaurant with many people. They packed their favorite breakfast and returned to the room. While eating breakfast, Kikyo Kushida cutely held her chopsticks in her mouth. She said to Wuye and Megumi Karuizawa that they were warm and cheerful. Everyone, let's visit this ship together later. No. Shirakawa Chihiro subconsciously refused, shaking her head. Under the surprised gaze of Kushida Kikyo, she shrank her head and said weakly, I have an appointment with Hoonami-chan. Two people, let's walk around this ship together. Yeah. Ichinose Hoonami nodded her head. She smiled at Kushida Kikyo and said, so we can't be with you. I see, that's really a pity, but if you make an appointment, there's nothing you can do about it. Kushida Kikyo said regretfully. Kushida Kikyo is not regretful at all. It would be better to say that Ichinose Hoonami and Shirami Kai's Hima are not together. Because Kushida Kikyo just wants to visit this ship with Wuye. Then Wuye, Karuizawa, let's go shopping together. No, I have an appointment with Wuye too. We want to go shopping together. Karuizawa Megumi refused without hesitation and said that she would not give this vixen with big breasts a chance to cling to Wuye. Regarding Karuizawa Megumi's resolute refusal, Kushida Kikyo was not surprised, because she knew that Karuizawa Megumi had always been on guard against her and would not let her get close to Wuye. But the one who can make the decision is not Megumi Karuizawa, but Wuye. So Kushida Kikyo looked at Wuye. Looking at the expectant eyes of this little devil's girlfriend, Wuye shrugged. Don't look at me, Kikyo, I have to accompany my girlfriend. Wuye's answer made Karuizawa Megumi show a sweet smile, and Kushida Kikyo pouted secretly, as if she wasn't his girlfriend. Yes, Kushida Kikyo is also Wuye's girlfriend, but she's an underground girlfriend, she's a shady one. Then I won't bother you, Kushida Kikyo said with a sweet smile. Kushida Kikyo was very measured, and she didn't pester her anymore, because she knew that Wuye didn't like people who messed around. Wuye and Karuizawa Megumi had breakfast with Ichinose Hoonami, Shirami Chihiro, and Kushida Kikyo, and then they bid farewell to them. Most of the students wandered freely after breakfast, looking for interesting entertainment facilities to play. But Wuye is different from Karuizawa Megumi. The two of them returned to Wuye's accommodation room. Megumi Karuizawa looked at Wuye, who had locked the door of the room, and her pretty face suddenly became charmingly rosy. Judging by the way Wuye locked the door, Megumi Karuizawa really thinks he's planning to do something bad to her. Wuye glanced at Karuizawa Megumi, whose eyes were full of shyness and anticipation. He smiled. What's wrong with you? Your face is so red. Is my face very red? Karuizawa Megumi touched her cheek with a soft palm. The slightly hot temperature let her know that her face was indeed very red now. I'm looking forward to the gift you prepared for me. Really? Wuye said with a smile. 430 really? Could it be that Megumi Karuizawa said that the reason why her face was so red was because she expected Wuye to do bad things to her in the room? But you can't tell Wuye, otherwise she will really become a little BCH who is greedy for Wuye. Wuye didn't continue to tease the shy Karuizawa Megumi. He sat on the bed and patted the seat beside him. Come here Hui, I will give you the surprise gift I prepared. Oh. Karuizawa Megumi walked over happily, and sat down next to Wuye intimately. Megumi Karuizawa asked Wuye in a lively manner, do I need to close my eyes? That's not necessary, but you can close your eyes if you want. Then I'll close my eyes, and call me when I'm done. Megumi Karuizawa closed her lively eyes, her blushing face was full of anticipation, and her crystal lips were slightly parted. Karuizawa Megumi's appearance was so alluring that Wuye wanted to kiss her hard. Wuye restrained his inner thoughts, and he brought the wide-mouthed porcelain bottle from the bedside table. Okay, Hui, open your eyes, my gift is right in front of your eyes. Could it be that the surprise gift that Wuye mentioned was really not when she closed her eyes, and then kissed her, bullied her, and did bad things to her? Karuizawa Megumi opened her eyes, and she saw the wide-mouthed porcelain bottle dragging in Wuye's palm. Karuizawa Megumi froze for a moment. This is the surprise gift you prepared for me, Wuye. Yes. What are you doing? She is already mentally prepared to do bad things with Wuye, and now you tell her that this thing is a so-called gift. Karuizawa Megumi looked at the wide-mouthed porcelain bottle held in Wuye's palm, with a dazed expression on her pretty fair face. Because Megumi Karuizawa has been thinking that the gift Wuye mentioned just now is doing bad things with her in the dormitory room. However, Megumi Karuizawa didn't expect that she had a wrong idea, and Wuye actually prepared a gift for her. Karuizawa Megumi's dazed expression made Wuye laugh out loud, and he joked, aren't you happy, Megumi? I specially prepared a gift for you. I'm not happy, I'm happy now. Karuizawa Megumi replied immediately. Although Karuizawa Megumi didn't know what the wide-mouthed porcelain bottle Wuye was holding in his hand, she knew it was a gift Wuye had prepared for her. Megumi Karuizawa feels that the gift is not important. What is important is Wuye's affection for her. Wuye, what's in it? Is it perfume? The curious Karuizawa Megumi poked the wide-mouthed porcelain bottle on Wuye's palm with her pale fingers. Megumi Karuizawa felt that such a bottle could only contain perfume. Since we still have to visit the luxury yacht later, Wuye didn't hold back. He said with a smile, this is a special ointment for removing scars. I think this is what you need most now. Wuye's words made Karuizawa Megumi's eyes widen instantly, and she looked at Wuye in surprise and astonishment. Looking at the warm smile on Wuye's handsome face, Karuizawa Megumi's heart was immediately overwhelmed by a surge of sweetness. The scar under the left abdomen has always been Megumi Karuizawa's fear. Whenever she touches the scar, she can't help but think of her painful memories of being bullied. At the same time, this scar is also Karuizawa Megumi's inferiority complex. Because girls want to show their most beautiful self to their beloved other half, and they don't want the other half to see their ugly places. Although Megumi Karuizawa knew that Wuye had never disliked the scar on his left abdomen, he loved her a little because of this scar. But Wuye doesn't care about Karuizawa Megumi's scars, but she cares about herself. Megumi Karuizawa dreams of getting rid of the scar on her left abdomen. Now that Megumi Karuizawa knows that Wuye specially bought her something to remove scars, emotions such as touch and joy will naturally emerge in her heart. Now Karuizawa Megumi's heart is full of joy and excitement. She first carefully took the wide-mouthed porcelain bottle from Wuye's palm, and after putting it aside, Karuizawa Megumi threw Wuye down directly, pressing him down on the bed in the accommodation room. Wuye, I love you to death. Karuizawa Megumi, who threw Wuye down, hugged him tightly, very hard, as if wishing to melt herself into his body. Wuye listened to Karuizawa Megumi's excited and joyful voice, and the smile on his handsome face deepened a little. He stroked Karuizawa Megumi's delicate back, soothing her overexcited emotions. Now that Megumi Karuizawa is close to Wuye, the breath of the two is blending with each other, and the whole accommodation room begins to be filled with a very sweet and rippling atmosphere. After about 5 or 6 minutes, Megumi Karuizawa's excitement calmed down a lot. She rubbed Wuye's chest, then raised her head to look at him. Because Karuizawa Megumi raised her head, her honey-colored hair fell on the side of her fair and delicate cheeks, and she looked at Wuye with a soul-stirring sweetness in her smart eyes. Wuye, you are so kind to me, Megumi Karuizawa said coquettishly. Wuye smiled, and he pinched Megumi Karuizawa's tender cheeks affectionately. You are my girlfriend. If I don't treat you well, who else will I treat? Hey Megumi Karuizawa, who slightly bent her crescent eyes, smiled sweetly. Okay, it's time for Hui to get off of me. I'll apply ointment to you, Wuye said to Karuizawa Hui who was pressing on him. Although Wuye didn't mind that Karuizawa Megumi was pressing on her body like a female knight, but now was not the time to enjoy this girlfriend's soft body. Okay, Megumi Karuizawa obediently left Wuye's body, and she sat on the bed next to Wuye in a very cute duck-sitting posture. Wuye straightened himself up, and with the light air remaining on his body, he brought over the folk-mouth porcelain bottle that was placed aside. Karuizawa Megumi looked at the porcelain bottle in Wuye's hand. She said uneasy, Wuye, can your gift really remove the scars on my body? Wuye looked sideways at Karuizawa Megumi, and he said comfortingly, Hui, don't worry, even if the special ointment can't completely remove the scars on your body, we still have other ways. Other ways? Yes, have you heard of laser scar removal? No. Megumi Karuizawa, who was sitting on the duck, shook his head honestly, and Wuye said with a smile, actually, I don't know much about laser scar removal, but I know there is such a method. If the ointment doesn't work, we'll go for laser scar removal, so you don't have to worry, the scars on your body will definitely go away. Karuizawa Hui nodded heavily, her heart settled down. If the special ointment for scar removal doesn't work, Wuye really plans to take Karuizawa Megumi to a beauty hospital for laser scar removal surgery after the luxury cruise. After all, Karuizawa Megumi is Wuye's girlfriend, and even gave him her own purity, and Karuizawa Megumi is also a famous husband treasure who has been protecting him in class. So Wuye will naturally take Karuizawa Megumi's matter to heart. However, the school should not allow Wuye and Karuizawa Hui to leave the team and go to the beauty hospital. But Wuye felt that the school would not stop them, because not long ago they were attacked by Atsuko Ayanokaji, and the school owed Wuye and them. As long as Wuye said a few words to Banyanagi, he would definitely allow Wuye and Karuizawa Megumi to go to the beauty hospital. Wuye, who was holding a wide-mouthed porcelain bottle, looked at Karuizawa Megumi, and he motioned, Okay, Megumi, take off your clothes, I'll clean your scars, and then apply ointment. Megumi Karuizawa's fair cheeks began to flush with a charming blush, and her whole body became awkward. The shy Megumi Karuizawa began to exude the youthful and shy beauty of a girl. Wuye, who couldn't help but laugh, looked at Megumi Karuizawa who was shy, and said with a smile, Why are you still shy? It's not like we haven't met each other honestly. Although there is nothing wrong with this, I am still embarrassed. Megumi Karuizawa murmured. Karuizawa Megumi has already married Wuye, they have met each other many times, and they are familiar with each other's bodies, but as a girl, Karuizawa Megumi is still shy. Although very shy, Megumi Karuizawa did not resist taking off her clothes in front of Wuye. She glanced at Wuye with moist and lively eyes, and then quickly moved away. Wuye, go and lock the door, I'll undress. Have you forgotten? I locked it when I entered the room. Wuye said with a smile. Then you turn around and don't look at it. Megumi Karuizawa said shyly with flushed cheeks. Okay. Smiling Wuye turned around, no longer looking at the charming and shy Megumi Karuizawa. After Wuye turned around, Megumi Karuizawa's inner shyness and embarrassment faded a lot. She picked up the corner of the jacket with slightly trembling white hands, and began to pull it up. With the top pulled up, Megumi Karuizawa's white and flat abdomen was revealed. Wuye, whose back was facing Megumi Karuizawa, heard the rustling of clothes from behind, and he didn't turn around to look. Not even a minute passed, Wuye heard Karuizawa Megumin's shy voice. I'm ready. Wuye, come and help me. Hui, do you need me to close my eyes? Ji said to Wuye of Karuizawa Megumi with a smile. No need, It's not that I haven't been seen by you, and Wuye, why are you applying this ointment to me with your eyes closed? Karuizawa Megumi said shyly. Then I turned around. After getting permission from Megumi Karuizawa, Wuye turned around, and he saw Megumi Karuizawa who had taken off his shirt. Because of being too shy, Karuizawa Megumi's snow-white and crystal-clear skin is now covered with a faint charming blush, which looks very beautiful and attractive. Looking at Karuizawa Megumi's slightly trembling body and her swaying moist eyes, Wuye knew that she was very nervous now. He said with a smile, Hui, you lie down now and leave the next thing to me just fine. The shy and nervous Megumi Karuizawa lay down, then closed her eyes, waiting for her beloved boyfriend to apply the ointment for scar removal. Wuye approached Karuizawa Megumi who was lying down. He looked at the scar on her left abdomen, and after confirming that the scar did not need to be cleaned, Wuye pulled off the mouth of the wide-mouthed porcelain bottle. Inside the porcelain bottle is a viscous paste. It is not known what these pastes are refined from, but it is pure white, and it also exudes a faintly strange fragrance. Wuye put his finger into the wide-mouthed porcelain bottle, stuck some pure white ointment, and then he said to Karuizawa K who closed his eyes nervously. Megumi, I'm about to start. Well, Wuye, come on. After notifying Megumi Karuizawa, Wuye stretched out her ointment-stained fingers to the scar on her left abdomen, and began to apply it. After being touched by Wuye's fingers, Karuizawa Megumi seemed to be jolted, her delicate body trembled subconsciously. Don't be afraid, it won't hurt. Wuye comforted with a light smile. Karuizawa Megumi responded lightly. Since Megumi Karuizawa had closed her eyes, her senses were amplified, so she could feel Wuye's fingers on her left abdomen more clearly. Wuye's fingers were very warm, and the ointment was very cool. The two temperatures, one warm and one cool, brought Karuizawa Megumi a different feeling of comfort. After meticulously applying a layer of ointment to Karuizawa Megumi's scar, Wuye withdrew his fingers and said with a smile, "Okay, Megumin, you can put on your clothes now. So soon it will be fine, I don't want to experience it for a long time." Karuizawa Megumi, who was somewhat reluctant, opened her moist and smart eyes, and under Wuye's smiling eyes, she shyly put on the top she had just taken off. Megumi Karuizawa, who put on clothes, was much bolder. She crawled towards Wuye, intent to act like a baby and get close to him. Wuye had an insight into Karuizawa Megumi's little thoughts. He stretched out his palm and pressed her soft fragrant shoulders. "Don't mess around, be careful that the ointment is rubbed off your clothes." "I'll be fine if I'm careful." Karuizawa Megumi took off Wuye's palm on her shoulder, and then slightly pulled up her blouse. To prevent the ointment from rubbing off her clothes, Megumi Karuizawa sat on Wuye's lap, showing a happy and satisfied expression with a slight blush remaining. Sitting in Wuye's arms, Karuizawa Megumi raised her head, and she asked happily, "Wu, Qianli Zhao, yeah, I feel a bit hot on the scar now, is it because of the effect?" "Yes." Wuye nodded, and he said, "Let's go and visit this luxury cruise ship." "Okay." Megumi Karuizawa blurted out, and then she showed hesitation, "But if I walk around, the ointment will be wiped off by my clothes, right?" "I don't think normal walking will rub off the ointment," Wuye said with a smile. Although Megumi Karuizawa's breasts are not as huge as Kushida Kikyo's, they are still enough to support her clothes. Karuizawa Megumi's scar on the left side of her abdomen is just below her chest. With her jacket propped up, the ointment will not rub against her jacket during normal walking. "Well, I still don't want to go, Wuye, go by yourself." Karuizawa Hui said with some reluctance. She really wanted to go on this luxury cruise ship with Wuye, but she cared more about herself. "Scars on my body. You really don't want to go with me?" "Well, I'll take a cruise with you after I take a shower at night," Megumi Karuizawa suggested. "It's okay." Wuye nodded. He also knew how much Karuizawa Megumi wanted to get rid of the scar on the left abdomen, so Wuye didn't continue to persuade Karuizawa Megumi to join him. "Go on a cruise or?" Wuye handed the wide-mouthed porcelain bottle to Karuizawa Megumi, and then left the accommodation room, while Karuizawa Megumi stayed in this room alone. After Wuye left her side, Megumi Karuizawa felt bored, but she didn't want to be separated from Wuye for a second. It's a pity that getting rid of the scars is the most important thing. Feeling bored, Megumi Karuizawa's eyes suddenly lit up. She quickly took out her school phone, and started searching for the words laser scar removal. The on-campus mobile phone of Tokyo Metropolitan Higher Education College can not only be used inside the school, but also can still be used in the outside world, so Megumi Karuizawa successfully searched for a lot of news related to laser scar removal. Looking at the searched content, Megumi Karuizawa said happily, "Wuye is not kidding me, it is true that the scar can be removed by laser." After confirming the real existence of laser scar removal, Megumi Karuizawa was completely relieved, and now she is full of fantasies about the future. "Imagine that the scar on the left side of my abdomen is gone, and then put on a bold and attractive swimsuit. Let Wuye appreciate, let him praise, let him bully." Thinking about it, Karuizawa Megumi didn't know what to think of, and her delicate cheeks turned red. Wuye, who left the accommodation room, took out the brochure of the luxury cruise ship, and walked up while checking the details of the cruise ship. "This ship is really big." Wuye, who read the introduction book, let out a slight exclamation. This luxury cruise ship, including the top, has a total of 9 floors, 5 floors above the deck, and 4 floors below the deck. The first and second floors above the deck are used for lounges or banquets, and the restaurant is on the second floor. The third to fourth floors are the floors with guest rooms. The boys on the third floor and the girls on the fourth floor, Wuye and the others live in these 2 floors respectively. The 5th floor above the deck is the top, where there are open-air swimming pools, as well as some coffee shops, drink shops, and other institutions. The first floor, second floor, and third floor below the deck have various entertainment facilities such as movies or stages. The 4th basement floor, located at the bottom of the cruise ship, is the switchboard room and other computer rooms of the luxury cruise ship. The introduction book clearly states that they are not allowed to enter, probably because they are worried that the students will mess with the devices in the switchboard room. After Wuye roughly read the introduction book of this luxury cruise ship, he walked towards the stairs of the luxury cruise ship. Now Wuye plans to go to the highest deck on the 5th floor to have a look at the sea view. Now Wuye passed by all the students of the school, and they all walked around the ship in groups with joyful expressions on their faces, and Wuye who was alone was a little bit prominent. Although Wuye has 3 girlfriends, Megumi Karuizawa stays in the room, and his real girlfriend, Airi Sakura, will definitely not get along with him in crowded places. After all, Kushida Kikyo is Wu 137's underground girlfriend, and she is shady. So even though Wuye has 3 girlfriends, he is still shopping alone now. Wuye, who stepped on the stairs of the cruise ship, showed a little surprise, because a girl with a soft and brisk temperament was walking down the stairs slowly. This girl has a cute appearance, soft silver hair is beautiful and smooth, and her purple eyes are as calm as the sea, but there is a little joy in seeing Wuye. This silver-haired girl is Shiina Hiri from Class D of the first year. She has a quiet personality who likes to be alone and doesn't like to make friends. So after enrolling for so long, Hiri Shiina has only one friend, and that is Wuye. Hiyori Shiina, who was walking down the stairs, looked at Wuye, blinked her eyes, and she slightly opened her crystal lips with a flirtatious demeanor, and said hello softly. Sikong, what a coincidence. Well, what a coincidence, timing, where are you going? Wuye asked with a smile. I'm going to have breakfast. Shiina Haiwa replied softly. Shiina Haiwa hasn't had breakfast yet. Because everyone left school by car early this morning, there were too many students who went to the restaurant for breakfast after arriving at the cruise ship. Shiina Hiyori didn't like places with too many people, so she didn't go to the restaurant to have breakfast immediately, but returned to her room to stay. Fortunately, Hiyori Shiina put several famous novels in her suitcase, otherwise she would just be in a daze in the room. Shiina Hakezo stayed here for more than half an hour. If she didn't feel a strong sense of hunger in her stomach, she would have continued to stay in the room as she was not interested in luxury cruise ships. Shiina Hiyori walked down from Wuye's side with light steps. When passing Wuye, Hiyori Shiina uttered a soft voice that only Wuye could hear. Sikong, I'm leaving first, let's contact each other at night. Good. In fact, Shiina Hiyori didn't want to break up with Wuye like this, but she was worried that her nostalgia for Wuye would become a kind of hurt to him. After all, Long Yuanxiang forged her letter before and lured Wuye out. So up to now, Shiina Hiyori has avoided other students to get along with Wuye and communicate with him, and now this luxury cruise ship is full of excited students wandering around, so Shiina Hiyori just said hello to Wuye and left him. Standing on the stairs, Wuye glanced sideways at Hiyori Shiina's light figure who was leaving in a hurry, and then he continued to walk towards the top floor of the ship. After stepping on the top floor of the ship, Wuye's vision suddenly brightened. What he saw at this moment was the endless blue sea, and what he breathed was the slightly salty wind. The summer sun, the blue sea, the slightly salty sea breeze, the luxurious ship, and the leisurely environment all make Wuye feel comfortable and comfortable. It's a pity that all of this is just a superficial phenomenon. Wuye whispered with some regret, because he knew that this so-called island vacation was not as simple as a vacation, and he had to take a special exam prepared by the school. But the special exam hasn't started yet. Wuye can enjoy the good time at this moment leisurely. Wuye ordered a glass of watermelon juice at a drink shop not far away, and then he sipped the cold watermelon juice while wandering around here. The top-level facilities of the luxury cruise ship are exactly the same as that in the introduction book, with coffee shops, drink shops, and an overly spacious open-air swimming pool. Many students have already changed into the swimsuits they brought in their suitcases, playing in the open-air swimming pool. Wuye's eyes swept over the students in the swimming pool, and then he showed a little surprised expression, because Wuye saw the figure of Liasuk of Jiyuan Temple. At this time, Gao Yuanji Liasuk was wearing a pair of swimming trunks and swimming freely in the open-air swimming pool. His unscrupulous swimming posture made the students who were also in the open-air swimming pool feel angry and helpless. Well, this is very much the style of the 6 helpers of Kojinji. After all, Gao Yuanji Liasuk doesn't care whether his actions will cause trouble to others, he only cares about what he wants to do. Wuye's eyes moved away from Gao Yuanji Liasuk's body, and his eyes moved to the stern of the highest level, where there are extremely amazing and weird things. That is Dash Helicopter. The top floor of this luxury cruise ship has a helicopter takeoff pad, and a helicopter is parked on it. FK, there is a helicopter on this ship. It's amazing, it's the first time I've seen a helicopter. Me too. Many students were amazed by the helicopter at the stern. Wuye shook his head lightly, not thinking that it is a rare thing for a cruise ship to have a helicopter. Because for high-spec luxury cruise ships, things like helicopters are a must. Helicopters are used first to serve guests, and second to replenish supplies. After the luxury cruise ship arrives at the destination, the guests can fly to the destination hotel by helicopter, saving the time leading to the hotel. The second is replenishment, realizing the connection between the land and the luxury cruise ship, saving the emperor's time. Wuye, who is not interested in helicopters, went to the deck railing, sipping watermelon juice and admiring the sea view. After about 5 minutes, the mobile phone in Wuye's pocket rang, and he showed a little strange color, because the mobile phone that made the sound was Wuye's own mobile phone, not the school's mobile phone. Wuye took out his mobile phone and saw that it was the housekeeper who was sending him messages, and the messages were all related to Karuizawa. Didn't Wuye ask the housekeeper to investigate the people who bullied Karuizawa Megumi before, and to inquire about the specific situation of Karuizawa Megumi and her family by the way, so now the housekeeper sent all the information they found to Wuye. Their work efficiency is still as fast as ever. Wuye sighed slightly, and then he began to scan the content of the message sent by the housekeeper. Housekeeper Fuyuan and the others have confirmed the specific situation and location of the bullies, and are waiting for Wuye to issue an action order. And they also confirmed the relationship between Megumi Karuizawa and her family. Karuizawa Megumi did not lie to Wuye before, she has a good relationship with her family, and Karuizawa Megumi's mother did not give up the complaint against the bullies because of the compensation. It was Megumi Karuizawa who persuaded her mother in order to improve the life of the family, and then reached a settlement with the parents of the bullies and received a sum of compensation. Master, you have such a good vision. This Miss Hui is a good girl who takes care of her family, and Miss Hui's mother is also a qualified family member. Seeing this message from housekeeper Fuyuan, Wuye smiled softly. Karuizawa Megumi's mother did not reconcile with those people for money, but reconciled with Karuizawa Megumi's active persuasion. So Wuye's sense of the future mother-in-law is not bad. Butlers, start collecting information about those bullies. They are bullies, and they will continue to bully others even if they transfer to another school. I need you to collect information about their bullying and then let them all receive the punishment they deserve. Wuye sent these 2 messages to housekeeper Fuyuan. I understand, master. Wuye put his mobile phone back into his pocket. In addition to punishing those bullies, he also planned to take action against the person who stabbed Megumi Karuizawa. Send her to serve her sentence. This punishment is a bit light. Let's wrap it in cement and sink into Tokyo Bay. After Wuye took back his phone, he heard a panicked and headache male voice from behind. Guest, I'm going to be very troubled if you walk around wet like this. Please dry your body after coming out of the swimming pool before returning to the boat, otherwise it will cause trouble to other guests. Wuye turned away, and then he raised his eyebrows, because Wuye saw the figure of Kojinji Rokusuk, and a man in a suit was holding a towel to stop Kojinji Rokusuk. Judging from this person's attire, he should be a staff member employed by this ship. Gao Yuanji Liasuk, who does his own way, has already come out of the open-air swimming pool, and now he has water droplets flowing all over his body, so the deck under his feet is dripping with water. Gao Yuanji Liasuk pushed up his wet blonde hair, and he said boldly, unfortunately, since I was sensible, I have never wiped off the body, that is, the so-called tender and handsome man. Including the staff, everyone who was paying attention to Kojinji Liasuk twitched their mouths neatly, they were all speechless by this guy's speech. As for causing trouble to others, I think it's their honor. Kojinji Liasuk continued in a natural tone. The staff showed a dull expression. Honored? What is this student talking about? Seeing the sluggish expressions of the staff, Gao Yuanji Liasuk became interested in explaining, and he spoke. Don't you understand? In the future, I will become a man with neon on my shoulders, so it is their honor that they can see my beautiful body with their own eyes. So it's not a problem, but you should be grateful to me. Hearing the words of Gao Yuanji Liasuk, the staff fell silent, and now he can be sure that the golden-haired student in front of him is a psycho with an abnormal brain. Not only the staff think that Gao Yuanji Liasuk is a psychopath, but also the students nearby think he is a neuropathy. The situation of Liasuk of Jeyuan Temple caused Wuye to sigh with some headaches. He is now the uncrowned king of the class. The students in the class, whether they are girls or boys, or the class teacher Chazu Sae, all obey his words and arrangements. But only this Jeyuanji Liasuk. Now Wuye has given up the 6 assistants of Jeyuan Temple. This guy is excellent in both physical fitness and learning, but he does his own way and does not obey Wuye's management and arrangements. Therefore, Kojinji Rokusuk, like Hideo Satsumura who tried to secretly film the girl in the swimming pool, has been classified by Wuye as if someone has to drop out of the class, then the 2 of them are the candidates. After making such a decision, Wuye no longer tries to control Jeyuanji Liasuk, and he can do whatever he wants. Although Wuye didn't want to care about Gao Yuanji Liasuk, this guy saw Wuye. Hey, isn't this Sikong boy? What a coincidence, do you want to have a freestyle swimming competition with me? Said Gao Yuanji Liasuk, who was walking straight towards Wuye. Wuye raised his eyebrows. Do you want to compete with me? Yes, but you should know that my games are all bets on points. How many points do you plan to bet against me? How about 2 million points? Gao Yuanji Liasuk said boldly. A little astonishment flashed across Wuye's eyes. He didn't expect Liasuk of Jeyuan Temple to bet with 2 million points. It seems that he has found a new way to buy points. Okay, Gao Yuanzi, I accept your invitation to fight, but the content of the bet needs to be changed. If I lose, I will give you 2 million points. If you lose, then you have to follow my arrangement for the next time. Wuye said. The island vacation is not a real vacation, it is a place for special examinations, so Wuye does not need the 2 million points of Liasuk of Jeyuan Temple. What is needed is his own strength. Wuye's proposal made Gao Yuanzi Liasuk frown. He spread his hands. I refuse, because I hate being ordered by others. Jeyuanji Liasuk's refusal was within Wuye's expectation. He said with a smile, so you're going to give up the chance to beat me, aren't you? Humph, Sikong boy, don't use aggressive tactics, I won't be fooled. If Kojinji Rokusuk was pseudo Takara, he would definitely be provoked by his grumpy temper, and he would accept Wuye's conditions without hesitation. It's a pity that Kojinji Rokusuk is not Takara pseudo who has dropped out of school. But Wuye has a second hand. Jeyuanzi, did you owe me a favor during the final exam? Wuye said. During the final exam, because the preliminary exam papers that Wuye got for everyone in the class were exactly the same as the final exam papers, so Gao Yuanji Liasuk asked Wuye for the preliminary exam papers. It was at that time that Jeyuanji Liasuk owed Wuye a small favor. Oh, is Sikong boy planning to use this favor in exchange for the conditions of betting against me? Kohara Terajisuk asked. That's right. Wuye nodded, and he said with a smile, it's a good deal for you, you don't owe me favors anymore, and you can still bet against me. The favor of the test paper is not enough to make Gao Yuanji Liasuk obediently obey the arrangement in the next special test. So Wuye planned to use this favor to get Jeyuan Temple Liasuk to accept the conditions he mentioned. If he wins, Wuye will get a chance to make Gao Yuanji Liasuk obedient. If he lost, Wuye didn't think he would lose. Gao Yuanji Liasuk thought for a while, then he nodded. I understand Sikong boy, I accept your gambling terms. If I lose, I will only follow your arrangement once, but not forever? Okay, once is enough. Wuye said indifferently. It is impossible for Jyunji Lyasuk to obey the arrangement forever, and he will not accept such a gambling condition. So once is enough. Let the 6 assistants of Jyun Temple obediently obey the arrangement once, and Wuye is enough to pass the next island special exam smoothly. Wuye looked at the staff member holding the towel, and said, "Do you have swimming trunks? I'll change them." Yes, the guests are welcome. Under the leadership of the staff, Wuye went to the locker room, and put on the unopened swimming trunks, while Gao Yunji Lyasuk prepared for the next bet, asked the staff to be the referee and pressed the timer. Wuye changed into swimming trunks in the locker room, and after leaving the locker room, he returned to the top deck, and then his handsome face couldn't help revealing a little weirdness. Because there are too many people on the top deck now, almost all of them are crowded, and most of them are Wuye's acquaintances. Katsuragi Kahei from Class A of the first year, and his Katsuragi faction members, Masayoshi Hashimoto, Hayabusa Kamuro, and Masumi Kamuro with plump and slender legs. Little angel Ichinose Hoonami from Class B of the first year, and girls like Shihiro Shirami, Kushida Kikyo and the others from Class C of the first year, and to Wuye's surprise, the shy Sakura Airi also came. The group of Ryuan Sho from Class D of the first year. This is because there are many students enjoying the open-air swimming pool, so the fact that Sikong Wuye from Class C of the first year and Gao Yunji Lyasuk are going to bet against each other at the open-air swimming pool on the top floor of the ship will soon spread through the mobile phone line open. Katsuragi Kahei and the others from Class A of the first year rushed towards the top of the ship as soon as they saw this information. Because when Katsuragi Kahei and the others were in school, they often heard Wuye betting against others, and he also beat them at what others do best. So now Katsuragi Kahei and the others want to see how Wuye is betting against each other, and see Wuye's strength with their own eyes. After all, the goal of Sikong Wuye in Class C is Class A, so Katsuragi Kahei and the others have to figure out Wuye's strength. In fact, it's not just Katsuragi Kahei and the others rushing to the top of the ship, Ichinose Hoonami and the others from Class B of the first year, Kikyo Kushida and the others from Class C of the first year, and Shoryazano and the others from Class D of the first year are all attending. After getting the news, rush to the top. Long Yuan Xiang and the others were similar to Katsuragi Kahei and the others, they all wanted to see Wuye's strength with their own eyes. However, Ichinose Hoonami, Kushida Kikyo, and Sakura Airi didn't have such thoughts. They just came here to cheer Wuye. It's an exaggeration. It's just a bet. Wuye has already attracted all 4 first-year students. Wow, look, classmate Sikong has a great figure. A girl next to Ichinose Hoonami looked at Wuye with glowing eyes, and her speech made Ichinose Hoonami and the girls subconsciously nod their heads. Since Wuye had changed into swimming trunks now, his upper body, which was carved out of jade, was directly exposed, and his well-defined abdominal muscles were shining brightly in the sun. With such a perfect figure, coupled with Wuye's handsome face, all the girls couldn't help swallowing their mouths because of feasting their eyes. Ichinose Hoonami gently pressed her palm against her bulging breasts, and now her heart was pounding because of Wuye. In fact, Ichinose Hoonami has seen Wuye's figure with his own eyes. They worked as staff members in the swimming club when they were in school, but now is not the same as then. At that time, Wuye was wearing a sunproof jacket, and when he was going to rescue Asahinazuka's senior, Wuye took off the jacket to reveal his figure. But at that time, Ichinose Hoonami's mind was on Asahina Azusa, the drowning senior, and she didn't pay much attention to Wuye's figure. And now, Ichinose Hoonami's full attention is on Wuye's naked body? Not only Ichinose Hoonami, but other girls are also fascinated by Wuye's figure. Even the little rabbit Shirami Chihiro who regards Wuye as a devil, she also peeked at Wuye's figure. Her face was flushed, showing a little sentimental and cute color. Kushida Kikyo stared straight at Wuye, her sweet tongue licked her crystal lips. Now Kushida Kikyo wants to eat Wuye? Kushida Kikyo is Wuye's underground girlfriend, and often spends the night with Wuye in the student dormitory, so she is very familiar with Wuye's figure. So logically speaking, Kushida Kikyo has a certain resistance to Wuye's figure. But that's not the case, it's because Kushida Kikyo is familiar with Wuye's figure, that's why I'm more infatuated with it, and more unable to extricate myself. If Wuye can't make Kushida Kikyo so obsessed, how can he make Kushida Kikyo obedient to be his underground girlfriend? Wuye looked at Kushida Kikyo. His girlfriend was staring at him like a tigress praying. Wuye smiled at Kushida Kikyo, then nodded and greeted her. The smile on Wuye's handsome face made Ichinose Hoonami and the girls' beating hearts a little faster. In the coffee shop on the second floor of the highest floor of the ship, Hashino's Hui saw Wuye's figure through the window, as if she saw a handsome little girl. Her eyes glowed and she was very excited. Xiaozi Uoji, I really envy you. There is such a powerful and handsome student as Tong Kong in your class. Sae Chabashita, who was drinking coffee, just glanced at Tomo Hashinomiya who was on the opposite side, and she didn't respond to her thoughts. But Sae Chabashita also felt that he was very lucky to have a student like Wuye. Presumably, under the leadership of Wuye, the class will definitely be promoted to Class A, and Chabashira Sae's long-cherished wish has also been seen. It's not a bad thing for me to work hard as a babysitter for Sikong, a bad guy. Chabashira Sae, who was drinking coffee, thought silently. Ask for flowers. Xiaoxi Da, look out of the window too. Tong Kong has a great figure. His ABS are so beautiful. Zhui, please come down, don't be nympho to the students. Chibashira Sae said with a headache. Her best friend is very dishonest, and she has a special liking for abdominal muscles. Under the staring eyes of everyone, the bet between Wuye and Gao Yuanji Liasuk began, and the referee in charge of timing was the staff of the ship. Wuye and Yuanji Liasuk stood on the diving platform of the open-air swimming pool, and there were no students in the swimming pool, so they gave up the 10 swimming pools to Wuye and their 2 areas for gambling. In fact, after so many people came to the open-air swimming pool, those students didn't have the mind to play in the swimming pool, because the pressure brought by the crowd was too great. 3. Sikong boy, are you ready? Ah, it's ready to start anytime. Wuye replied lazily. The bet between Wuye and Yuanji Liasuk is 50-meter freestyle, and the length of this swimming pool is exactly 25 meters, so it is 50 meters for 1 round and 1 round. In this swimming competition, the competition is not only the speed of swimming, but also the speed of turning back and forth. After all, after Wuye and Gao Yuanji Liasuk reached the end of the pool, they had to swim back. With a whistle in one hand and a timer in the other, the referee staff member said loudly, 2 guests take their places, and the game will start after 3 beeps. 0. Standing on the diving platform, Wuye and Kojinji Rokusuk started to enter the water. As soon as the staff fell down, Wuye and Gao Yuanji Liasuk jumped into the swimming pool together, and the 50-meter freestyle competition officially began. Nanny? These 2 guys are so fast. The onlookers looked at Wuye and Kojinji Rokusuk in the swimming pool dumbfounded. Wuye and Kojinji Rokusuk in the swimming pool are like dolphins in the sea, swimming at an incredible speed. Katsuragi Kahei and Ryuan Sho showed solemn expressions. Now they have decided that if they face Wuye or Kojinji Liasuk in the future, absolutely can't use swimming to confront them. Because their swimming speed is too fast, it is simply not the speed that ordinary people can achieve. Sikong? Come on. Student Sikong, come on. The girls headed by Kushida Kikyo cheered for Wuye enthusiastically, and the shy Sakura Airi also echoed everyone. Since Kamuro Maisumi and Ichinose Hoonami are not students in Class C of the first year, it is difficult for them to open their mouths to cheer for Wuye, but they secretly held hands tightly, cheering for Wuye in their hearts. Everyone in Class C of the first year is cheering for Wuye, and no one is cheering for Yuan Temple Liuzu alone. Although Yuanji Liasuk is also a member of Class C of the first year, he does his own way in the class and does not make friends with others, so everyone in Class C does not cheer for Yuanji Liasuk. However, Wuye and Kojinji Rokusuk couldn't hear Kushida Kikyo and the others cheering. They were swimming vigorously in the pool. Both Wuye and Liuzu Yuanji swam very fast, so the match ended quickly, and the winner was Sikong Wuye. Wuye beat Gao Yuanji Liuzu with a time gap of 1.7 seconds. Sikong won. Kushida Kikyo and the others cheered. Katsuragi Kahei and the others finished watching the swimming match between Wuye and Kojinji Rokusuk, and then silently left the top of the ship. They have already witnessed the match between Wuye and Gao Yuanji Liasuk with their own eyes, and they have seen his swimming speed, so they have a bottom line in their hearts. What troubled Katsuragi Kahei and the others was that it wasn't just Wuye who had great physical fitness in Class C. The guy named Takahara Terikisuk seemed to be very good at physical exercise as well. Kojinji Rokusuk. I remember his academic performance was at the top. Katsuragi Kahei muttered to himself, because everyone's test scores will be pasted on the bulletin board of the first grade. So Katsuragi Kahei knew the learning situation of Kojinji Liasuk. Damn it! Why is the guy with such great physical fitness and studies not assigned to our Class A, but assigned to the waste class? Katsuragi Kahei's henchman Yahiko Tatsuka said through gritted teeth. In the eyes of Yahiko Tatsuka, Class D is a waste class, and Wuye and Yuanji Liasuk were assigned to Class D by the school from the very beginning. This is not right. Isn't Class D the most trashy and useless class? Then why are Sikong Wuye and Gao Yuanji Liasuk, 2 students with outstanding physical and academic performance, assigned to Class D? Yahiko Tatsuka is puzzled. Wuye left the swimming pool. He brushed his black hair that was dripping with water, and then smiled at the silent Yuanji Liasuk. I won, so Yuanji, you have to obey my arrangement once. I will. Sikong boy, your swimming speed this time is much faster than last time. Didn't you go all out last time? Kojinji Liasuk asked Wuye. The last time. Kojinji Rokusuk refers to the first swimming lesson. I did my best that time too, and now I'm going faster, probably because I'm better at swimming. Wuye explained with a smile. You really are a monster through and through. I don't want to be said that by you. Wuye glanced at Kojinji Rokusuk. He looked at Sakura Airi and Kushida Kikyo. Both girlfriends had joyful smiles on their faces. Wuye nodded towards them, and then walked towards the locker room. The swimming competition was over, and it was time for him to wash his body and change into his original clothes. Wuye walked to the locker room, but Yuanji Liasuk was not there. He went straight to the stairs on the highest floor, all wet, and the staff had to mop up the water left by Yuanji Liasuk with a bitter face. 663 Wuye took a shower in the locker room, changed into his own clothes, and left the locker room with a little refreshing moisture. The edge has returned to its original emptiness. But Kushida Kikyo and Ichinose Hoonami are still there, and they are still sitting together on the side chair. Although Kushida Kikyo and Ichinose Hoonami were talking, their attention was always on the dressing room, so they had already seen Wuye leaving the dressing room. Wuye here. Kushida Kikyo waved her pale arms towards Wuye, calling Wuye vigorously. Wuye smiled lightly and walked towards Kushida Kikyo and the others. Seeing this, Ichinose Hoonami changed her blonde pink hair blown by the sea breeze. Under normal circumstances, everyone will subconsciously show their beautiful side to the person they like, so Ichinose Hoonami's act of arranging her hair is a side effect of her love for Wuye. Wuye, who came in front of Kushida Kikyo and Ichinose Hoonami, said with a smile, "Kikyo, Ichinose, what are you two doing here?" "We're waiting for you," Kushida Kikyo replied without hesitation with a smile on her face. Ichinose Hoonami's cheeks were reddish, although she was waiting for Wuye, but when she said it so bluntly, she felt shy and embarrassed. Cough. Ichinose Hoonami coughed lightly, and as a little angel, she showed an energetic smile similar to Kushida Kikyo. "Congratulations Sikong, you won the swimming competition." "Thank you, Ichinose." Kushida Kikyo glanced at Ichinose Hoonami. This girl was showing an overly sweet smile because of Wuye's thanks. Even as a woman, she couldn't help but be fascinated by Ichinose Hoonami's smile woolen cloth. "I didn't want Wuye to focus on Ichinose Hoonami, so Kushida Kikyo said to Wuye, "Wuye, something has changed in my body, can you find it?" 11. Wuye looked at Kushida Kikyo, the little devil's girlfriend, and he began to observe her. Kushida Kikyo, who was on vacation at the island, was wearing a summer casual t-shirt. However, Kushida Kikyo's chest is too stalwart, causing the light green top and t-shirt she is wearing to be bulging, highlighting a very exaggerated arc, which makes people look eagerly. The short-sleeved t-shirt exposes both arms, and the skin on the arms is very crystal clear, white, and tender, as if water can be squeezed out with a pinch. Facing Wuye's scrutinizing gaze, instead of being shy, Kushida Kikyo proudly puffed out her plump breasts, making him pay more attention to the parts he is proud of. Wuye, who was looking at Kushida Kikyo, said with some uncertainty, "Kikyo, your skin seems to be more hydrated." "I've been spotted," as expected of Wuye. Kikyo Kushida showed an extraordinarily sweet smile, and her boyfriend discovered the changes in her body accurately, which made her very happy. Because this is enough to prove that Wuye has always cared about her? Kushida Kikyo rubbed her face with her palm and said with a smile, "Just now I went to the ship's beauty salon with Hospi and the others and had an advanced spa." "Yeah. Well, Wuye, let's join together later." "Huh?" Ichinose Hoonami looked at Kushida Kikyo in surprise. She should be in the same class as Wuye, right? Then Kikyo Kushida should also know that Megumi Karuizawa is Wuye's girlfriend. Since everyone knows that Wuye has a girlfriend, why invite him to go to the spa together? Could this be a little too intimate? Kushida Kikyo noticed Ichinose Hoonami's surprised gaze, and she smiled and said to her, "Ichinose-san, you can go with us too, the spa is very comfortable." "Okay." Ichinose Hoonami subconsciously blurted out. Going to the spa with two people is an intimate date, and if it's three people, it's a play among good friends? Then let's go to the beauty salon now. Kushida Kikyo said with a smile. Wuye shook his head. "Not now, I have something to do." "Huh?" Kushida Kikyo looked at Wuye suspiciously. "Wuye, is there anything you need to do now?" "Well, actually, I have an appointment with Hui, and I have to find her later, so I don't have time now." Both Kushida Kikyo and Ichinose Hoonami fell silent. He has an appointment with Karuizawa Megumi. That's right, after all, they are boyfriend and girlfriend. In fact, Wuye did not make an appointment with Karuizawa Hui. It's because Wuye needs to see Horikita Suzune. Just now, after Wuye changed his clothes from the locker room, he found that Sae Chabashita had sent a message to his mobile phone in the school, and she asked him to see Horikita Suzune who had a cold. And because Kushida Kikyo is against Horikita Suzune, Wuye can't say that he has to go and see Horikita Suzune, so he uses Karuizawa as an excuse. Kushida Kikyo looked at Wuye faintly, and she felt strange that she didn't see Megumi Karuizawa beside Wuye. You know that Megumi Karuizawa is so clingy to Wuye. It turned out that Megumi Karuizawa had already made an appointment with Wuye to do something. Kushida Kikyo's resentful eyes made Wuye cough lightly. "Hey, I guess I'll be free in about 20 minutes. If you're all fine by then, let's go to the spa together." "Only 20 minutes?" Kushida Kikyo blinked. She now confirmed that Wuye and Karuizawa Megumi were not doing bad things. Because she knew very well that when Wuye was doing bad things, it would take at least an hour or so, otherwise he wouldn't have the best time. I really don't know why Wuye's physical strength is so abundant. Kikyo Kushida thought with happiness and distress. "I'm not in a hurry to go to the spa, Sikong, you can concentrate on your affairs." Ichinose Hoonami said very considerately, "Just contact me when you are free." "Well, then I'll leave first, Kikyo and Ichinose, please sit down slowly. Okay, I'll see you later." 17. Kushida Kikyo and Ichinose Hoonami watched Wuye leave together. After Wuye left, Kushida Kikyo and Ichinose Hoonami lost their intention of sitting here. Because the reason why the two of them sat here was not to enjoy the sea view, but just to wait for Wuye to come out of the dressing room. So Kushida Kikyo and Ichinose Hoonami chatted for a few words and said goodbye to each other. After saying goodbye to Ichinose Hoonami, Kushida Kikyo took out her school phone and sent a message to Wuye's line. "Wuye, have you seen Horikita Suzune?" Wuye, who was walking towards Horikita Suzune's room, looked at the line message from Kushida Kikyo strangely. "No, Kikyo, are you looking for Horikita?" I didn't intend to find her, I just want to know where she is." Kushida Kikyo's reply is full of resistance and disgust towards Horikita Suzune. "I didn't see her after breakfast at the restaurant of the cruise ship. If you want to find her, Kikyo Kushida, go to the library of the cruise ship. Horikita likes to read books, maybe she will be there. Luxury cruise ships not only have a lot of entertainment equipment, but also a small library. However, Horikita Suzune is not in the library of the cruise ship. She is sleeping and resting in the accommodation room because she has a cold. We will arrive at the private island Mr. Chabashi said about at noon, so I am looking forward to the next vacation. The luxury cruise ship sailed on the sea for about 3 hours before arriving at the island where the special examination was conducted. Wuye looked at the anticipation message sent by Kushida Kikyo, and he couldn't help complaining, "You're looking forward to it too early, because the next thing is not a relaxing and happy vacation, but a special exam prepared by the school. I am also looking forward to it. Hey, Wuye, I bought a very sexy and beautiful swimsuit. After I go to the island, I will show you how it looks." Kushida Kikyo, who smiled like a little devil, sent Wuye this message. Wuye couldn't help but laugh. This sultry little devil girlfriend really understands him too well. Among the 3 girlfriends, Kushida Kikyo is the most active and daring one, so she has the most fun in bed with her. Wuye, who came to Horikita Suzune's room, finished the line chat with Kushida Kikyo, and he knocked on the door of the room. "The door is open, please come in." Horikita Suzune's cold voice came from the room. Wuye turned the door open and walked in. Horikita Suzune was sitting on the bed, holding a famous novel between her hands, looking at Wuye who entered the room with cold and charming eyes like a fox. "Sikong, I told you that you don't need to come and visit." When Wuye came over, she had already told Horikita Suzune through the line message that he would come to visit her, so Horikita Suzune was not surprised by Wuye's arrival. "Teacher Chabashita asked me to come and see you," Wuye said with a smile, and when he came to the bedside, he looked at Horikita Suzune's face. Because of the cold, Horikita Suzune's beautiful face was slightly pale, and her thin lips lacked blood. These morbid conditions make the sharp and cold Horikita Suzune look weak and pitiful. Wuye's scrutiny made Beilingyan pursed her thin lips that were devoid of blood. She focused all her attention on the famous novel in her hand, and let herself ignore Wuye's gaze. But Wuye stretched out his hand and took away the famous novel that Horikita Suzune was holding. "What are you doing?" Wuye stared blankly at his own Horikita Suzune, and he said, "If you have a cold, stop reading, lie down and rest, and have you taken the 5 cold medicine? Eat." Horikita Suzune replied softly, "If you take cold medicine, you should lie down and rest. Hurry up and lie down." Oh. The arrogant and forceful Horikita Suzune hates other people's orders very much, but now she obediently obeys Wuye's orders and lies on the bed. This is one of the main reasons why Chabashira Sae asked Wuye to come and see Horikita Suzune. Chabashira Sae knew that no one could make Horikita Suzune obedient, not even her as the head teacher, but Wuye could. Horikita Suzune lying on the bed watched Wuye pull the quilt for her. A warm current flowed quietly in her heart. This warm current made her whole body soft, always feeling connected. "I can't even lift my breath." Apart from her parents at home, Wuye is the only outsider who takes care of her. In this situation of being alone and catching a cold, Horikita Suzune felt unprecedented warmth from Wuye's actions. And this kind of warm feeling was never made by Horikita Suzune's family. The charming fox eyes followed Wuye's Horikita Suzune and whispered, "Thank you." "Huh? Horikita, what did you say?" "No, I didn't speak." Horikita Suzune turned her head while lying on the bed. Her delicate ears exposed in her pitch-black hair were slightly red. Wuye looked at Horikita Suzune's red ears with a smile. Was she shy? Although Horikita Suzune's thank you was very soft just now, Wuye heard it very clearly. He pretended not to hear clearly because she knew Horikita Suzune was at tsundere character. Wuye said to Horikita Suzune who was lying on the bed, "Horikita, you can rest at ease, and contact me by mobile phone if you have anything to do." Then I'm going. Walk slowly." Wuye left Horikita Suzune's room. After hearing the sound of the room door being closed, Horikita Suzune, whose delicate earrings were reddish, turned her head to look at the room door. Afterwards, Horikita Suzune closed her softened fox eyes, went to bed and rested obediently, and did not read the famous novels that Wuye put aside. Due to taking anti-cold medicine, people will feel drowsy and want to sleep afterwards, so under the effect of cold medicine, Horikita Suzune fell asleep quickly. After leaving Horikita Suzune's room, Wuye took out his mobile phone and contacted Megumi Karuizawa. "Hui, I'm going to enjoy the spa on the cruise ship, do you want to come together?" Wuye has to go to the spa with Kushida Kikyo and Ichinose Hoonami now, so she notifies Karuizawa Megumi and asks if she wants to go together. Karuizawa Megumi still stayed in Wuye's room, flipping through the brochure of the luxury cruise ship, and the mobile phone she placed beside her on campus rang from the line message. Because she felt that the line message sent was from her small group of girls who invited her to go on a luxury cruise together, so Karuizawa picked up the mobile phone on campus leisurely. But after discovering that the line message was sent by Wuye, Karuizawa Megumi's spirit was lifted immediately. Subconsciously showing a smile, she quickly clicked on the line to check the message from her beloved boyfriend. Spa. Megumi Karuizawa blinked her smart eyes. Spa solis par agila. Solis is health, par is in, and agila is water, which refers to water to achieve health, which means healthy water. Spa refers to the use of water resources combined with bathing, massage, smearing of skincare products and aromatherapy to promote metabolism, satisfy the human body's vision, taste, touch, smell, and thinking to achieve 30 kinds of physical and mental enjoyment. Spa is a soothing and decompression way composed of professional beauty therapists, water, light, aromatic essential oils, music, and other elements, which can help people achieve the body, mind, and spirit. If you want to ask Megumi Karuizawa why she knows about spas so well, it is because the luxury cruise brochure she read just now has a detailed introduction about spas. Although Megumi Karuizawa really wants to go to the spa with Wuye, but now she is more concerned about the scars she has applied special ointment. So Megumi Karuizawa pouted her crystal lips slightly, and responded to the message to Wuye. I won't go, after all, my scar is still painted, it's not good to rub it off accidentally. Seeing Megumi Karuizawa's response, Wuye shook his head helplessly. This girlfriend really paid too much attention to that little scar on her body. But Wuye can also understand, after all, there is no woman who doesn't love beauty, and she doesn't want to have scars on her body. Is that so? I see. So Wuye, go to the spa by yourself. I'm really sorry that I couldn't accompany you. I will make it up to you in the evening. Megumi Karuizawa responded to her beloved boyfriend with a smile on her face. She has already thought about how to serve Wuye tonight. After all, the boyfriend who has been thinking about himself has to serve him well. Thinking of the service tonight, Megumi Karuizawa, who was lying on Wuye's bed, couldn't help but close her white and tender legs. Her nimble eyes were full of shyness and anticipation. I don't go to the spa by myself, Kikyo invited me, so I called Ichinose, so it's the master. Looking at the message sent by Wuye, Megumi Karuizawa's shyness and anticipation suddenly changed, and her eyes became sharper. Kushida Kikyo is thinking about my Wuye again. Megumi Karuizawa gritted her teeth. Everyone in the class knows that Sikong Wuye is her boyfriend of Megumi Karuizawa, but everyone in the class also knows that Kushida Kikyo is very fond of Wuye. So Megumi Karuizawa has always had Kushida Kikyo wanting to steal her boyfriend away. Kushida Kikyo and Ichinose Hoonami, I can't let them go to the spa with Wuye. Megumi Karuizawa muttered to herself. Besides Kushida Kikyo, Megumi Karuizawa's female intuition told her that the pink-haired Ichinose Hoonami in Class B also seems to have a soft spot for her boyfriend. In Karuizawa Megumi's heart, Ichinose Hoonami was more threatening than Kushida Kikyo. Because Ichinose Hoonami's figure is so good, her chest is as wide as that of Kushida Kikyo, which attracts people's attention. There is also Ichinose Hoonami who also works with Wuye in the student council, and she spends more time with Wuye than Kushida Kikyo. Wuye, where are you? I also go to spa together. Megumi Karuizawa, who felt some kind of crisis, hastily sent this message to Wuye. Because Wuye went to the spa with Kikyo Kushida and Hoonami Ichinose, so Megumi Karuizawa also went with her. Scars with special ointments are not important anymore. Of course it is important, but not as important as her boyfriend Wuye. The reason why Megumi Karuizawa wants to get rid of scars is because the scars are the source of her fear, and the second is because she wants to make herself more perfect, so that Wuye loves her figure even more. So part of Megumi Karuizawa's scar removal is because of Wuye. If Wuye was kidnapped by other vixens, even if Karuizawa Megumi had no scars, she would not be happy. Wuye looked at Karuizawa Megumi's reply, and he smiled lightly and conveyed his current location, asking her to come and meet him. Wuye, wait for me, I'll come over right now. Karuizawa Megumi, who was lying on the bed, jumped up, and she immediately went to the place where Tianyi was. Wuye just stood there waiting for Megumi Karuizawa to come over. In fact, he could not tell Megumi Karuizawa that he went to the spa with Kikyo Kushida and Hoonami Ichinose. In this way, Karuizawa Megumi will not come over. But if Wuye and Kushida Kikyo went to the spa and other girls saw it, and they told Karuizawa Megumi would be hit hard. So Wuye had to tell Megumi Karuizawa about Kushida Kikyo and Ichinose Hoonami going to the spa with him. After all, Megumi Karuizawa is Yaming's girlfriend without a name. Wuye started contacting Sakura Airi and asked her if she wanted to go to the spa with them. Sakura Airi is Wuye's real girlfriend. However, Sakura Airi politely refused. She was afraid to go to the spa with Wuye and the others because she was shy. Hey. Wuye watched Sakura Airi's response and sighed. Miley's shy character is really hard to change. Afterwards, Wuye asked Kushida Kikyo and Ichinose Hoonami to go to the spa together, and told them that Megumi Karuizawa would also go to the spa together. I'll go to the spa right now and wait for you to come over. Ichinose Hoonami's response. Wuye, why did you tell Megumi Karuizawa the news of our spa visit? The little angel Kushida Kikyo responded with resentment and sourness. Ichinose Hoonami can accept Megumi Karuizawa because she knows Megumi Karuizawa is Wuye's girlfriend. Kushida Kikyo can't accept it? Who is not a girlfriend? Karuizawa Megumi is Wuye's girlfriend, and so is her Kushida Kikyo. When Kikyo Kushida didn't want to go to the spa with Wuye, Megumi Karuizawa was holding Wuye's arm. Wuye saw Kushida Kikyo's sour response, and he smiled and sent her a message. Because Hui is my girlfriend on the surface, how can I go to the spa with other girls without telling her? I understand the truth, but I am also your girlfriend. Yeah, so I didn't hide the news from you that Hui would also go to the spa together. Seeing Wuye's response, Kushida Kikyo suddenly felt that it made sense. She was speechless. Soon, Wuye and Megumi Karuizawa met, and they went to the spa shop of the luxury cruise ship together, while Kikyo Kushida and Hoonami Ichinose were waiting here. Kushida and Ichinose, I'm sorry we're late. Megumi Karuizawa, who hugged Wuye's arm intimately, said hello to Kushida Kikyo and Ichinose Hoonami. No, we just arrived. Ichinose Hoonami replied politely. Kushida Kikyo glanced at Karuizawa Megumi's arm tightly holding Wuye. She showed a sweet smile like a little angel. Yeah, we just arrived, let's go. It happens that there are no customers in the spa shop. We don't need to line up, and we don't need to make an appointment. That would be wonderful. Ichinose Hoonami glanced at Kushida Kikyo with a sweet smile, and then at Karuizawa Megumi who was holding Wuye's arm tightly. She always felt that the two were facing each other. Kushida Kikyo shifted her gaze to Wuye, and she said with a smile, Wuye, I was in contact with Horikita-san just now, and I plan to invite her to come to the spa together. This sentence made Karuizawa Megumi frown slightly, but soon her frowning eyebrows relaxed. Because Horikita Suzune is different from Kushida Kikyo and Ichinose Hoonami, Karuizawa Megumi thinks she is not threatening. Because Horikita Suzune's figure is not as big as Kushida Kikyo and the others, so amazing? Moreover, Horikita Suzune's personality is very cold, and she is not overly enthusiastic about Wuye. So Megumi Karuizawa is very relieved Horikita Suzune. It doesn't matter if she wants to go to the spa together. Wuye glanced at Kushida Kikyo, who was thinking about Horikita Suzune, and said, so Horikita is coming. Wuye felt that Horikita Suzune would not come over. Horikita Suzune probably isn't interested in spas, and she's suffering from a cold. She just took cold medicine not long ago, so she should be sleeping soundly now, right? No, the message I sent to Horikita is still unread, and she doesn't seem to have noticed the message I sent. Kushida Kikyo said regretfully. After all, they are all asleep, and it is normal not to notice the information. If there is no response, forget it. Let's go to the spa. Wuye pointed to the entrance of the spa shop. Wuye's group of 4 stepped into the spa shop. There was a female staff member at the front desk. After confirming Wuye's intention to come, she introduced them to the spa program. I recommend aroma oil massage and skincare products. These items can relax the body and mind and make the skin beautiful. But 210 said. The lady at the front desk glanced at Wuye, and she said enviously, guest, your skin looks too good. It is estimated that these items will not have a good effect on your skin. Megumi Karuizawa, Kikyo Kushida, and Hoonami Ichinose looked at Wuye's handsome face together. I also think Sikong your skin is too good, even better than girls' skin. Ichinose Hoonami said enviously. Kushida Kikyo and Karuizawa Megumi nodded their heads in agreement. They have had countless skin-to-skin relationships with Wuye, so they know better than Ichinose Hoonami how good Wuye's skin is, and they are very fond of Wuye's figure and skin. Facing the envious eyes of these 3 beautiful girls, Wuye said helplessly, don't talk about these things, hurry up and choose a spa item. Yes. Wuye chose aroma oil massage, while Kushida Kikyo and Ichinose Hoonami both chose spa items that can make the skin better. Karuizawa Huey, who was a little hesitant, asked the lady at the front desk and asked her what items could be carried out with clothes on. Because she doesn't want others to see the scar on her body, Megumi Karuizawa can only choose projects that can be done while wearing clothes. The lady at the front desk didn't ask too much, she kindly recommended Megumi Karuizawa. After Wuye and the others selected the spa items, the lady at the front desk said to them, male guests please go to the room on the right, and 3 women please go to the left. Are they separated? Megumi Karuizawa asked unexpectedly. Of course, do you think men and women will go to the spa together? The lady at the front desk asked with a surprised expression. When you go to the spa, you will take off your clothes. How could it be that men and women are together? Of course we will separate. Karuizawa Megumi fell silent. She really thought that men and women only wore underwear and went to the spa together. If Megumi Karuizawa knew that men and women would be separated and not in the same room when going to the spa, would she need to come here? But it's all here. Karuizawa Megumi doesn't plan to leave like this. After all, she also wants to make her skin smoother and tenderer. Afterwards, Wuye went to the men's spa room, and Karuizawa Megumi went to the women's spa room together, and started the spa. The professional beauty therapist who gave Wuye a spa was a pretty young lady. When she saw Wuye who was only wearing underwear, her eyes lit up slightly. This figure, this muscle, this face. Suck. Earn a lot.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.